Hashtag C552 Little Pyrenees complaint. Chu Yan's roar was like rolling thunder. When it erupted, the entire fourth floor of Tianyuan Valley was rumbling and trembling. Call. Taking a few deep breaths, Chu Yan turned around, returned to the cave again, and walked towards the little white bear. In the cave, there was a bloody smell, and the little white bear was sitting cross-legged on the ground, recovering from his injuries. Little white bear, swallow this elixir. Chu Yan looked at the dozens of vertical and horizontal wounds on the little white bear, and the blood in his eyes flickered endlessly. He turned his hand and took out a bottle of rejuvenation pill and handed it to the little white bear, saying, "Okay, boss." After receiving the elixir, the little white bear opened his mouth wide, and swallowed 3 recovery pills. Immediately, a strong medicinal fragrance diffused in the entire cave. After a few breaths, the demonic aura on little white bear's body gradually became violent, and all the wounds on his body began to heal slowly. Seeing that the little white bear's injury is not serious, and has basically recovered, Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this Fuyuan pill is only a 7th-rank pill, the dozen or so bottles of Fuyuan pill that Chu Yan carried on his body have all been upgraded through the Tianwen 9 residual furnace infusion, and all of them have been promoted to the 9th rank. 9th grade healing medicine is almost a luxury for ordinary warriors, but to Chu Yan, it is nothing at all, just some primordial stones and spiritual herbs. After a while, the little white bear recovered from his practice, slapped his paw on the ground, and jumped up from the ground. "Ah. Boss, I'm all healed. This elixir is really good." After finishing speaking, the little white bear rushed to Chu Yan's side, happily circled around Chu Yan a few times. "Since the elixir is good, why didn't you swallow it when you were injured when fighting with others?" Looking at the lively look of the little white bear, Chu Yan couldn't help but soften his eyes, reached out and touched the fluff on the little white bear's head, and asked softly, "Ah, boss, the dozens of bottles you gave me last time are all finished?" Hearing Chu Yan's question, the little white bear stopped immediately, stood obediently in front of Chu Yan, lowered his head with his palms down, and looked honest. While speaking, the bear's eyes flickered, and he hesitated to speak. "What? Finished? 50 bottles. It's only been a few days." Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. His face was full of astonishment. You know, Chu Yan and Little White Bear separated and joined the Xianzhi Sacred Sect and the Longyuan Sacred Sect, respectively. It has only been 7 or 8 days until now. If the Little White Bear said that he had swallowed the 100 ground-level demon crystals, it would be acceptable to Chu Yan a little bit, but the recovery pill is a healing elixir, and it has almost no other effect except for healing internal and external injuries. Moreover, the recovery pill that Chu Yan personally refined even surpassed the efficacy of the 9th grade elixir. For ordinary trauma, 1 elixir is enough. Even for injuries such as severed hands and feet, 3 elixirs will go down. Within a few days, the same can be restored. Now, Little White Bear swallowed 50 bottles of rejuvenation pill in 7 or 8 days. That's a total of 150. Say, what's going on? Chu Yan pondered for a while, then thought of the entrance of the cave where the Little White Bear was practicing just now, and the scene of those warriors queuing up to challenge. The karmic fire in his heart rose, and Xiong burned up. Hearing Chu Yan's shout, the Little White Bear trembled, and the furry big bear lowered its head. Little White Bear has followed Chu Yan since he was a child, and has deep feelings. He has experienced a lot along the way. 1 person and 1 bear set foot on the extreme north continent from Longmen Town. So, it is very familiar with Chu Yan. It knows very well that Chu Yan really angry. Just now, as soon as Chu Yan stepped into the cave, his whole body was full of murderous aura like a sea of blood. While swinging his sword, he killed 3 people in a row, and the Little White Bear trembled and became stiff all over. At that moment, the little white bear clearly felt a boundless killing intent on Chu Yan. God blocks and kills gods, heaven blocks and kills heaven. Little white bear has felt Chu Yan's killing intent several times, but never this time. It made little white bear tremble so much. As a spirit beast, the little white bear has a much stronger sense of the nature of the world than a martial artist or even a monster. Therefore, little white bear can clearly feel that he and Chu Yan haven't seen each other in just a few days, and the killing intent on Chu Yan's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Wei's shocking feeling. I have been fighting with people for the past few days, so. The thick roar of the little white bear became as thin as a mosquito at this moment, and he murmured softly. Keep fighting. Are these challengers? Why? Chu Yan asked. Boss, I don't know why. Since I entered Longyuan Holy Land, no matter where I go, there are people who challenge me. There are endless fights everywhere. For the first 2 or 3 days, there are still some rubbish. I slapped it with a slap, and later, those challengers became more and more powerful, and I couldn't beat many of them. The little white bear howled, gesticulating with its thick bare paws, and said to Chu Yan, like a child who lost a fight and then complained to his parents, yelling non-stop. But the strange thing is that according to the rules of the Longyuan sacred sect, none of the strong challengers killed me. If they won, they would leave. Moreover, I found that among the people who asked me to fight, the one with the highest cultivation is only the peak of the 8th level of true martial realm. This is really strange. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and kept thinking in the sea of consciousness. What little white bear said was right. Of the 7 or 8 challengers who gathered outside little white bear's training cave just now, the one with the highest strength was only at the peak of the 8th level of the true martial realm. Moreover, the combat power was not considered strong, only the iron-armored bull was a little bit weaker. Combat power. These people, compared with those of the same rank as Tianjiao in the Shancher Xingzong Baijian battalion, to Chu Yan, they are all like ants. Humph. Anyway, these things have nothing to do with Nangongru. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then hummed his origin again. His whole body was full of murderous aura. Go. Follow me to find Nangongru. After saying that, Chu Yan turned around and walked out of the cave with the little white bear. For the past few days, the little white bear, who had been provoked by countless challengers in turn, had already suffocated his anger. His eyes brightened, and he followed up with Chu Yan, preparing to go to Nangongru to settle the score. One person and one bear. Just as they walked to the exit of the passage, a fiery red figure flashed out and stood in front of them. This figure in a fiery red robe was exactly the deacon elder of the Longyuan sacred sect that Chu Yan saw in the stone hall on the first floor. Bold! How dare you kill disciples in my Longyuan sacred sect? Are you courting death? The deacon's elder glanced across, seeing the bloody mess in the passage behind Chu Yan. His face turned livid. However, although his face was full of anger, he glanced at the little white bear, his eyes trembled, and a hint of doubt rose in his heart. Little White Bear is a well-known Tianjiao in Longyuan sacred sect, and he is the second-ranked peerless genius among the new disciples. In addition, the person behind him is not something he can provoke. However, this boy in black robe is different. He is obviously not a disciple of Longyuan sacred sect. Just before he appeared, he had scanned Chu Yan's whole body with his spiritual sense, and sensed the jade talisman of the disciple status of Shancher sacred sect in his arms. That's why he jumped out directly, blocking his way, ready to show off his prestige as an elder. #C553 Kick to the mountain. Although Shancher and Longyuan sacred sect have the same origin, the two sects had an agreement 10,000 years ago that disciples of the sect can carry one jade talisman. Two sects walk, whether it is cultivation or sparring, or even secret realm trials, the two sects' disciples are treated equally. But this deacon elder clearly knows that there is a completely different rule between the Xianqi sacred sect and the Longyuan sacred sect. That is the disciple of Xianqi sacred sect, killing is strictly prohibited in the sect. Therefore, he planned to punish this disciple of the Xianqi sacred sect seriously today. However, facing the resistance and questioning of the deacon elders, Chu Yan was calm and calm. So what if you kill it? It's just rubbish, I'll kill as many as you come. If you dare to block me, it's the same, kill. A word fell to the ground, like a thunderbolt. Chu Yan was originally full of karma and murderous intent because of the little white bear. He was extremely dissatisfied with the people of Longyuan Xingzong. At this time, the deacon elder jumped out. Of course, Chu Yan would not be polite to him. After experiencing the time when Qin Ming entrapped him, Chu Yan's martial arts heart was greatly shaken. Especially the scene whereby Wu Shuang directly killed Qin Ming with a sword from the gods touched Chu Yan's mind greatly. The strong should be strong. Even though Qin Ming is an 8th-rank alchemist of the sect, with an incomparably noble status, Bai Wu Shuang still doesn't say a word, whoever wields a sword will kill him with one sword. This kind of decisive killing intent, is exactly the heart of the strong. Therefore, facing the deacon elder of Longyuan Xingzong, Chu Yan's killing intent is solid and pure, and he will no longer fluctuate his killing heart because of the opponent's status and many other things. With one word in my mind, there is only, kill. Hiss. 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 In the cultivation cave on the 4th floor of Tianyuan Valley, many disciples who were cultivating heard the movement outside, and the moment they walked out of the cave, they all gasped when they heard Chu Yan's voice. Depend on. This person is crazy. Come and kill as many as you want. Even deacons and elders. He wants to kill. This is too arrogant. It turned out to be lawless. You, bold. When the elder deacon heard Chu Yan's words, his face froze suddenly, and then, his old face instantly turned into the color of a pig's liver, red and purple. It never occurred to him that this disciple of the Xianqi sacred sect would be so arrogant, completely disregarding him as an elder. How could he bear it in front of many disciples of the sect? Extremely arrogant. You dare to despise the elders of the sect. Today, I will enforce the sect's rules on behalf of your master, first abolish your cultivation, and then hand it over to the judgment hall of your Xianqi sacred sect. After saying that, a majestic aura like the sea surged out from the elder deacon. Swish! The body of the deacon elder turned into a fiery red streamer, rushing towards Chu Yan, holding his right palm high. Thick and strong energy condensed on the palm of his hand, and rushed to Chu Yan in the blink of an eye, the lingering right palm of the energy, towards Chu Yan, watching Chu Yan shoot straight down. However, just when his palm just landed, his face changed drastically, his whole body trembled suddenly, he forcibly restrained the palm, the powerful palm print fell in mid-air, and the trembling void trembled violently. His eyes were wide open, staring at Chu Yan in front of him, his face was full of shock, his whole body was as stiff as petrified, and he was instantly sluggish on the spot. I saw, against his palm's strength, a blue jade talisman appeared in the hand of the majestically standing young man in black robe. Inside the jade talisman, there were 2 huge black characters, exuding a faint aura of coercion. Heaven. Heaven's absolute hall. Xianqi Holy Hall's absolute heaven. The elder deacon's voice trembled, and his face was full of disbelief. You are the direct disciple of Lord Dugu Peak. What the deacon elders never expected was that this black-robed young man of the Xianqi sacred sect turned out to be the incomparably terrifying existence of the Xianqi sacred sect, who was known as the second most powerful person in the Xianqi sect, Dugu Ju's personal disciple. As a deacon elder, he is naturally familiar with the situation of the 218 peaks and the major peaks. The jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand is the identity jade talisman of Xianqi Xingzong Jiutian Peak, a disciple of Tianjue Hall. As for Tianju Hall of Jutian Peak, although the number of disciples is less than 10, none of them are Duguju's direct disciples. Each of them is equivalent to the identity of the Peak Master's candidate heir, absolutely preparing for the existence of the Holy Sun. Duguju. The master of the 18th peaks of the two sects is notoriously withdrawn, and his cultivation is as high as the sky. Even the masters of the two sects are only slightly stronger than him. He has been rampant in the 18th peaks for thousands of years, and no one dares to provoke him ascent. Dugu absolutely attaches great importance to his direct disciples, and protects his shortcomings to the extreme. Moreover, since hundreds of years ago, after the loss of his first disciple, he even wanted to slaughter hundreds of thousands of disciples in the entire Lingfeng Mountain. This matter, the elders of the two sects and 18 peaks, no one knows. And the black-robed boy in front of him is the direct disciple of that old monster Dugu. This. You want to represent my master? Chu Yan's eyes were as cold as ice, and he stared directly at the deacon elder. Are you worthy? As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience, including the deacon elder, was shocked, and the corners of their eyes twitched wildly. Match it. With a fart. A small deacon elder is the lowest level existence among all the elders of the two sections. How can he be compared with the peak master? Even Chu Yan, who is the preparatory son, is far superior to the deacon elder. Distance. You. The deacon's elder's face was ashen, and he was holding a mouthful of old blood in his chest, and he almost lost his breath. A Dugu peak master, a preparing holy son, no matter who it is, he is a deacon elder guarding the cultivation site. Even if he is given thousands of guts, he would not dare to take action against them. That and the old birthday star entered the latrine, looking for death. What a difference. Go away. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he shouted in a cold voice. Swish. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's voice fell, the deacon elder hurriedly stepped aside to get out of the way, not daring to fart. Originally, he just wanted to show off his power and prestige, taking advantage of the loopholes between the two sects to find trouble for Chu Yan, but he didn't expect that he bumped into an existence like a 1,000-foot-high peak. At this time, he only hoped that this master, leave quickly, there will be another block. Putting away the jade amulet of identity, Chu Yan took the little white bear, and facing countless pairs of horrified eyes, Chu Yan strode towards the lower floor. This jade talisman of Ju Tiantang was the one that Chu Yan handed over to Chu Yan when he went to find Tian Quan last time when Tian Quan explained Ju Tiantang and Jiao Fengwu to Chu Yan. At the same time, it is also a certificate to participate in the next 9 summits. One person and one bear quickly descended to the stone hall on the first floor of Tianyuan Valley, and walked towards the outside of the stone hall. However, just as the two of them stepped out of the stone palace, when they looked up, Chu Yan's expression suddenly froze. On the small square outside Tianyuan Valley, a figure in purple robe stood upright, looking at him with a faint smile on his face. This person, dressed in a purple robe, could not sense a trace of his cultivation, and looked like an ordinary person. But it is such an ordinary person who gives Chu Yan the feeling of an insurmountable mountain peak, as if standing there is not a person, but the sky, the earth. Chu Yan's face darkened, he pondered for a moment, and finally raised his hands, bowed his hands, and saluted. Si Hong Tian Feng, Master Hong Feng. #C554 Tyrant Peak Lord. That's right, the middle-aged man in the purple robe standing in front of Chu Yan was at the entrance ceremony that Chu Yan attended that day. Flood. Before Chu Yan, the two great holy sects, the peerless arrogance who appeared once in 1,000 years, practiced against the sky all the way to the peak master's terrifying existence in just 200 years. And now, he has another identity, which is, the master of Little White Bear. See Master. Little White Bear saluted with palms together, and said respectfully. A divine sense came through the air, and an invisible airflow instantly covered Chu Yan and Little White Bear, sweeping past them. In an instant, Chu Yan had a feeling of being seen through from the inside to the outside, which made his heart sink. He looked up at Ba Hong, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Chu Yan once entrusted Xinxingjie to pay attention to the movement of the Little White Bear in the Longyuan sacred sect. The last time he saw Xinxingjie, he heard Xinxingjie say that the Little White Bear worshipped Baong as his master. At that time, Chu Yan was still happy. After all, Ba Hong's status in Longyuan sacred sect was no less than Duguju's status in Xianzhi sacred sect. Therefore, Chu Yan believes that if Little White Bear can become Ba Hong's direct disciple, regardless of safety and cultivation, it will naturally not be too bad. But the scene of the experience just now made Chu Yan feel a little more dissatisfied with this Baong Peak master. Little White Bear is his personal disciple, and he was challenged by countless people in the sect, but he didn't care about it at all. If it wasn't for seeing it with his own eyes today, Chu Yan couldn't believe it at all. You too, follow me. The changes in Chu Yan's eyes were all seen by Ba Hong. He chuckled, and at the same time as he spoke, he waved his hand, and two waves of true energy rushed towards Chu Yan and Little White Bear, instantly enveloping them. Can't resist at all. Call. Call. Immediately, Ba Hongting rose up, engulfed Chu Yan and Little White Bear, and turned into 3 streams of light, heading towards Hong Tianfeng, one of the 9 spiritual peaks in the distance, flying across the sky like a startled rainbow. Chu Yan only felt a blur in front of his eyes. The scene flashed from both sides quickly, his consciousness trembled slightly, and he was already on the top of 9 spiritual peaks, and was slowly falling towards one of them. Ba Hong's cultivation is extremely terrifying, and in a flash, he restrains his whole body. Can't move at all. Only when Chu Yan landed in front of a majestic palace did his body suddenly loosen, all the restraints disappeared, and his true energy and spiritual consciousness recovered at the same time. This palace covers an area of 10,000 mu, resplendent in gold and green, lingering in the clouds, glowing in the sun, majestic, like a heavenly pavilion in a fairyland. It is shocking. Follow me. Ba Hong said softly, while walking towards the back of the main hall. Chu Yan and the Little White Bear looked at each other, and then healed up at the same time. After walking for half an hour through the corridors of the halls, Chu Yan and Little White Bear followed Ba Hong and came to the back garden area of the palace. Stepping into the garden, Chu Yan glanced over, and suddenly his face was startled. In front of me, there are large green trees, thousands of acres of lakes, a piece of green waves, and there is even a 1,000-zhang mountain peak in the distance. On the top of the mountain, spiritual clouds are rolling, and various spirit beasts and birds are flying above the sea of clouds, hovering at the top of Lingfeng Peak. On one side of the mountain peak, there are large trees densely packed. At a glance, it looks like a small forest, with all kinds of ancient trees and Ganoderma lucidum growing in it. This is a real forest. This Ba Hong actually planted such a huge forest garden behind his palace. Swish. Seeing Chu Yan and Little White Bear's astonished expressions, Ba Hong just laughed lightly, and then, he dodged and landed in front of a thatched hut by the lake a few miles away. A few stone tables and chairs, Chu Yan and Little White Bear sat down with Ba Hong. Holding tea in hand, calm, with a light smile on his face, drinking lightly and sipping slowly, looks extraordinarily elegant. May I ask, Peak Master, you brought the 2 of us here, is it? Chu Yan stared at Ba Hong for a long time, seeing that he was only sipping tea and had no intention of opening his mouth at all, so he finally couldn't help it, and asked directly. He. Chu Yan, you are very good. In less than a few days, your cultivation base has improved to another level. Not bad. Very good. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Ba Hong finally put down the tea in his hand, and said softly. However, instead of answering Chu Yan's question, he started to praise Chu Yan instead. Hearing this, Chu Yan was speechless. Originally, he was full of anger and was going to settle accounts with Namgong Ro, but Ba Hong caught him here and asked him to drink tea. "Senior, what's the matter? Can you just tell me? I have other things." Chu Yan already had some opinions on Ba Hong and was dissatisfied in his heart. When he heard Ba Hong talking nonsense, his face immediately sank and he asked directly. Chu Yan himself is a disciple of the Shancher sacred sect, and he has no affiliation with Ba Hong at all. Therefore, Chu Yan just kept his tone polite, and didn't intend to be too polite to him. As for the little white bear, Chu Yan has already made up his mind. After finding Nangongru to settle the score, Chu Yan will bring the little white bear back to the Shancher sacred sect, and directly join the Jiuxiao Peak, and never come to the Dragon Source Holy Land again. "Are you going to find Nangongru?" Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Ba Hong asked with a chuckle. "That's right. She's planning to deal with little white bear, so I won't let her go." Hearing this, a killing intent flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and he said coldly, "Hee. I naturally know about Nangongru's targeting of the little white bear, and I have no objection." While drinking the fragrant tea, Ba Hong didn't blush and his heart skipped a beat, as if little white bear wasn't his personal disciple at all. Hearing this, Chu Yan was speechless, glanced at Ba Hong, and didn't speak at all. He wanted to see what kind of medicine this peak master Ba Hong was selling in the gourd. A dignified peak master Ba Hong would not be able to drag himself here and keep talking nonsense. When little white bear heard from Chu Yan that he was going to settle accounts with Nangongru, his face was full of excitement, and he screamed extremely arrogantly. Now in front of Ba Hong, with his big bear's head tucked in, a pair of huge bear paws holding fragrant tea, he drank the tea carefully, not daring to say a word. Apparently, little white bear is still in awe of his master. When Ba Hong saw Chu Yan and little white bear, they all drank tea in silence. Without gnawing, a slight smile appeared on his face, and he also picked up the teacup, drinking the tea in small sips, with a calm and clear expression on his face. For a while, the lake breeze was gentle and the willow swayed. In front of the stone house by the lake, calm was restored. The two of them and the bear drank their tea with their heads down. No one spoke again, and the atmosphere became weird. This stalemate didn't last long. Chu Yan was so angry that he finally stood up abruptly, and said, "Peak Lord Baong, I have something to do, so I will take my leave first." After finishing speaking, as soon as he cupped his hands, he was about to turn around and leave. "Wait. Don't you want to know about the bloodline of little white bear? I can tell you." "What?" "Little white bear's bloodline inheritance." Chu Yan was stunned, stopped, looked at Ba Hong, and said, "Isn't it Ziluo Tiankama?" "No. He's not just Ziluo Tianxiong." Ba Hong's words, with a very positive tone, looked at Chu Yan's eyes, sparkling. "Wait a minute, I'll tell you about the mystery of the little white bear's blood." Hearing this, Chu Yan glanced at the little white bear, saw the look of anticipation on its face, then turned around slowly, sat lightly, and looked at Peak Master Baong at the same time. #C555 Old Fox. Ziluo Tianxiong. The newborn cubs are all snow white, and when they grow up, the white fur has completely retreated and turned into purple-red. Ziluo Tianxiong's bloodline is noble, and he is the king of bear monsters in the Haotian continent, and his identity is marked by a pair of golden beast pupils. Speaking of this, Ba Hong stopped, with a chuckle on his face, and slowly turned his head to look at the little white bear. Chu Yan looked stunned, followed Ba Hong's gaze, and also looked at little white bear. His eyes were full of doubts. The little white bear stared at Ba Hong and Chu Yan at the same time. His face was full of nervousness. He looked up at the two of them. A pair of purple bear eyes shone timidly. Purple, beast eyes. "So, little white bear, isn't it? Ziluo Tianxiong." Looking at the little white bear, Chu Yan frowned, looked at Ba Hong, and asked softly. That's right, it's not the blood of the Zilua Tianxiong. Ba Hong's tone was extremely affirmative, looked at Chu Yan, and continued. Tens of thousands of years ago, in my Longyuan Holy Land, there was a peak master who was of the bloodline of the Zilua Tianxiong. According to the records of the ancestors, although it was very similar to the little white bear, the color of its coat and the color of its eyes were completely different. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, his face was calm, and there was not much surprise. In his opinion, no matter whether the little white bear is of the blood of the ancient Zilua Tianxiong or not, as long as it is a little white bear, the little white bear who will always accompany him and never give up is enough. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't care too much about whether the blood of the little white bear was noble or not. Chu Yan, you have to know that the cultivation method of our spirit beast family is very different from that of warriors. Warriors are humans, but we are beasts. Humans can awaken their martial souls, communicate with the world, and rely on their unique talents to achieve supreme achievements. The path to the pinnacle of martial arts, but we monsters. Speaking of this, Ba Hong looked at little white bear, and continued to say with a solemn face. We monsters don't have martial spirits, so if we want to achieve a higher level of cultivation and monster way, there is only one way, and that is, to kill and fight. Chu Yan, you may know that the advantage of our orc clan is the strength of our physical body. But do you know? Why is the physical body of our orc clan stronger than warriors of the same rank by 2 to 3 ranks? When Baong said this, the tone suddenly became tough, and the little white bear looking at Chu Yan was shining like a star. That's because every one of our powerful orc warriors has grown up in fighting and fighting. We continue to fight with the enemy. Even if we are injured and bleed, we will not stop. We will only continue to fight until the opponent falls down. Human fighters have the heart of martial arts. The stronger the heart of martial arts, the higher the future achievements. And we beast race also have the heart of beast martial arts. That is, never surrender. Fight to the death. Which one of the kings of monsters and beasts of each clan must defeat the opponents of the whole clan to ascend to the throne? This throne is piled up with their own blood. Even the mighty ones as strong as the demon emperor, they in a lifetime, the battles you have experienced are 100 times that of your human warriors. After finishing speaking domineeringly, he breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the tea, and started to taste it leisurely. In front of him, Chu Yan and little white bear froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. After a long time, Chu Yan quickly recovered from his absence, and looked at Ba Hong again with a hint of gratitude. Among little white bear's opponents, none surpassed the 8th level of true martial realm, and at the same time, no one dared to kill him. It turns out that all of this was controlled by the senior. Chu Yan smiled. Ah. I'm not afraid of fighting, I like fighting. The little white bear's face was full of excitement, and a pair of bear eyes shone with purple light. In a word, it immediately reminded Chu Yan that the first time he saw the little white bear was because it provoked a monster snake stronger than him, and after that, the little white bear was in various forests. As long as he saw the little white bear, those who are stronger than themselves will be excited to find each other to find a fight. It seems that the way of cultivating this monster is really as Ba Hong said. So, the purpose of my coming here this time is to hope that you will not trouble Nangongru for the time being. It's not because I favor her. After all, there are so many different opponents challenging little white bear. There is something useless, but she intended to help. I only need to say a few words, and everything will be much easier, huh? Ba Hong said with a light smile, his shining eyes were full of shrewdness. Old fox. Seeing Ba Hong's gaze, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, and then cursed secretly in his heart, but now, Chu Yan really planned to give up his plan to settle accounts with Nangongru. Okay. But, Senior, it's only a matter of time before I fight Nangongru. When Fang, Ba Hong shook his head and said with a smile, "This is out of my control." After finishing speaking, Chu Yan and Ba Hong looked at each other, and they both laughed lightly at the same time. Later, Chu Yan mentioned to Ba Hong that he would take the little white bear out for training. After chatting for a while, Chu Yan took the little white bear and got up to say goodbye. After leaving Ba Hong's residence hall, Chu Yan took the little white bear directly out of Longyuan Holy Land, and flew all the way to the north. All the way to the north, when Chu Yan was flying with the little white bear, he told the little white bear about collecting 8 animal hide treasure maps. For this, little white bear was very excited, and kept telling Chu Yan, through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness, the importance of this picture. But when Chu Yan asked the reason for the little white bear, it frowned and held back for a long time, but couldn't tell why. Chu Yan was speechless, but he also knew that this might be related to the memory of the little white bear's blood inheritance. One person and one bear, flying extremely fast, to the location marked on the treasure map, Tianshui Mountain, Longyuan Holy Land, End of the Moon. As one of the 3 great Jedi in Longyuan Holy Land, whenever the moon shines in the sky, there will be a strange moonlight, like a beam of light, falling on Jiuxiao, with a radius of 100 steps. At this time, strands of light blue spiritual energy will rise from the beam of silvery moonlight, lingering in clouds and smoke, like a poem, like a dream. On the edge of the cliff, on a white rock, a woman in a long lavender dress is forming a practice handprint with her hands, and she is practicing with her eyes closed. As she exhales and breathes, a wonderful cycle of integration with nature is formed, and between each cycle, within the range of moonlight, those light blue auras of the moon will hover around the woman's body and slowly flow into her body. In her body, she is constantly being absorbed and tempered by her. An hour later, the moonlight gradually receded. When the last light blue aura of the moon was sucked into the body of the woman in the purple skirt, she slowly opened her eyes. The faint blue light in her eyes flashed by, and the blue hair hanging lightly on her shoulders instantly rose without wind, fluttering and flying. Miss Chu Yan and Bai Xiong have been in the palace of Lord Baong for 2 hours. Seeing the woman wake up from her practice, not far away, a figure in a purple-black robe who had been waiting for a long time hurriedly said respectfully, "Baong." What did they say? Hearing this, the woman frowned slightly, stood up slowly, and stood on the edge of the cliff. The mountain moon roared past, blowing up her dark purple long skirt, revealing a faintly graceful and exquisite figure, protruding forward and backward, making people daydream and extremely attractive. Miss Hui, Ba Hong's resident spirit formation is too powerful, we can't get in. The purple-black figure standing with hands down looked extremely nervous, and explained softly. In addition, Chu Yan sent us to challenge the white bear in Tianyuan Valley, killed 3 and seriously injured 5. Trash, the woman in the purple skirt shouted after hearing Fang, her face darkened. This subordinate should be damned. Miss, please punish me. Hearing the woman in the purple skirt's coquettish shout, the figure in the purple-black robe was so frightened that he quickly knelt down and pleaded guilty. #C556 Tianshui Mountain Treasure. Mobilize people again, try to arrange more powerful people below the 9th level of true martial arts, continue to attack Bai Xiong, and never let Bai Xiong practice safely in the Longyuan sect. Yes, miss. But... The purple-black figure knelt on the ground, and slowly raised his head to look at the enchanting figure. When his eyes touched, his whole body trembled in fright, and he quickly continued. Just received the news that Bai Xiong and Chu Yan left Longyuan sacred sect together. According to reports from our people, they seem to be discussing the news of a treasure along the way. According to analysis, the 2 of them should be I went out to experience treasure hunting. Treasure? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the woman in the purple skirt frowned first, and then burst out laughing, coquettishly. Immediately release the news to all major forces, just say. Huatiani Bao is going to be born, let people from all over the continent go. That will be lively enough. Ha ha ha. In addition, send people to follow them, snatch treasures, look for opportunities, and let them stay there forever. Yes. Miss, this subordinate will leave. After the figure in the purple-black robe finished speaking, the figure slowly blurred, and soon disappeared on the spot. On Jiuxiao, the woman in the purple skirt turned around slowly, her eyes swept across the endless mountains below the cliff, and she lightly brushed the blue hair on her forehead. Road. Chu Yan. With me, Nangong Ro, for a day, you must fall in front of me. The whistling sound rushed to the clouds, echoing in front of Jiuxiao, for a long time. Tianshui Mountain, located in the extreme north of the extreme north continent, is covered with snow all year round and frozen for thousands of miles. Here, there are only snowflakes in the sky, endless ice fields, and extremely cold-resistant monsters and plants that live here. According to legend, countless years ago, Tianshui Mountain used to be the holy mountain of an extremely powerful empire. After thousands of years of prosperity, it gradually fell into the long river of wind and moon. As for the Tianshui Mountain area, even in ancient times, there are many ruins here, which have attracted countless warriors to come looking for opportunities. But thousands of years have passed, and there are few people here. Tianshui Mountain also gradually faded out of the sight of all warriors and forces. After 5 days, Chu Yan and Little White Bear finally arrived at the city closest to Tianshui Mountain. The two landed in the city, bought some necessities at the same time, and had a good rest for another day. In the early morning of the next day, one person and one bear left the city and went straight to Tianshui Mountain. After flying for 3 hours, within the vision of Chu Yan and Little White Bear, there was a vast expanse of Baikai. There is heavy snow all over the sky, endless white snowfields, and icebergs, and snow peaks as high as thousands of feet, which can be seen everywhere. The snow is so thick on the ground that ordinary people can't climb out if they step on it. No matter how thick the clothes you wear, within 2 hours, you will turn into popsicles and become a point in this world of ice and snow forever. Chu Yan and the Little White Bear walked slowly and quietly. In the heavy snow, the cold wind blew on the face, like ice skates, cutting the body. Looking up from a distance, there is nothing but snow and ice within the eyes. Even with the eyesight of Chu Yan warrior, he can't see the range of 5 miles. He can only release his spiritual sense at all times, and constantly check the surrounding environment. Half an hour later, Chu Yan and Little White Bear arrived at the foot of a snowy peak according to the map. After repeated confirmation, one person and one bear were very excited, and began to look for the treasure entrance nearby. An hour later, when they returned to the original point, their faces were full of wry smiles. What made Chu Yan extremely helpless was that although the 8 animal skin pictures clearly marked the entrance, they did not show that the entrance was opened. Method of entry. After the two of them searched around for a long time, they couldn't find the entrance at all, and they were extremely discouraged. Little White Bear, let's find a cave to settle down. It looks like the entrance is extremely secret. Chu Yan floated in the void, his eyes swept to the tall snow mountain not far away, and said to the Little White Bear. Ah. Boss, I can feel that the entrance is near here, but the induction is extremely weak. The Little White Bear howled, and while speaking, his palms flew up, toward the ground, and made palm prints indiscriminately. Boom. 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 Huge purple palm prints fell to the ground, blasting the snow, mist and ice shards flying in the sky, and at the same time, under the sunlight, the ice crystals below were shining brightly, incomparably gorgeous. Chu Yan shook his head, chuckled lightly, ignored the hot-blooded Little White Bear, turned around and flew towards the snow mountain not far away. Boom. 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 Behind Chu Yan, the Little White Bear stared at the bear's eyes, and kept making palm prints viciously, bombarding everywhere unwillingly. Boom, boom. The huge air explosion caused by the palm prints immediately caused an avalanche on the snow mountain not far away. A large snow sea churned like a sea, roaring and rushing in, covering the thick layer of ice that the little white bear had managed to break away. Ah! It's useless. Looking at the thicker snow layer in front of him than before, the little white bear was full of disappointment, screamed a few times, and finally gave up the direction of looking for the entrance, turned around and flew towards Chu Yan. Tianshui Mountain, in the cave. The fire inside the cave exudes scorching heat, making the temperature inside the cave much higher than outside the cave. On a stone slab in the cave, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, slowly entering the state of cultivation. He and Little White Bear searched during the day and practiced at night. As time flew by, the two of them had already spent 3 days in this snow-capped mountain. After a long time, Chu Yan slowly woke up from his practice, stood up, and walked out of the cave. Unexpectedly, in the snow mountain this day, there is a vision that suppresses the consciousness. Moreover, the suppression is getting stronger and stronger. While letting go of his consciousness, Chu Yan exclaimed in his heart, "In the past 3 days, the consciousness of Chu Yan and Xiao Baixiong has been declining, and now the consciousness of the two of them can only be compared to the innate realm warriors." However, within 3 days, Chu Yan and Little White Bear roughly confirmed the location of the treasure entrance. It was a huge white ice crystal with a height of hundreds of feet. Inside the ice crystal was a purple spirit pattern in the shape of a bear's paw. The shape of the spirit pattern was exactly the same as the bear's paw imprint on a treasure map. However, the hardness of the ice crystals is far beyond Chu Yan's expectations. Even with the Haotian sword, the progress of breaking the ice is extremely slow. However, today, Chu Yan is absolutely sure that he can break through the last 10 feet of ice crystal layer and activate the spirit pattern. Flying out of the cave, with a dodge, Chu Yan landed in front of a huge ice crystal, turned over with one hand, with the Haotian sword in his hand, he raised his hand and slashed out. Call out. The sword light condensed into a bright line, piercing straight into a huge ice hole in front of the ice crystal, making a sound of golden swords, blasting a lot of ice slag. At the bottom of the ice cave, a purple bear paw pattern is already clearly visible. Break it. With a soft drink, Chu Yan waved the long sword in his hand again and again, and the sword lights lined up in a line, and the sword light rushed out, cutting into the ice cave continuously. Clang! 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 One sword after another, the depth of the ice cave continued to increase. After half an hour, Chu Yan's face became extremely dignified. Even the little white bear who was rolling in the snowdrift not far away felt Chu Yan's breath, and quickly ran over. Boom, boom. All of a sudden, the ice crystal in front of him exploded, and a burst of purple light burst into the sky. The flying ice crystal fragments shot up into the sky, condensed into a purple beam of light, and went straight to Jiuxiao. At the same time as the brilliance was rising, suddenly, figures flew towards us from the snowflakes in the distance. All these people were full of excitement, armed with various spiritual weapons, some in small groups, some walking alone, turned into countless streamers, and quickly approached Chu Yan and the little white bear. Ha ha ha! It's right here, everyone, hurry up. Look over there, there is a strange light. Oh my God, that is the light of the spirit pattern array. Quick, hurry over, the treasure is about to be opened. Hearing the voice of the crowd, Chu Yan frowned suddenly, and slowly turned his head to look. #C557 entrance open. I saw, at the end of the vast white snow field in the distance, countless small black spots, flying in the air, flying towards this direction. Red, yellow, green, black, body shields of various colors envelop a personal figure. In a world of snow, colorful streamers flash across the sky, like a large meteorite of various colors, overwhelming the sky. Chu Yan took a rough look, and there were no less than a few thousand people, and there were still black spots flashing beyond the snow boundary. A large number of figures, like locusts crossing the border, fell in front of the purple beam of light in front of Chu Yan in less than 100 breaths of time. Fuck, there are so many people here. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan couldn't help cursing secretly with his face full of astonishment. Ah. Boss, what's going on? How do they know about this place? The little white bear stood by Chu Yan's side, looking warily at the falling figures in all directions, and his spiritual sense transmitted his voice. If the treasure map hadn't been leaked out, or else, we would have been followed. Frowning tightly, Chu Yan's face was solemn. After a little thought, he guessed. The treasure map, the first four have always been with me. Shen Xingjia and Bai Wuxuan are unlikely to do this. The only possibility should be that when we left Longyuan Holy Land, we were followed by someone, and this person even encouraged more people. While Chu Yan was speaking, he pulled the little white bear and began to move around, away from the purple beam of light. Now the situation has changed suddenly. No matter whether they are the ones who opened the treasure entrance or not, if they are conspicuous at this time, it is very likely to cause a siege. Therefore, Chu Yan, who quickly calmed down, took the little white bear, and when these people just appeared, they all watched the timing of the purple beam of light in surprise, and slowly disappeared into the crowd. Oh, boss, what should we do now? There are already tens of thousands of people here, and there will be more and more in the future. After hiding in the crowd, there were noises from all directions, and the little white bear couldn't help roaring impatiently. After all, this treasure has a vital role to it. Humph. If you want to snatch the treasure from me, it depends on whether they have the ability. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, swept towards the crowd, and said coldly. And? This treasure is different from other treasures. It should not be like an ordinary place where relics are inherited. In the last treasure hunt, Chu Yan got a treasure map given by Pavilion Master Shen, and he found the treasure easily to open the spirit pattern. It was only because the birth of Mitian ancient city was too loud that it attracted a large number of warriors. But this time, the spirit pattern of the treasure key is wrapped in 100-foot-long ice crystal, which even the Haotian sword can hardly break through. You must know that the Haotian sword, which has been upgraded several times, is no less sharp than the ordinary Huatian Lingbao. It took Chu Yan 2 hours to break the terrifyingly hard ice crystal with the Haotian sword. Daytime. However, how many people have a spiritual weapon like Haotian sword? Therefore, even if ordinary warriors obtain the treasure map and find the ice crystal wrapped in the key spirit pattern, they may not be able to break through it at all, and they will not be able to open the treasure. It can be inferred from this that the original owner of this treasure set it up in such a way that it is clearly a test. Therefore, this treasure is not something that anyone can easily obtain. Boom, boom. Just as Chu Yan was communicating with Little White Bear's consciousness, the purple beam of light suddenly exploded, squeezing the surrounding air and void, making the sound of bursting air, like thunder roaring. Look, the treasure entrance is about to open. Haha. Maybe it's a treasure from the ancient times, this time it's developed. Quick, get ready, I want to be the first to rush in. I stole the rare treasure. Ha ha ha. Following the sudden change of the purple beam of light, the crowd suddenly became agitated, approaching the ever-increasing purple beam of light like a tide. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After the purple beam of light grew to a range of 1,000 steps, it finally stopped, and at the same time, the entire beam of light began to tremble and twist and deform. After a few breaths, what appeared in front of everyone was a huge purple light door with a height of 100 feet. The two doors were separated and slowly opened left and right. Come on. I stole the rare treasure. Mine, it's all mine. The huge purple light door is constantly opening, leading to a hazy purple passage inside. Whoosh. 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 At the same time, countless figures flew out and flashed towards the passage of the light gate. The crowd seemed to explode. Everyone shouted and flew towards the half-open light gate. Chu Yan held down the excited little white bear, looked at the half-open light gate, and slowly shook his head. Pung! 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 Among the crowd, hundreds of people with the highest cultivation and the fastest speed, the moment their bodies stepped into the range of the light gate, suddenly, streaks of strange light shot out from the light gate, blasting all these people into flying clouds all over the sky minced meat. Hundreds of warriors lost at the same time, without even screaming. What? Not good. There are restrictions. Rewind. Go back. Oh my God, it's terrible, why can't I go in? All kinds of exclamations sounded, and at the same time a large number of figures flew towards the light gate, facing the blood mist and the sky filled with pieces of meat, turned around sharply at the same time, and fell back to the original point. All of them looked at the gate with horror. In front of the light. At this time, on the snow in front of Guanmen, there was a hill of corpses and rotten flesh, and a large snow layer stained red with blood, which looked extremely bloody and terrifying. Really? Seeing this scene, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth lightly grinned, and he thought to himself. Sure enough, it's not that simple. It seems that the powerful man who left this treasure has set his own rules, and not everyone can enter it casually. And these fighters, most of them are disciples of the sect, usually go in and out of the small world of the secret realm inside the sect, come and go freely. They never imagined that even entering the passage of the secret realm would lead to the danger of loss. The secret realms in the sect have all been explored by the experts in the sect, so naturally there is no problem, and there is no comparison with this place of secret treasures in front of us. It seems that there is a restriction on the level of cultivation. Those who died just now were all of high cultivation. No, I saw that there were a few people who were fast but not high in cultivation, and they were also lost. Strange, is it an age restriction? What should I do? How can I enter now? Fart, it's obvious that the gate of light is not fully opened, and the restraint of the spirit array is unstable. In the crowd, all kinds of speculations and discussions arose one after another, and many people gathered together, constantly discussing countermeasures. Soon, the huge purple light that was hundreds of feet high finally opened completely, and a golden light group slowly rose from the light gate, exuding dazzling golden light. A huge golden bear paw print, floating in the air. At the same time, as soon as the golden bear paw print stabilized, it cast a golden light, which landed in front of the huge purple light gate, paving a golden passage leading all the way to the purple gate. This. Can I enter? I don't know, it seems to be okay. Seeing this scene, many people in the crowd started to move again, and gathered in front of the light gate again. After all, everyone knows very well that whoever can enter the light gate earlier has a greater chance of getting the treasure, and if he enters later, he may not get anything. I'll try. After observing for a while, in the crowd, a tall young man strode out. His whole body protected his body, he pushed it to the extreme, and the thickness reached an astonishing 10 feet, and stepped carefully towards the light gate. #C558 Stone Palace. A burst of purple light and golden light flowed at the same time. After stepping into the gate of light, the figure of the tall young man did not trigger any restriction. After a few strides, he passed through the golden passage, and his figure disappeared into the gate of purple light. Haha, you can go in, go ahead. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Seeing the tall young man successfully entered the gate of light, dozens of warriors who were close to the gate of light suddenly unfolded their movements and flew towards the gate of light. Pung! 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 However, just as their bodies rushed into the light gate, purple lightning flashes reappeared, blasting the bodies of these dozens of people, and their flesh and blood flew. What? No, it's really conditional. Who was that guy just now? Why did he get in? The crowd retreated violently again, away from the Guanmen, and there was an uproar. Disciple of Longyuan Sacred Sect, can you enter? Chu Yan stood behind the crowd, frowning slightly, with a look of doubt on his face. The disciple just now was wearing a fiery red patriarchal robe, with a golden dragon pattern embroidered on his chest. Obviously, it was the patriarchal robe of a disciple of the Longyuan Sacred Sect. Chu Yan has been observing carefully and clearly saw these details. Especially the dozens of disciples who were banned and killed later. Chu Yan could see clearly that none of these people were disciples of Longyuan Duanzong, so Chu Yan guessed that the prohibition of the Purple Light Gate did not attack Longyuan, a disciple of the Holy Ancestor. No. It should be. I know. Chu Yan, who was constantly thinking, suddenly brightened his eyes, and a flash of understanding flashed in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan raised his hand and turned it over, and a token appeared on his palm, which was exactly the token of 10,000 Beasts Gate that Chu Yan obtained from Qin Ming last time. This token. It is a powerful sect on the extreme northern continent, the token of the Wanshaman. This 10,000 Beasts sect is famous for raising monsters and spirit beasts. Almost every disciple in the sect has a spirit contract of 1 or 2 monsters, and they use them as their main combat power. And this token of the 10,000 Beasts Gate is the token of a special space that accommodates spirit beasts and monsters. Little White Bear, don't resist, I will put you in the spirit deed space, and let you out after entering the secret realm. Chu Yan smiled at Little White Bear. Ah. The Little White Bear looked at the token of the beasts in Chu Yan's hand. His face was full of doubts, but he completely trusted Chu Yan, so he nodded and agreed without thinking about it. Swish! Under the movement of Chu Yan's consciousness, the Little White Bear suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared into the token of beasts in Chu Yan's hand. Immediately, Chu Yan put the 10,000 beast order in his arms, strode out, and walked towards the Purple Light Gate. Look, someone is looking for death again. Haha, it would be great to have an explorer who is not afraid of death. Just now hundreds of people rushed into this light gate, and only one of them entered. The probability is only 1 in 1,000. It's really life or death. Just wait and see, another person will be lost. The crowd of tens of thousands of people, seeing Chu Yan heading towards the light gate, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Under the sound of various discussions, tens of thousands of spiritual senses enveloped Chu Yan at the same time. These spiritual senses are all to investigate Chu Yan's details, so as to judge the conditions for entering the light gate. Call. 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 Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness condensed, forming a thick shield of spiritual consciousness in the body, and at the same time, the whole body's true energy surged out, driving the body's protective true energy to a thickness of 30 feet more exaggerated than the previous one. At the same time, Luo Sha, when Lian Yu unfolded, a large black airflow enveloped his whole body, completely enveloping himself in the black airflow. Looking from a distance, Chu Yan, at this time, like a black cloud, is slowly drifting towards the light gate. Tens of thousands of spiritual senses landed on the black clouds, and suddenly disappeared without a trace like mud cows falling into the sea. In fact, according to Chu Yan's judgment, of course, these body protection methods are not needed. These layers of protection covering Chu Yan's body are just a means of Chu Yan, and he does not want these people to know the restrictions on entering the light gate. Hum. Hum. The black cloud came into contact with the gate of light, and within the huge gate of light, purple light and golden light flowed at the same time, trembling slightly, but no restriction was triggered. Soon, the black clouds and Aoki disappeared into the purple light gate as tall as a city gate, and disappeared without a trace. What? How is this possible? He actually went in. Damn, what's the situation? What are those black air currents in his body? I can't detect his cultivation at all. This person's spiritual consciousness is extremely powerful. I haven't detected it either. Then why won't he be attacked by the light gate? Who knows? Among the crowd outside the Guanmen, all kinds of curses rang out, and under Chu Yan's various methods, no one knew the reason why Chu Yan was able to pass through the Guanmen. Therefore, tens of thousands of warriors stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, anxious and helpless, and dared not step into the gate of light at all. After all, before knowing the triggering conditions of those attack prohibitions, entering the light gate rashly is tantamount to gambling with one's life. Swish! In front of Chu Yan's eyes, a piece of purple shone. After stepping into the light gate, Chu Yan seemed to have entered a purple passage. In addition to the purple light, golden streamers shone in all directions, like golden rivers, in the purple world. Flowing in the air. Chu Yan restrained the Rakshasa domain, body protection, and spiritual consciousness. At this time, he has entered the light gate, and these blindfolds are meaningless. The conditions for passing the Guanmen are not limitations of cultivation, age, or sect. According to the result of Chu Yan's divine sense probing the tall young man, there is only one and only condition for any warrior who wants to pass through the entrance of this light gate. That is, you must enter with your spirit beast or monster at the same time. Chu Yan can quickly determine the conditions for entering the Guanmen, precisely because the spirit pattern of the key to the Guanmen was inspired by him, so his consciousness has a weak connection with the Guanmen. The moment the tall young man stepped into the gate of light, Chu Yan clearly sensed that the spiritual power of the gate of light swept over the spiritual beast jade charm on the tall young man's body, allowing him to pass through directly. The spirit beast jade talisman is a kind of warrior on Haotian continent, who carries his own monsters and spirit beasts. The most common storage jade talisman, a spirit beast jade talisman, can only accommodate one monster or spirit beast. In terms of function, it is inferior to the Wancho token that can accommodate 10 monsters. As Chu Yan strode forward, it didn't take long for the purple light channel in front of him to tremble slightly. In an instant, the scene in front of Chu Yan changed suddenly, and he finally stepped out of the light door channel. Keeping his feet firmly on the ground, Chu Yan let go of his spiritual consciousness in an instant. His whole body surged with true energy, and he looked vigilantly in all directions. Within the eyes, there is an open world, with mountains and endless. At a glance, this world is all composed of mountains, like a sea of mountains. In the whole world, spiritual power is abundant, and there is a violent aura faintly diffused between the heaven and the earth. Chu Yan's eyes swept across, and soon, he looked straight ahead, his face froze, and his eyes flickered. I saw, not far away, between two giant peaks that reached as high as 10,000 feet, a magnificent and huge stone palace stood between the two mountains. It should be in this stone palace. Chu Yan calmed down a little, and then released the little white bear, one person and one beast, and flew towards the stone palace. #C559 Demon World. After flying for about 10 breaths, passing 1,000 steps of wide stone stairs, they came to a huge square. The ground was full of metal stone bricks, black and shiny. From a distance, it looked like a black mirror, extremely hard look. The square is surrounded by purple rocks in all directions, and the stone wall is hundreds of meters high, full of complex patterns, exuding wisps of spiritual energy fluctuations. Obviously, the entire stone palace is enveloped by a spiritual formation. In the middle of the small square, a huge stone tablet stands. On it, there are circles of golden halos, which move up and down, vibrate the space, and rub against each other. It is like the sound of beasts roaring, echoing throughout the square. At this time, the tall young man who entered this place, before Chu Yan and the others, was standing in front of the stone monument in the square. Chu Yan and Little White Bear immediately flew down to the small square, walked up to the stele, and looked up. I saw that on the stone tablet, from top to bottom, densely packed with a strange kind of writing, the handwriting is obscure, revealing a violent air, extremely ancient and desolate. Between the golden hook and the iron stroke, the domineering side is exposed. What text is this? What is written? Chu Yan looked at it for a long time, but couldn't see why, so he turned to look at the little white bear and said. The little white bear's eyes sparkled, with a proud look on his face, he blinked his big black eyes, and laughed. Ah, boss, this is the Yaozu script, from ancient times, I'll read it to you. Turning around, looking at the row of words on the top of the stele, little white bear read softly. Old man Xie La, the ancient Song La Dao, the high priest of the tribe, when he was injured, in order to continue the tribe's inheritance, he specially passed on the blood of the tribe Song La Dao and left it here. I hope that the blood of our family scattered across the continent can be found. Here, inheriting the roots of the tribe, it will rejuvenate the tribe every day. Let my Song La Dao stand on the top of the continent again. Those who come here, whether they are humans or my orcs, as long as they can complete the assessment, they can all get rewards. Those who pass 5 levels in a row can get all the inheritance of my Song Zhong Dao. After reading, little white bear looked at Chu Yan and said, Boss, you still have to accept the test. Okay. Chu Yan nodded, the inheritance of Song La Dao in the ancient times? This surprised Chu Yan greatly. To know. The ancient period is nearly 100,000 years away from the present, and the ancient period is even more distant, probably more than 1,000,000 years. After such a long time, the relics of the Song La Dao can still be preserved. Chu Yan was amazed. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, in the distance, one after another figures flew over, landed on the square one after another, and gathered towards the stone tablet. Chu Yan glanced back. Unexpectedly, in less than an hour, so many people could pass through the light gate and reach the stone palace. However, tens of thousands of fighters have gathered outside the Guanmen, and of course, there are some talented people among them. With continuous attempts, they will be tested by them sooner or later if they pass the conditions of the Guanmen. These people gathered in front of the stele. Someone recognized the text and read it aloud while others were listening carefully. What? Standing at the side, Chu Yan's face suddenly turned cold. He clearly felt that as the man continued to read the words on the stone tablet, a strange wave of power suddenly appeared in the void of the entire square. And as it gets closer to the end of the text, the power fluctuation becomes stronger. The others were all attentively listening to the man reading the inscriptions on the stele, and no one, like Chu Yan, noticed the faint changes in the void. Hum. Hum. Just as Chu Yan was looking around, a ball of brilliance suddenly flashed on the square, like a ball of light. When it stretched suddenly, it turned into a row of more than a dozen substantial stone gates, standing on the square. These dozen or so stone gates are extremely thick, and they all look exactly the same. Above the stone gates, a row of large purple and gold characters floats. The first test, choose the door to enter, come out alive. The vision in the square immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hundreds of people walked from the stone tablet to the stone gate. Little white bear, sense it and see which stone gate we pass. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then turned his head and said to little white bear. Okay. The little white bear nodded, and then sat cross-legged. The bear's eyes were closed tightly, and wisps of monster energy gushed out from the bear's body, poking towards the dozens of stone gates. Little white bear's demonic aura is pure lavender, like smoke and mist. Monster beasts are different from warriors. Warriors are divided into true energy and spiritual consciousness, while monsters and spirit beasts only have monster energy. The stronger the monster energy, the stronger the cultivation base and strength. Call. After a while, the little white bear let out a sigh of relief, got up from the ground with a grunt, and said via voice transmission. Boss, I want to go through the 9th stone gate. After saying that, little white bear twisted his head and walked towards the 9th stone gate. Seeing this, Chu Yan no longer hesitated, strode out, and entered the stone gate at the same time as Little White Bear. A void vortex suddenly appeared. In the vortex, two figures, one black and one white, flashed out of it, and in an instant, the sharp aura was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, flying in all directions. Well, fortunately, it's safe for now. The moment Chu Yan stepped into the stone gate, he released his breath and consciousness to prevent him from entering the first test and falling into danger. The purple gold text on the stone gate clearly stated that the first test, as long as you can survive the test, you can pass the test. It can be seen that this test is extremely dangerous. Keeping his feet on the ground, Chu Yan looked at Zhouguo's environment. There's such a strong demonic aura here. The sky was blood red and the light was dim. In the distance were continuous black mountains without a single tree growing. In the small river at the foot of the mountain, there was actually bright red blood flowing. The whole world is desolate, lingering with the breath of blood and terror, like an abyss refining domain. In this world, there is no trace of spiritual power. Running true qi, Chu Yan found that the cyclone in the body had been maintaining a slow movement. At this time, it was not running smoothly, only going out but not in, and there was no supplement of heaven and earth aura. Chu Yan frowned slightly. In such a place without the spiritual power of heaven and earth, if ordinary warriors come here, if they don't have enough pills to restore their true qi, they will probably run out of true qi after 1 or 2 battles and lose all their combat power. However, this is not a big problem for Chu Yan. As an alchemist, he has at least 1,000 bottles of rejuvenation pill in his Rakshasa space. Even if he stays here for a year, he will not be afraid of true energy. Insufficient. Different from Chu Yan, the Little White Bear felt the strong demonic aura in this world, and suddenly his spirit was shocked, and he screamed in excitement. Clang! Chu Yan drew out the Haotian sword, randomly chose a direction, and strode out. Where he and Little White Bear are now, is on the top of a small hill. Walking down the hill, there is a black stone forest in front of you. Stones of various shapes and sizes are piled up to form a mountain. The strong wind blows through this stone forest, and the airflow under the agitation, there was a creepy hissing and howling sound. Stepping into the stone forest, Chu Yan walked less than 100 steps, and saw a withered skeleton. The gloomy air flow lingered on the skeleton, as if a soul was weeping softly. This place is okay. Chu Yan has practiced Raksha Wuji divine art, and has condensed the Raksha demon body and Raksha practice domain. Not only will he not feel uncomfortable in this kind of yin qi forest, but he will be more relaxed. #C560 Blood-eyed golden nematode. Just like the last time in the Tiandang Mountains, when we found the Black Palace with Qilin Horn, the tide-like evil spirit might scare the souls of ordinary people, but to Chu Yan, it all became a great tonic for Rakshasa. And the Little White Bear grew up surrounded by killing and bloodshed since he was a child. This kind of gloomy environment not only does not scare him, but makes him curious. Holding the Haotian sword in his hand, Chu Yan stepped into the depths of the stone forest, his spiritual consciousness was released, and he walked forward step by step. After walking not far, Chu Yan was stunned and stopped. Not far away, on the pile of blood-colored stones, a black beetle the size of a round table, staring at a pair of blood-red eyes, stared closely at Chu Yan and the Little White Bear. This beetle is as big as a millstone, with a thick carapace, and a dark body. 8 thin legs like blades support the body, dormant and motionless. If it wasn't for Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, it would be difficult to spot it with the naked eye. Exist. Blood-eyed gold worm. The Little White Bear rushed to Chu Yan's side at once, his bare eyes widened, and he was very nervous to transmit a voice to Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. You know. Chu Yan couldn't recognize the beetle monster after watching it for a long time. Unexpectedly, the Little White Bear recognized it at a glance. Ah. Boss, I am a spirit beast with inherited memories. Of course I know this kind of ancient monster. Hearing Chu Yan's question, the little white bear grinned, showing his white teeth. Whoosh! At this moment, the blood-eyed golden nematode burst out into a stream of black light, attacking Chu Yan. Die! As soon as the monster worm moved, the monster energy swept out, and its cultivation had actually reached the 5th level of the true martial arts realm. Chu Yan held the sword still, clenched a fist with his left hand, and condensed the Tiangang strength into a fist seal, and blasted out. Thump! The fist print bombarded the demon worm's body, the power exploded in an instant, the air exploded, and there was a huge air explosion sound. The blood-eyed golden nematode was hit by Chu Yan's Tiangang strength, and was crushed instantly, and exploded with a bang. The blood of the black monster worm sprayed out. The strength of this monster is average. But the ability to hide aura is extremely powerful. If you didn't notice it just now, it would be really dangerous to be attacked by it. After killing the demon worm, Chu Yan swallowed the next recovery pill. Driven by his true energy, his spiritual consciousness doubled like a tide, and spread in all directions. The stone forest is huge, even comparable to a large forest, stretching over several mountain ranges. Going all the way, after walking for half an hour, Chu Yan's consciousness even discovered the fluctuation of the spiritual power of a lingbao. However, near the place where the spiritual power fluctuated, there were several powerful demonic auras, which seemed to be fighting, and the aura fluctuations were extremely chaotic. Go, take a look. Rakshasa's true energy circulated. Chu Yan restrained his breath with all his strength, and instantly turned into a black streamer, and his movement unfolded, bringing out an afterimage. After 10 breaths, Chu Yan and Little White Bear landed on a low mountain. Leaning out of the boulder, his eyes swept towards a sandy field in front of the short mountain, where 2 tall monsters and a figure were fighting fiercely. The violent vigor radiated out, and the nearby stones and ground were constantly blasted away. Someone! Chu Yan's eyes froze, his pupils shrank. It's a warrior who also entered the number 9 stone gate. After a brief observation, Chu Yan saw the battle situation clearly. It was 2 huge monsters like crocodiles, with big mouths open and sharp claws, gleaming with cold light, and a human warrior, fiercely fighting. On a stone not far from them, a silver saber was stuck obliquely, and the rich spiritual power spread out. The grade of the spiritual saber has actually reached the stage of transforming the sky. The cultivation of that human warrior had reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, and he fought against 2 monsters alone. Friends over there, come and help me, I will thank you with 100,000 stones. The human warrior obviously also discovered the existence of Chu Yan, and immediately shouted towards Chu Yan's position. In this kind of secret place, sometimes, the threat posed by human warriors is even more terrifying than monsters. Therefore, the appearance of Chu Yan doubles the pressure on this warrior when he fights. Therefore, simply speak out and try, at least let Chu Yan show himself. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the 2 crocodile monsters who were fighting with the warrior suddenly gave up the battle in front of them, dropped their human opponents, and at the same time turned around and flew towards Chu Yan. The 2 crocodile monsters sensed that Chu Yan's cultivation was lower than that of the human warrior in front of him, and he was obviously easier to deal with. The sudden change made Chu Yan and the human warrior startled at the same time, but the man relaxed, turned around and pulled out the Tianhua Lingbao, swallowed a pill, stood aside, waiting and watching the changes. There is no plan to help Chu Yan at all. In his opinion, once Chu Yan died, the stored jade talisman would belong to him. It was extremely difficult for him to deal with the combat power of these 2 monsters, and it was definitely not something that an 8th-level true martial artist could deal with. On the dwarf mountain, Chu Yan sneered. Roar! Roar! The 2 crocodile monsters flew between them, turning into 2 red streamers, and went straight to Chu Yan at an astonishing speed. Just when they stepped within 1,000 steps around Chu Yan's body, the Haoyan sword in Chu Yan's hand moved. The shining black and white two-color sword glow is exactly the powerful sword light that exploded after the fusion of the devil energy and vitality in the cyclone, and it fell straight on a crocodile monster. The sword shadow flashed and directly chopped the crocodile monster in two halves. What? This, so strong. The warriors on the flat ground, including another monster, shook their bodies at the same time and were shocked. However, the other monster did not retreat but advanced, its whole body erupted in an instant, doubled its speed, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on Chu Yan. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! One after another sword lights crisscrossed, no more, no less, exactly 13 swords, enough to form a huge sword net, covering the other monster. The flickering sword net, as soon as it touched the body of the crocodile monster, immediately cut the monster into dozens of large pieces of meat, and fell to the ground. Not good. This person is extremely powerful. Seeing this scene, the man immediately fled away, turning into a stream of light and flying towards the distance. Hee, you run really fast. But, you didn't come to provoke me, so I won't attack you either. Chu Yan looked at the flying figure and chuckled, but he could understand this person's actions. After all, monsters and humans are threats in this kind of secret place, so only those who are cautious can live longer. Immediately, Chu Yan dug out the monster crystals from the corpses of the two crocodile monsters, looked at them casually, and threw them to the little white bear. The two demon crystals at the peak of the 8th heaven of true martial realm are just right for little white bear to improve his cultivation. Ah, what a powerful monster in this demon crystal. It's so cool, boss, let's find some more. The little white bear swallowed 2 monster crystals in one gulp, his eyes brightened in an instant, and the monster aura on his body actually condensed a bit. Excited, the little white bear howled, turned into a white streamer, rushed to the distance, and began to look for other monsters. Monster. Hee. Chu Yan chuckled, put the sword back into its sheath, and with a flash, followed the little white bear, and flew out. Not far away, a few miles away, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness just happened to sense a monster with a 9th level cultivation of the true martial realm. It looks good and is very suitable for shooting. #C561 Little White Bear Advances. In a blink of an eye, Chu Yan has been in this bloody world for 2 days. With the little white bear, Chu Yan killed nearly 30 monsters in total, including 6 monsters who had half-stepped into heaven. Among them, I encountered a half-stepped heavenly monster with 2 wings and fought with Chu Yan for nearly 100 moves. Chu Yan fought to get injured before beheading it. If Chu Yan hadn't awakened the soul skill of Suzaku martial soul last time, the palm of the 2-winged tiger would be enough to seriously injure Chu Yan. But now, only 3 blood marks were left on Chu Yan's body. However, even so, Chu Yan was shocked. Injured. As Chu Yan continued to go deep into the depths of this bloody continent, he had already traveled thousands of miles, but he didn't find an exit to get out of this bloody world at all. In the depths of the Scarlet Continent, the cultivation base of monsters is getting stronger and stronger. Along the road, Chu Yan has encountered no less than 100 corpses of human warriors. This also allowed Chu Yan to collect hundreds of jade talismans, the wealth of which made Chu Yan very happy, and there was also a Huatian Lingbao, more than a dozen other real martial arts Lingbao, hundreds of kung fu cheats, spirit grass. There are countless primordial stones. It's a pity that these hundreds of corpses of warriors have been dead for too long, and their qi and blood have dissipated, so they cannot be used as materials for burning corpses and refining qi. Otherwise, if they accumulate more, Chu Yan can improve his cultivation level by 1 level. Call. On the little white bear sitting cross-legged, a violent demonic aura suddenly erupted, soaring into the sky, turning into a huge golden bear, with purple eyes surrounded by lightning, roaring towards the sky, roaring into the sky. advanced. Chu Yan turned his head to look at the little white bear with a happy expression on his face. Ah! The little white bear jumped up from the ground, roaring excitedly. At this moment, the strong demonic aura emanating from it was exactly the 8th level of true martial arts cultivation. Swish! As the little white bear woke up from training, the huge bear shadow behind it instantly turned into a stream of light and retracted into its body. Oh, boss, this place is great. The speed of cultivation is 100 times faster than outside. Excited little white bear. After turning around Chu Yan a few times, I was very excited. In this blood-colored world, it swallowed dozens of earth-level demon crystals in less than 3 days, coupled with the strong heaven and earth demon aura. It was so excited that it didn't want to leave. I didn't expect that this is the first test, and it will be of such great benefit to little white bear. Then the next 4 tests. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled. It seems that this place of inheritance of Xie La Jiao is indeed no small matter. Even if it is me, I have gained a lot of benefits. There are as many as 10 spiritual treasures found in this bloody world alone. Although many of them have dissipated their spiritual power due to too long time, there are still 1 or 2 that are intact. The pieces are not of low quality. Let's go. Let's continue to find the exit. Immediately, Chu Yan and little white bear turned into 2 beams of light and flew deeper into the Scarlet Continent. Okay. Not long after flying, Chu Yan discovered a bloody vortex, suspended in the void, slowly rotating, and it was extremely conspicuous in the large black spacetime. Another bloody vortex. Since Chu Yan stepped into this bloody continent, this kind of bloody vortex has often appeared, and sometimes there will be monsters jumping out of it, but most of them have no movement, just suspended there. Chu Yan and little white bear didn't stop, they flew directly above the bloody vortex, and continued to fly forward, looking for the exit and monsters. Not long after Chu Yan left, a red figure appeared in the bloody vortex. This is a figure, the whole body is shrouded in black robes, and even the head is covered with a huge hood, and the face cannot be seen clearly. Quack quack quack. After 1,000 years, I, Mo have finally come out. The black figure slowly raised his head, glanced at the blood-colored sky, took a deep breath, and the hood slipped down, revealing a pale face without a trace of blood. I don't know what happened to my black blood temple for thousands of years. No, I want to leave here as soon as possible and return to the temple. Swish. The blood-colored vortex trembled suddenly, and a red lion monster rushed out of the vortex, like a bolt of blood-colored lightning, and rushed towards the black-robed Mo. Okay. Suddenly, Mo turned his head violently to look at the lion monster that was pounced on, and there was a bloody red light in his pair of blood eyes. With just one glance, the whole body of the lion monster was startled, and the figure that shot out suddenly turned sharply, trying to escape. Quack quack, what a good food, I still want to go. With a tremor, Mo immediately stood in front of the lion beast, raised his hand and stretched out his pale 5 fingers, and suddenly grabbed the lion beast. Roar! As Mo grasped the lion monster with all 5 fingers, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Pillars of blood sprayed out from the lion monster, rushed into the air, turned into a huge blood ball, buzzing and trembling. In the blood ball, a red demon crystal exploded loudly, and the majestic demonic aura exploded. It quickly melted into the blood, making the blood even redder. Call. Mo casually threw away the shriveled corpse of the lion monster, sucked it in with his mouth, and the blood in the air turned into a stream of bloody water, all of which were sucked into Mo body. Ha ha ha. It's so delicious. Such a strong demon power can't be found in the outside world. My strength has recovered a little. Mo raised his head and laughed, extremely proud. Huh. How come there is a human breath? Suddenly, Mo Kuei shook his nose vigorously, with ecstasy on his face, suddenly soared into the sky, turned into a stream of blood, and flew towards the direction where Chu Yan had just gone. The bloody world will always be dark. There is no difference between day and night here, there are only endless black mountains and black skies. After flying for several hours, Chu Yan finally began to approach the central area of the blood-colored continent. There was an endless forest of dead trees, all kinds of dead trees without leaves, standing tall and short, under the blood-colored sky. It looked extremely eerie. In the deadwood forest, the evil spirit was so strong that it formed a thick fog that dispersed the entire forest. Under the cover of the fog, it was impossible to see the scene several miles away. Hey! There are power fluctuations over there. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is powerful, several times stronger than the little white bear. As soon as he reached the edge of the deadwood forest, Chu Yan sensed a faint wave of breath in the forest. However, this fluctuation may be a powerful monster, or it may be a human warrior, or even a spirit treasure, which is too weak for Chu Yan to distinguish clearly for the time being. Whoosh! Under the urging of true energy, Chu Yan's figure flashed out and shot towards the forest. For Chu Yan, no matter what it is, since he found it, he naturally has to check it out, maybe he will find something. 100 miles away, Chu Yan and Little White Bear arrived in only half an hour. That's the exit. Spiritual consciousness gushed out in an instant, covering a tall stone gate, and Chu Yan's eyes suddenly sparkled. The shape of this stone is almost exactly the same as what he saw in the square. Inside the stone gate, black brilliance flows, and there is a breath of space-time spirit patterns. That's right, it should be here. This is the stone gate passage leading to the second level. Chu Yan was pleasantly surprised, and immediately flew out, one after another with the little white bear, approaching the stone gate. Haha, another hooked. Hashtag C5627 Color Lotus. Suddenly, a tall beast came out from behind the stone gate, and at the same time, a violent monster breath swept the audience like a gust of wind. A pair of bloody beast eyes stared at Chu Yan closely, and the cruel demon light flickered, as if Chu Yan was already a piece of food in its mouth. Transformation Heaven Realm Monster Beast. Chu Yan looked at this ape-like monster, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face sank. The cultivation of this monster had already reached the first level of the Heaven Transformation Realm, but it was Chu Yan who had met so far in the Scarlet World. The strongest monster I have ever seen. The strength of the monsters in the Heaven Transformation Realm is 2 or 3 ranks stronger than those of the warriors of the same level. According to the level of cultivation of the warriors, they are at least equivalent to the warriors of the Third Heaven Transformation Realm. It guards this stone gate, and has continued to devour several powerful warriors. After absorbing the blood of human warriors, it is full of monster power, and there are faint signs of breakthrough. If it swallows the human in front of it again, it may be promoted directly. Up. Roar. With a roar, the ape-like monster leaped out and flew into the air, as if a mountain peak was suppressing towards Chu Yan. Shintian Fire Body. Raksha Demon Physique. Chu Yan sneered, and unfolded the dual body training. Fighting monsters, physical defense is extremely important. Clang. With the sword in his hand, Chu Yan soared into the sky with the sword, facing the demon ape. Ha ha ha, that's great, I'm still a body trainer, as long as I swallow your flesh and blood, I can definitely advance. The monster ape spit out human words, and when he saw the body training aura on Chu Yan, he became even more excited, and the monster aura surged all over his body. Eat me. Humph. I hope you have this strength. Chu Yan was extremely fast, and rushed to the monster ape in an instant, slashing out with a sword. Call out. With a sword swung, the air suddenly froze, and a wave of extremely sharp sword energy spread in all directions. At the same time, a black and white sword light drew a dark crack in space, like thunder and lightning, flashing and extinguishing. And cut straight at the monster ape. Swordsmanship? No matter how gorgeous martial arts are, they are not as powerful as our monster clan. The demon ape roared. Raising a huge fist, the demonic aura soared to the sky, and a punch was blasted out. Suddenly, in the void, a bloody river roared and rolled, beating the void, causing waves of shaking, and crushing towards Chu Yan. Boom! The blood-colored fist print rubbed against the void violently, making the fist print continuously skyrocket, like a boiling volcanic magma river, with extremely violent power, collided with Chu Yan's sword light, and made a shocking explosion. Boom, boom. The air explosions exploded in succession, and the air waves soaring into the sky, like sandstorms, rushed in all directions. This demon ape is so powerful. The sword light in front of Chu Yan collapsed, his face was dignified, the Haotian sword in his hand trembled, and the sword light surged again. Human, if you can take my punch, you have some strength, but with this punch, you will die. While the demon ape was speaking, thick demonic energy gathered on his right fist, blood-colored fist prints appeared, and the violent aura continued to explode, blasting all the surrounding air into dust. Roar! Under the roar of the sky-shaking beast, the monster ape suddenly punched out, and as soon as the huge fist was blown out, it exploded a huge hole in the void in front of it, bursting out with the sound of explosions, and slammed towards Chu Yan. Rush away. Well done! Chu Yan narrowed his eyes, and with a sword in his hand, he slashed out heavily. Call out! The sword light shot into the night, and it was unparalleled in sharpness. It cut through with a sword, and directly divided the huge fist mark into two, and the fist mark was scattered. What? This, how is it possible? The blood-red pupils of the monster ape shrank sharply, its monster aura suddenly trembled, and its face was full of horror. Sword of Qianquan. This sword is not only fast, but also extremely fast. When it is so fast that even the opponent, even Void, has no time to react, a single point of the sword tip can break through the entire surface, killing with one blow. Quick, Ku Jianwei. And the power of the sword makes the sword even faster. In the end, the universe of the sword is complete, and the point of the long sword ignores all defenses. A slashing sword came before him, and the long hairs all over the monster ape's body instantly exploded. In a panic, he used all his monster power to form a huge monster shield in front of him, ready to resist this shocking sword. Boom! There was no accident. As the sword light passed by, the demon force shield shattered in response, and the sword light continued to charge forward, slashing fiercely on the demon ape's chest, drawing a finger-deep sword mark. You are so strong. It's a pity. The monster ape trembled all over, looked down at the wound on his chest that was dripping with blood, turned around in an instant without any hesitation, turned into a stream of blood, and fled away like lightning. Want to escape? Chu Yan sneered, the light of the Haotian sword in his hand soared, and when he slashed out with a sword, the blood clouds in the sky rolled up. The sword light was like a flash of thunder and lightning, crossing the void, and slashed heavily on the back of the demon ape. Roar! The scream of the monster ape resounded through the heavens and the earth. It was extremely stern, turned over and fell from the air, and its life was cut off in an instant. Little white bear, hurry up, collect the demon crystal, let's go to the next floor. Chu Yan yelled at the little white bear, then took out the elixir, sat down cross-legged, and began to recover his true energy. For 3 consecutive days of fighting, Chu Yan consumed nearly 100 recovery pills, which can be described as a huge consumption, but compared with Chu Yan's inventory, it was like 9,010 cents. It is with these pills that Chu Yan can fight unscrupulously in this bloody world. Ah! Not long after, when the little white bear turned back happily, Chu Yan's true energy had almost recovered, and then, one person and one bear turned around and walked towards the stone gate. Hum. Hum. Fluctuations like water ripples spread out, and Chu Yan and Little White Bear have already stepped into the stone gate. However, Chu Yan, who had just stepped into the Sherman, looked at the ground inside the Sherman with his eyes, and his face was startled. Tianhua Lingbao. A giant cyan axe, with a length of half a foot. On the body of the axe is densely packed with cyan spirit patterns, which are extremely complicated. A faint golden air flow is constantly flowing on the blade of the axe. When you reach out and touch it lightly, just that air flow makes Chu Yan's double body training felt an unbearable feeling. What a powerful heaven-transforming spiritual axe. Bring this spiritual axe to senior brother Tianquan, it's just right for him. Nodding in satisfaction, Chu Yan put away the spirit axe, strode out, and stepped out of the black light passage of Sherman. An hour later, in front of the stone gate, Mo Kuei, who was completely covered in black robes, looked at the corpse of the monster ape in front of him. A gleam of joy appeared on his face, and then, his figure flashed, grabbing into the stone gate. However, the moment he passed the stone gate, the handprints of both hands flew, and dozens of handprints were made in an instant, and his true energy was like a sharp arrow, shooting towards the void around the stone. A series of spiritual powers suddenly appeared around Sherman, and the spiritual power merged and merged, instantly turning into a big net, completely covering Sherman, and soon, Shimon's figure continued to blur, and finally, it disappeared in front of my eyes, completely becoming a transparent body. Hey. With this secret technique, other people will never try to pass through here, just wait for me to come back and hunt. Mo Kuei's figure rushed into the stone gate passage and disappeared instantly. Walking out of the passage, Chu Yan is currently scanning the world in front of him. Soon, he found himself in a huge stone room, 10,000 steps in length and width, surrounded by an empty space, all black stones, which could be seen at a glance. In the middle of the stone chamber, there is a huge pool, above which is covered with green duckweed, lotus leaves, green and bright. A strip of colorful koi swims between the pools, flicking its tail and flowing, bringing out little water ripples on the surface of the pool water. What a big lotus! Chu Yan glanced across, looking at a huge lotus flower, the size of a house in the middle of the pool, and exclaimed. #C563, meet Zeline again. What surprised Chu Yan even more was that under the beautiful and dazzling 7-color lotus, there were dozens of figures standing there, obviously warriors who came here before Chu Yan. This person is actually faster than me. Chu Yan's expression froze. He didn't expect that the dozen or so stone gates on the first floor would lead to this place. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan took the little white bear and walked towards the crowd. Excuse me, have you all passed the first test? Chu Yan walked to the side of the crowd and asked a young man in a red robe with his hands clasped. Pass? Yes, we came in from the square and stayed here for several days. The young man in the red robe looked at Chu Yan and replied with a tired face. Huh. Come in from the square, go straight here. Chu Yan was stunned, and quickly realized that the dozen or so stone gates in the square had a lot of mystery. The 7-color lotus is actually a test of physical strength. This is too difficult. While the fire-robed youth was speaking, he looked at the 7-colored lotus with a bitter expression on his face. Test the physical strength. Chu Yan was startled, with a look of astonishment on his face. Since Chu Yan practiced, he has participated in many various trials and tests. This is the first time I have heard of this physical strength test. In the pool under the colorful lotus, there is a small platform, just enough for one person to sit cross-legged. At this time, a martial artist sat cross-legged under the 7-color lotus. His eyes were closed, his brows were deeply frowned, obviously he was undergoing a test. Beside the small pond, dozens of fighters, some sitting cross-legged to adjust their breath, some stopped to watch. Little White Bear, this test should be set up for you monsters and spirit beasts, you should also adjust your breathing, and we will go up and test it later. Chu Yan spoke to Little White Bear via sound transmission from his spiritual consciousness. Ah. Boss, there is a stone tablet here, come quickly. The Little White Bear has already run around the pool. In the corner of the pool, a half-person high stone tablet was found, and he immediately wailed to Chu Yan Dao. When Chu Yan approached, the Little White Bear had already started to read those monster characters. Physical test. This 7-color lotus has 15 layers of petals. Each layer of lotus petals represents the first level of physical pressure. Only those who can withstand the pressure of the 10th level of lotus petals can pass this test. If you have a second chance, you can't pass. Those who are directly eliminated. The 10th level of pressure counts as a pass. Chu Yan raised his brows, but he was also a little unclear, how much is the degree of first-order pressure? Then, both Chu Yan and the Little White Bear looked at the 7-color lotus. The warrior who was taking the test at this time, with Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, immediately discovered that his cultivation base was around the 7th level of the true martial arts realm. If this person has not practiced special body refining techniques, his physical strength should be about 10% of Chu Yan's. At this time, on the 7-color lotus, the outermost black lotus petals exuded a faint black light. Obviously, the physical pressure this young man is currently bearing is only 1 level. Soon, as the lotus petals lit up one by one, the young man's body trembled slightly, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. It seemed that the current 4 lotus petals had reached his limit. Chu Yan looked at the crowd by the pool. Those who adjusted their breath may have just finished the test, while those who stopped and watched may be waiting for the second test. Test the physical body? Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, with a slight smile of disdain on his face. He is a dual-body training warrior. Among the warriors in the entire extreme North Continent, the physical strength is higher than his own. No. Between warriors and monsters, the physical strength is a huge gap, which is difficult to bridge. After all, the physical strength of monsters is just like the true energy of martial souls of warriors. It is the foundation for their survival, and it is by no means comparable to human bodies. Hey, senior brother Chu Yan. Suddenly, a sweet voice came from behind. Hearing the sound, Chu Yan turned around and saw a few figures walking out of the passage. All of them were dressed in cyan robes. They were the disciples of the Xianqi sacred sect. Among them was a beautiful figure, dressed in white like snow, with a dazzling figure. It was Yi Zilin. Junior sister Yi, why are you here? Seeing Yi Zilin, Chu Yan asked with a hint of doubt on his face. I heard that there is a secret apocalypse here, so I want to experience it. Yi Zilin walked to Chu Yan's side. A moonlight-like smile appeared on her glamorous face, which made several disciples of the Xianqi sect who were traveling with her stunned and their eyes shine. They came together with Yi Zilin. Although they were amazed by Yi Zilin's stunning beauty, they never thought that this woman could be so beautiful with a smile. That picture, like the picture of the 9 heavens ladies, makes people feel suffocated, as if the whole world is lit up. Junior sister Yi, this is. Among the blue-cloaked disciples, a handsome young man glanced at Chu Yan and asked Yi Zilin. Can make Yi Zilin so enthusiastic, and even smile at her. What kind of ability does this person have? Brother Jianghua, this is also a disciple of Zhu Tian Peak, named Chu Yan. Yi Zilin introduced Chu Yandao to the handsome young man beside her. When she rushed to Tianxue Mountain, in front of the Guanmen Passage, she met several people from Jianghua who came to strike up a conversation. Seeing that they were disciples of the Xianqi sacred sect, Yi Zilin dealt with them casually. To take care of them, Yi Zilin gradually became acquainted with them. Yes. Disciple of Absolute Heaven Peak, not bad. Jianghua nodded, showing a very calm expression. He had been practicing for more than a year, and returned to the sect to participate in the 9 Summit Martial Arts. He didn't know Chu Yan, who had only been in the sect for less than half a month. I am acquainted with a disciple of Tianjuetang in Jiuxiao Peak. When I return to the sect, I will greet him. I will take care of ordinary disciples like you. Naturally, it will benefit you. Jianghua looked at Chu Yan with a look of arrogance, as if a senior was taking care of a junior. Junior sister Yi, junior brother Chu, the inheritance test of this secret realm is not bad, you should practice more, and when I get the inheritance here, I will give you some pointers. Jianghua's attitude is gentle and approachable, but that tone. Chu Yan and Yi Zilin looked at each other, and at the same time their faces were startled, and then a smile appeared in their eyes at the same time. The Shancher Sacred Sect is a place where the most talented people gather in the extreme North Continent. There are countless such geniuses with eyes higher than the sky, but it is not uncommon to speak so loudly. Get the legacy. Give me some pointers. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, and there was a faint disdainful smile. I probably didn't figure out what kind of inheritance is here, so it's hard to say who can get the inheritance, just like that. From getting the treasure map to now, Chu Yan has always had the feeling that this place of inheritance has a lot to do with Little White Bear. In addition to the first level, hunting monsters, and the second level of physical testing, all signs indicate that this place is very likely to be the inheritance of a monster clan's power. Chu Yan estimated that these people didn't even look at the steel on the square, and stepped directly into the stone gate to take the test. Puff. At this moment, the martial artist under the 7-colored lotus suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot in both eyes, opened his mouth and sprayed out a bloody arrow, and his whole body trembled violently. At this time, the 7-color lotus above his head had just lit up 6 lotus petals, which was quite a distance from the standard of 10 petals. The warrior struggled to stand up, flew back to the pool, hurried to the side, swallowed the elixir, and began to heal his wounds. #C5642 after 3. Junior Sister Yi, you can adjust your breath for a while, and I will help you after I pass the lotus test. Jianghua looked at Yi Zilin with a noble smile on his face, looking extremely personable. Before the others could react, Jianghua jumped and landed on the small stone platform under the 7-colored lotus, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated. According to his thinking, as long as he can pass this test with strength, Yi Zilin will definitely look sideways. At that time, a small character like Chu Yan, even if he has known Yi Zilin for a long time, will not be able to compete with him at all. After all, in the martial arts world, the strong are respected. Junior Sister Yi, this level tests the strength of the physical body. Have you ever practiced body training? Chu Yan asked Yi Zilin. Don't you remember my 9 colors different light shield? Although it's not as good as your Shantian fire body, it should pass the test. Yi Zilin looked at Chu Yan, smiled involuntarily, her eyes sparkling. At the beginning, when she met Chu Yan, in the top 100 battle of the Imperial list, the first shock that Chu Yan brought to herself was to break open her own 9-color strange light shield. Brother Chu Yan, just call me Zilin from now on, okay? Yi Zilin focused gently, looked at Chu Yan's beautiful eyes, blinked twice, flickering. Okay. Chu Yan was taken aback, but thinking of the whole Shancher sacred sect, only Yi Zilin came to the same empire with him, so he nodded and said. At this time, under the lotus of 7 colors, the 3rd lotus petal has been lit up, and Jianghua's test speed is extremely fast. After another 10 breaths, the 7-color lotus above Jianghua's head lit up 6 pieces, and the speed did not weaken at all. Chu Yan, I heard that Jianghua is a disciple of Tianjing Peak, Shengtiantang, and he is listed among the top 100 in the extreme northern state, and his strength is very strong. Yi Zilin softly introduced to Chu Yan. Top 100 list? It seems that the physical strength is not weak. Chu Yan nodded and continued to watch Xuanhuan's test. At this time, the 8th petal of the 7-color lotus lit up for a long time, but the 9th petal did not move for a long time, and the speed decreased significantly. Finally, after a full 100 breaths of time, the 9th lotus petal on the top of Xuanhua's head finally lit up, which immediately caused exclamations from the surrounding crowd. Who is this person? He even rushed to the 9th piece. It seems to be Xuanhua, from Shancher Shengtiantang, amazing. It looks like he should be able to pass the test. Yeah, as long as you pass the 9th piece and hold on for another one, the 10th piece will pass. Everyone was amazed and tensed at the same time. So far, no one has passed this test. If Xuanhua can pass, he will be the first warrior to pass the 9-color lotus test, and his chances of getting the inheritance will be greatly increased. That's right, I'm afraid this person's cultivation has reached the heaven transformation realm. Chu Yan raised his brows, and secretly praised in his heart, the warriors who can be ranked among the top 100 in the extreme north are not only powerful in cultivation, but also have such a terrifying physical body. However, the pressure exerted by the 9th lotus petal on Xuanhua was significantly stronger. At this time, Xuanhua's body shook slightly, his face was red, the veins on his forehead were faintly visible, and his breath was quite heavy. In an instant, the 10th lotus petal finally lit up. Although Xuanhua's body was crumbling, as if he would be unable to bear it at any time, he finally survived the half an hour of the 10th lotus petal. At the moment when the 11th lotus petal flickered, Xuanhua opened his eyes. Haha, no. It's not too difficult. Without breathing evenly, Xuanhua laughed loudly. Xuanhua succeeded. Passed the test. Awesome, 10 lotus petals, such a strong body. Bukue is the pride of the top 100 in the extreme north. He was the first to pass the test. It seems that this inheritance must belong to it. Seeing that Xuanhua passed the test, the crowd was in an uproar, and there were all kinds of exclamations. Swish! At this moment, the colorful brilliance of the 7-color lotus burst out, covering Xuanhua's body, and Xuanhua disappeared on the small platform in a blink of an eye. 10 lotus petals? I don't know how much pressure is on 15 lotus petals. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and murmured, then, he turned his head to look at Xie, and said softly. Xie, do you want to test? Now that Xuanhua has passed the test, Chu Yan already has a good idea about the test of the 7-color lotus. As for whether Xuanhua can get the inheritance first, Chu Yan is not in a hurry at all, so he intends to let Xie test first. Okay. Gently nodded, Xie's white shadow flew out, lightly landed under the 7-color lotus, and started the test. Xie's test surprised everyone. Her test speed was more than twice as fast as Xuanhua's. In less than 10 breaths, it has reached the 8th lotus petal. After another 10 breaths, the 9th lotus petal lights up. After 100 breaths, the 12th lotus petal lights up. At this time, everyone saw a slight change in Xie's face, her eyebrows were slightly twisted, and her face flushed. What, so fast? Oh my god, it's 12 pieces. The strength of this woman's physical body has surpassed that of Xuanhua. Another genius who passed the test, the second in a row. The disciples of the Shancher sacred sect are indeed geniuses. Everyone was talking about it, their faces were full of shock, and they all looked at Xie in disbelief. In the midst of the discussion, the 13th petal of the 7-color lotus suddenly flashed and then went out. The 7-color lotus shot out several beams of light, covering Xie's figure and teleporting away. Brother Chu Yan, I will wait for you at the 3rd level. As Xie's figure disappeared, her delicate voice echoed. Others don't know the horror of Chu Yan, but Xie knows it all too well, so she naturally has no doubts about Chu Yan's ability to pass the test. Wait for him. Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Ziling's message, and then showed a look of ridicule. Among the crowd, many warriors have already tried this test, but none of them passed. The difficulty of this level is much more difficult than hunting monsters. At least hunting monsters can also use martial arts and secret skills, but this test of physical strength can only be resisted, there is no other way. Therefore, it is very difficult to pass this test, far exceeding the similarity. They all feel that there is no hope of passing the test, and now, how many people in a row can easily pass it? It's just impossible. Hearing Yi Ziling's message, Chu Yan nodded, then turned to look at Little White Bear, and said, "Little guy, let's go." According to Chu Yan's idea, he must ensure that there will be no accidents during the test of the Little White Bear, and then test it himself. If he tests and teleports away first, if there is any accident during the test of the Little White Bear, he and it are in two places. There is no other way. "Ah, boss, look at me." The Little White Bear grinned, showing a mouthful of fangs, and jumped onto the small stone platform. Following Little White Bear's test, everyone's faces turned livid. Little White Bear's test speed was even faster, and with just one glance of everyone's eyes, he rushed to the 10th lotus petal. In the next half an hour, the hair of Little White Bear's whole body gradually turned purple gold, and he tried hard to hit the 13th lotus petal. Finally, the moment the 14th lotus petal shone, the Little White Bear howled and waved his palms at Chu Yan, and his figure disappeared into the colorful teleportation brilliance. Damn, the body of this monster is strong, it's over so soon. 13 pieces, less than half an hour, the bloodline of this spirit beast is definitely not low. Excellent, after 3 times in a row. Could it be that the pressure of the 7-color lotus has weakened? Amidst the crowd's discussion, a warrior's words immediately caused everyone to be stunned. Immediately, a figure rushed to the small stone platform before Chu Yan, and sat cross-legged with a happy face. #C565 Huatian Golden Armor. When everyone saw that they were preempted, they immediately looked disappointed, as if the pressure of the 7-color lotus had been reduced by half. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan just smiled lightly, waiting for the warrior who rushed to test. Sure enough, in less than 100 breaths, when the 6th lotus petal lit up, the warrior's face was contorted, and he was in great pain. Puff! A big mouthful of dirty blood spewed out blood mist, and his body collapsed instantly on the small stone platform. Swish! Colorful streamers flashed, and this martial artist who failed the second test was directly eliminated and was teleported out of the stone chamber. Damn, he lost, failed. I just said that the pressure of the 7-color lotus can't be weakened, so what to grab? Forget it, I'll just wait. Seeing this scene, everyone shrank their necks, and while their faces were full of disappointment, they stopped scrambling to go up for the test. Seeing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly, jumped and landed on the stone platform. Facing hundreds of warriors, Chu Yan raised his mouth slightly, and then crossed his legs and closed his eyes gently. Hum. Hum. Soon, Chu Yan felt a strange force acting on his body from top to bottom. That kind of feeling is like an elephant sitting on his buttocks, exerting 1,000 caddies of strength in an instant. However, compared to Chu Yan's current physical strength, not to mention one elephant, even if it is 10, Chu Yan can easily bear it. Moreover, Chu Yan did not use the Raksha demon body and Shantian fire body, he just wanted to try and see how far his real physical strength has reached now. When a warrior is practicing, the martial soul draws the spiritual power of heaven and earth, pours it into the body, tempers the body, and transforms it into pure qi to improve the cultivation level. As for the improvement of cultivation, first of all, the strength of the physical body needs to be continuously strengthened to store more true qi, and at the same time be able to withstand the operation of more and more violent true qi power. The power of the 7-color extreme lotus. The rapid increase, Chu Yan only felt that the pressure on the body was getting bigger and bigger. However, it was much easier than he expected. Then, Chu Yan concentrated and calmed down, controlling the infuriating energy in his body to evenly disperse in the flesh and blood all over his body, resisting the pressure brought by Xie La. In less than 10 breaths, the 7-color lotus has lit up 9 petals, and the speed is far faster than anyone else. It's not so easy, is it? When the 10th lotus petals lit up, Chu Yan felt a little bit of doubt in his heart. This was already at the passing line, but Chu Yan was only slightly blocked in breathing, and he was still far away from the limits of his own body. It seems that the Rakshasa promise art can temper the physical body far beyond the same level of exercises. After the Jiuxiao palace last time, when Chu Yan was practicing the Raksha Wuji divine art, he felt more and more the extraordinariness of this technique, but he did not expect that it would be so powerful. It's just right, I won't use the body training technique to see the limit of my physical body. After Chu Yan made up his mind, he restrained his spiritual consciousness, urged the 8 cyclones with all his strength, and guided the true qi to disperse all over the body. If there is too much pressure, he will strengthen the infusion of true qi. The 11th lotus petal shines brightly. The 12th lotus petal shines brightly. After more than 10 breaths, Chu Yan rushed directly to the 13th lotus petal, and his breathing gradually became heavier. Although the circulation of qi and blood in the body has been significantly slower, but Chu Yan is full of true qi, and when he supports it, there is nothing he can handle. 13 lotus petals. 14 lotus petals. The 7-color lotus lights up extremely fast, and in less than 30 breaths, it has already lit up to the 14th lotus petal. At this time, there was silence in front of the entire pool, everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes were round, and their jaws almost fell off the ground. How is this possible? This kid actually rushed to the last lotus petal in just a few dozen breaths. This human body is even more terrifying than that monster just now. Is this still a human being? The last lotus petals were shining with colorful lights. On the huge lotus, a heavy pressure that had condensed into substance directly evolved into a fully bloomed lotus of 7 colors. Body. In an instant, Chu Yan only felt that it was like a mountain of 10,000 zhong falling towards him. I don't believe it, you can overwhelm me. Chu Yan clenched his teeth, the muscles of his whole body were as hard as rocks, and the mist from a trace of sweat diffused around Chu Yan's body. It can be seen how strong the pressure of the last lotus petal is. However, at this time, the 8 cyclones in Chu Yan's body were moving like flying, and the flood-like true energy kept pouring into all parts of his body, resisting the heavy pressure with all his strength. Finally, after a few breaths, the mountain-like pressure on his body receded slowly like a tide, and the 15th lotus petal completely lit up. Chu Yan took less than 100 breaths of time in total, and the speed was astonishingly fast. Swish! At this moment, the entire 7-color lotus overflowing with colorful light shot out a dazzling 7-color glow, projecting towards Chu Yan. In the rays of the sun, a piece of golden armor fell straight down and floated in front of Chu Yan. Tianhua armor. Seeing the golden light shining, and a mighty golden armor falling in front of him, Chu Yan certainly understood that this was his customs clearance reward. This is rewarding Hua Tian Lingbao. This is too easy. Chu Yan looked at Baojia, waved it away, blinked, and murmured. Puff. Puff. As Chu Yan's words spread, the warriors by the pool felt a mouthful of old blood suffocating in their chests, and almost spit out their mouths. Easy. There are so many warriors among them, the most powerful one can only rush to the 7th lotus petal, and it is almost impossible to even pass it, but now, in the mouth of this black-robed boy, it turned out to be too easy. This still makes people alive. Immediately, in the glow of the sky, Chu Yan's figure slowly disappeared. The scene changed, Chu Yan's eyes blurred, and the next moment, he appeared on a vast grass field, with the little white bear beside him. The little white bear was looking at him excitedly, screaming to make Chu Yan's consciousness recover quickly. This is the third level. Seeing the little white bear, Chu Yan immediately felt relieved, and looked up to check the surrounding environment. Okay. As soon as his consciousness recovered, Chu Yan felt his body sinking, and a strange force fluctuated around him, sealing all his true Qi cultivation base. After being activated several times, the 8 cyclones in the body stagnated, unable to activate even a trace of true energy. What's the situation? Sealing cultivation base. Surprised, Chu Yan turned his head to look at the little white bear, and found that the little guy's evil spirit was also sealed, and his face was filled with astonishment. Ah. Boss, this level is a battle, look at the wooden monument here. The little white bear stood in front of a large wooden pillar, pointed his palms, and shouted at Chu Yan. This level, fight with physical strength, the spirit beast and the spirit contract warrior win at the same time, and then you can pass. As soon as little white bear's voice fell, a huge wave of power suddenly came from the entire grassland. Hum. Hum. The entire void kept trembling, and then one big and one small, 2 figures of light and shadow twisted and appeared on the grass. A tall black bear, and a man with a sword, all over the body, with a violent aura, and when the eyes rolled, they glared at Chu Yan and the little white bear in an instant. Roar. Kill. One person and one beast came rushing at the same time, with killing intent soaring. Little white bear, do it. #C566, meet the rage. Chu Yan gave a soft drink, drew his sword backhand, and rushed towards the middle-aged man with Hao Yan's sword in his hand. Clang! With one strike, the long sword in the opponent's hand exploded, turning into countless fragments and falling to the ground. Call out! With another sword, the sword's shadow shuttled, drawing a half-moon curved shadow, like the light of a consonant, across the void, although there was no real energy to urge the sword light, but the sword intent and sword power in Chu Yan's heart had long been integrated into the soul. In the case that the opponent also has no true energy, Chu Yan's swordsmanship is even more terrifying than that of the same level of warriors. Puff! The blood burst out, a head was thrown flying, and the young man's body was toppled, turning into a ray of light, which flickered twice before disappearing on the spot. It's still that simple. Chu Yan chuckled, turned around and walked towards little white bear's battlefield. Bump! 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 Not far away, the little white bear stood up, and with the black bear, he clasped his palm, his teeth and claws fluttered, and he slapped his body with violent force, making a loud noise. Roar! Roar! The little white bear, with a purple light in his eyes, swung out his palm, and the black bear backed up 7 or 8 steps violently, while the opponent's bear's paw hit the little white bear, but it just made the little guy's body tremble. The power of 2 giant bears, one black and one white, competes against each other. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan gave up the idea of going up to help, and decided to let the little white bear face the battle by himself. Originally, Chu Yan's character was extremely defensive. Since getting along with little white bear, he never let little white bear suffer. But after listening to Peak Master Ba Hong's words last time, he was greatly touched. Chu Yan has been thinking about it for the past few days, and finally agreed with Peak Master Ba Hong's words. Therefore, Chu Yan planned to start arming the little white bear. He had just obtained the heaven-transforming golden armor in the 2nd level, and Chu Yan left it for the little white bear. Roar! Roar! The fighting state of the little white bear is extremely fierce, and there is a huge difference from the usual simple and honest appearance, roaring and shaking the sky. Chasing after the black bear monster, the bear's paws were shot continuously, completely gaining the upper hand. At this time, the little white bear completely crushes the black bear, no matter in strength or speed, especially in intelligence. Monster beasts confront monster beasts, power collides with each other. The two monster beasts are only in front of each other, they don't talk about moves, they just attack each other crazily, even if they are injured, and the monster blood is sprayed, they will never retreat. Opponent. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Yan suddenly had a hint of understanding in his heart, and his eyes flickered endlessly. About half an hour later, the little white bear finally slapped his opponent to death, ending the battle. Ah! The little white bear stood in front of the opponent's corpse, and roared towards the sky. The roar of the bear shook the sky, and the domineering aura rushed straight to Jiuxiao. This scene fell into Chu Yan's eyes. Suddenly, Chu Yan felt that the little white bear seemed to become stronger. Ah, boss, it's done. The little white bear screamed and ran in front of Chu Yan, even though the bloodstains on his body were still bleeding, but his face was full of pride, but he was extremely excited. Okay, not bad. I will reward you with a spirit armor. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan summoned the heaven-transforming golden armor he had just obtained in the second level, and threw it to the little white bear. Ah, boss is the best. After receiving the spiritual armor from Chu Yan, little white bear wiped his own purple blood on his body and rubbed it on the armor. Immediately, the heaven-transforming golden armor emitted a dazzling golden light, and a ball of golden light rushed out from the armor, rising into the air, twisted, and turned into a beast shadow, roaring towards the sky. Huh! There's even a weapon spirit. Chu Yan stared at the golden phantom in midair, his eyes trembled, and he was startled. You must know that there is a chance that spirit treasures above the heaven transformation realm will appear as artifact spirits, but the chances are extremely low, not even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Chu Yan did not expect that the rewards given by this Xie La Jiao inheritance would be so precious. Okay, after returning to the sect, I'll help you upgrade this spirit armor. At that time, I'm afraid it won't lose to the worst Tong Tian Lingbao. Nodding his head, Chu Yan said to the little white bear in golden armor. Ah! Boss, I feel that this spirit armor is so strong, and it has my blood, and is connected by a strange consciousness. The little white bear was wearing a golden armor, waving his palm prints, and the sound of breaking wind howled in all directions. This piece of spirit armor should have been the spirit treasure of the strong monster clan before, and it is suitable for you. Chu Yan smiled. Hum. At this moment, in the sky, suddenly 2 clusters of purple light descended from the sky, like 2 purple stars outside the sky, falling in front of Chu Yan and little white bear. This is the 8th grade spirit pattern. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan held the jade talisman in front of him, and began to examine it carefully. Time and space diversion talisman. The spiritual consciousness penetrated into it, and a short introduction text gushed out from the spirit pattern and appeared in Chu Yan's mind. Time travel. Destroy the spirit pattern, you can move thousands of miles in an instant, can be used 3 times. Nice one. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect the reward of this level to be hundreds of times stronger than the previous level. With this spirit pattern jade talisman, no matter what dangers you encounter in the future, as long as you activate the jade talisman, you can move thousands of miles in an instant. It is definitely a good thing to save your life. Swish. Swish. When Chu Yan and little white bear had just put away the time-space shifting talisman, 2 golden lights descended from the sky, covering the 2 of them, and their figures disappeared instantly. The 4th level, start. This level returned to a hall again, and Chu Yan faced a 3rd level monster of the heaven transformation realm at the same time, and the battle broke out instantly. This rhinoceros monster is not only far superior to Chu Yan and the little white bear, but also the defensive power of the thick armor. Even if it is Chu Yan's Haotian sword, it can't break through it with all its strength. Although Chu Yan and little white bear teamed up to fight against each other, the strength of the other party was far beyond their imagination. After 100 moves in a row, both Chu Yan and the little white bear were seriously injured, which made Chu Yan suddenly furious. Summoning the white tiger martial soul, under the urging of Chu Yan's whole body, the white tiger martial soul swayed and turned into a height of hundreds of feet. With a tiger palm, he slapped the rhinoceros beast directly into a meatloaf. After using their whole cards, Chu Yan and Little White Bear successfully passed the 4th level and were teleported to the last level. However, just after appearing on a vast grassland, Chu Yan and Little White Bear were so frightened by the scene in front of them that they almost jumped up. I saw that within sight, the entire grassland was densely packed with all kinds of monsters. The moment Chu Yan and Little White Bear appeared, tens of thousands of monsters with different cultivation bases all looked at them. Tens of thousands of pairs of blood-red beast eyes are like a sea of red stars. Only the monster aura rushing out of those monsters merges together to form a sea of monster aura thousands of miles away, covering the sky and the sun, and blocking the entire area. Sky. Fuck, how do you fight? Chu Yan's eyes were red and he was sluggish on the spot. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The sea-like group of monsters did not give Chu Yan time to think, and they rioted at the same time, gathering into a frenzy of thousands of beasts, rushing towards Chu Yan and the little white bear. Thousands of beasts are running wildly. The monster is soaring. The ground trembled. The sky trembles. The huge beast horde of 10,000 monsters, just the momentum, is unbearable. Fighting against tens of thousands of monsters with the strength of 2 people, how could it be possible to pass? Chu Yan, who recovered from the shock, broke out in an instant. Under the bloody golden pupil, behind him was a phantom of a Rakshasa demon god, soaring into the sky. Swish! Flipping his hands, a jade bottle appeared in Chu Yan's hand. It was exactly the bottle of Baoyuan pill that Chu Yan got in the ancient city of Meitian. Humph. Since that's the case, accept the wrath of the supreme myriad souls, the divine beast of the 2 heavens. All of you, let me die. Raising his head, while Chu Yan swallowed the next broken yuan pill, behind him, a ball of red light and a ball of white light rose into the sky. #C567 High Priest of Purple Thunder. Roar. The white tiger spirit, as tall as a mountain, fell heavily in front of him 1,000 steps away. A pair of golden eyes, like 2 golden blazing suns, shot out thousands of golden lights, roaring into the sky, and the demonic aura filled the sky like a whirling cloud, dissipating in an instant. Chirp. Like a round of fiery red sun, soaring into the sky, the naked Suzaku mythical beast swayed flames all over the sky, burning the whole sky into a bright red. In an instant, the world and the ground were filled with a sea of flames. Ah! With the backing of 2 great beasts, the little white bear roared and stood up, the purple demonic aura all over his body surged like a tide. In an instant, it turned into a giant golden armored bear, 15 feet high, standing like a mountain peak. Facing the frenzy of 10,000 beasts, 1 sparrow, 1 tiger and 1 bear, like 3 lofty mountain peaks, Optimus Prime. With Chu Yan's long sword in his hand, black clouds billowed all over his body. Under the swing of the sword, he brought the twin beasts and the golden armored giant bear, and headed towards the tide of 10,000 beasts, rushing head-on. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, the color of the sky and the earth changed, the violent murderous aura and the soaring monster aura collided fiercely like 2 seas of clouds, and thousands of thunder roared in the sky. Roar. Chirp. Ah. Facing the 2 divine beasts and tens of thousands of monsters, they were so frightened that the beasts were galloping like crazy just now, and they collapsed in an instant. To escape from here. However, on a small hill in the distance, a black figure surged into the sky with true energy all over his body, with a sneer on his face, and driven by his divine sense, the 2 divine beasts turned into 2 bolts of lightning, 1 white and 1 red, and rushed towards him. Beast tide. Boom. 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 The berserk fireball, the tiger's paw stomping down, smashed the sky and slaughtered in the beast tide, and countless beast carcasses and blood mist scattered the whole land. At this time, above the sky, a row of golden characters floated out. Chu Yan looked up and said softly, "The fifth test, in the beast horde, to support the time of 100 breaths, is to pass the test. And 85 breaths. And 83 breaths." Boom. 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 Fireballs exploded in the herd. Hundreds of monsters turned into fire beasts, screamed and fell to the ground, rolled, and set a large piece of grass on fire. And 51 breaths. And 46 breaths. Tom. 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 Every time the tiger paw, which is as huge as a house, is stepped on, dozens of monsters turn into a pile of minced meat and mud. Kill and slaughter. Across the prairie, a huge feast of massacre is going on. And 10 breaths. And 6 breaths. Finally, the countdown of time above the sky ended, and the entire grassland had turned into a field of blood, with corpses of monsters everywhere, and blood flowing all over the ground. Within 10 miles in front of Chu Yan, it is like a Rakshasa hell. Hum. At this moment, a thick purple gold beam of light descended from the sky. Then, under Chu Yan's close gaze, a phantom old man in purple armor appeared in that beam of light. This is... Chu Yan was stunned. Unexpectedly, there was a figure appearing in the beam of light. The old man was suspended in the beam of light, but his figure was illusory, and 2 purple lightning lights appeared faintly in his eyes. The eyes containing lightning first glanced at Chu Yan, then swept across the audience, looking at the vast grassland. However, with just one glance, the old man's figure suddenly trembled, and the illusory figure suddenly froze, with a look of disbelief on his face full of horror. What? You killed the beast horde. This? How is this possible? How did you do it? The old man suddenly turned his head to look at Chu Yan and the little white bear beside him, with an extremely excited expression. Who are you? Chu Yan's whole body was filled with black energy. Although he had withdrawn the Suzaku and white tiger spirits, the effect of the broken yuan pill hadn't passed. Chu Yan could only activate the Rakshasa domain to consume the continuously gushing true energy. Old man Xie La, High Priest of the Xie La Jiao tribe. The old man's expression gradually calmed down, and he smiled lightly. What? Although he already had guesses in his heart, Chu Yan was still stunned when he heard the old man's self-report. Your talent and strength are very strong. You know, even in the ancient times, almost no one could pass the inheritance test of my Xie La Jiao. I didn't expect that today. Someone not only survived the 100 breath time, but also kill all the beast hordes. It's a miracle. Speaking of this, Xie La, who had already calmed down, became emotional again. It's a pity. If there were geniuses like you in my tribe back then, I believe that the catastrophe would have been completely different. Sigh. Speaking of this, Xie La Tsongtsong's face was full of disappointment. Xuanhuan looked at the past and was disappointed for such a long time. He never expected that there would be hope in the day he hadn't waited for. Moreover, this ancient Xie La Jiao inheritance place will completely dissipate in more than 10 years. Before dissipating, it actually waited for a person who can pass 5 tests in a row. You know, even in the primeval era when Xie La Jiao was the most powerful force in the continent, and the heyday of hundreds of millions of geniuses in the clan, no one had reached the level of this black-robed boy. The appearance of Chu Yan made Xie La finally believe in the prophecy that had been circulated for thousands of years. It is your spirit beast. Xie La looked at little white bear, his body shook again, and he said in a trembling voice. Ah, yes, he is my boss, and the master of my spiritual deed. The little white bear didn't wait for Chu Yan to speak, and wailed. Chu Yan was stunned when he heard what Little White Bear said, looked at Little White Bear, and asked, softly. When did we sign the Spirit Beast deed? Why didn't I know? Oh, boss, you forgot. The crystal nucleus in my body was damaged last time. Did you help me replace the crystal nucleus? The Little White Bear grinned and said with a smile. Could it be that spirit pattern has the function of a spirit contract? Chu Yan was startled. Boss, you guessed it right, ouch. Little White Bear nodded and blinked mischievously. Since you have passed the 5 tests, you will receive the inheritance and rewards of Xie La Jiao. The old man in the void looked at Chu Yan and the Little White Bear, and smiled lightly. What inheritance? Chu Yan asked. Xie La Jiao is the tribe of the Demon Emperor, so your Ziluo Tianxiong will get all the inheritance of the Demon Emperor, and you will get a reward. The old man was talking, just about to continue announcing the content of the reward, but was suddenly interrupted by Chu Yan's question. Wait, senior, you said Little White Bear is Ziluo Tianxiong. Chu Yan frowned and asked. That's right, your spirit beast is exactly the bloodline of the ancient spirit beast, the Ziluo Tianxiong. The old man nodded with great certainty, and said. Senior, as far as I know, some details of the Ziluo Tianxiong are different from the Little White Bear, and a senior spirit beast also mentioned to me that the Little White Bear may not be of the blood of the Ziluo Tianxiong. Chu Yan directly raised the doubts in his heart. #C568 Blood of the Emperor. Although Chu Yan doesn't care whether the blood of the Little White Bear is noble or not, since he has the opportunity to find out, he will naturally not miss it. Hee. It's no wonder that Ziluo Tianxiong's emperor's bloodline is probably extremely rare in your period. The old man looked at Chu Yan and smiled. What? Ziluo Tianxiong's emperor's bloodline? Chu Yan and Little White Bear were stunned at the same time. That's right, in my monster clan, the bloodline is a symbol of status and talent, but there is a difference in the purity of the bloodline between the same bloodlines. In the Ziluo Tianxiong clan in ancient times, the clansmen with the purest bloodlines were called "it is the blood of the emperor." In the future, it will definitely grow into the existence of the demon emperor. Senior, is this, really? The Little White Bear's face was a little excited. From its birth to now, although it has the memory of blood inheritance and has been constantly awakened, it has always been a little vague about its true blood imprint. Even after getting to know Chu Yan, it was from Chu Yan that he knew that it is the blood of Ziluo Tianxiong. It can't be wrong. Because I, Xie, the high priest of the Xie La Jiao tribe, is the same as you, the Ziluo Tianxiong clan, the blood of the emperor. And my cultivation level when I was lost was the demon emperor. 7th heaven. Seeing the excited expression of the Little White Bear, the old man revealed a trace of kindness in his eyes, and explained gently. It's fate for you to get together. I didn't expect that the inheritance of Xie La Jiao would be inherited by Ziluo Tianxiong, who is the blood of a Chinese emperor. In the dark, everything seems to be God's will. The old man looked at the Little White Bear, his eyes flickered, and he sighed endlessly. In this case, all the monster power of my consciousness avatar will be given to you together. Anyway, after 10 years, the monster power will naturally dissipate. Just use this residual monster power to help you transform into form. After the old man finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand and pointed to Little White Bear's forehead. A ray of purple golden light pierced through the air and shot into the place between the eyebrows of the Little White Bear, making it tremble all over. Following this ray of light, the incomparably pure demonic power continuously poured into the Little White Bear's body. Also, the rewards and inheritance that you cleared will be given to you. While speaking, the old man raised his other palm and flipped it over, and 2 items flashed on his palm. That is a demon crystal, and a painting scroll. Roar. Those 2 items. As soon as it appeared, 5 earth-shattering beast roars suddenly sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. At the same time, Chu Yan's body shook violently, and he felt that the sea of consciousness was like the sky falling apart, as if it was about to collapse and explode at any time. What's the situation? Chu Yan didn't dare to be careless, and immediately transformed into a form of consciousness, and flashed to his own sea of consciousness world. The divine body just appeared in the sea of consciousness. When Chu Yan saw the scene in front of him, his complexion changed drastically, and his heart sank. I saw that at this moment, on the sea of consciousness and the sky, my 5 martial spirits were suspended in the air at the same time, roaring endlessly. The Qilin martial soul is in the middle, surrounded by 4 warriors in 4 directions. Looking from a distance, it looks like a huge cross. Chu Yan must get that spirit treasure, must. Remember. Just when Chu Yan was stunned, on the sea of consciousness and the sky, the unicorn martial soul turned into a dragon-headed figure again. Looking at Chu Yan, the heavy and ancient voice echoed throughout the world of the sea of consciousness. Gotta get that scroll. What kind of spiritual treasure is that painting scroll, which caused 5 martial spirits to riot at the same time? Chu Yan is very clear that the Qilin Wuhun has no important matters, and will never sacrifice the power of his Wuhun to forcefully transform into a human form to talk to him. Except for the last time when I got the unicorn horn, the unicorn martial soul turned into a human form, and just said a few words. It was beaten back to its original shape by the coercion of heaven and earth falling from the sky. Easy thing. Therefore, the scene in front of him, coupled with the words of the Qilin Wuhun, made Chu Yan instantly understand. The painting scroll in Xie La's hand is very important to the 5 spirits, or to herself. Swish. With a flash of Chu Yan's figure, his consciousness was released, and he came out of the world of sea of consciousness. With his eyes flickering, he stared closely at the scroll in the old man's hand. Go. Following Xie La's soft shout, the 2 items in his hand turned into 2 beams of light, flying towards Little White Bear and Chu Yan, respectively. Swish. Swish. That purple demon crystal, like a purple meteor from the sky, rushed straight into the Little White Bear's body. The purple demon crystal entered the body, and the whole body of the Little White Bear shook violently. Immediately, the bear's body began to swell continuously. Wuzhong. Hachiho. 10 feet. 15 feet. Soon, the body of the Little White Bear broke through the highest height of its previous body in an instant, and it was still soaring crazily. 20 feet. 30 feet. 50 feet. Finally, when it rose to 110 feet, it stopped. Roar. 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 At this time, the Little White Bear is covered with gold armor, purple fur all over, a pair of golden bear eyes, lightning flashes, and electric snakes, dancing and flashing like sparks. The violent bear roared, and thunder exploded one after another. Under the shock, the sky trembled. Hurrah! The next moment, Little White Bear's body changed again, shrinking rapidly, and in an instant, it shrank to the same height as Chu Yan. At the same time, the purple ons all over his body were so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at it. Hum. Hum. Waves of brilliance shattered the void, and on the purple light body of the Little White Bear, streaks of golden lightning lingered and circulated, flashing out from its eyes, surrounding its body, with a shocking aura. Immediately afterwards, Dianguang and Zimong gradually converged, becoming less and less, and the figure of Little White Bear gradually appeared. Walking out of the light and shadow turned out to be a little girl about 8 or 9 years old, with a pair of smart big eyes, looking at Chu Yan with a smile, a purple lightning mark on the brow, sizzling, and flashing tiny lightning bolts. Flower. The little girl has long purple hair, her little face is flushed red, her big watery eyes are blinking, she looks extremely mischievous, her petite body is covered by golden armor, she looks extremely cute. Ah. Boss, I have transformed. The little girl opened her mouth, almost causing Chu Yan to fall directly to the ground. A little girl opened her mouth to make the roar of a bear, which is too weird, and the sentence boss was added at the end, making it even more weird. Little white bear, can you change the way you speak? You are now in a human body. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and he said speechlessly. Also, why are you a woman? Chu Yan swept towards little white bear's body, looked at it carefully, and after confirming again and again, he finally said in astonishment. Mother, what's the matter, old brother? It doesn't sound good, brother. It's not right, brother Chu Yan. As the little white bear said, he rushed towards Chu Yan and spun around excitedly. Brother Chu Yan. Brother Chu Yan. Seeing that the little white bear was still the same, a smile could not help but appear on Chu Yan's face. It doesn't matter if little ice bear is male or female, but she is little ice bear, and nothing else matters. Okay, let me call you. Chu Yan smiled and nodded, then looked away, ignored the excited little white bear, slowly lowered his head, and looked at the painting scroll in his hand. The 5 martial spirits rioted together. What kind of spiritual treasure is the thing that the unicorn martial spirit attaches so much importance to? Moreover, Chu Yan had a faint feeling in his heart that this treasure had a mysterious connection with him. #C569 10,000 Beasts, Mountains and Rivers. Swish. A ray of spiritual consciousness came out, and as soon as it touched the scroll in his hand, it instantly merged into it. Chu Yan only felt his mind and the sea of consciousness shake at the same time, and he felt that his consciousness had rushed into an inexplicable world, and the body of consciousness entered it. In an instant, there was a special sensory connection between my spiritual consciousness and the painting scroll. When Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness penetrated into the scroll, various complex spirit patterns emerged from the scroll in his hand, densely flashing on the scroll. As the spirit patterns on these scrolls rose, a large amount of brilliance merged and poured into Chu Yan's body. Chu Yan only felt a pain in his head, and suddenly, a lot of information emerged in the world of consciousness see, all about this painting scroll. 10,000 Beast Mountains and Rivers Map. Wei Tiandi was first opened, with yin and yang in nature, yin and yang transform into qi, all spirits breed, and the majesty is opened. It is a rare treasure derived from the way of heaven, which is called the map of mountains and rivers of 10,000 beasts. The picture of mountains and rivers of 10,000 beasts is the source of all kinds of strange souls in the world. It gathers the spirit of heaven and earth, and the energy of yin and yang to give birth to all kinds of beasts in the world. This atlas is a collection of different souls from all over the world, which can absorb and collect martial souls from all over the world, and turn them into the original energy of martial souls, forming a self-contained world called the World of 10,000 Souls. A martial artist who cultivates in the 10,000 souls realm can increase his cultivation speed. The more martial souls he absorbs and collects, the faster his cultivation speed will be. This, won't it? After Chu Yan finished reading all the introductions about the picture of mountains and rivers of 1,000 souls, a shocking wave suddenly set off in his heart. Can absorb Wuhun. The absorbed martial soul is transformed into the spirit of martial soul in the mountain and river map, increasing the speed of cultivation. How is this possible? You know, in the world of martial arts, a martial artist's martial soul originates in the blood, and is born with natural talent. After awakening, it can communicate with the world and help the martial artist to cultivate. Some special natal martial souls also have a certain ability to assist in combat. However, after the death of any martial artist, the martial soul will return to nothingness. How to collect it? Warriors are not like monsters. After death, there are still demon crystals left. If you want to collect tens of thousands of demon crystals, there is still a certain possibility. Collect the martial souls of warriors. This is totally unheard of, unseen thing. No. It seems. Chu Yan, who was originally dazed and sluggish on the spot, suddenly had a flash in his mind and remembered something. When I participated in the entrance ceremony of the two sects of Xianchi sect and Luanyuan sect, the spiritual formation of 10,000 souls seemed to have some similarities to the function of this picture of mountains and rivers of 10,000 beasts. Moreover, the martial souls in the spiritual formation of 10,000 beasts are also collected by two sects using secret techniques over thousands of years. From this point of view, Wuhun seems to be really collectible. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened, like two bright stars. You must know that at that time, Chu Yan practiced for less than a moment in the 1,000 souls array at the entrance ceremony, and his cultivation directly soared to the 3rd level, soaring into the sky. If you can really stay inside and practice forever, even if it takes a few days, your own cultivation base. Boom. Chu Yan only felt that in his mind, a mass of thunder exploded instantly, and his body shook violently. As long as I stay in this picture and practice with all my strength, I estimate that within a few days, I will be able to break into the heaven transformation realm. What is the state of transforming the sky? What is the state of reaching the sky? Everything is as easy as flipping the palm of your hand. Ha ha ha. Chu Yan held the 10,000 beasts mountains and rivers picture in his hand, and laughed wildly. Immediately, a sharp light shot out from his eyes, like two-sword qi, piercing the void. Yi Feng. Just wait for me. There is also Shenwu Xiao Shenzong. You dare to deal with my father and mother, you, wait. In an instant, Chu Yan's body surged with a murderous aura, like a tornado, sweeping all directions. At this moment, in mid-air, the illusory figure of Xie La High Priest began to dissipate rapidly, becoming more and more transparent. You too, the inheritance of Xie La Jiao has been handed over to you too. I will soon be annihilated. Before that, I have a request, I hope you can agree. Xie La High Priest's figure disappeared very quickly, and even his voice became ethereal. Senior, please tell me, as long as you can do what you can, you will do your best. Seeing this, Chu Yan bowed his hands and said, I hope that this Zilua Tianxiong can inherit the position of High Priest of the Xie La Jiao in the future, and when he becomes the King of the Demon Emperor in the future, he can continue my Xie La Jiao inheritance. When Xie La High Priest said this, his almost transparent figure bowed to Chu Yan and Little White Bear in salute. You know, this High Priest of Xie La was a peerless and powerful man of the Demon Emperor 7th Heaven in the ancient times, and now, in order to continue the lineage of Xie La Jiao, he bowed to the two younger generations. Senior, on behalf of Little White Bear, I promise you that no matter what happens in the future, Little White Bear and I will continue the inheritance of Xie La Jiao. In the future, we will rebuild the Zhongdao Mountain Gate and revive the tribe. Chu Yan bowed his hands and saluted, his tone was solemn and sincere. Ha ha ha, that's great. It's great. Tens of thousands of years later, this old man's wish finally came true. The sky will not fail my lineage of the monster clan, the sky will not fail my Xie La Jiao, unyielding blood soul, stained. The sun and the moon, the heaven and the earth are singing, fighting, the sky. The melodious voice, along with Xie La High Priest's singing, resounded between the heaven and the earth. As the sound continued to weaken, the figure of Xie La High Priest finally completely dissipated in the midair, and the purple light that soared into the sky also dissipated into thousands of purple stars, which fluttered with the wind and scattered among the white clouds and blue sky. Call. Seeing Xie La High Priest's figure completely gone, Chu Yan sighed long, with inexplicable emotions overflowing in his heart. What a Xie La Jiao, what a High Priest of Xie La! Chu Yan sighed softly, then turned his head to look at the Little White Bear, and said softly, Little White Bear, he has not failed me, and we must not fail him either. From today onwards, you are the successor of Xie La Jiao. While speaking, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, his eyes were piercing, and his face was extremely solemn. N. Sung Lei Dao is the inheritance of my Zilua Tianxiong clan, and I shall take this responsibility. The immature look on little white bear's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. Hum. Suddenly, the sky and the earth trembled, and the vast prairie in front of me began to melt continuously. Above the sky, 2 purple beams of light descended from the sky, covering Chu Yan and little white bear. The figures of the 2 quickly disappeared in the purple light and were sent out. This world. A moment later, Chu Yan and little white bear stepped out of the void and appeared in a huge stone palace. Brother Chu Yan, are you all right? Huh? Who is this little girl? Where's the little white bear? Before Chu Yan woke up from the teleportation, a delicate voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time a white figure rushed towards Chu Yan. This white figure is exactly Yi Zilin. Chu Yan kept his feet on the ground, and instantly released his spiritual consciousness. Seeing Yi Zilin's voice, he chuckled lightly and said, "Well, I'm fine. This little girl, it's a little white bear." Chu Yan hesitated for a moment and said, "Transfiguration." Huh? Did you guys get the inheritance of Sung Lei Dao? Suddenly, a figure walked out from the corner of the stone hall, walked quickly to Chu Yan, stared at Chu Yan with a gloomy expression, and questioned him. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and followed the sound. The person who spoke was Jianghua. #C570 Scary Little White Bear. Whether I get the inheritance is none of your business. Seeing Jianghua's expression, and those eyes full of greed and coldness, Chu Yan certainly knew what he was thinking, and immediately replied bluntly. Humph. Of course it has something to do with me. Jianghua strode out and walked in front of Chu Yan, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He ordered directly. Hand over the inheritance and rewards immediately, or die. Yi Zilin and Jianghua were teleported here after passing the 3rd level. After waiting for several hours, there was no movement at all. They had already guessed in their hearts that someone might have already obtained the inheritance, so when Chu Yan appeared, Jianghua has already moved to kill. Hand over the inheritance and rewards. Why? A look of disdain flashed across Chu Yan's eyes, and he sneered. Jianghua, big brother Chu Yan, how can you snatch the inheritance and rewards of this place with your ability? Shameless. Seeing this scene, Yi Zilin couldn't help shouting and cursing. Humph. He is a small ordinary disciple of the Shancher sacred sect, but he is only an ant in the 8th level of the true martial realm. How can he be entitled to this treasure? Jianghua sneered again and again, glanced at Yi Zilin, then looked at Chu Yan, and continued. Only I am worthy of the ancient inheritance. Nian is in the same sect, and I will say it one last time, Chu Yan, immediately hand over the inheritance and treasures, otherwise, die. After saying that, Jianghua's breath surged out from his whole body, and he moved towards Chu Yan to suppress him with the aura of the 1st level of the Heaven Transformation realm. Humph. Steal my things. Don't be afraid of death, just come. With a heavy snort, the coercion of the breath like a tide was instantly dispersed by Chu Yan, turning into a large gust of wind, rushing in all directions. It's only the 1st level of the Heaven Transformation realm. If it was a few days ago, it might have threatened Chu Yan, but now, Jianghua is completely nothing to fear in Chu Yan's eyes. However, Chu Yan also knows that this Jianghua is a disciple of the Shancher sacred sect, the Holy Heaven. Qin Hui and Duan Tiankong are definitely comparable, and their combat power must be much stronger. Bold. When death is imminent, you are still so arrogant. Jianghua heard Chu Yan's words. First he was stunned, then his anger rose. He never thought that Chu Yan, a small ordinary disciple, dared to disobey himself as a disciple of the Holy Heaven, and did not take himself seriously at all. In the entire Shancher sacred sect, who was below the same level, who would dare to be like this with him say, "This is you looking for death?" With a stern shout, Jianghua rushed out, raised his hand and punched Chu Yan. The wind of the fist roared, and the momentum of this fist was like a turbulent river and sea. The majestic fist strength, like overwhelming mountains and seas, blasted towards Chu Yan. A punch was thrown out, hitting Chu Yan's Qi directly. It was obvious that Jianghua wanted to use this punch to abolish Chu Yan's cultivation directly. "Humph. It's you who is courting death." Seeing Jianghua's punch coming, Chu Yan gave a cold shout, raised his right fist, lingering with true energy, and punched out the same. Boom! The violent forces collided with each other suddenly, and the air waves scattered in all directions. Chu Yan and Jianghua retreated violently at the same time, retreating more than 10 steps in a row, before they stood firm. "What? You?" Jianghua raised his head and looked at Chu Yan with a look of shock on his face. The power of Chu Yan's punch far exceeded his expectations, and it was as strong as himself. "You know, what do you do in the late stage of the first level of the heavenly transformation realm, and you are 3 realms higher than this Chu Yan." With one move, it turned out to be a tie. How is this possible? "I am the Shancher sacred sect, a disciple of the heavenly sacred hall of the sacred heaven peak, and I am even tied with an ordinary disciple." Jianghua's face suddenly became solemn. He thought that Chu Yan was just an ordinary warrior like an ant, but he didn't expect that he is now as powerful as this ant. Although surprised by Chu Yan's strength, Jianghua has already made up his mind. He is determined to win the inheritance and treasure of the ancient Song Chong Dao. Therefore, even if he uses his best tricks and trump cards, he will definitely kill Chu Yan to win the treasure today. "Hey, I want to fight, the high priest will come to fight with you." Just when Chu Yan and Jianghua were confronting each other, the little white bear, who stayed not far away, laughed grimly. In an instant, his petite body flashed and rushed towards Jianghua. At the same time, she clenched a fist with her right hand, a small pink fist, and smashed straight at Jianghua. "Huh? Another one looking for death?" Seeing the little white bear culling him, Jianghua slammed his small fist straight at him, and murderous intent rolled in his eyes, his whole body's true energy soared, and he stared fiercely at the little white bear. "One punch kills you," Jianghua shouted sharply, and immediately, the whole body's true energy rushed to the fist, and the huge fist print quickly condensed in front of him. In an instant, in the entire stone palace, violent vigor, like a violent storm, roared all over the sky, making the surrounding void tremble continuously. Immediately, a huge fist print exploded violently, hitting the charging little white bear. This fist is so powerful that it is like a mountain peak, and its strength is soaring to the sky. Compared with the little white bear's pink and tender fist, it is like an eternal beast. On the opposite side, a little doll can be crushed into a baby with just one little finger. Flower. However, something unexpected happened. Bump. The tens of feet of fist prints, interspersed with little white bear's tender fists, are like a huge balloon being pierced by a golden needle. The moment they touch, the entire fist prints instantly disintegrate, turning into waves that sweep out, but little white bear's fist didn't hold back at all, and it still went forward without hesitation, hitting Jianghua. "What? How can that be?" Seeing this scene, Jianghua's face changed drastically, his eyes suddenly rounded, and his face was full of horror. He couldn't believe what he saw. Not only Jianghua, but even Chu Yan, who was standing aside, was stunned, full of astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Jianghua didn't have time to punch again, so he could only raise his fists to block the tender fist that little white bear was already in front of him, ready to fight recklessly. Bump. The small fist collided with Jianghua's double fists. Xuanhuan only felt that an extremely violent force, like thousands of furious monsters, burst into his body, and this force was simply not something he could resist. Puff. Immediately, Jianghua's body flew upside down in an instant, like a shooting star, across 10,000 steps, and slammed into the wall of the stone palace fiercely. But already injured. You. Jianghua looked at the little white bear, petite and cute, with a look of shocking fear in his eyes. How is this possible? This spirit beast that has just transformed has such terrifying power. You must know that the first transformation of all monsters and spirit beasts is around the peak of the 9th level of the true martial arts realm. There are 3 small realms. However, the power of that punch just now is like the power of the first level of the heaven transformation realm. This is too terrifying. Huh? Didn't die? Take another punch from me. The little white bear looked at Jianghua, but there was a hint of doubt on his pink face. After he let out a sigh, his petite body flickered again, and he punched Jianghua 10,000 steps away. No. Don't. Seeing the little white bear punching again, Jianghua's face turned ashen, his face was full of horror, the hairs on his body stood on end, and he was so frightened that he jumped up from the ground, and ran away. #C571 without beating. However, the speed of the little white bear is not even comparable to Chu Yan. How can the injured Jianghua be able to match it? Boom. Ah. In less than 10 breaths, the little white bear caught up with Jianghua, who was fleeing around the stone hall, and punched him in the vest, immediately blasting away Jianghua's protective energy, and punched a huge blood hole in his chest. Thump. Jianghua's body fell down, and the bright red blood flowed out. What? It's too careless. The little white bear glanced at Jianghua's body, and clapped his little hands with displeasure on his face, then ran towards Chu Yan with a smile on his face. What cultivation level are you now? Chu Yan stared at the little white bear, and asked in astonishment. 4th heaven transformation realm, what's wrong? The little white bear turned around in front of Chu Yan, moving his arms and legs, obviously unfinished, and asked casually after hearing what Chu Yan said. Hearing this, Chu Yan was speechless for a moment. Unexpectedly, the little white bear who got the inheritance of Xie La Jiao not only completed the transformation, but also, his cultivation base soared to 5 levels, directly rushing from the 8th heaven of true martial arts to the transformation sky 4 heavens. The inheritance of this Xie La Jiao is so terrifying. By the way, brother Chu Yan, you don't hurry to collect his martial soul, it will dissipate later. Seeing Chu Yan startled, little white bear reminded with a smile. Yes. Just try the 10,000 Beasts Mountains and Rivers map. Wait. How did you know the function of the thousands of beasts, mountains and rivers map? Didn't you transform into form at that time? Just as Chu Yan took out the mountain and river map, he was stunned, looked at the little white bear in astonishment, and asked. Of course I know that this map of mountains and rivers is originally the inheritance of our Xie La Jiao. Of course I know, and there are many secrets in the inheritance I accepted, including some extremely secret small worlds and secret realm, and many others. Hearing Chu Yan's question, little white bear replied with a proud face. As expected of the ancient times, the inheritance of the Xie La Jiao of the overlord of the mainland is really powerful. Chu Yan nodded, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized. Then, Chu Yan took the mountain and river map and walked towards Jianghua's body. All souls return to the source, the mountains and rivers and the universe. Take it. Standing in front of Jianghua's corpse, Chu Yan's consciousness moved, he pulled out a few handprints, and typed out the mountains and rivers map of 10,000 beasts. Immediately, the map of mountains and rivers suspended in midair was full of spiritual light, and countless spiritual patterns swayed out. One after another, the brilliance of the spirit pattern instantly enveloped Jianghua's body. Swish! Under the shroud of the brilliance of the spirit pattern, a ferocious wolf-toothed spider slowly rose out of Jianghua's corpse, hissing angrily, hum. The brilliance of the mountain and river map increased slightly, covering the spike spider martial soul, and as the brilliance circulated, it was directly included in the mountain and river map. 8-star wood-type martial spirit, Earth Emperor Wolf-Tooth Spider. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan took back the picture of mountains and rivers of beasts with a hint of joy on his face. Unexpectedly, this 10,000 beast mountains and rivers map can really collect martial souls. In this way, as long as I keep collecting them, my cultivation speed can be improved rapidly in the future. Swish! Chu Yan brought the 10,000 beasts mountains and rivers map into the Rakshasa space, and then, with another wave of his hand, brought Jianghua's body into the Rakshasa space. The corpse of a heavenly martial artist in the first level of the heaven transformation realm is a good material for burning corpses and refining qi, and he also has a storage jade talisman on him. Of course Chu Yan will not let it go. Brother Chu Yan. Is this why you got the reward of the heavy treasure? Yizilin, looking at the scene in front of her, was amazed. Her stunning face was full of astonishment. That's right, this picture is called 10,000 Beast Mountains and Rivers picture, and it has the effect of increasing the speed of warriors' cultivation. Chu Yan nodded, not intending to hide from Yizilin. Congratulations, big brother Chu Yan. Yizilin Wanner smiled and said. Well, let's go, let's leave. Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle, then strode out and walked towards the teleportation light gate in the stone palace. Afterwards, Chu Yan, Yizilin, and Little White Bear disappeared into the light gate, and when they reappeared, they were already in the ice and snow outside Tianxue Mountain. As soon as it appeared, the fierce cold wind was like pieces of ice skates, and the sky was covered by heavy snow. Go straight back to the sect. After Chu Yan finished speaking to the two of them, he jumped up, flew to the sky, and headed towards Shancher Xingzong. After returning to the Shancher sacred sect, Chu Yan and Yizilin bid farewell, and brought the little white bear back to the palace. Sitting in the room, Chu Yan counted the harvest of this trip to Tianxue Mountain, the time-space shifting talisman, 2 pieces of Tianlingling Bao, and the map of mountains and rivers of beasts. The time-space shifting talisman is a life-saving treasure. 2 Huatian Lingbao and a golden axe will be given to senior brother Tianquan. His favorite collection is the 10,000 Beasts Mountains and Rivers map. Even if it is a top powerhouse in the Haotian continent, this treasure of unknown rank will probably be extremely envious. When Chu Yan used the 10,000 Beasts Mountains and Rivers picture to practice for the first time, the mountains and rivers picture had just unfolded, and the 5 martial spirits in the Sea of Knowledge Wuhun Mountain all rushed into the mountains and rivers picture. They found their ideal shelter, and they were no longer crowded together on a Wuhun mountain as before. Suzaku Wuhun found a flaming mountain, sank his whole body into the magma, and chose the crater as his home. The white tiger Wuhun found a metal vein, hollowed out the entire mountain, and built his own tiger den. The unicorn martial soul, in the center of the vast continent, chose a peak nearly 100,000 feet high, and used the power of the martial soul to build a huge altar. And the martial soul of the green light group sank into the vast forest of continuous mountains. The black light group Wuhun chose a small island with pleasant scenery in the boundless vast sea. The wolf-tooth spider martial soul, that I had just absorbed randomly found a small hill, dug a hole in the ground, and sneaked into it. In this way, the picture of mountains and rivers of 10,000 beasts finally had some vitality, and the 5 spirits were all overjoyed. Compared with the small place in the original Wuhun mountain, the large world of mountains and rivers in this picture of 10,000 beasts made them feel like they were in a state of chaos. More comfortable. When Chu Yan was practicing, the map of the cave was floating above Chu Yan's head, and the Suzaku, white tiger, qilin, and spider appeared phantoms at the same time, and the speed of attracting the spiritual power of heaven and earth was much faster than before. In the following half a month, Chu Yan closed the hall and sank into cultivation with all his heart. Practice martial arts and swordsmanship during the day, practice kung fu at night, take time to refine some pills, and occasionally compete with the little white bear. Today's little white bear is amazingly powerful. Even if Chu Yan does his best, he can only force out 50% of little white bear's combat power. Moreover, the cultivation speed of the little white bear is extremely terrifying, especially after it has completed its transformation. It can eat away at the demon crystals to cultivate, and at the same time, it can also swallow pills to improve its cultivation, which is no lower than Chu Yan. Afterwards, Chu Yan spent the whole night raising his heaven-transforming spirit armor to the 4th rank. The spirit armor weapon spirit increased several times, and the defense power of the golden armor increased 10 times. Even if the little white bear wearing the golden armor stood in front of Chu Yan and let him attack without fighting back, Chu Yan would not be able to break through its defense, which made Chu Yan extremely jealous. A few days later, little white bear scoured all of Chu Yan's pills and prepared to return to Longyuan sacred sect. He said yes and started preparing for Jiufeng Wu in advance. #C5729 Summit Wu. In fact, Chu Yan knew that little white bear was in a hurry to go back to Longyuan sacred sect to fight. After all, there were many people who bullied little white bear before leaving the sect. Brother Chu Yan, I have already thought about it. I will be called Dingdang High Priest from now on, isn't it cool? The little white bear grinned at Chu Yan, showing 2 small canine teeth, and then, he jumped straight into Yuanxiao and disappeared into the sky. Dingdang High Priest. Hee hee. Chu Yan smiled lightly, looking at the little white bear Dingdang, who was flying away in a hurry. He had already imagined in his mind the scene of Longyuan Xingzong flying around. After little white bear Dingdang left, Chu Yan sank into cultivation again. The date of the 9 Summit Martial Arts is approaching day by day, and Chu Yan attaches great importance to this 9 Summit Martial Arts. Therefore, during this period of time, Chu Yan must do his best to improve his strength. At that time, he can gain more in Wuzhong of the 9 summits. According to the news about Jiufeng Wu that Chu Yan received, the Jiufeng Wu half a month later will be Shancher Xingzong and Longyuan Xingzong, and the elite disciples of the 2 peaks will participate together. A fierce competition for the peak. In Tianque Mountain, Chu Yan fought against Jiang Hua, and he had some understanding of the strength of these elite disciples from various peaks. If Chu Yan does not improve his strength quickly, he may be at a disadvantage in the 9 Summit Martial Arts. After thinking for a long time, Chu Yan decided to start with Tian Gang Jin and Zhu Tian Jianju. These 2 high-level exercises are important martial arts that can allow Chu Yan to quickly improve his combat power in a short period of time. In addition, the improvement of Shantian fire body and Raksha demon body is also an important means to improve combat power. Tian Gang Jin integrates 5 elements of energy. Every move and every style burst out with 5 times the strength. It is definitely the strongest boxing method below the heavenly level martial arts. At present, Chu Yan hasn't even merged with one series, and the most basic 5 moves are only learned the Jinsha Gang Jin, Huasha Gang Jin, and Earth Shigangjin, and there are still 2 moves. As for the fusion of the 5 elements of energy, the fusion move of multiplying explosive power, even a single move has not been cultivated. After spending 5 whole days, Chu Yan began to try to integrate the Jinsha Gang Jin and Huasha Gang Jin. The strength of the 2 attributes, the fusion process, is extremely dangerous. If you don't pay attention, there will be a mutual restraint, and it will explode directly. After failing dozens of times in a row, Chu Yan, who was bruised all over by the blast, finally successfully completed a fusion. After the fusion of the fiery red Huasha Gang and the white Jinsha Gang, it turned into a kind of silver gang gene with an extremely terrifying aura. This silver energy, lingering on Chu Yan's fist, exudes a monstrous aura. Under the berserk power, every rhythm will make the surrounding air continue to be smashed, and the strength makes Chu Yan startled. What a powerful force! Chu Yan's face was full of joy, and at the same time, his spiritual consciousness carefully wrapped this group of silver energy, and continued to try to further integrate. Half an hour later, Chu Yan was able to completely control this silver energy that was fused with gold and fire elements. With just one thought, the two can be quickly fused, and in the next breath, they can be separated again, turning into gold-type and fire-type Shinchi again. Later, Chu Yan began to try to integrate the true energy of the earth element into it. Time flies, and a few days pass in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan was completely immersed in the cultivation of Tiangang Jin, and made the best use of every breath time. Sword Execution of Heaven, the fifth form, has already basically become a move. And Tiangang Jin has reached the level of the fusion of the three elements, bursting out with 3 times the power. 10 days passed, and the 9 summits officially started. In the early morning of this day, the morning sun was just rising, and thousands of golden suns pierced the sky, sprinkled thousands of points of golden light, and dyed the entire 9 peaks of the Shanshur into a golden yellow. The rising sun dispelled the morning mist, and the entire Shanshur 9 peaks gradually became noisy. 9 Daolingfang waterfalls shot out the sky-shading rays of light, reflecting the 9 peaks of Shanshur like a dream. The geniuses of each peak have returned to the sect one after another, all to participate in this 9 summit martial arts. Jiuxiao, once every 2 years, is scheduled to be held 1 month after the new disciples' entrance ceremony, and it is one of the most important trials of the 2 holy sects. Of course, this 9 summit martial arts is only aimed at the elite disciples of the 2 holy sects. Ordinary disciples of each peak are not eligible to participate. 100 personal disciples of the peak masters from each peak will do their best to attract the attention of the peak masters of each peak in this 9 summit battle, hoping to improve their rankings and strive for the opportunity to become the preparatory holy son. If he can become the preparatory holy son of each peak, he will have the opportunity to inherit the position of the peak master in the future, and there is even a slight possibility to become the holy son of the entire holy sect and take over the position of suzerain. No matter on the surface or in the dark, this 9 summits is a grand event, which is related to the struggle for power and interests of various factions. At this time, with the slight tremor of the identity jade talisman, Chu Yan slowly woke up from his practice, and slowly opened his eyes. Today is 9 Summit Wu. Let me meet with the geniuses of the 2 great holy sects. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and he muttered to himself. After nearly half a month of training, Chu Yan's combat power is no longer what it used to be. Afterwards, Chu Yan made a brief preparation, then left the residence hall and headed towards Jiuetian Peak. Jiuxiao, 100 disciples from each peak gathered in each peak, led by the elders, went to the gathering place, and then set off to the trial place. When Chu Yan arrived at the square in front of the great hall of Jiuetian Peak, the vast martial arts arena was already crowded with people. Although, among the hundreds of thousands of disciples of Jiutian Peak, only Jiutian disciples can participate in the 9 summit martial arts, but ordinary disciples all rushed to watch the ceremony, staring at these hundreds of figures with extremely expectant eyes, hoping that one day, you can be one of them yourself. Chu Yan. Come here. As soon as he stepped onto the martial arts arena, Tianquan saw Chu Yan and yelled at Chu Yan. Brother Tianquan. Following the sound, Chu Yan smiled lightly at Tianquan and said hello. Haha, Chu Yan, I heard that you got a lot of benefits in Tianxue Mountain, and your combat power must have improved a lot. Tianquan patted Chu Yan's shoulder and laughed loudly. There, I just got a little harvest. By the way, there happens to be a spiritual weapon here, which is suitable for you. After all, Chu Yan flipped his hand, and a huge golden axe, with golden light, appeared on his palm. On the axe body, bursts of domineering and sharp aura surged like a tide, and the aura was amazing. What? This is the heaven-transforming spirit soldier. Send me. As soon as the golden axe appeared, Tian Quan's eyes fell into the axe immediately, unable to look away at all. He said with a look of horror on his face. That's right, thank senior brother Tian Quan for taking care of me all the time. I got this heaven-transforming spirit axe by chance in Tianxue Mountain. Of course I will keep it for senior brother. Chu Yan nodded, chuckled, and handed the golden axe in his hand to Tian Quan, saying, Really, give it to me. This is the heaven-transforming spirit soldier. When Tian Quan saw Chu Yan handing over the spirit axe, he took a half-step back, shocked, his eyes opened suddenly, and he didn't dare to take it. Just kidding, a piece of Tianhua Lingbing is worth hundreds of millions of stones, and there is no market for it. In the entire Jiuetian Peak, there are warriors with Huatian Lingbao. I am afraid that you can count them with one slap. Seeing such a heavy gift from Chu Yan, Tian Quan was stunned and couldn't believe it at all. It's nothing. If brother Tian Quan hadn't informed senior brother by Wu Shuang last time, I'm afraid that Qin Ming would not be easy to deal with. This right is a thank you gift. Chu Yan shook his head. Compared with Tianquan's true feelings for his brothers and sisters, he would not be reluctant to part with a Huatian Lingbao. Moreover, hundreds of millions of stones are nothing to Chu Yan. Large number. Hey! What a big handwriting, this flattery is really willing. At this moment, there was an extremely ear-piercing sound of teasing, and at the same time, a figure in a white robe walked slowly. #C573 Barking Dog. Just after returning to the sect, I heard that Chu Yan, the peerless arrogance, is so amazing. It turns out that he is relying on flattery. Ha ha ha. Dressed in a gleaming silver white robe, with shiny hair and a playful smile on his face, he stood in front of Chu Yan and Tian Quan. The appearance of this person suddenly froze the surrounding atmosphere, and even a few disciples who were close to Chu Yan retreated sideways, their expressions slightly changed. When Tian Quan saw this person, his expression darkened, and he said, He Qian, what are you doing here? He Qian. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have never seen this person before. Why did this person seem to be targeting him deliberately? He Qian looked at Chu Yan and Tian Quan, a faint look flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile. Tian Quan, I advise you to be more careful with what you say. Even if you don't give me face, do you still dare to give Master Hifeng face? Hearing this, Tianquan's face became more and more ugly, his lips trembled slightly, and after a long time, he hummed softly. Humph. It's rare to talk to you. Brother Chu, let's go. Tian Quan pulled, but he didn't pull Chu Yan. When he looked up, he found that Chu Yan was staring at He Qian with a cold face. What did you say? Chu Yan looked at He Qian with a cold face and asked. Oh? Didn't hear you clearly? I said you're a flatterer. You deserve to be a flatterer, God. When He Qian saw Chu Yan's expression, he immediately put on a mocking and teasing smile, leaned in front of Chu Yan word by word, and said. Snapped. A loud slap, like the sound of thunder and lightning exploded. As the voice spread, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Countless pairs of eyes all looked over, and everyone was startled. All I saw was a 5-finger red mark slightly raised on He Qian's face. His face was full of astonishment, his eyes were wide open, he looked at Chu Yan, his whole body trembling. On the opposite side of him, Chu Yan, who was dressed in a black robe, gently put down his palm, his face was indifferent. You dare to hit me. You dare to hit me. You know who my father is. My father is Vice Peak Master, how dare you? However, before He Qian could finish speaking, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and a shadow roared towards him. Snapped. Another loud slap sounded, louder than the one just now. Moreover, the moment the slap came, all the Jiuxiao Peak disciples who were watching here trembled in unison, looking at Chu Yan with unbelievable eyes. What? What's going on? Someone actually dared to slap He Qian's face, and even slapped him twice. He Qian, but the real only son of the deputy peak master of Jiuxiao Peak, yet someone dares to offend him. This person, is he going to die? Remember, my name is Chu Yan. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan slowly turned around and walked towards the gate of the main hall. Behind him, a group of stiff figures, including He Qian himself, were completely stunned, standing on the spot stupidly, unable to react at all. Chu Yan ignored the gazes from all around, walked straight to the elders in front of the main hall, handed over the identity jade talisman, and after completing the registration procedures, he stood aside and waited. Ah, you dare to hit me! Suddenly, a roar exploded in the crowd. He Qian's face flushed, his veins popped, and the roar shook the entire martial arts arena. Immediately, he rushed in front of Chu Yan, stared at Chu Yan fiercely, his eyes were red, he stretched out his hand, and a snow-white spiritual knife appeared in his hand, and the true energy in his whole body surged out instantly. Stop! Fighting is prohibited in front of the Great Hall of Jiuxiao, otherwise, the clan will punish you. Seeing this scene, the elder in charge of registration immediately shouted. The Xianzhi sacred sect is different from the Longyuan sacred sect. Killing is strictly prohibited among disciples. Although fighting is allowed, in some important places, it is absolutely forbidden to use force at will, and the main halls of the peaks are within the scope of the forbidden martial arts. Therefore, seeing He Qian's true energy rising and his spiritual weapons lit up, the deacon elders would of course stop talking. Hearing this, He Qian's face changed slightly, his face struggled and twisted for a long time, and finally he slowly put down the spirit weapon, restraining his true energy. Afterwards, his face changed, his eyes flickered, and he stared at Chu Yan with killing intent in his eyes. After a while, he sneered, looked at the elder beside him, and said softly, "Elder, someone has raised Chu Yan's heavenly battle." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was stunned. Heaven's final battle. The 9 peaks of martial arts is about to begin, and at this time there is still a heavenly battle. Heavenly battle. Hearing this, Chu Yan was also taken aback, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Chu Yan, I am qualified as a disciple of Tianjue Hall of Jiuxiao Peak. Other disciples are qualified to challenge and replace me. If I lose 3 games in a row, I will lose my status as a disciple of Tianjue Hall. You have no right to interfere. However, the 9 summits in Wuhan are about to take place, so you don't have to accept it. Because the time and place are decided by the challenged. Seeing the doubtful look on Chu Yan's face, Tianquan frowned slightly, and hurriedly transmitted his spiritual consciousness to explain to Chu Yan, and at the same time proposed countermeasures. Chu Yan, accept the challenge if you have the guts. Kneel down for me if you are afraid of death. I will never finish with you today. Even if you invite my father to come out, I will definitely force you to quit Tianjuetang today. I want to participate. Jiufeng Wu, dreaming. He Qian roared, drooling, and said. He Qian, don't be rude here. Chu Yan has not violated the sect rules at all. It is reasonable to participate in the 9 summit martial arts. Even if you want to challenge his qualifications as a disciple of Tianjue Hall, he also has the right to set the challenge time at the summit martial arts. After that, you just invite Vice Peak Master He to come out, so what? What reason does he have, not to let Chu Yan participate in the 9 summit Wu? Tianquan strode out, stood in front of Chu Yan, stared at He Qian, and said. He Qian was notorious in Tianjue Peak, relying on his father being the deputy peak master, not practicing cultivation, bullying his disciples everywhere, jealous of suppressing geniuses of the same generation. Unexpectedly, he turned his eyes on Chu Yan today. However, even so, with Chu Yan's identity and status, he is naturally not afraid of He Qian. In addition, Tianquan was ordered by his master to take care of Chu Yan. At this time, of course, he must stand up and defend Chu Yan. At least, Jiufeng Wu is an extremely important trial for any disciple of Tianjuetang. Before that, Chu Yan cannot be allowed to have an accident. Humph. A shitty genius who only knows how to flatter. What qualifications does he have to participate in the 9 Summit Martial Arts? It's completely embarrassing to my Tianjue peak. I don't even dare to accept the challenge, I just pretend to be shy. I accept your challenge. He Qian hadn't spoken the last few words when a cold voice sounded. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the black-robed boy. Chu Yan. This Chu Yan, is he crazy? He actually agreed to accept the challenge at this time. If you win the fight, it's just a matter of breath. If you lose, you will lose your status as a disciple of Tianjue Hall, and you won't even be able to participate in the Jiufeng Wu who is right in front of you. This is completely crazy. However, upon hearing Chu Yan's promise, He Qian's face showed ecstasy, and the murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Okay, I have the guts. Let's go, let's stage the martial arts field. After finishing speaking, He Qian turned around and walked towards the martial arts field. At the same time, his eyes swept over the crowd of disciples around him, and his eyes continued to flow. 3 fires. Come here. He Qian's eyes fell on the 3 tall young men among the crowd, and shouted loudly. As the sound spread, 3 tall young men in blue robes walked out of the crowd, stood in front of He Qian, and bowed their hands in salute. #C574 1 up. == As soon as these 3 people appeared, everyone was stunned, and then they understood. He Qian himself is a disciple of Tianjuetang himself, so he cannot challenge Chu Yan to Battle of Tianjuetang. Moreover, if he wants to disqualify a disciple of Tianjuetang, he must lose at least 3 games in a row. Therefore, He Qian's purpose is to disqualify Chu Yan, and he will naturally find ordinary disciples of Jiuetian Peak to challenge him in order to take revenge on Chu Yan. However, at this moment, He Qian pulled the 3 tall young men aside, and after whispering for a while, the expressions of the 3 tall young men changed drastically in an instant, and after a long time, they all nodded heavily. 13579246810 Gogox. Seeing this, a smile appeared on He Qian's face, and he looked at Chu Yan with a look of savagery. Contrary to what everyone thought, He Qian didn't just let Chu Yan lose his status as a disciple of Tianjuetang, it was as simple as that. What he just told the 3 tall young men was to kill Chu Yan. Swish. Chu Yan nodded to Tianquan with a worried expression on his face, then jumped up and landed on the martial arts arena, looking at He Qian and the 3 tall young men with a cold expression. Immediately, 3 tall young men stepped into the martial arts arena and stood in front of Chu Yan. As soon as the 3 of them stood up, there was an uproar in the surrounding crowd. These 3 people are all in the half-step heavenly stage. They are famous among the ordinary disciples of Jiuetian Peak. If they are not talented, they may have been selected into the Tianjue Hall. He Qian, you are shameless. Seeing this, Tianquan couldn't help scolding angrily. Chu Yan was only at the 8th level of the true martial realm, and this He Qian actually found 3 disciples who were half-step into the heavenly realm to challenge him, which was obviously intentional. All the disciples around looked at Chu Yan with regret. It is obvious that he can refuse and successfully participate in the 9 Summit Wu. Now, the 3 challengers are all much higher than him. Now, if Chu Yan loses 3 games in a row, he will be expelled immediately. Tianjuetang lost the qualification to participate in the 9 Summit Wushu. Ha ha ha. Isn't Chu Yan the best of the heavens? Could it be that even a warrior who has half stepped into the sky can't conquer it? You know, the disciples of the Longyuan sacred sect who participated in the 9 summit martial arts. But there are quite a few people who have cultivated above the heaven transformation realm. In this way, wouldn't Chu Yan, the peerless genius, disgrace my Xianchi sacred sect? He Qian was in high spirits, with a playful look on his face, and shouted. In his opinion, this challenge is a foregone conclusion. Chu Yan will not only lose, but also be beheaded directly. At that time, as long as he misses for a while, he will be expelled from the sect at most. Even if the punishment is heavier and 1 or 2 ordinary disciples are sacrificed, He Qian will never let Chu Yan walk down the martial arts arena alive. Oh, it's a pity, the first time I participated in the 9 summit martial arts, I lost my qualification. That's right, I heard that there are many good things in Zhou Fengwu's trial, and it is said that there are also important treasures from the sect. This Chu Yan is still young. The surrounding sect disciples shook their heads and sighed. At this moment, that icy voice sounded again, which shocked everyone in the audience again. Let's go together. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience was stunned at the same time. What? Is he crazy? Are you kidding me? These are 3 disciples who have cultivated at the half-step heaven transformation realm, and these 3 are nicknamed 3 fires. Together, their strength has more than doubled. Go together. You, a disciple of the 8th level of true martial arts, dare to be so arrogant. How is this different from blocking a car with a mantis arm and hitting an egg against a rock? This Chu Yan is really arrogant and ignorant of the heights of the sky and the earth, and he is so arrogant to no one. Could it be that he is the same mind as those other geniuses, relying on his talent to be amazing, but is he arrogant? Chu Yan, don't be impulsive. Hearing this, Tianquan was in a hurry, and hurriedly spoke out to dissuade him. Ha ha ha, this is what you said. You all heard it. Since you asked for it yourself, of course I have no objection. In this round, you will fight against the 3 of them. As long as you can defeat the 3 of them, you will win. A look of ecstasy appeared on Yi Qian's face. In this way, this Chu Yan is absolutely dead. Come on. Stop wasting time. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and his eyes swept to the 3 tall young men not far away. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Clang! 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 The sound of 3 spirit knives being unsheathed sounded, and at the same time, 3 young men, 1 left, 1 right and 1 front, rushed towards Chu Yan at the same time. The 3 of them practiced a peculiar skill, which was practiced by the imperial guards of all empires. Compared with the martial arts of ordinary warriors, it was very different, and it had a combined attack increase. The next moment, the 3 of them released their true qi at the same time. 3 groups of red true qi shot up into the sky, touching and blending in the air, and their majesty increased greatly. Around the martial arts arena, the disciples watching the battle all darkened and nodded secretly. What a powerful technique, this momentum is so much stronger. Looking at their exercises, not only are they the same, but even their cultivation base and fluctuations are the same. This is more than doubling their strength. I think, maybe, there are combined martial arts. Now, that Chu Yan is about to end. All kinds of discussions were heard, one after another like a tide, and all the tens of thousands of disciples around were shocked by the combined strike technique of the 3 tall young men. Not good. This is troublesome. Outside the arena, Tianquan's face was ashen. Seeing the 3 people in full swing, it seems that they not only want to defeat Chu Yan, I'm afraid. Call out. Call out. Call out. 3 tall young men rushed within 1,000 steps of Chu Yan, and raised their knives at the same time. Their movements were amazingly consistent, and 3 bright knives shot straight into the air. Thousands of troops cut. Thousands of troops cut. Thousands of troops cut. 3 youths swung their knives from 3 different directions at the same time, and the 3 fiery red auras collided with each other in mid-air. In an instant, they merged into one, turning into a monster saber aura with 1,000 zhongs. Like a fiery red thunder, it fell from the sky and ruthlessly blasted towards Chu Yan, who was standing upright. When the saber was sacrificed, the audience was suddenly silent. Only the sizzling sound of the scorching air was heard in the air. The waves of fire rolled up by the flaming saber light. This is probably the power of a second-level sky warrior of the Huatian realm. Not good. With this knife, Chu Yan is afraid that he will be blasted into scum. Chu Yan is dead, absolutely dead. Everyone bet on this powerful knife. Chi-Chi's face changed drastically, and he immediately understood He Qian's thoughts. He simply wanted to put Chu Yan to death, and these 3 young people were obviously ordered by him, and they used it directly as soon as they came up. The strongest move does not give Chu Yan a chance to survive. He Qian, how dare you? Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan was furious immediately, and the aura of the warrior in the heaven transformation realm exploded instantly, soaring into the sky. Xuanhuan, this is a voluntary fight between the 2 sides in the battle of heaven. How dare you stop it? Aren't you afraid of the clan's rules? At this time, He Qian had a smug smile on his face. Seeing Xuanhuan's angry expression, he immediately sneered. At the same time, all the aura on his body was also released, crushing towards Xuanhuan. The cultivation base of that majestic true energy has reached the early stage of the 2nd level of heaven transformation, which is slightly higher than that of Xuanhuan. A small realm. Xuanhuan's aura was blocked, and he was furious. Humph. Xuanhuan, don't think that the Lord Duga Peak values you, so you are arrogant. Today, Chu Yan must die. He Qian's face was full of coldness. He glanced at Xuanhuan, his disdain flashed, he ignored it, and turned his head to look at the martial arts arena. For him, fighting against Xuanhuan is meaningless at all. Seeing Chu Yan being beheaded with his own eyes is the most important thing. However, at a glance, the smile on He Qian's face froze instantly. Call. On the martial arts arena, Chu Yan, who had been standing upright all the time, suddenly had an extremely violent aura, as if above the sky, an eternal beast was slowly descending, suppressing the entire martial arts arena. Moreover, this breath will continue to rise. HP, Clinex.hl. #C575 Silver Fist breaks the sky. What, such a strong breath? No way, why does that Chu Yan have such a powerful aura? Oh my god, this breath definitely has the strength to transform into heaven. Impossible. He is clearly at the 8th level of the true martial realm. How could that be? The extremely powerful aura on Chu Yan's body made everyone in the audience startled and dumbfounded. Die. Although the 3 tall young men were also shocked by Chu Yan's aura, their faces sank, their teeth clenched, and the true energy in their bodies was urged to the peak state. The speed and power of the long knife in their hands skyrocketed again, heading towards the top of Chu Yan's head, cut straight down. For them, the power of the sword has come true, no matter whether Chu Yan's strength exceeds their expectations. With 3 against 1, there is absolutely no suspense in this battle. Moreover, He Qian has issued a death order to them. Chu Yan must be killed. With He Qian's identity and background, if the 3 of them can't do it, they probably won't have a foothold in this absolute heaven peak in the future. Please search at Wuhun to see the most complete, the fastest updated novel. The 3 of them were in the same mind, just a ray of spiritual communication, but without hesitation, they pushed the 1,000 army to the extreme, and slashed straight down. Boom! The moment the sword light fell, a group of silver fist lights rose into the sky on the martial arts arena, like a blue moon flood dragon. While shaking the void, it rose into the sky, roaring, and blasted the entire sky into powder, including in an instant, the terrifying sword light was blasted into countless red sparks and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, when the sword light was shattered, 3 figures flew out like meteors, divided into 3 directions, and flew straight to the outside of the martial arts field. Puff! 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 3 silhouettes flying upside down, all of them opened their mouths to spew out streaks of blood mist as they flew past, dyeing half of the sky in the martial arts arena red. Pung! 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 The figure fell to the ground. At the same time as the body rolled over, 3 clouds of dust and mist were brought out, and then, he fell to the ground without moving, but he had already passed out. In an instant, the entire Jiuxiao Peak martial arts arena was silent. What? How is this possible? Everyone stared blankly at the black-robed figure who was slowly closing his fists in the middle of the martial arts arena. Everyone's brains seemed to be trampled by tens of thousands of ancient elephants. Under the humming and trembling, everyone was stunned. Tens of thousands of eyes stared blankly at Chu Yan, the vigor and gust of wind swept across, and the black robe was hunting, like a black banner, waving under the sky, and the person holding the banner was like the only one between heaven and earth. The God. This scene was frozen in everyone's pupils, making their hearts tremble continuously. With one punch, like the fury of thunder, everything that the punch strikes will be destroyed. With just one move, among the 3 ordinary disciples of Jiuxiao Peak, the famous 3 fires were all defeated. A moment ago, everyone was still waiting for Chu Yan to be beheaded, but in the blink of an eye, only Chu Yan was left in the martial arts arena, standing proudly alone. What the hell is going on here? Chu Yan defeated 3 warriors who were half-step into the heaven realm with one move. Is there anything else to challenge? Chu Yan's gaze was like thunder, and he swept across the Jiuxiao Peak disciples in all directions. As his gaze passed, all the disciples in the crowd changed their faces and lowered their heads one after another. Joke. Destroyed 3 martial artists with a single punch, who among the younger generation of disciples would dare to go up? After a while, there was still silence in the martial arts arena. No one dared to step into the martial arts arena, and no one dared to speak. Call. Chu Yan, who was standing on the martial arts arena, waited for a while, his breath slowly subsided, he turned around and walked towards the main hall of Jiuxiao Peak. Looking at Chu Yan's walking figure, the corners of He Qian's eyes twitched, but he couldn't say a word. With Chu Yan's departure, everyone felt that the originally oppressive atmosphere in the martial arts arena suddenly relaxed, and then, everyone who gradually relaxed their minds turned to look at He Qian with strange eyes. Didn't you just still feel flustered? Don't you want Chu Yan to get out of Tianjuetang? Now what? Why don't you talk? He Qian's heart trembled, and he instantly felt strange gazes cast from all directions. These gazes were filled with smiles of various expressions. These eyes are connected together, rolling towards He Qian. Although no one spoke, they all just looked at him, but those strange eyes seemed to be laughing loudly, slapping him on the face again and again, making his whole face flushed, even worse than when he was hit by Chu Yan just now. Slap, more red. Humph. Chu Yan, you wait, I won't let you go. He Qian's face was darkened, as if blood was about to bleed, he looked at Chu Yan's background, snorted heavily, and then slipped into the crowd, hiding without a trace. Ha ha ha. Junior brother Chu Yan, well done. Xuanhuan stared at Chu Yan, his face was full of surprise, and he laughed wildly. Xuanhuan, who was still extremely worried at first, did not expect Chu Yan's strength to skyrocket so much. He didn't even shoot a sword, but just a punch, and he amazed the audience. Shine. However, Chu Yan, that He Qian's background, he will also participate in the 9 Summit Martial Arts. This person has a vicious heart, you have to be careful. With a smile on Tianquan's face, he reminded Chu Yandao. Jiufeng Wuzhong, can killing be banned? Hearing this, Chu Yan sneered and asked Tian Quan. You, what do you want to do? He is the only son of Vice Peak Master He. Seeing the killing intent flashing across Chu Yan's eyes, Tian Quan tensed up, and quickly reminded him. The way of martial arts is to fight against the sky. Fighting against the sky and the earth, I am invincible. How can you be afraid of your hands and feet? This is definitely not the heart of martial arts. Chu Yan looked at Tian Quan with a solemn face, and a faint killing intent flowed on his body. With the flash of his eyes, he looked directly at Tian Quan and said lightly. There. Invincible. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Tian Chuan's face suddenly changed, his eyes froze for a moment, and his whole body trembled violently. Boom. 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 In an instant, Tian Chuan's whole body was as stiff as a stone, and in his eyes, there was a brilliant light. His sea of consciousness suddenly exploded with a thunderstorm. Chu Yan's words, word by word, echoed in his sea of consciousness world. Call. The next moment, an extremely violent aura surged out of Tian Chuan's body like a flood and storm, sweeping towards all directions. The surrounding disciples, those who were a little closer, were suddenly staggered by the blow, and looked at Tian Quan with a look of surprise. At this time, Tian Chuan's breath changed drastically, and his face showed surprise and excitement. Just now, all of a sudden, under a sudden enlightenment, Tian Chuan's cultivation level directly broke through the bottleneck of cultivation level, and stepped into the second level of heaven transformation realm. Congratulations to senior brother Tian Quan, your cultivation has improved. Seeing this, Chu Yan bowed his hands and said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Chu Yan, thank you. Tian Quan clasped his fists in return, and looked at Chu Yan with a hint of gratitude. One must know that for warriors who have cultivated above the heaven transformation realm, if they want to break through their cultivation, they not only rely on their true energy, but more importantly, the cultivation of their martial arts heart. Tian Quan was stuck at the peak of the first layer of the Xiantian realm. For 2 or 3 years, both the physical body and the true energy of cultivation had already reached the bottleneck, but they were still unable to break through, even if it was the martial arts willpower in the soul stone. Also has no apparent effect. Unexpectedly, today, Chu Yan fought a fierce battle, and then added a word of thunder, which made Tian Quan break through the bottleneck in an instant, and his cultivation level broke through. This, how can he not be grateful? Ben from. Still looking for Unlimited Upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu Direct Search, 290,000 popular novels are free to read, and it is easy to read novels. == Hashtag C576, Holy Day Chief. If it wasn't for Chu Yan, I'm afraid he would have to wait for other opportunities if he wanted to break through. Now, in the second level of Heaven Transformation Realm, there is no bottleneck. As long as you concentrate on practicing, you can directly reach the peak of the second level of Heaven Transformation Realm. Afterwards, Chu Yan and Tian Quan stood on one side, chatting casually, inquiring about some details of the Jufengwu trial. Jiufengwu is the direct disciple of the master of the 18 peaks of the 2 holy sections. They entered a trial place together to find the essence of Tao and blood. They competed to see who could get more. The essence of Tao blood will be able to win the first place in Jiufengwu. This essence of Tao and blood is a kind of rare treasure transformed by the energy and blood of the elders and above who have lost or died for tens of thousands of years in the 2 holy sections. Ordinary warriors can get it and improve their martial arts. The foundation and cultivation base are absolutely rare and incomparable treasures. In addition, in the land of trials, when the elders and peak masters were lost, most of them left behind martial arts inheritance, and even the previous holy masters also left inheritance. Stepping into the training ground of martial arts at the Jiuxiao summit, different means and chances are also very different. According to legend, a warrior in the past obtained an inheritance from the Holy Lord in ancient times. After coming out, less than 10 years later, great progress in cultivation, becoming the chief disciple of each peak in one fell swoop. Listening carefully to Tianquan's explanation, Chu Yan's heart gradually became hot. Whether it is the essence of Tao and blood or the inheritance of the power of the strong, Chu Yan is extremely excited, his eyes are flickering, and his face is full of anticipation. Clang! 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 At this moment, a melodious bell sounded suddenly over Jiuxiao Peak. At the same time, the main hall gate of Jiuxiao Peak opened suddenly, and several figures stepped out from the gate and walked to the front of the hall. These people are the elders of Jiuxiao Peak, the deacon elders who led the disciples of Jiuxiao Peak to participate in the 9th Summit Martial Arts this time. Jiuxiao Peak, all the disciples of Tianjue Hall listen to the order and follow me to the martial arts field of Jiuxiao Peak. An elder shouted in a deep voice, and immediately jumped up and flew towards the main peak of Xianshi in the distance, Jiuxiao Peak. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterwards, one after another figures rose from the ground, hundreds of figures, followed behind several elders, and flew towards Jiuxiao Peak. A moment later, hundreds of Tianjuetang disciples from Jiuxiao Peak flew to the main hall of Jiuxiao Peak, lowered their bodies one after another, and fell down. At this time on the martial arts arena in front of the main hall of the Holy Heaven Peak, all the 100 disciples of the Heavenly Holy Hall had already gathered. Look, that's Chu Yan. That's right, it is said that he is a peerless genius, and he has only been in the sect for a month. It's just a new disciple. Even if he is talented, his strength is not enough. This year's 9th Summit Martial Arts is just to join in the fun. That's right, no matter how talented you are, you're just a new disciple. Compared with the chief disciples of the peaks, you're still far behind. As soon as the disciples of Jiuxiao Peak landed, there was a lot of discussion among the surrounding disciples of Jiuxiao Peak, pointing at Chu Yan who was dressed in black in the crowd. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is extremely powerful, and he naturally listened to these arguments, but he just smiled indifferently and ignored them at all. He found a position at the back and stood still, then released his spiritual consciousness and looked at Xing Tianfang's disciple of the heavenly temple. Boom! At this moment, a colorful cloud broke through the sky, and a large figure stood on the colorful cloud and slowly fell towards the Jiuxiao Peak. Huh! This colorful cloud is actually a spiritual treasure. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept towards the large piece of colorful clouds that were slowly descending in midair, slightly startled in his heart. All the disciples of Jiuxiao Peak flew over. These people actually came on Lingbao, and their momentum and posture were obviously much stronger. Look, the Xuanji Hall is here. This session of Xuanji Hall, it is said that there is a person named Qi Lianhai, who is expected to become the chief disciple. The Xuanji Hall is full of spirit pattern masters and alchemists, and their combat strength is weak, so it's not because of the protection of other peaks. You guys, don't underestimate spirit pattern masters and alchemists. Their various spirit pattern jade charms, as well as alchemists' poison pills and thunder fire pills, are not weak. Yes, but if we can form a team with spirit patterns and alchemists this year, we will definitely get more essence of Tao blood. Hearing the discussion among the crowd, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, watching the colorful clouds fall. One by one disciples dressed in blue robes and full of arrogance stepped down from the colorful clouds, and couldn't help chuckling. Among the crowd, a familiar figure appeared in Chu Yan's sight. It was Situ Yang. Big brother. The younger brother is here. This trial, the elder brother must follow the younger brother. As soon as Fatty Situ landed on the ground, his small eyes quickly searched the crowd. When he saw Chu Yan, his eyes immediately lit up, shaking his body full of fat, and ran straight to Chu Yan, with a charming smile on his face. Said to Chu Yan, "I heard that you were accepted as a direct disciple by an elder spirit pattern teacher." Chu Yan looked at Fatty Situ and smiled. "Hey, that's... With my talent, it's his blessing to be my master. If it weren't for his ability to make some ancient spirit patterns, I wouldn't even bother to be his disciple." Hearing this, Situ Yang smiled proudly and said with an incomparable air, "Are you very talented?" Chu Yan smiled lightly, his eyes full of playful smiles, and said, Brother, in front of you, I dare say I'm talented, hee hee." Situ Yang was taken aback, quickly retracted his neck, and said flatteringly. Afterwards, Chu Yan and Situ Yang chatted, and in front of the main hall of Tianqing Peak, elite disciples from various peaks continued to arrive one after another. In less than half an hour, the 9 peaks of Xianshi, plus the Xuanji Hall composed of spirit pattern masters and alchemists, a total of 10 disciples arrived. All of a sudden, there were crowds of people in front of the main hall of Tianqing Peak, and every disciple had strong aura and extraordinary strength. Jiufeng Wu of the 2 great sacred sects, all the disciples of the Xianshi sacred sect have arrived. The elite disciples of the younger generation of the Xianshi sacred sect are really good. I didn't expect there to be so many disciples in the heaven transformation realm. Chu Yan glanced across the disciples of each peak. Chu Yan scanned almost all of the 1,000 disciples with his divine sense. Some powerful disciples were all secretly recorded in his heart. Among these 1,000 disciples, at least half of them have cultivation bases higher than their own, not less than 500. Among the 500 disciples, there are no less than 300 people who have cultivated in the heaven transformation realm. 300 fighters of the heaven transformation realm, what is this? What is the concept? You must know that when Chu Yan was in the Lingtian sect of the Luoyang kingdom, only the supreme elder, Long Xingyun, reached the heaven transformation realm. Moreover, the heaven transformation of the entire Luoyang kingdom, the total number of warriors in the realm may not exceed 10 times. And in this Xianshi sacred sect, among the younger generation of disciples alone, there are fully 300 times the heaven transformation realm warriors. This is the strength background of the 2 top sects in extreme north continent, and it is simply not comparable to ordinary sects. Brother, have you heard? The chief disciple of Tianqing Peak, Shengtiantang, has just left the customs, and he will also participate in this 9 Summit Wu. Situ Yang stood beside Chu Yan, practicing complicated handprints one by one, and at the same time, said to Chu Yan, "Holy Heaven's chief disciple." Chu Yan was startled. "Yes, I heard that this person's talent is not high, but his martial spirit is extremely special, and his combat power is even more terrifying." Situ Yang was just talking, and suddenly, there was a muffled sound of thunder in the sky, which immediately attracted the attention of Chu Yan and all the disciples in the audience, and they all looked up. Tom! 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 Amidst the sound of muffled thunder, in the air above the main hall of Xingtian Peak, a figure in purple robes was stepping in the air, approaching Ling Yun. This person, with a gloomy and cold voice on his face, and his whole body was full of arrogance, his eyes swept over the thousands of disciples below, as if he was looking down on thousands of ants, with an overbearing aura, like a mountain. In an instant, he moved towards thousands of people, suppressing them. Down. The appearance of this person immediately silenced the entire hall. Still looking for Unlimited Upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu Direct Search, 290,000 popular novels are free to read, and it is easy to read novels. == Hashtag C577 Turbulent. Phone reading. Oh my god, it really is him. Yang Jitian. He really got out. It is said that Yang Jitian collected the most essence of Dao blood in the previous session and obtained 3 inheritances. Now that he has retreated, he is probably so powerful. I'm afraid this year, he will be number 1 again. You must avoid him. In the entire Shanshur 9 peaks and 10 halls, thousands of disciples all turned pale. Please search, to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. Chu Yan's consciousness swept towards Yang Jitian, who was walking in the void. Unexpectedly, just when his consciousness touched the opponent's body, he was shattered by the shock. Chu Yan, who was secretly shocked, directly used the Kirin's pupil to take a peek. However, the other party's cultivation made his face change. This Yang Jitian has already reached the 3rd level of the heaven transformation realm, and the aura on his body is even higher than this. According to Chu Yan's estimation, this person's actual combat power may have surpassed the 3rd heaven transformation realm, forcing the heaven realm 4 heavens. What's even more weird is that Chu Yan felt a familiar aura from this person, which was extremely bloody. Brother, this Yang Jitian has a strong background. I heard that his master has adopted him as a foster son. He loves him very much, and even taught Yang Jitian his finished secret skills. Situ Yang said carefully in Chu Yan's ear. His master is Peak Master Yang of the 7th peak. It is said that behind this Peak Master Yang, there is another powerful force, but it is extremely secretive and few people know about it. This Yang Jitian has gathered many resources in one body. Although his talent is mediocre, his cultivation speed and strength are far superior to those of his peers. He is the leader. This time, he is definitely the strongest person in the Shanshur sect. While Situ Yang was speaking, he looked at Yang Jitian, who had already landed in front of the main hall. His eyes kept rolling. Yang Jitian, the strongest young man of his generation. Chu Yan looked at the other party, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Fatty Situ, why do you know me so well? Chu Yan turned to look at Situ Yang and asked. Brother, I'm a spirit pattern master. People who come to me every day to ask for spirit patterns can line up from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. This kind of gossip is so easy. Hearing Chu Yan's question, color appeared on Situ Yang's face again, his chin was raised high, and his eyes were almost narrowed. Oh? I remember you just became a spirit pattern master. Then is this person really looking for you to ask for a spirit pattern? Or is he looking for your master? Seeing Situ Yang's complacent expression, Chu Yan joked. It's almost the same. Brother, this time Jiufeng Wu, our brotherhood. Before Situ Yang could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the breath from his whole body surged out like a tide, causing Situ Yang's original color to change suddenly, and he turned his head to look blankly. In an instant, a gaze, like a soldier's arrow, was reflected in Situ Yang's eyes, causing his heart to tremble suddenly. The owner of this gaze was none other than Yang Jitian, with a tall figure, who had already stood in front of Situ Yang and Chu Yan, staring straight at Chu Yan. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Yang Jitian without any fear, without giving way in the slightest. However, although the corners of Yang Jitian's mouth were slightly raised and there was a faint smile on his face, Chu Yan still found a deep killing intent hidden in Yang Jitian's eyes. When Yang Jitian and Chu Yan looked at each other, Situ Yang looked puzzled. What's the situation? How could this Yang Jitian approach Chu Yan directly? They should not know him at all. Chu Yan, right? The peerless genius who comes out once every 10,000 years. Hee. I hope you can come back from Jiufengwu alive. After saying that, Yang Jitian sneered, turned around and left, without waiting for Chu Yan to react. Come back alive. Yang Jitian, what do you mean? There is obviously a hint of meaning in these words. Could it be that he is targeting himself? Chu Yan's face darkened, looking at Yang Jitian's background, colorful brilliance flashed in his eyes, while thinking, his eyes swept across. His face suddenly froze. Among the crowd of thousands of disciples, there were still a few cold eyes staring at him, with the same murderous intent hidden as Yang Jitian's in the eyes. It seems that this Jiaofeng Wu is not easy, some people really have their eyes on me. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself. From He Qian at the very beginning, to Yang Jitian now, and those cold murderous eyes hidden in the crowd, Chu Yan faintly sensed a hint of conspiracy. Who wants to deal with me secretly? If it was just He Qian, Chu Yan might not care about it, he would only think that it was just a few bedbugs, but the appearance of Yang Jitian made Chu Yan wake up in an instant, most likely for the purpose of making oneself lose. In this Xianzhi sacred sect, all those who have enemies with me are already dead. Could it be Nangongru? Chu Yan thought of Nangongru's targeting of Little White Bear. Of course, Chu Yan understood that the reason why Nangongru targeted Little White Bear was actually targeting himself. No, Nangongru is in the Longyuan sect. It is impossible for her to have such great power to control Tianjiao of the Xianzhi sect. Shaking his head, Chu Yan directly denied Nangongru, but after thinking for a while, Chu Yan couldn't think of other people at all. Boom. 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 At this moment, the entire 9 peaks of Xianzhi suddenly shook, and above the sky, thunder exploded. 9 majestic figures descended from the sky and appeared above the void of the Holy Heaven Peak Hall. Behind them, there were many deputy peak masters and elders descending together. These figures are high above the sky, and the aura of each figure is like the abyss of the sea, the peak of the sky, and the momentum is overwhelming. Chu Yan's eyes swept over the many blurred figures. Except for Luo Tianxing and Dugyu, he didn't know any of them. He just marveled at the powerful cultivation and monstrous aura of these peak masters. Okay. All of a sudden, in the figure above the sky, a stunning gaze looked towards him. Just one glance made Chu Yan's whole body feel like falling into an ice cellar, and the hairs all over his body exploded instantly. Killing intent. The terrifying killing intent that made him unable to even arouse the heart of resistance. This person is Peak Lord Yang. Chu Yan was secretly shocked. Even Situ Yang, who was beside him, was affected by this murderous gaze, and his whole body trembled slightly. Who did the elder brother offend? First, Yang Jitian, the chief disciple of Xingtian Peak, and now even the master of the peak has murderous intentions towards Chu Yan. Situ Yang turned his head and glanced at Chu Yan, the horror in his heart set off a huge wave. It's fine to offend a few ordinary people, but the people Chu Yan offended are stronger than each other, and even got into trouble with a peak master. How can they hang around in the Xianzhi sacred sect in the future? Above the sky, the gaze that hides the murderous intent only stays on Chu Yan for half a breath, then converges and turns back. Call. Call. The moment Master Yang looked away, Chu Yan and Situ Yang heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The coercion of the peak master's eyes caused Chu Yan and Situ Yang to bear tremendous coercion. Chu Yan. At this moment, a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness poured into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, causing Chu Yan's body to tremble slightly. Because this is the voice of Dugyu, the master of Jiuxiao Peak. Although Chu Yan only met him twice, he recognized him immediately. I have seen Master. Chu Yan's consciousness echoed. This time at the 9 summits, there is an undercurrent in my Xianzhi sacred sect, and there are many abnormal movements. After investigation, I have no clue, but I found that the direction of these abnormalities is aimed at you. Duguju's sound transmission came here, and he paused for a moment. Undercurrent. Change. Is it referring to a certain force? Why are they targeting me? Chu Yan frowned slightly, and asked softly. Book from #C578 Zongmin Treasure. Phone reading. That's right, it should be a certain faction that hides very deeply and has only shown signs of it recently. Because of the short time, we haven't found many. However, it is certain that they are very likely to surface during the 9 summits. The surface of the water, but this is somewhat dangerous to you, you must be careful and take precautions. Duguju's voice, with a hint of concern, warmed Chu Yan's heart. Master, don't worry. Disciple wrote it down. Chu Yan said. Please search, #, to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. In addition, there seems to be some abnormalities on the side of Longyuan sacred sect, so you also have to be careful. The enemy hidden in the dark is the most terrifying. Finally, out of consideration for your safety, do you want to consider quitting this session of the 9 Summit Wu? When Duguju said this, there was an extremely weak tremor in his voice. Withdraw from this 9th Summit Wu. Hearing this, Chu Yan was suddenly startled. Chu Yan did not expect that Duguju was so careful that he couldn't even let go of the secret realm of the 2 holy sects trials. It can be seen from this, that the undercurrent change that Duguju just mentioned even exceeded their expectations. Controllability, otherwise, it is impossible for him to suggest that Chu Yan withdraw from such an important Jiufeng Wu. No. Master. No matter who the enemy is or how powerful they are, it is absolutely impossible for me to back down. Chu Yan's face was cold, but his tone was firm. Want to deal with myself? As long as there is kindness, no matter who it is, Chu Yan has never been afraid. Good. 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 Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Duguju's voice became a little more excited, and he said 3 good words in a row. Since this is the case, I will support you with all my strength. Jiufeng Wu, a total of 20 halls and 18 peaks, 2,000 disciples participated, all of whom are from the generation of Yun Tianjiao, warriors who have not surpassed the cultivation level of the heavenly realm. This is a trial, the restriction of the land. Other strong people, without the order of our peak master, cannot enter the land of cultivation, so, after stepping into the land of trial, everything can only be relied on by yourself. Speaking of this, Duguju interrupted the sound transmission of his spiritual consciousness. Young Tianjiao. It's the best, I just want to see the true strength of the top geniuses in the extreme North Continent. In Chu Yan's eyes, there is a fighting spirit, and the whole body is full of blood. Although the 2 holy sects are not the native sects of the extreme North Continent, their status in the extreme North Continent is absolutely unquestionable, covering almost half of the Yun talents in the extreme North Continent. The purpose of Chu Yan joining the Xianzhi sacred sect is to compete with the top talents in the extreme North Continent. Disciples participating in the 9 Summit Wushu, listen up. Suddenly, high above the sky, among the peak masters, the peak master of Xingtian Peak, Luo Tianxing, came out lightly, and his voice was like thunder, blasting the sky. Jiufeng Wu, it is held every 2 years. It is ranked based on the number of essence of Tao and blood obtained. You can fight and snatch, but you are not allowed to kill, including the disciples of the Longyuan sacred sect. All murders at the 9 summits will be dealt with according to the rules of the clan. Shocking the clouds, rolling thunder. In addition, in the trial ground, there are legacy inheritances of the powerful men of the 2 great holy sections. I hope you have the opportunity to obtain them, but remember not to desecrate the remains of the predecessors, otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Hearing this, all the young disciples nodded in unison. Don't refine the essence of Tao blood you have obtained immediately. It is stored in the jade talisman of identity. When you leave the place of trial, after the ranking is calculated, it will naturally be returned to you. Now, start immediately 9 summits, the trial ground of Wu. Get ready. After the peak master Luo Tianxing finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and a golden command of the peak master appeared in his hand. At the same time, the other 8 peak masters also summoned their peak master orders at the same time, and began to pour true energy into the token. Wait, I have something to say. At this moment, suddenly, a figure as high as a mountain appeared in the sky, making everyone startled and followed the sound. This person. The whole body is shrouded in nothingness, the whole figure seems to be tens of thousands of feet high, above the body, countless air currents of various colors linger, the whole body is covered with clouds and stars, like a god. The figure stands in the sky 10,000 feet high, and the void that the feet step on is constantly shattering. This person is none other than the Xiancher sacred sect, the Holy Master. Oh my God, what's going on? The Holy Lord is here. It's strange, the Holy Master never showed up at the 9 summits in the past, but this time. Could it be that something big is going to happen? Not only all the disciples in the audience, even among the several peak masters and many elders, under the shock, various speculations arose. At this time, at a height of 10,000 feet, the Holy Master slowly opened his mouth and said, "This year's 9th summit Wu, the deity left a treasure of the sect in the trial ground, and the young disciples who can get this treasure will definitely surpass the sky-reaching realm in 100 years. Zongmen treasure. Over the past century, it has surpassed the Tongtian realm." The words of the Holy Master Xiancher were like thunderbolts that exploded in the sea of consciousness of everyone. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply, and their faces were full of horror. Joke. 100 years to surpass the Tongtian realm. What kind of treasure has such a terrifying ability? You know, all of them are the most gifted and most savvy group of Tianjiao among the young people of the sect, but don't say that it will take them 100 years to surpass the heavenly realm, even if it takes them 100 years to surpass the heavenly realm confident. Thousands of Tianjiao in the audience were stunned for an instant. But soon, all the disciples woke up quickly, ecstasy appeared on their faces, and they exclaimed again and again. For a moment, in front of the entire hall of Xingtian Peak, it was as if a pot had exploded, and the sky was boiling loudly. Standing in the crowd, Chu Yan was also very excited. He had a 3-year contract, and there were still 2 years left, so he was going to Zhongtian continent to find Yuer and challenge Yifeng. At the same time, his mother was still in Shenwu Xiaoshanzong. I must raise my cultivation base to at least the first level of the heaven-reaching realm in the shortest possible time, otherwise, it is impossible to defeat Yifeng at all. And the treasure of the sect that Holy Master Xiancher said is just right for me. And at this moment, the next sentence of the Holy Master Xiancher suddenly shocked the expressions of all the disciples. Chu Yan. The Holy Master called Chu Yan's name, and at the same time looked slowly at Chu Yan, and then said, "When you joined the sect, I promised you that I would devote all the strength of the sect to cultivate it in you. So, this time, this treasure is the most suitable for you. It can be said that it is very important for you and your martial soul." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience turned around and looked at Chu Yan at the same time. Various auras shot up into the sky, causing the void in front of the hall to tremble. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely strange, and there was a faint sense of suffocation. "I hope you will take care of yourself and strive for this treasure." After finishing speaking, the figure of the Holy Master gradually faded away like a phantom, but he had already drifted away. The next moment, thousands of Tianjiao in the audience looked at Chu Yan with a ray of green light in their eyes, and even many people directly exposed their killing intent. Damn! What is the Holy Master doing? Chu Yan was stunned and speechless. This is also called cultivation. This fucker wants to die by herself. Can't you speak through voice transmission? You have to announce it directly in front of everyone. It's all right now, all the thousands of geniuses in the audience regard Chu Yan as their opponents. Chu Yan has absolutely no doubts, and now there are many people who are secretly connecting together, thinking about how to cheat themselves. Xiancher Shengfeng, count yourself as ruthless. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, his face was livid. Chu Yan. At this moment, a sound transmission of divine consciousness and Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. It was the Holy Master Xianshi who had just left. Book from #C579 Privilege to Kill. Phone reading. Master Dugu Peak, I should have talked to you. This time I will give you special privileges for the trial of Jiuxiao. Privilege. Chu Yan was taken aback, frowning slightly. That's right, this time all the mice that are hiding must be made to jump out, so I will give you a special privilege. Having said that, the Holy Master Xianshi paused for a moment, as if he was making his final thoughts and decisions. I allow you to ignore the religious rules, and if necessary, you can kill people. Holy Master Xianshi finally spoke, with a cold tone. Ignore the rules of the clan. You can kill people. Chu Yan was stunned. Unexpectedly, the Holy Master Xianshi allowed himself to violate the clan rules. You know, just now, in front of all the disciples participating in the 9 Summit Martial Arts, the Lord Luo Tianqing made it clear that killing in the 9 Summit Martial Arts is not allowed, and violators will be dealt with according to the patriarchal rules. But now, the Holy Master Xianshi actually gave him the privilege to kill people, which is completely contradictory. Yes. You are the only disciple of the 2 great holy sects who has sensed all the martial spirits for countless years. Your talent is so high that it has far surpassed all others. Therefore, your safety is the first priority, and this, the source of an undercurrent, is all pointing at you. The Holy Master Xianshi said, paused for a moment, then continued. Holy Lord Long Yuan and I have the same meaning, so this time at Jiuxiao, you can kill anyone who threatens your safety. Having said that, Holy Master Xianshi cut off the sound transmission with Chu Yan's consciousness, and there was no more movement. Big brother, look at them, they are still staring at you. At this time, Xuanhuan, who was standing aside, twitched the corner of his mouth, and opened his mouth to remind Chu Yan. I'm afraid, Chu Yan, when we enter the trial ground, we will meet up as soon as possible. I will see who wants to snatch that treasure from you. I will kill one of them. Xuanhuan, holding the heavenly transforming spirit axe in his hand, stood beside Chu Yan, staring at the hostile gazes of wolves and tigers around him, and said viciously. With his cultivation at the 2nd level of the heaven transformation realm, coupled with the heaven transformation spiritual axe, his combat power has doubled in an instant. Among these 1,000 fighters, there are really not many who can match him. Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head, saying, These people are nothing to be afraid of, but the people who are behind the scenes. Hearing this, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan were startled together, turned to look at Chu Yan, and murmured. People in the dark. Are you referring to the background behind them? Xuanhuan frowned, asked himself and answered. That's right, just like that peak Master Yang, just now, the power behind him is said to have grown enormously. Especially in recent decades, the extreme North Continent seems not to be very peaceful. Alas. Anyway, this time the 9 summits will be fought, more be careful. Hearing this, Chu Yan turned his head to look at Xuanhuan, and asked softly. Brother Xuanhuan, is it easy to obtain the essence of blood Dao and those inheritances of Jiuxiao? Is the struggle among the disciples fierce? Hearing Chu Yan's question, Tianquan's face suddenly sank, and he said with a solemn expression. The number of the blood Dao essence has decreased with the continuous progress of Jiuxiao. Similarly, those inheritances have been continuously discovered. Therefore, in the past 100 years, Jiuxiao disciples the situation of robbing each other and fighting is becoming more and more intense. Chu Yan listened, the corners of his mouth slowly raised. What Xuanhuan said about the situation in Jiuxiao is exactly what Chu Yan wants. Just now, in front of everyone's face, the Holy Master Xianshi publicly announced the reward of the Zoman Supreme Treasure. I believe that thousands of disciples present will think that Chu Yan entered the trial ground, and directly find a place to hide to avoid the sharpness of everyone, look for another chance to find that sect's most precious treasure. But in fact, none of them could guess what Chu Yan was thinking. Hide? How is that possible? The treasure of the sect, inherited by the strong, including the essence of Dao blood, Chu Yan will not let it go. Because, for others, the 9 summits held every 2 years, even if you can't gain too much at one time, after 2 years, can also make a comeback. But Chu Yan can't do it. After 2 years, he must already be in the Zhongtian continent. Therefore, this time, the Jiufeng Wu is the only one for Chu Yan. So disciples prepare, Jiufeng Wu. Open it immediately. At this moment, above the sky, the voice of Luo Tianqing, Peak Lord, exploded like thunder, shaking the entire void. As the words fell, the 9 peaks commander simultaneously projected an incomparably complicated spirit pattern, and they all flew into the air. These 9 spirit patterns, with different colors and bright rays of light, radiate dazzling light of 9 colors, and fly towards the spirit waterfall above Xingtian Peak. Hum. 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 A series of star-like spirit patterns of various colors rushed into the spirit waterfall, sending out a series of roaring sounds that shook the sky. This earth-shattering sound, like a heavy hammer, struck hard on the hearts of every disciple participating in the Jiufeng martial arts, making their minds more and more tense, their bodies trembling continuously, and their pupils constricting. Boom, boom. After all the 9 spirit patterns rushed into the spirit waterfall of Xingtian Peak, the spirit waterfall, which flew thousands of feet, suddenly parted from the center of the spirit liquid, revealing a huge portal entrance. After the entrance, 9 colors of light flowed, as if through to an imaginary world. Look, it's open. Ha ha ha, that's great, I can harvest the blood essence again. Everyone, be careful of the people of Longyuan Sacred Sect. In the last session, our Xianzhi disciples were robbed by them a lot. I hope this time, with better luck, I can meet more Dao blood essences. Seeing the opening of Jiufeng Wu's trial site, more than 1,000 disciples were all extremely excited, and the crowd was noisy. Just as everyone was staring at the entrance of the spirit waterfall, a purple figure soared into the sky and hovered in front of everyone. Everyone, I'm Yang Jitian. I have something to say. Yang Jitian yelled in a deep voice, making everyone startled at the same time and looked sideways. The treasure of the sect, I, Yang Jitian, am determined to win it. After entering the trial ground, as long as anyone can hold Chu Yan and hand it to me, I will reward you with 10 essence of Dao blood. When the voice fell, everyone was shocked. 10 essence of Dao blood. You must know that the number of Dao blood essences in Jiufeng trial ground is getting thinner and thinner. In the last session, the number of disciples who harvested more than 10 Dao blood essences was less than 50%. And Yang Jitian actually issued 10 essence of Dao blood heavenly ranks to deal with Chu Yan. Senior brother Yang, don't worry, leave this matter to me. Haha, that's great, Chu Yan is only 8th at the true martial arts level, and it's a good deal to catch him and exchange for 10 Dao blood essences. Senior brother Yang, you should prepare the blood essence. Chu Yan will never escape from my grasp. Hearing Yang Jia's words, most of the disciples among all the people became excited. They turned their heads and glanced at Chu Yan, their eyes full of disdain. Fine is generally the same. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan only frowned slightly, and then relaxed it in an instant, with a calm smile on his face, but remained silent. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Yang Jitian sneered again and again, his face full of complacency. What the Holy Master Xianzhi said just now shocked him unceasingly. He had to get that treasure of the sect, because if such an astonishing treasure was obtained by other people, within a few years, the chief disciple of his own Xingtian Peak would I'm afraid I can't keep my status. And according to the Holy Master Xianzhi, Chu Yan is the most likely to get this treasure, even if Yang Jitian wants everyone to start chasing Chu Yan as soon as they enter the trial ground, so that Chu Yan will always fall into escape among. In this way, Chu Yan has no time to compete with himself for the treasure of the sect. This plan can be described as seamless and perfect. At this moment, a loud shout sounded in the sky, waking everyone up. The time has come, disciples of the Xianchi sacred sect. Enter the place of trial immediately. As the voice fell, countless figures rose into the sky and flew towards the spirit waterfall of Xingtian Peak. Chu Yan nodded at Tianquan and Situ Yang, and then jumped up. After a few breaths, his figure disappeared into the entrance portal. Book from #C580 Strange Place of Trial. Phone reading. In less than a moment, thousands of young elite disciples of the Xianchi sacred sect all rushed into the gate of the spirit waterfall. Immediately afterwards, Luo Tiansheng, the peak master, made several handprints in a row, and slapped the portal of the spirit waterfall. Under the brilliance, the entrance slowly closed. This time Jiufeng Wu, I hope they will all fight for strength and don't lose to Long Yuan again. Of course, with Yang Jitian here, this year's 9th Summit Martial Arts Champion will of course belong to my Xianchi. That's right, Yang Jitian has retreated for 2 years, digested all the inheritances he gained from the previous session, and his strength has greatly improved. Today is not what it used to be. Several peak masters and elders chatted casually, and began to return to the peaks one after another. After all, the time for the 9 summits is 5 days in total. Will there be results so soon at 1:30? By the way, Master Yang Peak, your adopted son Yang Jia seems to have gotten into a fight with that Chu Yan. Young people, it's inevitable to strive for strength, but this kind of competition creates pressure, and geniuses don't need to go through a lot of polishing to grow. Let them make trouble. Master Yang Feng is macroscopic. While speaking, several figures in the sky gradually faded away and disappeared. The Xianchi Jiufeng, which was extremely noisy just now, returned to calm now. Luo Tiansheng, who had closed the entrance of the spirit waterfall, returned to the main hall of Xingtian Peak, and saw Duguju standing quietly. The two looked at each other. Then, they nodded slightly at the same time, jumped up, and walked towards Xianchi Jiufeng. Fly deep. Above the sea of spiritual clouds, on the top of the main peak, a wooden house stands on the top of the mountain. An ancient pine tree in front of the door is as high as 1,000 feet. It is emerald green and full of spiritual energy, like a mortal fairy. At the stone table in front of the wooden house, a middle-aged man was holding a cup of tea. His 2 golden eyebrows were over a foot long, and they swayed gently with the wind. His expression seemed calm and elegant like the wind. Facing the middle-aged man with golden eyebrows, 2 figures stood with their hands down, their expressions solemn. These 2 people are Luo Tiansheng and Duguju, Xianchi Jiufeng, the peak masters of the 1st and 2nd peaks. Sit down. I know you guys have a lot of questions. The middle-aged man has a calm smile on his face, and his gestures are completely natural, as if he is integrated with the surrounding world. Come on. I'll talk to you two in detail. Swish. Chu Yan only felt his eyes light up and then dark, and then, his body appeared in midair, 100 steps above the ground, suspended in the space. Chu Yan subconsciously unfolded his movements and fell to the ground. As soon as he landed, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was released, like a tide, rushing towards all directions, and in an instant, the wind blowing the grass within a radius of 10 miles was collected into the sea of consciousness. No people, no monsters, safe. After confirming the safety of the surrounding environment, Chu Yan's face relaxed a little, and then he looked up and looked around, looking at the environment here. I am on a beach, with endless blue water behind me, and a stretch of mountains in the distance. Here is the trial place of Jiufeng Wu. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be sent randomly. Chu Yan kept looking at the surrounding situation, secretly thinking in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's figure flashed, he left the beach, and his figure swept towards a forest in the distance. This tree was connected to the mountains in the distance, and Chu Yan planned to sneak into the forest first. After all, he doesn't know anything about this world at all, he only knows to look for the essence of Dao blood and the secret inheritance, but at present, he knows nothing about these things. Therefore, it is imperative to hide your figure first, and not to expose your figure at will. According to the information that Chu Yan learned from Tianquan and Situ before, the essence of Dao blood is an item similar to a red crystal. However, this crystal of Dao blood is not fixed, but it is like a ball of red light, flying and wandering around in the whole trial world. Therefore, there is no fixed way to find the Dao blood crystal, and it depends on some luck. Of course, there are also some special places, where occasionally there will be Dao blood crystals gathered in batches, but such places, you have to rely on luck to meet them. As for the place of inheritance, it needs a great opportunity to meet it. For tens of millions of years from the two holy sects, those big bosses whose lifespan is near will enter this trial world, looking for a place to leave their own inheritance, hoping that among the young people of the younger generation, there will be talented or unparalleled generation to inherit own mantle. Because of this, most of the inheritances left by them have certain restrictions and prohibitions, and they will not be so easy to be discovered at all. There are nearly 2,000 disciples from the two major holy sects. I don't know how big the world is. Chu Yan flitted through the forest, and as he hurried towards the distant mountains, he was thinking. Little White Bear is the direct disciple of Peak Lord Baong. She should have entered this trial world. It would be great if I could find her first. She is very good at finding things in such a wild place. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan rushed into a large tract of virgin forest, and soon discovered something about the divine consciousness released. Huh! An Earth-level monster. 10 miles away from Chu Yan found the first monster, which was not strong, and was only equivalent to a monster of the 5th level of true martial arts. The figure suddenly accelerated, and Chu Yan flew towards the monster beast without hesitation. 10 miles away, it's there in an instant. By the side of a gurgling mountain stream, a small wild boar-like beast is drinking water vigilantly. The monster aura on its body is as thick as fog, making it surrounded by dense fog of monster aura within 10 steps around it. Whoosh! Chu Yan was hidden in the dense canopy, and the unicorn's pupils opened instantly, looking at the monster. That's right, the cultivation of this monster does not exceed the 6th level of the true martial arts realm, and at most the peak of the 5th true martial arts realm. In the face of this monster that is no more than the 5th level of true martial arts, Chu Yan can almost kill it with one move, but this is the first time in the trial world, Chu Yan is extremely cautious. Die. After confirming, Chu Yan didn't hesitate anymore, his true energy erupted instantly, and he raised his hand and punched out. Roar! Thousands of steps away, the pig monster, at the moment when Chu Yan's true energy erupted, discovered the existence of Chu Yan, and suddenly became furious. Under the agitation of the demonic energy, it roared. Instead of fleeing, it moved towards Chu Yan coming straight. Bump! The fiery red fist imprint collided with the 3 or 4 feet tall monster body in an instant. The fist imprint shattered, the monster flew out backwards, hit the ground fiercely, and rolled away. Roar! However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that this pig monster, soaked in blood, struggled to jump up from the ground, roared, and rushed towards Chu Yan again. Huh! So crazy! Chu Yan frowned slightly. The ferocity of the monsters in this trial made Chu Yan slightly startled. Boom! With another punch, the whole body of Yeju monster beast was exploded by Chu Yan's fist print, and the blood sprayed in the air, and the blood rained all over the sky. No demon crystal. Standing in front of the ground full of monsters and beasts, Chu Yan swept his consciousness and said in astonishment. The next moment, In the pile of minced meat, countless starpoint brilliance slowly overflowed and flew in all directions. In less than a moment, all the monster energy in the pile of minced meat dissipated. This trial world is so special. Not bad. It's interesting. Chu Yan smiled lightly, looking at the mountains in the distance. The look of anticipation in his heart became more and more intense. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan. At this moment, on the top of a mountain a few miles away, a figure in green robe suddenly appeared, and the moment he saw Chu Yan, he laughed out loud. Immediately afterwards, the figure in the green robe flashed and flew towards Chu Yan with a speed as fast as a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Chu Yan. Book from #C581 pinched. Phone reading. Very good. It seems that the 10 essence of Dao blood are mine. The visitor's eyes were like eagles, and he was holding a purple spear. His aura kept rising, and his violent aura soared into the sky. Die. Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, the eagle-eyed youth roared wildly, moved his figure, and shot out with a spear in his hand. The eagle-eyed young man was very excited when he found Chu Yan, not only because of the 10 essence of Dao blood. He knew very well that as long as he could capture Chu Yan, it would be an excellent opportunity to make friends with Yang Jitian. Therefore, when such good luck fell in front of him, he naturally didn't want to slip away the opportunity he got, so when he made a move, he did his best. Call out. The purple spear burst out with an extremely fierce gun light. A little purple light pierced through the air, and pierced 1,000-foot-long force, piercing towards Chu Yan at a speed like purple lightning and thunder. This spear was astonishingly powerful. Not only was it as fast as lightning, but the terrifying strength contained in the spear's light seemed to be able to shatter mountains. Seeing a stabbing shot coming, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his right hand, and above his fist, the silver light was like snow, shining like stars, sun and moon. Boom! The purple spear glow immediately shattered as the silver fist passed by. Immediately afterwards, the Emong fist shook, broke through the center of the air explosion, and smashed straight at the eagle-eyed young man. Immediately, the fist seal of the fusion of the 3 elements, with an aura that shook the sky and the earth, crushed all the way. What? The eagle-eyed youth's complexion changed drastically, and he was horrified in his heart. He never expected that his full-strength blow with the 9th level of true martial arts cultivation would be smashed by Chu Yan's casual punch. Moreover, Chu Yan's Emong fist seal contained a terrifying strength, which made him feel powerless in an instant. How can that be? This Chu Yan is so powerful. The eagle-eyed young man roared unwillingly in his heart, but the Emong fist seal had already rushed straight, crushing it like a silver mountain. The Emong fist seal is extremely huge, nearly 15 feet long, covering the entire body of the eagle-eyed young man, leaving no space to dodge at all. Driven by the powerlessness in his heart, the eagle-eyed young man retreated without hesitation. The spear in his hand shot at the speed of a shooting star passing the moon, and stabbed frantically. Silver fist print. Boom. 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 More than a dozen purple spear marks continuously bombarded the Emong's fist strength. Under the shining silver light, the purple spear power shattered one after another, just like a mayfly shaking a tree, without any effect. How is this possible? The eagle-eyed young man's eyes were round and his face was pale. He had witnessed Chu Yan's fight against the 3 fires in the martial arts arena. However, in his opinion, the 3 fires were ordinary disciples of Jiuxiao Peak. The strength is weak, and it was easily defeated by Chu Yan, but now it seems. It's not that those 3 are weak, but that Chu Yan is too strong. But, how is this possible? I am also a Tianzong Peak, a Tianjiao disciple of Zongtian, and my cultivation base is a whole realm higher than Chu Yan, but the difference in combat power is so big. The eagle-eyed young man attacked wildly, but Chu Yan's Yinmong fist seal was extremely powerful, and the fusion of the three elements of strength, which was originally far beyond the strength of the same level, and if it increased by 3 times, he would not be able to shake it at all. Not far away, Chu Yan sneered, his clenched right hand suddenly opened, turned his fist into a claw, and grabbed the eagle-eyed young man. Whoosh! With a sudden pull, the claws transformed by the Yinmong fist directly grabbed the eagle-eyed youth back to his side. Say! Who told you to come? Chu Yan said coldly. The eagle-eyed young man, who was firmly grasped by Yinmong's strength, trembled all over, and his eyes showed disbelief. Unexpectedly, with the strength of the 9th heaven of true martial realm, he was defeated by Chu Yan in just one move, so quickly. The strength between him and Chu Yan is no longer at the same level. It has only been half a month since Chu Yan entered the sect, and he has grown to such a terrifying level. This is simply a monster against the sky. No, no one sent someone to come. You let me go. Although defeated by Chu Yan, he caught him, but the eagle-eyed young man didn't worry too much. After all, killing is forbidden in this trial ground. Moreover, he has just entered the trial ground, and within an hour, he has not gained anything, so he is not afraid of Chu Yan snatching it. Call out. Hearing what the eagle-eyed young man said, Chu Yan pointed out and poked straight at his chest. Immediately, his finger pierced through the air, and a blood hole exploded in the eagle-eyed young man's chest, and blood flowed out. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the entire forest. Chu Yan, you! The eagle-eyed young man looked down at the blood hole in his chest, his face was pale green, and he let out a sound of horror. Say! Otherwise, die! Chu Yan's voice was cold, without a trace of warmth, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Dead! Ha ha ha! You want to kill me? Do you dare? Although the eagle-eyed young man had a hard mouth, seeing the killing intent flashing in Chu Yan's eyes, the hairs all over his body stood on end, and a faint coldness of death rose from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, the whole body's breath rose wildly. Blast me! In an instant, the aura of the eagle-eyed youth doubled, and he rushed to the aura of the half-step heavenly realm. The Jiuxiao on the eagle-eyed young man surged violently impacting the huge silver paw print that bound him, making it buzz and tremble. Secret technique. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that the opponent had used his trump card and instantly doubled his own strength. However, this is also considered normal. To be the direct disciple of the peak master, there will be some cards of his own. However, this person has been caught by him, how can he give him a chance to stand up again? Under the consciousness of consciousness, Chu Yan shook his right hand fiercely. Click! Click! Immediately, there were bursts of bones exploding, and there was a continuous violent sound. Under the crackling, it was creepy. In an instant, all the bones of the eagle-eyed young man, except for the upper head, were crushed into bone dregs. Ah! With a shrill scream, the eagle-eyed young man's eyes popped out. Under the severe pain, the scream was earth-shattering. Accompanied by the screams, from the mouth of the eagle-eyed young man, dirty blood mixed with internal organs and meat gushed out like a spring. The bones of his whole body were shattered, piercing his internal organs. The severe pain made his soul tremble, and his whole body was as limp as a puddle of mud. Ah! 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 The huge pain stimulated his sea of consciousness, making him feel worse than death, like falling into hell. You, so vicious! The eagle-eyed young man stared fiercely at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes, his eyes full of resentment. Since no one instructed you, then you can die. Chu Yan said coldly, then slowly tightened his right palm. No. Don't, you can't kill me. Killing is forbidden here. The eagle-eyed young man felt the silver paw prints continuously crushing his body, and his face immediately turned ashen, panic-stricken, and roared hysterically. Chu Yan, please forgive me, I don't dare anymore. The eagle-eyed young man saw the murderous intent surging in Chu Yan's eyes, and his heart suddenly became cold. He instantly understood that Chu Yan really wanted to kill him. He is scared. Between life and death, the eagle-eyed young man felt extremely remorseful in his heart. He only bought 10 essence of Dao blood and actually put his own life on the line. Let you go. Didn't you want to take me to Yang Jitin to ask for credit? Did you ever want to let me go? Chu Yan sneered, his eyes full of cold-killing intent. Book from #C582 in Evil Stone Statue. Phone reading. Crack, crack. Chu Yan's right claw tightened suddenly, and the strength rushed into the eagle-eyed young man's body like a tide, and in an instant, all the internal organs in his body were twisted into powder. As the pupils of the eagle-eyed young man shrank suddenly, his life was cut off in an instant, and he died on the spot. Swish! With a wave of his hand, he summoned the jade talisman from the eagle-eyed young man, and then casually threw the body into the Rakshasa space. Afterwards, Chu Yan's spiritual sense penetrated into the eagle-eyed youth's jade talisman, and after looking through it, Chu Yan showed disappointment. There is no essence of Dao blood. There is not even a primordial stone, only a picture. Chu Yan shook his head. He also guessed that Zhu Fengwu's trial ground had only been opened for less than an hour. Most of the disciples probably did not find the essence of Dao and blood. Scanning this map with divine sense, Chu Yan's eyes lit up instantly. This is a location map of a place of inheritance. Unexpectedly, this eagle-eyed young man actually possessed a map of the inheritance land. I didn't expect the master of Tianzong Peak to be so partial to his own disciples. He must have left behind the ancestors of this place of inheritance. He was a strong man of Tianzong Peak before he was alive, and he also left behind a map of inheritance. Chu Yan looked at the map carefully, his eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Look and go. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan made up his mind, flashed his figure, and flew away as shown on the map. On the vast wasteland, among the waist-deep weeds, a black shadow passed by like lightning. Wherever it passed, the weeds split into two like water waves, separated to the left and right, then swayed and closed again. About half an hour later, Chu Yan was in a crypt passage, walking along the dark underground passage. Groping forward, according to the map, after bypassing several traps, Chu Yan finally stepped into an underground stone palace. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, there was already a figure standing in the vast hall of the stone hall in the dim stone hall. Huh! It's senior brother Taiya. As his consciousness swept across, Chu Yan's expression brightened immediately, he flashed out from the darkness, and strode towards the figure. Chu Yan. The moment Chu Yan appeared, Taiya turned around suddenly, with a look of vigilance on his face, seeing that it was Chu Yan, he also said with a look of surprise. Ha ha ha, that's great. I didn't expect to meet junior brother Chu so soon. I'm so lucky. Taiya patted Chu Yan's shoulder with his big hand, and laughed excitedly. Brother Taiya, how did you find this place? Chu Yan smiled all over his face and said. Before I entered the trial ground, I traded with the disciples of Tianzong Peak privately and bought an inheritance map. Hee hee. Taiya joked. Huh? This inheritance map can still be traded? Chu Yan said in a daze. Of course, the disciples of Tianzong Peak are notoriously greedy for money. As long as they have money, they will sell everything. Taiya took out a map and showed it to Chu Yan, Tong Jin explained with a smile. In this way, I am afraid that many people know about the place of inheritance here. We must get the inheritance as soon as possible. Chu Yan compared his own map with Taiya's, and they were exactly the same, so he was speechless. Unexpectedly, this inheritance map turned out to be a mainland product. It was still early, and Taya and himself were both close to the location of the underground palace, so they rushed there first. However, I believe that it won't be long before someone else, holding the same map, rushes into this place of inheritance. Must. ASAP. Brother Taya, let's go. Chu Yan glanced across, looking at a passage behind the huge stone hall. His figure flashed, and he flew away. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Taya's face became a bit more dignified. Without any hesitation, he flashed behind Chu Yan and rushed towards the passage. The two rushed into the passage, one behind the other. On both sides of the passage, with a width of several tens of feet, there were rows of stone statues. These stone statues had different postures. I know how many years they have stood in this empty passage. But when Chu Yan and Taya passed by these stone statues, the eyes of some stone statues moved. On the face covered with stone powder, there are faces with various smiles, big smiles, wry smiles, grim smiles, sneers, and so on. Chu Yan, there is something wrong with this stone statue. Taya, who was following behind, immediately noticed the changes in these stone statues, and reminded Chu Yan Dao. Click. The moment Chu Yan stopped when he heard Taya's words, a stone beside him suddenly lifted his foot off the ground, and the sound of the stone breaking echoed in the empty underground passage. Chu Yan, be careful. Taya shouted anxiously. Before the words fell, both feet of the stone statue had been separated from the fixed stone slab on the ground at the same time. A sneer flashed across the dusty face, and he raised his hand and punched out. Extreme palm. Taya raised his hand and slapped the stone statue with his palm, sending it dozens of feet away. Ka ka ka. Click. 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 As the stone statue fell to the ground, all the stone statues in the entire passage came alive, and with their strange smiles and ferocious, fighting expressions, they slowly and quickly surrounded the two of them. The stone statues have lifelike facial expressions, as if the faces of living people appear on the stone statues, which immediately gives people a creepy feeling. Earth Fiend power. Chu Yan's face sank, and he raised his hand and punched out with a fist. The fist was as strong as a gun. In an instant, where the fiery red fist light passed, the stone statues on the entire line were instantly blasted to pieces, cracked into countless large and small stones, and fell to the ground one after another. However, a strange scene appeared. These scattered stones appeared in wisps of blackness, merged with each other, and even began to connect with each other, continuously splicing together, and soon, they regained their human form and stood up. Damn, can't kill him. Chu Yan and Taya were stunned at the same time, their faces full of disbelief, that these stone statues still have such strange abilities. They can be completely recovered after being shattered. Could it be, hell? Heavenly shocking lightning sword. The stone statues in all directions rushed towards them like a pack of wolves. Taya drew his sword in his hand, and a large amount of sword light swung out. Under the shadow of the sword in the sky, the stone statues were cut into fine powder and scattered on the ground, like a pile of fine sand. However, just when Chu Yan and Taya thought it was impossible for them to recover, the black air in these fine sands was turning, and quickly rebonded and formed, returning to their original appearance. It's so strong that it can be chopped into gravel and it can be restored. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his consciousness scattered, and finally saw clearly that the black air flow on those stone statues turned out to be evil spirit. Chu Yan is naturally very familiar with the evil spirit. He is very clear that these stone statues are just tools controlled by the evil spirit. If the black air flow is not eliminated, these stone statues will never really die. Call. The next moment, a large black cloud rushed out of Chu Yan's body, and the Rakshasa refinement field spread out instantly. At the same time, the Haotian sword in his hand radiated silver light, and the sword light, like the Yangtze River, swayed in all directions. As the sword light passed by, the stone statues were cut into pieces and turned into rubble and fell to the ground. However, when the black airflow gushed out of those rubble piles again, they were all crushed into fine powder by the Rakshasa refinement. Hiss. Woo. As the black air currents in the stone statue were crushed and killed by the Rakshasa refinement domain, there were bursts of hissing and howling ghosts, echoing in the passage, eerie and shrill. Book from #C583 Wool of Magic. Phone reading. However, this time, those shattered stone statues could no longer stand up, and finally completely annihilated. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned slightly, his face full of solemnity and doubts. What surprised him was that his Rakshasa training domain was unable to swallow and fuse these black air currents, and while annihilating the opponent, the loss of the Rakshasa training domain was also very huge. Great, junior brother Chu Yan, these ghosts are finally dead. A gleam of joy appeared on Taiya's face, and he smiled at Chu Yan. 13 vertical and horizontal swords. Chu Yan sternly shouted, the Haotian sword in his hand, the power and influence sword. A sword came out, before 10 steps in front of him, all were covered by the sword net formed by the shining sword light, and dozens of stone statues instantly turned into pieces all over the ground. At the moment when dozens of shadowy black lines rose, the Rakshasa refinement field crushed them and wiped them all out. Brother Taiya, let's go. Chu Yan kept the sword in his hand, swung 2 sword nets forward and backward at the same time, and shouted at Taiya while annihilating the evil air in the Rakshasa refinement field, with a hint of anxiety on his face. In just an instant, Chu Yan's true energy consumption has reached 30%, which is 3 times greater than the usual energy consumption for urging Rakshasa to refine the domain. If it continues to be consumed like this, even if Chu Yan has a lot of pills, he will not be able to fully restore his true energy to its peak state. The speed of consumption far exceeds the speed of true energy recovery. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't intend to kill all these stone statues at all, but just wanted to rush through this passage. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure flashed, and Taiya followed closely behind, like 2 gusts of wind, rushing out from the gap in the broken stone statues. The passage was several kilometers long. After a few breaths, the 2 rushed out of the passage and stepped into a dark underground cave. In the middle of the huge cave with a radius of several miles, there is a huge lake with an area of 10,000 steps. In addition, behind the lake, stands a black stone statue as high as 10 feet. Chu Yan and Taiya had just stepped into the huge cave, and when they saw the 10,000-step lake, their expressions suddenly changed, and their faces were full of astonishment. Because, in the huge lake that is 10,000 paces long and wide, it is actually full of bloody water, the bright red is dazzling, and the blood is extremely bloody. In the middle of the blood lake, a floating wooden board stands upright, with a row of big black characters written on it. Those who break the black stone statue can get the inheritance. Chu Yan and Taiya muttered softly, and then looked at the tall stone statue behind the blood lake at the same time. This stone statue has a dark body, standing with a knife, and there are blood-colored lines all over its body. With the red waves of the blood lake, the blood-colored lines on the black stone statue will slowly flow, and at the same time, it emits a strange breath of will, making people feel that this black stone statue is like a living warrior, ready to attack with a knife at any time. This is the will of the devil. Feeling the coercion of those auras, Chu Yan finally understood why those black evil auras in the passage just now could not be swallowed by Rakshasa's refining domain. It turned out that those black auras were simply demonic auras. Although the surface is the same as Chu Yan's Rakshasa demonic energy, the root is completely different. It is said that among the 9 peaks of the Longyuan sacred sect, there is a Matian peak. From the peak master to the disciples of this peak, all of them practice the magic way. Taiya was also full of doubts, and murmured. This inheritance is obviously the inheritance of the magic way. Could it be that this map was not passed down from Zhongtian Peak? Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes, and said softly, "It seems that someone already knows the weakness of my Rakshasa, true Qi. Someone must have lured me here on purpose." Chu Yan looked at the black stone statue, pondered for a while, and said thoughtfully, "The Rakshasa promise art moves the true energy of the Rakshasa, which can be fused with the true energy of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang, but it can't be born with the devil's energy. Therefore, just now in the channel, when the Rakshasa refinement collided with those demonic energy, it would cause a huge consumption of true energy. It appears that this black stone statue, which is 100 times larger than the passage stone statue, is not easy to deal with." Chu Yan stared at the black stone statue, his fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Now that he has arrived here, no matter who lured him here or what his purpose is, the big deal is just a battle. Crash! All of a sudden, on the originally peaceful lake of blood, there was a strong wind, the waves churned, and the waves of blood slammed into the sky, bringing out water spray all over the sky. At the same time, the originally closed eyes of the black stone statue suddenly opened, and 2 bloody red lights shot out. With the opening of the eyes of the black stone statue, a tornado storm suddenly rose in the entire huge underground cave. The wave of blood is overwhelming. Fuck, it's really the voice of a demon. Chu Yan took a deep breath, even breathing became heavy. In the world of martial arts, no matter what kind of martial arts or skills a martial artist cultivates, no matter how powerful he is, it still belongs to the will of martial arts. However, what monsters and spirit beasts cultivate is the will of the monster way. The two cannot have the same origin at all, and they are completely incompatible with each other. Therefore, monsters and spirit beasts cannot learn human exercises and martial arts. Between the two, Tao, completely different. And now, appearing in front of Chu Yan and Taiya, this black stone statue contains the purest demonic aura. This is the first time Chu Yan has encountered the voice of the devil since he has practiced for a long time. Wow, la la. Before Chu Yan and Taiya could recover from the shock, on the huge lake of blood, a monstrous wave rose up to a height of thousands of feet, and shot straight down at the two of them. Break it! Chu Yan swung his sword, and the black and white sword light soared into the sky, like an ancient black dragon, ruthlessly crashing into the monstrous blood wave. Boom! Under the black and white sword light, the huge blood-colored wave was cut into two in an instant, and at the same time as it separated from the left and right, all the momentum lost, tumbling, and fell back into the blood lake. After the blood wave was dispersed, Chu Yan strode out, pointed the long sword in his hand, and a sharp sword intent scattered in all directions in an instant, rushing towards the tall black stone statue behind the blood lake. Boom, boom. The moment the sword intent Lingfeng rushed past the black stone statue, the black stone statue raised its palm and slapped it casually. All the wind of sword intent instantly dissipated without a trace. Immediately afterwards, the black stone statue clenched a fist with one hand and punched out suddenly. The black fist print rushed out, and the demonic energy soared to the sky. The entire void of the underground cave trembled at the same time, making a huge roar. Under this punch, the speed was as fast as black lightning, and at the same time, the majestic devil energy pierced through the sky, as if a single punch could smash the earth to pieces. Sword of Qianquan. Seeing the blow of the fist imprint, a flash of light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, the true energy in his whole body soared, and the Haotian sword slashed out. The Qianquan sword momentum, the sword cuts the universe, and the air is turned into powder when the sword light passes by. The nearly 1,000-foot sword light rubs against the air and makes a huge sound, just like thunder clouds rolling. Thousands of thunders blast the world, destroying the world, gathering into the monstrous sword that annihilates everything. Boom. The black sword mark collided with the bright sword light, and exploded instantly. Thunder and lightning covered the entire cave sky, and the huge air wave that broke through caused the entire underground cave to shake violently. When the air wave hit, Chu Yan retreated sharply. His black robe was facing the wind, flying up and down. Heavenly shocking lightning sword. Just as Chu Yan retreated sharply to avoid the impact of the blast, the long sword in Taiya's hand swung a sword light, passed through the center of the blast, and slashed straight at the black stone statue. Book from #C584 Inheritance of Magic. Phone reading. Clang. The sword light flashed, and it slashed at the chest of the black stone statue, as if it was slashing on metal, making a golden sound. At the same time, the sword light also left a clear scar on the chest of the black stone statue. Although the sword scar was not deep, it was only equivalent to a white mark, but it actually cut on the black stone statue. For warriors who practice magic, the most taboo thing is sharp military aura. Whether it is a knife, spear, sword, or halberd, anything with a military aura can restrain them. The black stone statue suddenly turned around, a pair of blood eyes looked at Taiya, and the huge fist print exploded out again. Boom! The fist imprint galloped, and the moment it hit Taiya, Taiya's body turned into a sharp arrow, and was thrown upside down by the blow, flying straight for 1,000 steps before rolling down to the ground. Puff! With a big mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Taiya was severely injured. Brother Taiya. It turned out that Chu Yan, who had avoided the attack of the air wave, had just stood firm when he saw a flash of black light, and Taiya flew upside down. Immediately, with a cry, he rushed to Taiya's side, and flipped his hands over. Recovery. Pills. The whole bottle of 3 pills was poured into Taiya's mouth. At this time, Chu Yan's face was solemn, and he slowly turned his head to look at the black stone statue. Now, it can be confirmed that this so-called inheritance place is simply a trap to lure Chu Yan to come, and there is no shit inheritance at all. All of this is to deal with myself. You know, whether it is the Xianqi sect or the Longyuan sect, the inheritance left by the lost ancestors of the 2 sacred sects, although there are some tests, will never really hurt the disciples of the 2 sects who came. You know, Taiya's cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, and among the 2,000 disciples, he can also be ranked in the middle. But in the hands of this black stone statue, with just one move, he was severely injured, and all internal organs in his body were shattered. If Chu Yan hadn't brought the recovery pill, he would have to lie down for at least several months to recover. This can never be the inheritance left by the 2 ancestors. Call. Taking a deep breath, the sword intent and momentum on Chu Yan's body continued to rise, slowly merging and cohesive, rushing in all directions, and in an instant, Chu Yan, who rose from his body, seemed to be transformed into a heavenly sword. Whoosh! As the movement unfolded, Chu Yan rushed towards the black stone statue, like a big rock spreading its wings, and when it passed through the void, he swung the Haotian sword in his hand. This sword is powerful and mighty, the whole body sword intent and sword power are fused together, the 8 cyclones are revolving like flying, and the thick vitality and black light devil energy are all merged into the Haotian sword. A sword cut out, the void collapsed, and the sword's Ji screamed, shaking the world. Boom! The black stone statue raised its fist high and blocked the sword, but when the sword light fell, even its entire right arm was cut at the root until it reached the shoulder. The black stone statue's entire right hand was cut by the sword. Completely scrapped. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that the black stone statue did not recover quickly like those stone statues in the passage, overflowing with magic energy. Ka ka ka. Under the trauma of the black stone statue, he twisted his body, made the sound of stone squeezing, swung his left fist, and slammed it hard at Chu Yan. This punch, like a cloud of black air, completely enveloped Chu Yan, who was in mid-air, and at such a close distance, Chu Yan had no time to make a move, so he could only block the fist mark with the Haoyan sword horizontally. Boom! The black fist print hit the Haoyan sword, and the huge force surged back to Chu Yan's body, directly blasting Chu Yan back violently. Swish! Chu Yan flew back 10,000 steps and crossed the blood lake like a black meteor. Heavenly absolute shocking sword. On the side of the blood lake, seeing the iron cliff where Chu Yan was blasted back, he struggled to get up from the ground. The long sword in his hand was full of purple ons, and as he swung it, a purple on soaring to the sky broke through the air and slashed towards the black stone statue. Under the powerful medicinal power of the 3 recovery pills, Taiya's internal injuries were under control, but this sword was the only sword he could unfurl. Therefore, without hesitation, Taiya poured his whole body's true energy into the sword, bursting out with peak combat power. Boom! The purple sword light cut on the chest of the black stone statue. The body of the black stone statue was violently shaken, and at the same time as there was a loud noise, the entire chest area exploded, and countless cracks spread, like a huge spider web. Call. Although the black stone statue was severely injured again, it didn't feel any pain at all. Under the continuous explosion of the chest, the intact left fist brought out a series of afterimages of black light, and slammed straight towards the iron cliff at the end of its strength. Die to me. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes instantly turned blood red, a pair of golden pupils suddenly appeared, and red and golden lights burst out all over his body. The power of the whole body was as violent as a tsunami. The Haoyan sword buzzed and trembled, and with a shocking sword, it slashed out. Boom! Boom! At the same time that the black fist print hit Taiya, Chu Yan's sword light also slashed on the black stone statue. Immediately, the entire black stone statue burst apart like a hill, countless stones fell, and the whole body collapsed instantly. Except for the left fist that landed on Iron Cliff Peak, the whole body of the black stone statue was shattered into a pile of stones, fell to the ground, and piled up into a hill 10 feet high. Not good. Chu Yan looked up, and saw that on the left fist of the floating black stone statue, a large wave of black air flow was tumbling and surging, rushing towards Taiya's body. When these black air currents touched Taiya's body, they directly sank into Taiya's body and disappeared. Bump! In less than half a breath, all the black air flow on the left arm of the entire black stone statue penetrated into Taiya's body. Immediately, the left arm of the suspended black stone statue shattered with a touch, turning into countless stones and falling to the ground. And Taiya's body also threw an arc and fell to the ground. Brother Taiya! Chu Yan rushed to the side of Taiya, who fell to the ground. Within the eyes, Taiya's whole body was pitch black, his eyes were wide open, his whole body was trembling, and there was a bloody mark between his eyebrows, which was constantly shining red. This is the inheritance of the magic way. In less than a breath, Taiya woke up suddenly, spread his hands, looked at his hands in disbelief, the black air flow slowly receded, and said in surprise. Brother Taiya, are you all right? Chu Yan asked. It's okay, but there is a demonic will in my body. Taiya's face was pale, and when he heard Chu Yan's words, he shook his head dully, and said. The will of the devil. Could it be that there is really a magic inheritance in this black stone statue? Chu Yan frowned slightly, and looked at the pile of black stones in the distance in disbelief, and his face suddenly changed at a glance. From the pile of black rocks, 3 glowing red crystals rose slowly, suspended in midair. The essence of Dao blood. Chu Yan's expression froze, and then, he stretched out his hand to call. 3 essence of Dao blood turned into 3 red meteors and fell into Chu Yan's hands. Spreading his palms, Chu Yan looked down. The 3 essence of Dao blood were round and round, like 3 blood-red rubies, about the size of a bird's egg. Wisps of martial Dao will spread out, matching Chu. The sea of flame consciousness resonates wonderfully. What a miraculous essence of Dao blood! Unexpectedly, there are 3 pieces at once. Chu Yan was startled. Yes, it seems that the black stone statue is powered by these three essence of Dao blood. Taya struggled to stand up from the ground, and said weakly. However, if the black stone statue has a demonic inheritance in its body, can the will of martial arts coexist with the will of demons? Chu Yan frowned slightly and said. This matter is a bit strange, and I can only ask the master after returning to the sect. Taya nodded, pondered for a while, and then continued. Junior brother Chu Yan, I have obtained the inheritance of the demon Dao, and these three Dao blood crystals belong to you. Taya laughed, his face pale. At this moment, suddenly, at the entrance of the underground cave in the distance, a figure rushed towards Chu Yan and Taya. Book from #C585 4-Ring Golden Devil. Phone reading. This figure was extremely fast, flying across the blood lake, and rushed all the way. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, Taya, you are all here. When Chu Yan and Taya heard the voice, their nervous expressions suddenly relaxed, and a gleam of joy appeared on their faces at the same time. Brother Tianquan. When the two appeared on the stage at the same time, Tianquan's tall figure had already landed in front of Chu Yan and Taya, smiling all over his face. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you just after entering the trial ground. It's really unlucky. Tianquan laughed. Brother Tianquan. Why are you here too? Chu Yan chuckled and asked, casually. After all, as soon as they stepped into the trial ground, within 2 hours, the three brothers and sisters gathered together. In this way, the three of them teamed up, whether it is to find the essence of Dao blood or the place of inheritance, including meeting other disciples in this trial place, the chances of winning are much greater. This is of course a joy to behold. Haha, I just stepped into the trial ground. After a while, someone from Long Yuan's disciple asked for trouble. When he was beaten away by me, he left a map of the inheritance land. I followed the map and found this place, but, it seems, you got the inheritance first, ha ha ha. Tianquan glanced at the surrounding environment casually, and laughed nonchalantly. At the same time, he took out a map and showed it to the two of them. It's this map again. Seeing the inheritance map in Tianquan's hand, Chu Yan was stunned, and suddenly, his brows were slightly frowned, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why such a coincidence? Tianquan's experience is exactly the same as his own. He just stepped into the trial ground, someone came to him and got the map, and Taya's map was also sold to him by others. And here, although there is indeed a magic inheritance, Chu Yan always has doubts. Inheritance map. Inherit the will of magic, take the initiative to enter the body. The three brothers and sisters gathered in this underground cave at the same time. If this map is really so easy to get, why among the 2,000 disciples, only Chu Yan, Tianquan and Taya found this cave according to the map? Why didn't the others come with the map? The more he thought about it, the more doubtful Chu Yan became, and his brows became more and more tightly wrinkled. Roar. At this moment, suddenly, in the Chu Yan Sea of Consciousness, the Qilin Wuhun let out a shocking roar, shaking the entire 10,000 beasts mountains and rivers map world, constantly trembling. Not good. Let's go. In an instant, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and his whole body burst into the sky. With a roar, his figure turned into a bolt of lightning, and rushed towards the way he came. What? Seeing Chu Yan's startling change, Tianquan and Taya were startled at the same time, but of course they knew there was something wrong with Chu Yan's astonishing move. Immediately, the two of them flashed out suddenly, followed behind Chu Yan, and rushed towards the way they came from. After rushing out of the passage, Chu Yan saw that the entire passage was densely packed with stone statues, and his heart sank again. Oh my God, when we came here, there were only dozens of stone statues. Now there are at least 1,000. Taiya, who was following Chu Yan, saw this scene, his expression changed drastically, and he said in surprise. That's right. When I first came here, there were only a dozen stone statues. How come there are so many more? Sure enough, there are ghosts. Seeing this, Tianquan said coldly. Die to me. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, Qilan's roar became more and more urgent. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes were red, and when he raised his hand, he blasted out the strongest move of the fusion of three elements. The silver fist seal shining with snow and brilliance, like the seal of the world-destroying god, passed along the way, and the stone statues that crowded the passage were all reduced to dust. Go. Rush over. Chu Yan chased after Yinmeng's fist, taking advantage of the moment when all the stone statues were pulverized and the black airflow gushed out to recover. He flew past like a hurricane. Tianquan and Taiya followed closely behind with serious expressions on their faces. The three figures finally rushed out of the passage and returned to the ground under the opening of the Yinmeng fist seal. Boom, boom. When they rushed out of the crypt, the hill above the crypt suddenly jumped and shook. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure as majestic as a mountain, like a demon crawling out of hell, crushed the hill with one foot, broke through the ground, and stood in front of the three of them. This figure is nearly 100 feet tall. His whole body is strong, his upper body is bare and naked, a pair of thick horns are formed on his forehead, the fangs in his mouth are turned out, his hideous face is covered with black tattoos, and his thick right arm, for golden rings, golden light shining. Not good. Golden demon general, with 4 rings. Run away. When Tianquan saw the hill-like figure, his expression changed drastically. His entire face was pale without a trace of blood, and he roared anxiously. What golden demon general? Chu Yan was stunned, and looked at the towering figure not far away, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. This figure, no matter how it looks familiar. Quack quack, human beings let you escape, but you are still going to die. The majestic figure, the black clouds billowing all over his body, and the terrifying sinister aura swept across the entire world like a tidal wave. In an instant, on the sky, all the blue sky and white clouds were instantly submerged, and all were blocked by large black clouds. Ants, run away quickly, it's interesting to die in fear. Quack quack. The gloomy words that sounded in midair made Tianquan, Taiya, and Chu Yan 3 people, the blood in their bodies was tumbling, the true energy was violent, and they rushed up. Unexpectedly, with just a few voices from the Golden Demon General, the true chi of the 3 of them was almost reversed, and the sea of chi was injured. Strong, too strong. A breath of death suddenly rose in Chu Yan's heart, causing all the hairs on his body to explode, like falling into an ice cellar. For the first time, he felt that he was so close to death. Tom. 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 The Golden Demon General, as high as a mountain, with a teasing smile on his face, opened his legs, stepped out with one step, 1,000 steps away, every step landed, the ground shook violently, as if the sky was falling apart. The 3 human ants in front of me were running wildly, and the Golden Demon General was unhurried, maintaining an appropriate speed, chasing after the 3 of them, with a teasing look on his face, extremely excited, as if playing an interesting game. It's over. We can't escape. Tianquan's face was ashen, looking at Chu Yan and Taiya, he said in a trembling voice. Golden Demon General of the 4 rings, how did we meet such a terrifying existence? Taiya also had a face of ashes. He already had injuries in his body. At this time, he was urging his true energy to fly away, and it had reached the point where the fuel was exhausted. His red eyes were full of unwillingness. Seeing the expressions of the 2, Chu Yan felt the terrifying breath behind him, and his face was also ashen. This so-called 4-ring Golden Demon General is so powerful that Chu Yan even felt that even if he played all his cards, he would not be able to match the opponent. There is at least 2 heaven and earth realm cultivation gaps between the opponent and himself, even if it is the aura of the master of Xianchi Jiufeng, it is nothing more than that. Sweeping behind him with his divine sense, Chu Yan already understood that this 4-ringed golden demon general was simply playing a cat-and-mouse game. If he really wanted to kill the 3 of them, he could easily kill the 3 of them with just 1 finger. Grind into powder. For a moment, the anger in Chu Yan's heart continued to burn, and the will to survive rose wildly. No. I will never admit defeat. I will fight with you. Book from #C586 above the sky. Phone reading. In an instant, red light and golden light rushed out from Chu Yan's body at the same time, and the Raksha demon body and Shantian fire body were simultaneously deployed. The Rakshasa promised divine art was running to the extreme, and the raging Rakshasa, true chi, surged out like a torrent of waves. I still have a 5 elements chi. Chu Yan's eyes were blood red, and his golden pupil shrank sharply. He stopped his rapid figure, turned around suddenly, and faced the 4-ringed golden demon general, who was as tall as a mountain. Above the right fist, a bright silver light appeared, and a stream of colorful light poured in. When he raised his hand, he gathered a fist with the peak combat power of the whole body, and blasted out. Tianquan, Taya, run away quickly. Chu Yan's whole body was full of true energy, the black robe fluttered in the wind, and there was a sound of hunting. Quack quack quack, ants shaking the sky. Interesting. Interesting. The golden demon general of the 4 rings, when he saw Chu Yan, dared to stop and resist, the grin on his face became even bigger. Seeing the silver fist light draw out a stream of 5-colored light and blast towards him, the golden demon general raised his right arm covered in black tattoos, stretched his palm into a claw, and held the 5-colored silver-colored fist print in his hand, gently pinching it, just crush it to pieces. Quack quack, too weak, too boring, you guys go, huh? This is. After crushing Chu Yan's all-out blow, the golden demon general couldn't stop laughing, but before he finished speaking, his body as high as hundreds of feet suddenly shook, the smile on his face froze instantly, and the shocked look on his face was directly sluggish on the spot. Huh? What's wrong with him? Originally seeing his own silver strength, which was easily crushed by the opponent, Chu Yan's face was full of shock, thinking that he was doomed, but unexpectedly, the face of the golden demon suddenly changed drastically, and his whole body was petrified, sluggish and motionless. Escape. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan turned around and yelled at Tianquan and Taya, who also stopped and were about to fight to the death. In an instant, the 3 people's true energy exploded, and their bodies flashed into 3 lightning lights, flying away towards the distance. In less than 5 breaths, the 3 of them flew a full 5 miles away, and their figures were still accelerating. Behind them, the tall figure of the golden demon general didn't seem to see them fleeing. He didn't respond at all, but just stood there in a daze, with a pair of blood-red eyes staring round, and his body trembling uncontrollably. This is the Rakshasa promise. How is it possible? How could it be the Rakshasa promise? The golden demon's red eyes were filled with shock, and thousands of red lights shot out, like red lightning bolts, shattering the void in front of him. In the mind of the golden demon general, Wanlei is thundering, and the waves are raging. After nearly half an hour, his body gradually stopped shaking, and slowly recovered. That's right. That's right. This is definitely the Rakshasa promise art, the unique Rakshasa, true chi. Roar. The moment the golden demon general regained his consciousness, his whole body shook suddenly, he roared to the sky, his whole body exploded, and a column of black air burst into the sky, like a sky-killing magic spear, straight towards Jiuxiao. Within a few miles around his body, he was swept by the exploding black air wave, and everything was turned into dust, and everything was wiped out. Hurry up and go back and inform the clansmen, the wait is over. Finally, the wait is over. Ha ha ha. Amidst the wild laughter, the Golden Demon General turned around and strode out, rushing towards the back. The Golden Demon General took a step forward, his figure flickered, and he was already hundreds of miles away. After a few steps, the mountain-like figure disappeared without a trace. Call. 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 The three of Chu Yan finally lost their true energy and fell from the sky to the ground. The three of them sat on the ground, panting violently. Although his face was pale, his face was full of surprise, and it bloomed at the same time. I didn't expect. It's really a miracle. We escaped from the Golden Demon General alive. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged, panting like a cow, took out the jade bottle, poured a large amount of elixir into his mouth, and was overjoyed. We flew thousands of miles. It is impossible for him to find us again. It's too dangerous, it's too dangerous. Taiya's face was pale, he was already limp on the ground, and his voice was weak. It was obvious that his true energy had been completely exhausted. Chu Yan also chuckled, and also took out a few bottles of pills, threw them to Xuanhuan and Taiya, and swallowed them at the same time. At this time, the feeling of death in his heart that made him palpitate has completely disappeared. Finally, survived. Chu, junior brother Chu Yan, what method did you use? After that punch, the Golden Demon General was completely frozen. Xuanhuan continued to swallow the elixir thrown by Chu Yan, feeling the slow recovery of true energy in his body, and asked suspiciously. Please search, to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. The strongest blow. However, that punch was easily crushed by him, which should not be the reason. Of course Chu Yan knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to have such a powerful blow with all his strength, and it must be due to other reasons. Strange, why doesn't the Golden Demon General chase us? Of course, Xuanhuan also knew that with Chu Yan's strength, even if he broke out 5 times more, he would not be able to stop the Golden Demon General. Suddenly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. It doesn't matter, quickly regain your true energy. Chu Yan was also thinking about it, but couldn't find a clue at all, so he shook his head and ignored it. Anyway, he survived now, and the key to recovering his combat power quickly. Yes, not bad. Xuanhuan and Taiya nodded. Immediately, the three of them got up and found a hidden cave. After laying out a spirit array to isolate the breath at the entrance of the cave, they all sat cross-legged, performed exercises, and began to practice breathing. While running the Raksha Wuji divine art, Chu Yan dispelled the medicinal power of Guiyuan pill, took out more than a dozen soul stones at the same time, and began to devour the power of martial arts while in the soul stones. The chi of the 5 elements just now was his last one, and it was finally condensed. At a critical moment, it was integrated into the Tiangang Jin boxing method. Unexpectedly, it had no effect at all, and a chi of the 5 elements wasted in vain. The power of the 5 elements chi is extremely powerful, and it can instantly explode the Tiangang Qi to 5 times its power. Therefore, Chu Yan must condense together as soon as possible, in case of emergencies. Now, there are more than 100 soul stones on Chu Yan's body. To recondense a chi of the 5 elements, at least 100 soul stones will be consumed. Therefore, the stock of soul stones on Chu Yan can only be condensed again. Just one. In the picture of mountains and rivers of beasts, after the Qilin Wuhun devoured 100 soul stones, the colorful brilliance of his whole body continued to flicker, and after a full 100 breaths of time, he spit out a multicolored airflow, which was led into the world of sea of consciousness by Chu Yan in it. Save it carefully. With this chi of the 5 elements, Chu Yan finally relaxed a little bit. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 2 hours have passed. In the cave, Xuanhuan and Taiya have opened their eyes, and their true chi has recovered nearly 90%. Taiya's internal injuries, under the power of Chu Yan's Fuyuan pill, have also recovered more than half, and there are still some hidden injuries, which will take time to recover slowly. Call. Chu Yan woke up from his practice, opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly opened his eyes under the exhalation and intake of air. The three looked at each other and smiled, took out some dry food and water, sat on the floor, chatted while eating. Senior brother Tianquan, how can there be such a powerful existence of the Golden Demon General in the training ground of Jufengwu? Chu Yan asked. Well, you don't know that the place where Jiuxiao is tested is actually a small primitive world. Countless years ago, many indigenous races lived here, and they were later conquered by the 8 ancient sects and divided among the two. The Holy Ancestor uses it as a place of trial. Primitive small world. Indigenous race. Chu Yan was startled. That's right, the original small world is similar to the Haotian continent we live in. However, the time to form the world is a little shorter, and the origin of the world has not been completely solidified, so the aura of the world is slightly weaker, and those indigenous races have reached certain levels with the 8 ancient sects. The agreement, usually, lives in a fixed area, and will not shoot us disciples. Tianquan explained. However, it is said that in order to train their disciples, the 2 holy sects have added a clause to the agreement. Each session of the 9th Summit Martial Arts, they are allowed to kill no more than 10 3-ring Golden Demon Generals who are below the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. A disciple of Fengfengwu. Hearing Tianquan's explanation, Chu Yan's expression froze immediately, and he was shocked inwardly, and asked. The 3-ringed Golden Demon General has reached the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Then the cultivation level of the 4th-ringed Golden Demon General, just now, is. Hearing this, Tianquan laughed and said. Well, you must first know that our warriors have a cultivation level above the heavenly reaching realm. Let me explain it to you in detail. Book from #C587 Venerable Realm. Phone reading. The realm of cultivation above the heaven-reaching realm. Hearing Tianquan's words, Chu Yan was stunned, and then a mass of brilliant light burst out from his eyes, like 2 light beams of divine soldiers, piercing the void. Chu Yan clearly remembered that Yi Feng of Jiuling Zuantianzong's cultivation level in the Haotian Qianlong list was the 2nd level of the heaven-reaching realm. Moreover, Yi Feng cultivated from the Tianhua realm to the Tongtian realm in less than a year. Please search #to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. Chu Yan estimates that when he arrives in the Zhongtian continent 2 years later, he may have to surpass the heaven-reaching realm to defeat Yi Feng. What is the realm of cultivation above the heaven-reaching realm? Junior brother Chu Yan, I have a feeling that with your talent, within 100 years, it is very likely that you will surpass the heaven-reaching realm and reach the venerable realm. Tianquan looked solemnly, staring at Chu Yan, said. Valentine realm. Hearing this, the blood in Chu Yan's body is constantly boiling, and his eyes are as bright as stars. Yes. Venerable realm, also known as martial venerable realm. After reaching this level, it is no longer subdivided into the 1st to 9th heavens, but divided into lower venerables, middle venerables, and upper venerables. Everyone those who are strong in the martial venerable realm are all overlords. If a martial artist has cultivated to the venerable realm, even if it is a low-ranking martial venerable realm powerhouse, he can wipe out a city with just a wave of his hand. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was startled, his eyes trembled slightly, and in the sea of consciousness, there seemed to be a huge wave. A strong martial artist, with a wave of his hand, slaughtered a city. It would take a lot of strength to do it. It's just unimaginable. You know, with Chu Yan's current strength, let alone slaughtering a city, even a small section of the city wall, under the full bombardment, there is no time for a few days and nights, it is impossible to destroy. In Haotian continent, every city has a defensive spirit array. No matter what the rank of the spirit array is, Chu Yan has never heard of it. Who can break through the defensive spirit array of a city? Unexpectedly, a strong Wu Zuanjing could destroy a city. This is too appalling. Chu Yan, you have to know that the suzerain of our two great holy sects is a strong man in Wu Zuanjing. Moreover, it is extremely unlikely to be a middle-ranked venerable. Seeing Chu Yan's shocked expression, Tianquan chuckled and said in a low voice. What about the Peak Master? Chu Yan asked. Peak Master? Those are all powerhouses above the heaven-reaching realm. It is said that the Duga Peak Master is even the 8th level powerhouse of the Tongtian realm. His strength is terrifying. In the entire Shanxi sacred sect, there are only suzerains who have cultivated in the Wu Zuanjing realm, and their strength is strong past him. Tianquan is the direct disciple of Peak Master Dugu Ju, following him for many years. It is normal to know the cultivation of Peak Master Dugu. What about the Venerable Realm? Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he muttered for a moment. He thought that when he arrived in Zhongtian continent, he would not only challenge Yifeng, but also go to the Shenwu Xiaoshanzong to find his mother, and this powerful sect in Zhongtian continent, their elders, or the suzerain, it is very likely to surpass Wu Zuanjing's cultivation base. Cultivation above the martial Venerable Realm? Haha, that's all legends. In our extreme north continent, it seems that we have never heard of a strong man who surpassed the martial Venerable Realm. Maybe, only the Zhongtian continent can have it. Bar. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Tianquan sneered, shook his head, and continued. In the past, I read a classic book, and I asked Master specifically, a warrior with a cultivation level above the martial Venerable Realm is called Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor. Chu Yan's body trembled, and his mind was agitated. That's right, I don't know about the division of the Martial Emperor's realm. Tianquan said, sighed faintly, and stopped talking. With his talent, he might not be able to break through even the heaven-reaching realm, and the Wu Zun and Martial Emperor realms above the heaven-reaching realm are even more unthinkable. Slowly raising his head to look at Chu Yan, a few strange colors flashed in Tianquan's eyes. In his eyes, among the hundreds of thousands of disciples in Jiuxiao Peak, the only one who has the hope of breaking through to the heaven-reaching realm, or even the Wu Zun realm, is this black-robed boy in front of him. Chu Yan. Chu Yan, your martial arts achievement may reach an unimaginable height. I am optimistic about you. Work hard. With piercing eyes, Tianquan smiled lightly. I will try my best. Chu Yan nodded and smiled. For Chu Yan, the heaven transformation realm and the heaven-reaching realm are the realms he must reach, but it must be done as soon as possible. Within a year, break through the realm of transformation and reach the realm of Tongtian. This is the dead goal that Chu Yan set for himself. If you can't do it, whether it's Yuer or Mother, I'm afraid I won't be able to see each other again. Thinking of this, in Chu Yan's body, a burst of heroic fire will rage violently, making his blood boil. Afterwards, the true Qi in the three people's bodies had almost recovered, so they packed up food and water, stepped out of the cave, chose a direction at random, and began to search for the essence of Dao blood and the place of inheritance. Jiufeng Wu's trial only lasted 5 days, and at this time, half a day had passed. The three of them flew all the way, and not long after, they found a valley with rich aura. Then, the three of them lowered their bodies and headed towards the valley. This valley is extremely hidden, sandwiched between several high mountains. There are many towering trees growing, the crowns of which are like clouds, covering the whole valley. Not long after entering the valley, the three of Chu Yan investigated separately and headed in 3 directions. The valley covers an area of less than 1,000 miles, which is not too large. However, it will take some time to fully explore it. Chu Yan flew through the forest, and after advancing for a few miles, he finally found something. This is a huge altar, 5 feet high, covered with secret spirit patterns. It looks extremely vicissitudes of life. However, it is a pity that the spirit pattern on this altar has long since disappeared, leaving only an empty altar, gathering some spiritual energy of heaven and earth, slowly flowing. It's a pity. If I can find some more space-time spirit patterns, the Qilin martial soul can be further advanced. Chu Yan walked around the altar a few times, shook his head in disappointment, and murmured. Immediately, Chu Yan turned the Kirin's eyes to look around the altar, and a faint colorful streamer flashed in his eyes. Wherever his eyes passed, he could see everything. Huh. Dao blood essence. Chu Yan's eyes trembled. 3 miles away from the left side of the altar, in a place with strong aura, a red crystal floated in the air, floating with the wind. It is exactly one, the essence of Dao blood. Chu Yan's face was beaming with joy. He was really lucky to be able to find an essence of Dao blood so easily. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Chu Yan's body trembled, turning into a shock, and dodged away towards the essence of Dao blood. 3 miles away, in just a few breaths, Chu Yan fell in front of him and reached out to grab the blood essence. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Call. Call. A gust of hurricane came out of nowhere, and as the strong wind whizzed, the surrounding trees swayed and fallen leaves flew. At the same time, the Dao blood essence also fluttered with the wind. In an instant, it floated 1,000 steps away. In the original position, the void trembled continuously, and thunder and lightning split the void, and suddenly blasted towards Chu Yan. What? Chu Yan's face changed slightly, and his body froze. Seeing a few small lightning bolts, flowing like a snake, coming straight at him, Chu Yan immediately raised his hand and was punched out, hitting the oncoming electric snake. Boom! 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 The fiery red Huasha's powerful fist light passed all the way, as if urging the dead to rot, blasting away all the thunder and light snakes. Who? Get out! Chu Yan's face was deep, his whole body was full of true energy, his eyes swept all around, and he shouted softly. Break through the void and sneak attack yourself, this person is obviously nearby. Chu Yan. We meet again. A cold voice echoed in the void. The voice was extremely familiar. It was Yang Jitian. Book from #C588 The Essence of Blood. Unexpected. My martial soul is exactly the void thunder beast. I can take your life anytime within 10,000 miles. Yang Jitian's voice, with obvious arrogance and teasing tone, echoed in the void. 1357924, 6810 GGGGGGGGGGGD. As if killing Chu Yan, for him, it was as easy as flipping one's palm. Void Thunder Beast. Chu Yan's face turned cold, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Void Thunder Beast, one of the 100 different martial spirits. Among the non-attribute martial souls, they are close to the Thunder-type martial souls. However, the main ability of this kind of martial soul is not the power of thunder and lightning, but the ability to travel through the void. According to rumors, this kind of void thunder beast is invisible and has no body at all. From the moment of awakening, it has been integrated into the void around the warrior. Even if the warrior summons it, others will not be able to find it. However, the thunder and lightning power of the void thunder beast is far behind that of the real sky thunder. It is just a weak thunder and lightning produced by the friction of time and space in an empty void world. Thunder in the void, give me a blast. Crack. 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 After Yang Jitian's voice fell, a gap suddenly opened in the void above Chu Yan's head, and several silver lightning bolts as thick as arms crashed down towards the top of Chu Yan's head. Rumble. The void trembles, the thunder rolls, accompanied by the electric snake flashing and jumping in a chain, like 10,000 thunders galloping. The power is shocking. The void within a radius of 10 miles suddenly trembled at the same time, like a churning sea tide, and the roar was endless. The Void Thunder Beast, as expected of a foreign martial soul originating from the void, has such power. Humph. This kind of lightning power dares to be arrogant in front of me. Chu Yan sneered, with disdain in his eyes, and said softly. Immediately, on Chu Yan's body, a group of red flames shot up into the sky, crashing straight into the falling void thunder and lightning. Boom! 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 The huge red fireball was like a flaming sky, and thunder and lightning fell on the fireball, and it disintegrated instantly, turning into electric sparks all over the sky, flying in all directions. The flames burn. After the continuous lightning and thunder, all the electric snakes hit the fireball and dissipated. How is this possible? What kind of flame are you? In the void, Yang Jitian's words were full of trembling voices. You know, the lightning power of the Void Thunder Beast is slightly weaker, but it can still be regarded as a real lightning, and the lightning element is a mutated attribute of the fire element, and the lightning is exactly the existence with the strongest attack power among all the fire elements. Ordinary flames simply cannot compete with lightning. But now, the few lightning bolts blasted by the Void Thunder Beast couldn't break through a ball of fire. How can that be? Chu Yan frowned, and sneered again and again. Suzaku Emperor Hua, could these snakes of yours break open? I am afraid that only the real God Punishment Thunder is qualified to contend against Suzaku Emperor Hua. Chu Yan, don't leave if you have the guts. When I arrive, you will die as well. In the void, Yang Jia roared again and again. Whoosh! Before Yang Jia's voice fell to the ground, Chu Yan unfolded his movement, turned into an afterimage, and flew towards the distance. Don't go. That's really stupid. You must know that Yang Jia, as Xingtian Peak, the chief disciple of Tian Shengtang, has reached the 3rd level of Heaven Transformation Realm, and his combat power is amazing. Unless Chu Yan's brain is flooded, he will honestly wait for him to kill him. Boom! 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 As Chu Yan's figure flew, the void above his head continuously broke through black cracks, and countless lightning snakes split out from the cracks, bombarding Chu Yan. Chu Yan's true chi circulated, controlling Suzaku's soul fire, covering all the sky above his head, and the thunder caused by the void could not hurt Chu Yan at all. Soon, Chu Yan rushed out of the valley, and ran all the way against the roar of the thunder. This Yang Jia obviously wants to kill me, does he dare to ignore the door rules? Chu Yan kept thinking, his eyes flickered, he pondered for a moment, and then released all his consciousness, and went to explore within a few hundred miles. 300 miles ahead, there are many disciples gathered. Sweeping through his consciousness, Chu Yan quickly discovered a place where hundreds of disciples gathered. With a move of consciousness, the speed of his body skills increased sharply, and he flew towards the gathering place. No matter what reliance Yang Jia has, Chu Yan believes that as long as there are other disciples present, he will never dare to violate the school rules rashly. The distance of 300 miles is only a moment for Chu Yan, who is flying at full speed. However, when Chu Yan arrived at the small lake where hundreds of disciples gathered, the situation in front of him immediately made him look dumbfounded. I saw in front of my eyes, on the lake with a radius of thousands of miles, countless red light clusters flying around, hundreds of figures, darting and flying, constantly catching these red light clusters. With so many blood essences. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Yan was stunned. On this lake, there are at least 1,000 essences of Dao blood, densely scattered in the entire sky, like a starry sky with thousands of points, which makes people feel dazzled. Senior brother Tianquan, senior brother Taiya, hurry to the lake 300 miles south of the valley. Chu Yan took out the communication jade talisman and sent a sound transmission to Tianquan and Taiya, and then, with a flash, he rushed towards the lake. At the same time, the Void Thunder Beast who followed Chu Yan all the way disappeared without a trace. Thousands of essence of Dao blood appeared in front of them, anyone would be jealous, and there was no need to chase and kill Chu Yan. Even the more than 100 disciples on the surface of the lake were only slightly startled when they saw Chu Yan coming, and ignored him. Yang Jitian only offered a reward of 10 essence of Dao blood, but there are thousands of them in front of him, who would care about that poor reward. Whoosh! Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and with a leap, he rushed to a blood essence with his right hand forming a claw, and grabbed the blood essence fiercely. Swish! Just when Chu Yan's hand was about to touch this essence of Dao blood, a red light flashed in front of his eyes, and the essence of Dao blood that reached his mouth directly turned into a stream of red light, moving toward Qian. A few steps away, he flew away, and in an instant, he escaped Chu Yan's flying grasp. What? Still running? Seeing this, Chu Yan was stunned, full of doubts. Whoosh! 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 The next moment, Chu Yan's true energy rose, and he used his body skills to the extreme, and flew towards the nearby Tao blood crystals, waving his hands, and kept flying out. Snapped! Finally, after 10 breaths, a crystal of Dao blood was not in a hurry to avoid it, but was caught by Chu Yan and held in his hand. Haha, look at you still running. The essence of Dao blood started, Chu Yan's face was happy, and he was very excited. Immediately, put the essence of Dao blood into the jade talisman, and continue to throw at other essence of Dao blood. Not only Chu Yan, but more than 100 disciples on the entire lake are all chasing these astonishingly fast Tao blood essences. Phew! Moreover, disciples kept coming from all directions, and with ecstasy on their faces, they immediately joined the team chasing the 1,000 essence of Dao blood. After 100 breaths, Xuanhuan and Taya also rushed to the surface of the lake, and when they saw the scene before them, their faces flushed with shock. Joke! Thousands of essences of Dao blood gathered, such a grand scene, in the trial place of Jiuxiao. I don't know how many years have not appeared. Now, it was a great luck for them to meet each other. #C589 war broke out. Haha, that's great. I'm afraid this session of the 9 summits will be more rewarding than the combined gains of the previous 3 sessions. Tianquan's face was full of excitement, he laughed loudly, his figure flashed, and he rushed over. Thank you, junior brother Chu Yan. Ha ha ha. Taya laughed, thanked Chu Yan, followed behind Tianquan, and also unfolded his movement skills, and rushed towards the essence of Dao and blood all over the sky. At the same time, like Tianquan and Taya, the disciples who received the news one after another continued to join the crowd hunting for the 1,000 pieces of essence of Dao blood. All of a sudden, more and more disciples gathered above the lake. Now, the number of disciples hunting for these 1,000 pieces of essence of Dao blood has risen from about 150 when Chu Yan first came to nearly 500, and this number is still increasing. I also know that the total number of disciples of the 2 major holy sects participating in this 9 summit wushu is no more than 2,000 people. But now, the number of disciples gathered here has reached a quarter, and this number is still increasing. However, among the more than 500 disciples, those who can really catch the Dao blood crystal are pitifully few. After nearly half an hour, the thousands of Tao blood crystals in the sky were hunted down to less than 100, and there were still a large number of Dao blood crystals. Relying on their strange speed and agility, they kept moving and fleeing, dodging the handprints caught one by one. Chu Yan has hunted 5 essence of Dao blood so far, and, taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yan practiced the dragon covering the sky movement technique at the same time, and unexpectedly broke through a layer, and dragon covering the sky body skills have been cultivated to the 2nd level, the realm of Long Yu 9 heavens. The soaring body speed made Chu Yan more and more efficient in hunting the essence of Dao blood. In the next half an hour, Chu Yan hunted 10 more essences of Dao blood. At this time, the number of disciples gathered above the lake also broke through to 1,000. In the sky, the number of Dao blood essences has lost nearly 20%, leaving less than 800 pieces. Damn, this is mine, you dare to steal it from me. Why is it yours? You didn't catch it, whoever snatched it. Nima. Courting death, right? Get the hell out of here. Who are you? It's you who should get out. Thousands of disciples, more than 700 essence of Dao blood, the situation of more wolves and less meat soon led to conflicts among some disciples. Boom. 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 All of a sudden, all kinds of jinqi rose into the sky, and all kinds of sword qi, sword light and fist marks collided all over the sky, and the qi exploded again and again. The battle broke out in an instant. First, several disciples fought for a piece of Tao blood essence. Then, the scope of the battle became wider and wider. First, friends rescued each other, including senior brothers, and even disciples of the same peak. When one person fought, calling for friends, the number of people joining the battle continued to increase. In the end, it finally evolved, between the Xianzhi sacred sect and the Longyuan sacred sect. A battle broke out. In the battlefield, there are many insidious people who snatch other people's identity jade talismans, and directly rob the Tao blood crystal in other people's jade talismans. This method of robbing others is much faster than hunting by oneself. Chu Yan didn't join the battle, instead he flashed to the corner of the battlefield alone, continued to practice body skills, and at the same time chased those Tao blood crystals with lightning speed. At the same time, in the woods not far from the lake battlefield, large black figures gathered. Hundreds of these people gathered tightly together, and a faint black mask enveloped them. Even if the divine sense swept through the black mask, they couldn't find their existence at all. Piles of black figures are densely distributed around the lake and in the woods stretching for thousands of miles, and the number of masks is dozens. These black figures, naked to the waist, dark all over, with small horns on their foreheads, two protruding fangs, shining with a faint cold light, densely covered with tattoos all over their bodies, and pairs of scarlet eyes, staring at the lake closely the battle above. My lord, as you expected, those human fighters have already clashed and started a fierce battle. Shall we do it now? A black devil said respectfully to a tall figure. No. Wait any longer, the two traps are moving at the same time, be sure to catch all humans this time. In the tall black devil's figure, a ray of light flashed in the blood-red eyes, and on his right arm, 3 golden halos, like the beating of a heart, flashed a faint golden light regularly. The dark demon, the golden demon general of the 3 rings. Behind him, in a large forest, among a dozen masks, there are at least a few thousand dark demons. But, my lord, if we do this, isn't that a violation of the agreement with humans? The black devil, with only a golden ring on his arm, asked cautiously. Humph. What a bullshit agreement, the human beings just want to trap us here. This time, according to the order of Lord 12 Demon Generals, all human warriors must be captured, hoping to find that person. But, even if we can't find it, with 2,000 human genius disciples, we also have enough bargaining chips to negotiate with humans. The golden demon general, with 3 rings, had a smirk on his face, his eyes glowed red, and he was thoughtful. 2 hours ago, the Lord 12 Demon Generals issued an attack on the entire clan, and all the clansmen in the entire world were dispatched. All this is to catch a human being. The whole family. Since they were trapped here for tens of thousands of years, it seems that the 12 Demon Generals have used their entire clan's guns for the first time. It can be seen that this action is extremely important. And the young human warrior, who is the target of the action, is even more important. Already. Suddenly, the 3-ringed golden demon trembled, and a voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. Immediately, his face showed a dignified expression, and he shouted loudly. Wait, a team of 3, arrest all human fighters, don't let one escape, but remember, killing is not allowed. You can only catch less. Yes, my lord. Thousands of voice transmissions of spiritual consciousness sounded at the same time, and immediately, all the black demons tensed up, and their breathing became heavy. Thousands of pairs of blood-red eyes stared at the battlefield above the lake, shining red. On the other side, the battle on the lake was extremely fierce. Many disciples were already injured and fell onto the lake, splashing a large canopy of water. On the side of Longyuan Sacred Sect, the number of disciples is less than 300, which is far less than that of Xianqi Sacred Sect. After the battle broke out, they have been suppressed. Roar! 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 With the roar of beasts, many disciples of Longyuan Sacred Sect directly transformed into monster beasts and spirit beast bodies, with full combat power, majestic monster aura, sweeping all directions. On the lake, violent battles formed a torrential wave, and countless Tao blood crystals were swept away by the wave, wandering away from the battlefield. It's now. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened, seeing the opportunity to prepare hundreds of essence of Tao blood floating towards him with the ups and downs of the air waves. The whole body's true energy soared, and a large black air flow surged out. The Rakshasa refinement field unfolded in an instant, sweeping across a radius of several miles. This time, the eight-body cyclone in Chu Yan's body was running to the extreme, driving the Rakshasa training field to its peak state. In my domain, I am the ruler. Rolling black clouds, like a large black tide, rolled out, covering the essence of Tao blood, floating in all directions. In an instant, hundreds of essence of Tao blood were drawn into the Rakshasa refining field, and in an instant, they were restrained by Rakshasa's true energy, and their speed dropped. Haha! It's time to harvest. Chu Yan showed ecstasy on his face, his body turned into electricity, and he shuttled through the rolling blackness of the Rakshasa refining domain without any hindrance, constantly grabbing one after another essence of Tao blood. In a blink of an eye, when more than half of the true energy in his body was consumed, a total of 108 essences of Tao blood that had fallen into the Rakshasa training domain were all collected by Chu Yan into the Jade Talisman. Excellent! If this really works. After Chu Yan collected all the essence of Tao blood in the Raksha's refining domain, he chuckled, quickly withdrew Raksha's true energy, and swallowed the Guiyuan pill. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. With the sound of thunder exploding into the sky, thousands of black figures rushed out of the forest in all directions. #C590, come with me. Chu Yan and everyone else felt that the sky above their heads suddenly darkened. Thousands of black demon figures rushed out from the continuous forest, their auras became one piece, the black air was like a cloud, accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder, covering the sky and the sun. The sudden shock made thousands of disciples tense at the same time. Please search to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. Dark Man. How come there are so many dark demons all of a sudden? In an instant, all the fighting stopped, and all the disciples looked in all directions at the black demons who surrounded them. Everyone's expressions changed, and their hearts trembled. Thousands of black devils, no one has ever seen so many black devils gathered together. The natives of these trial worlds have always appeared sporadically, although occasionally they will fight with the disciples participating in the trial. However, that was all a small fight. When did a situation like before, with thousands of troops and horses appear? You know, in the trial world, the most powerful are not monsters, but these aliens, especially the kings of these aliens, known as the existence of the 12 demon generals, each of whom has a power comparable to the 2 great saints. The strength of the Lord. And ordinary black demons have at least a half-step cultivation of the heaven transformation realm, which is a bit higher than at least half of the disciples. Except for that black-robed human being, everyone can go. The thunder was rolling, and a tall figure slowly appeared in front of all the disciples, with a pair of blood-red eyes, staring closely at Chu Yan, who was at the very edge, and sternly shouted. The three-ring black magic general. It turned out to be the third-ringed Black Devil General, second only to the 12 Devil Generals among the Black Devils. Everyone has seen a figure as tall as a mountain, and at the same time, their faces changed drastically, and their faces were full of shock. About the Black Demon General, they have only heard of it, and no one has seen it. This person, with tattoos all over his body, together with the corners of his forehead, and a pair of fangs shining with cold light, especially the 3 circles of golden ring patterns on his right arm, all show his identity. He is the legendary Golden Ring Black Demon General. He has an aura like a 10,000 zhang mountain. It made everyone's face pale and their livers tremble. However, after hearing the words of the Black Demon General, thousands of disciples turned their heads to look at Chu Yan at the same time, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Swish! 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 In an instant, nearly 1,000 young disciples scattered and fled in all directions, and disappeared without a trace almost in the blink of an eye. Since the Black Demon General came to look for that Chu Yan, he should run away quickly. In case the Dark Demon General changes his mind, thousands of Black Demon clan members here can kill thousands of disciples in an instant. In an instant, in the sky above the entire lake, apart from the Black Demons, only Chu Yan, Tianquan, and Taiya stood in the void, their faces ashen. This is a trap you set up. Chu Yan walked in the void, slowly walked to the front of the Black Devil General, stared at him, and asked. Originally, Chu Yan had some doubts, until thousands of black demons rushed out like a tide. Chu Yan was finally sure. But Chu Yan wanted to find out whether these black demons were the undercurrent mentioned by Duga Peak Master and Xianshi Holy Master. At the same time, it was these black demons who were manipulating behind the scenes and wanted to kill him. Clan. You are very smart. Now, please come with me. The eyes of the Black Demon General looking at Chu Yan are full of strange colors, and his face is extremely dignified. Follow you. Chu Yan said in a daze. Yes, you have no choice. The Dark Lord laughed. Then my friend, can you leave? Chu Yan asked. Okay, anyone can leave except you. I decided not to stop it. Mo glanced at Tianquan and Iron Cliff in the distance from the corner of his eyes, and said indifferently. You guys go. Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly turned around and shouted at Tianquan and Taiya. No. We can't go. We must die together, we can't just watch you being taken away by them. Tianquan's eyes were shining brightly, his face was deep, and he sternly shouted. Call. Call. In the next moment, Chu Yan's true energy rose, and a huge black cloud surged out, spreading in all directions. Senior brother Tianquan, senior brother Taiya, hurry up. I have secret skills, so I can break through when you leave. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness transmitted sound and shouted loudly. Chu Yan, you. Seeing Chu Yan's figure, Tianquan and Taiya gradually faded away, and looked at each other with hesitation on their faces. Walk. Chu Yan's violent shouting shocked the two people's sea of consciousness. Okay, let's go. Tianquan and Taiya's eyes were red, they gritted their teeth tightly, turned around suddenly, their bodies turned into electricity, and flew towards the distance. The two of them felt aggrieved in every possible way, but they had no choice but to leave first before talking. The two of them flew all the way, leaving a full 10 miles away, then stopped, turned around and looked. I saw that among the crowd of several thousand black demons, Chu Yansubaru stood upright, facing the three-ringed Black Demon General, like an unyielding sword between heaven and earth. Involuntarily, Tianquan and Taiya clenched their fists tightly, their eyes tearing apart. At this time, among the crowd of the black demons, Chu Yan's mind was tense and his brows were tightly frowned. Facing thousands of black demons with a cultivation level above the half-step heavenly transformation realm, there was also a third-ringed man with a cultivation level equivalent to the heavenly reaching realm. Black Demon General, Chu Yan knows, he has no chance. If it is a monster, Chu Yan can use two great beasts, even if it is tens of thousands of monsters, it is definitely not Chu Yan's opponent. But these black demons are obviously not monsters, they are just different races from humans. They also practice martial arts, and there is not much difference from humans except for their appearance. However, there is also the natal martial soul skill. Don't try to resist, you can't escape. The three-ringed Black Demon General watched Chu Yan stimulate his true energy, shook his head, and said slowly, "Yes." Chu Yan sneered. As Chu Yan's voice fell, the black cloud around him suddenly rushed out like a raging tide, and in an instant, it swept across a radius of several miles. At the same time, Chu Yan's figure slowly faded away and disappeared out of thin air. White Tiger Black Pattern Technique. The rolling black clouds enveloped all the space around them. Although the current level of the Rakshasa refinement domain is not enough to trap thousands of black demons who are half-step into the sky, it is the best cover. Exercising the White Tiger Black Pattern Technique, Chu Yan's figure merged with the void, like a wave of void, shuttling through the Rakshasa refining domain. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Yan rushed thousands of steps away, already out of the encirclement, and flew towards the outside of the encirclement. What? This is Rakshasa's true energy. At the moment when the black cloud swept over the body of the Black Demon General, the body of the Black Demon General who was just about to dodge and move suddenly froze. His consciousness was shocked, like being struck by lightning. The instant rigidity of the Black Demon General allowed Chu Yan to take the opportunity to rush to the outer area of the encirclement, almost when he was about to rush out. Suddenly, above the sky, there was a thunderous shout, which exploded. "Humans, don't go. Stay." Boom, boom. Following a towering figure like a mountain, it shattered the void and stepped out from the cracks in the void. Chu Yan's violent body suddenly froze, unable to move an inch, as if the entire world had been frozen. #C59112 Flag Carrier. A terrifying coercion swept across the sky in an instant. Chu Yan's face changed slightly, and his mind tightened. Where this figure appeared, the void shattered into pieces, and in just 2 steps, it stepped in front of Chu Yan. This person is exactly a few hours ago, the Golden Demon General with 4 rings, one of the 12 demon generals of the Black Demon clan, whose cultivation has reached the heavenly realm. Not good. Chu Yan's heart sank, and the true energy in his whole body was urged to the extreme. Under the pressure like a mountain, he charged and flew again. At this moment, the Golden Demon General of the 4 rings raised one hand, shook hands into claws, moved towards Chu Yan's position, and held it in the air. Suddenly, a dark handprint covered a radius of 10 miles and crushed towards Chu Yan. "Come." Boom, boom. The black paw prints bombarded the space around Chu Yan, and suddenly, all the void collapsed, and Chu Yan's figure suddenly appeared from the void. The White Tiger Black Pattern Technique has been broken. Catch him. The Golden Demon General, with 5 rings, his eyes glowing red, ordered in a deep voice. "Call. Call. Call." In an instant, thousands of black demons came rushing in like a tide, including the 3-ringed Black Demon General who had recovered from the shock, crushing the void, and with a dodge, stood in front of Chu Yan. In less than a blink of an eye, Chu Yan's body, up, down, left, and right, was surrounded by the black demons, and he couldn't fly out even a trace of air. "Damn it, I'll fight with you." Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes blazed and turned into a blood-red color, with golden vertical pupils shining with thousands of golden lights. At the same time, red light and black light appeared all over Chu Yan's body, and golden lines emerged, floating on the skin of Chu Yan's whole body. Behind him, a large group of black phantoms soared into the sky, rushing straight for hundreds of feet, like a black mountain peak, shaking the sky and shaking the earth. Roar. Around the great black shadow. Black air lingered, and a pair of blood-colored eyes shot out two red beams, full of blood and killing. In his hand, a golden fork, like a round of golden sun, radiated thousands of golden lights, roaring, and the color of the sky changed. At this moment, all the members of the black demon race were shocked, as if seeing an ancient demon god descending into the world. At this moment, as if the three-ringed black demon general had been severely injured, a trace of paleness appeared on his body, which was originally as dark as charcoal. At this moment, the golden demon general of the Four Rings was completely stunned, and instantly froze as if petrified. What? How is this possible? Behind this human warrior, there unexpectedly appeared a Rakshasa with a golden fork. Roar. Roar. Under the gaze of thousands of trembling eyes, Chu Yan was also surprised that the phantom of the Rakshasa behind him slowly solidified, and the surrounding blackness continued to penetrate into the phantom of the Rakshasa, making the figure became more and more clear. Immediately afterwards, Raksha Phantom, with a pair of blood-red eyes, swept across and looked at the four-ringed golden demon general not far away. Suddenly, the golden fork in his hand stabbed down, and a golden lightning struck straight out, viciously bang on the body of the golden demon general with four rings. Boom! The golden lightning exploded all over the sky, and the body of the four-ringed golden demon general was bombarded by the golden lightning. He shrank instantly and trembled violently. The next moment, the four-ringed golden demon general's face changed drastically. His knees went limp, and with a plop, his figure fell straight to the ground from the void, kneeling on the ground, his whole body trembling. Not only the golden demon general, but also the black demon general, and several thousand members of the black demon tribe all knelt on the ground, trembling violently, not even daring to breathe. Roar. Chu Yan stood in the void, and the Jiuxiao Rakshasa behind him swept his eyes over the kneeling black demon clansman, roared up to the sky, and his figure returned to the void. Rakshasa's magical power cannot be profaned. You. What he suddenly discovered made Chu Yan dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. Wrong. It turns out that it is so. Chu Yan's dull gaze was behind him, and he glanced back and forth between the Jiuxiao Rakshasa and the black demon race people kneeling on the ground, and suddenly his face froze, and finally found something strange. Originally, when Chu Yan saw the Xuanhuan golden demon general for the first time, Chu Yan felt a little familiar. It turned out that it was because these black demons were very similar in appearance to the phantom of the golden Chuk Rakshasa behind him. The heavenly sect of Rakshasa Soul, the envoy of the 12 banners, and the envoy of the 4th banner, Li Wutian, the suzerain. Just when Chu Yan was surprised, the four-ringed golden demon general, who was kneeling on the ground, shouted loudly with a trembling voice. Chu Yan's expression froze. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, the 12 banner envoys. This black demon is a subordinate of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Everyone please stand up. After a moment of sluggishness, Chu Yan, who had recovered from his astonishment, slowly fell from the air, reaching out to support the Xuanhuan golden demon general, Li Wutian. Thank you so much, suzerain. Li Wutian got up from the ground, bowed and stood on one side, with an extremely respectful attitude, but his lowered face was still full of excitement. Aren't you from the black demon race? How could you belong to the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect? Chu Yan frowned slightly, and asked softly. Reporting to the suzerain, I have been living here for 10,000 years. I have been separated from my sect, for 10,000 years. The golden demon general of the Four Rings, Li Wutian, his eyes were moist and his voice was choked up. Sovereign, this place is not a place to talk, please move the frame, come with me. Li Wutian bowed and said softly. Okay. Lead the way. Chu Yan nodded and smiled. These black demons know the Tianzong of the Raksha soul, and they seem to have a close relationship with the Raksha phantom. It seems that they are not hostile to themselves, so Chu Yan is not worried, and he can go with them at ease. Make everything clear. Afterwards, thousands of black demons lined up, and Li Wutian and the three-ringed black demons would guard two of them. The mighty team rose into the sky and flew all the way towards the thousands of miles of mountains in the extreme north. After flying for about an hour, a piece of black sea water appeared on the horizon ahead, and in the black water, a huge island stood up. This black sea is somewhat similar to the Nine Nether Sea, both of which contain a strong evil spirit. It seems that this black demon clan has a real relationship with the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. When Chu Yan flew over the Black Sea, his eyes swept over, and he thought to himself. Soon, all the black demons descended towards the huge island and landed in front of a huge palace. They stood in line with solemn expressions. Immediately notify all the envoys in charge of the banner, tell them that the suzerain is coming, and let them come and pay their respects. After Li Wutian landed, he first gave orders to the three-ringed black demon general, and then turned around to look at all the black demons in line, and shouted again. Notify everyone in the 12 banners to return immediately. Meet the sovereign. Yes, my lord. Thousands of members of the Black Demon clan surrendered their hands and rose to their feet, flying in all directions. Sovereign, please. After everyone left, Li Wutian bowed tightly to Li Chu Yan, said. Okay. Chu Yan nodded, then followed behind Li Wutian, striding towards the huge white palace not far away. Afterwards, Chu Yan followed Li Wutian into the White Palace, and under his guidance, stepped into a side hall. After Chu Yan took his seat, Li Wutian just bowed and stood on one side with an extremely humble attitude. Sit down too. Chu Yan pointed to the chairs on both sides and said. Don't dare. Don't dare. In front of the suzerain, the subordinates are qualified. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Li Wutian knelt down on the ground again and said hastily. Get up and talk. Don't be so formal. While waving his hand, Chu Yan asked softly. Why, they call you black demons. Why did you appear in the trial world of these two great holy sects? #C592 offend the suzerain. == Yes, suzerain. When Li Wutian heard Chu Yan's words, he quickly got up, stood aside with his hands down, his voice trembled slightly, and he choked up and said. Sect. Sovereign. 100,000 years. Has this sect forgotten our existence? We are thinking about returning to the sect all the time. Speaking of this, on Li Wutian's dark skin, a pair of eyes were slightly moist, and the reddish eyes were covered with blood. 13579246810 Gogox, please search, to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel. Hearing this, Chu Yan was taken aback, and was suddenly at a loss for words. However, after I entered the Qianlong secret realm after the top 100 battle in the Imperial list, I only stayed there for half a day to recognize the Lord of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect in Jiuxiao Palace. Clear. Now, Li Wutian misunderstood them, thinking that the sect had forgotten them. This makes Chu Yan a little embarrassed. As the suzerain, it seems necessary to know more about the past of the sect. Li Wutian, when I met Elder Qing Yun in Jiuxiao, because of special circumstances, I only stayed in the sect for a few hours, so. Chu Yan looked at Li Wutian and explained softly. What? 9 you see. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Li Wutian's face changed drastically, his body trembled violently, he looked at Chu Yan, and exclaimed. Zoman Jiuxiao is still there. Li Wutian's eyes burst into two red lights in an instant, and the breath in his body overflowed uncontrollably, bringing an explosion-like wave of air, rushing towards all directions. The air current swept over, causing Chu Yan, who was sitting on the first seat, to look terrified, and his figure swayed a few times. Subordinates should die. Subordinate should die. Seeing that Chu Yan was shaken by his breath, Li Wutian's black face turned pale with fright, and he quickly knelt down on the ground, trembling all over, and hurriedly explained. This subordinate just heard the news of Jiuxiao, and was excited for a moment, and couldn't control it. This subordinate deserves to die. Finished speaking. Li Wutian bumped his head against the ground, making a booming sound. Immediately, he stood up, turned his palms, and a black iron fork appeared in his hand. The iron fork with short side blades and a long middle blade fiercely slashed at his left hand. Poof stab. The iron fork swung down, Li Wutian's left arm was aligned with the elbow, and a blood arrow shot out, scattering a large amount of hot blood. Stop. Li Wutian's sudden move made Chu Yan startled, and soon woke up, and hurriedly shouted. At the moment when Chu Yan shouted, the iron fork in Li Wutian's hand was about to slash towards his right leg, and it hovered in midair. Bang! The iron fork throws the ground. Sovereign, if a subordinate offends the sect master, according to the regulations of the Raksha Soul Heavenly Sect, his limbs will be amputated and he will be punished with thousands of knives. Hearing Chu Yan's shout, Li Wutian threw down the iron fork, plopped it, knelt on the ground, and said in a trembling voice. Write down this crime first, and make meritorious deeds to atone for it later. Take this bottle of elixir quickly. Seeing Li Wutian's actions, Chu Yan was quite moved. He took out a bottle of 9 Fuyuan pill, got up to help Li Wutian up, and handed the pill to Li Wutian, saying, Many. Thank you, suzerain. Thank you, suzerain, for giving you the pill. Li Wutian stretched out his hands, took the elixir respectfully, without even looking at it, opened his mouth and poured the whole bottle of elixir into his mouth. Immediately, a strong fragrance of medicine and fluctuations of spiritual power diffused from Li Wutian's body. The gushing blood stopped immediately at the wound of his severed left arm, and at the same time, the granulation was turned outward, faintly growing. Seeing this, Chu Yan quickly picked up the broken arm from the ground and pressed it on Li Wutian's wound. In an instant, the broken arm was connected to the body and grew together again. Rebirth with a broken arm. Good, what a powerful pill. Li Wutian waved his left arm, but found that it had no effect at all, and he was horrified and dumbfounded. They stayed in this trial world for an unknown number of years. Although they occasionally snatched some pills from human warriors, the ranks of those pills, at most 6 or 7, were all ordinary goods, and they had never seen such a high level. The super high-level pill can actually regenerate a broken arm. Sovereign, is Jiuxiao really still there? Li Wutian's eyes were wide open, his whole body was tense, and he asked with an extremely nervous expression. That's right. When I arrived at the Jiuxiao Palace, the Jiuxiao Sea did still exist, and the evil spirit contained in the sea water was countless times thicker than the Black Sea around your island. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, recalled a little, nodded, and said. Ha ha ha. That's great. That's great. As long as the 9 nether seas are still there, 12 banners, will be able to regain the peak of the past. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Li Wutian trembled with excitement, clenched his fists, laughed loudly, and said. 12 banners. Li Wutian, what is the relationship between your 12 banners and the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect? Seeing Li Wutian's excited expression, Chu Yan asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Li Wutian quickly restrained his excited expression, stood upright, and replied respectfully. Report to suzerain, my 12 banners are. However, before Li Wutian finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Boom. 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 Just outside the main hall, one after another thunder-like sounds suddenly sounded, and after 4 consecutive sounds, the continuous muffled sound of thunder echoed throughout the entire world. Chu Yan even felt that even the hall he was in was trembling and shaking with the rolling thunder, as if the sky was falling apart. Haha. Sovereign, the other flag-bearers have arrived. Hearing the sound of rolling thunder outside, Li Wutian laughed and reported to Chu Yan. Swish. 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 As soon as the voice fell to the ground, the void in the entire side hall trembled continuously, and cracks in the void suddenly appeared, and several figures rushed out of the cracks in the void. 3 men and 1 woman, 4 figures, big strides, faces full of anxiety. The moment they stepped out of the void, they stared at Chu Yan and Li Wutian. Among these 4 people, 3 tall men are almost the same as Li Wutian in appearance, with dark skin, double horns on the forehead, 2 canine teeth exposed, and the whole body is as strong as a monster, covered with dense tattoos. It's just that these 3 men's foreheads and brows are different from Li Wutian's golden marks, which are white, blue, and red respectively. But without exception, the right arm is on the upper position, and the 4 golden rings rise and fall with breathing, shining a faint golden light. But the woman's appearance made Chu Yan startled. This woman has golden wheat-colored skin, a pair of bright eyes, a straight nose, red lips like flames, a flower-like melon-seeded face that is as crystal clear as jade, and smooth snow muscles like a piece of golden sunshine. She is upturned, her clothes are clinging to her graceful and plump body, her breasts are half exposed, and she exudes a charming and soft temperament. She is really a natural stunner. Especially a pair of round and long legs, wrapped in black leather pants, slender and elastic, extremely charming. Such a seductive and hot woman with a graceful figure, standing next to several beast-like men, against the backdrop, makes one's blood rush. Even if the will is as firm as a rock, seeing this woman with such charming eyes, I can't help but feel a little heavy. Brother! Are you crazy? It's been 100,000 years, so what suzerain will come? Among the 3 men and 1 woman, the tallest man with a red mark on his brow strode forward, looked at Li Wutian at the same time, and shouted. That's right, what the second brother said is right. Do you want to return to the sect, and you have lost your mind? We are arresting the disciples of the 2 great holy sects, and we are going to do it soon. You want us to come back? Another man with a white mark on the center of his brow followed closely behind, strode out and shouted. Brother, this is a place of imprisonment. They set up countless spiritual formations to restrict the 8 ancient sections. It is impossible for this sect to find us. The third man, with blue marks on his brows, was a head taller than the others. His muscles were tense, as if they were about to explode. He looked at Li Wutian and said. The only woman, however, was swaying, looking at Chu Yan, with her red lips slightly parted. She asked suspiciously. Brother, you captured this human. HP, Klnex.hl. Hashtag C593 Zongjuan. == As the cracks in the void disappeared, 3 men and 1 woman walked up to Chu Yan and Li Wutian in the side hall, looking at them full of doubts. 13579246810 Gogox. Shut up. Hurry up and see, the suzerain. Li Wutian yelled, pointed his right hand at Chu Yan, and stared at the 3 men and 1 woman who had just arrived. Metropolitan. This human being is, suzerain. When Li Wutian's voice fell to the ground, the 3 men and 1 woman were stunned at the same time. If they didn't know, the eldest brother never joked. I'm afraid he would have laughed out loud by now. However, even so, the 3 men and 1 woman still looked suspicious and dull. This martial artist who is only at the 8th level of true martial arts will be, the suzerain. They lost nearly 100,000 years with the sect, and now suddenly a young warrior popped up, who turned out to be, the sect master. How can that be? 100,000 years. Except for a few of their banner envoys and some elders, everyone who left the sect at that time has gradually lost with the passage of time. For endless years, these envoys who hold the banner have been thinking about how to return to the sect all the time. Among them, Li Wutian is looking forward to the most. Almost every time the two major holy sects hold trials, he will try to contact the disciples of the two sects in various ways, hoping to get some news about the Rakshasa soul Tianzong. But how many of these young disciples knew about the sect tens of thousands of years ago? So, for endless years, everyone has been used to being disappointed. Therefore, in their view, brotherly Wu Tian might really go crazy and grab a disciple of the two sects at random. Brother! You! Seeing Li Wutian's excited face, several people suddenly felt sour in their hearts. Brother! He's just a boy. The enchanting woman said lightly, her red lips trembling slightly. Brother! We know you look forward to Zongmin, but... Alas! A sigh sounded, several people glanced at Li Wutian, their eyes relaxed at the same time, and they couldn't believe it at all. At this moment, Chu Yan, who had been sneering and silent, suddenly raised his hand and turned it over, and a shiny black token appeared on his palm. Holy Rakshasa Order. An ancient and majestic aura swept across the audience in an instant. After the aura passed by, several people, including Li Wutian, shook their bodies at the same time. They stared dumbfounded at the dark token in Chu Yan's hand. What? This? How is this possible? This is Holy Rakshasa Order. As soon as the Holy Rakshasa token in Chu Yan's hand appeared, the pupils of the five shrank suddenly, their whole bodies trembled violently, and thunderbolts exploded in the sea of consciousness. Roar! The phantom of the Rakshasa rose out of the sky, and the majestic figure almost lifted the roof of the side hall. Thousands of golden lights shot out from the golden fork, like a round of golden sun. Thump! 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 The appearance of the Rakshasa deity caused several flag-bearers who were in a sluggish state of mind to instantly change their expressions, their whole bodies softened, and they knelt down on the ground at the same time. See the sovereign! See the sovereign! Including Li Wutian, 4 men and 1 woman, trembling all over, knelt on the ground, 6 blood-red eyes, shining with a dazzling crimson light. At this time, in their hearts, thunder and lightning returned, and the peak and huge waves were full of excitement and astonishment. Holy Rakshasa Order. The Golden Fork Rakshasa deity. If it is still possible for the Holy Rakshasa Order to fall into the hands of others, then the Golden Chakra Rakshasa deity is definitely only available to the suzerain. Therefore, there is no doubt that this young man in black robe is the Rakshasa soul heavenly sect, the sovereign. Get up! Chu Yan put away the Holy Rakshasa Order and Rakshasa Phantom, and said lightly. Yes, suzerain. Several people stood up at the same time, their attitudes were extremely respectful, and their whole bodies were trembling with excitement. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness enveloped several people. As soon as they came into contact with the body breath of several people, they felt Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, and quickly withdrew their whole body breath, allowing Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness to pour into their bodies, not daring to resist at all. Yes, not bad. The spiritual consciousness swept through the bodies of several people. Chu Yan nodded, and he confirmed that they were all sincere, pure spiritual consciousness, and extremely loyal people. Chu Yan's consciousness flickered involuntarily. He didn't know how the Rakshasa soul Tianzong managed the sect, and all the subordinates were so loyal. From Mo Xiong and Zongjing who I met at the beginning, to Elder Qingyun later, and now to these several banner envoys, all of them are extremely loyal to the Rakshasa soul Tianzong. Even if tens of thousands of years have passed, they still have a heart for the sect blood. This much moved Chu Yan a little. Li Wutian, tell me about the situation of your 12 banners. Chu Yan sat lightly with a golden knife on his horse, looking at the few people standing on the side below, and said in a deep voice. Reporting to the suzerain, our 12 banners are the clan army of the Rakshasa soul heavenly sect. When the sect was besieged back then, our 12 Banners army with a total of 1.2 billion troops fought against the enemy clan's army and was completely damaged. Even the envoys in charge of the banner lost a total of 7 people, and only 5 of the envoys in charge of the banner were activated by the suzerain and sent away. Sun lived in the world. Li Wantian's voice was low, as if recalling the devastating battle back then. His voice choked. Zhongjuan. 1.2 billion Zhongjuan. Chu Yan was startled. Although he also knew that most powerful sects had their own sect armies, he never expected that the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect back then had 1.2 billion sect troops. How powerful would this be? You know, the Zhongmen army is not composed of ordinary people, most of them are composed of middle-level disciples in the Zhongmen, all of whom are warriors. Yes, 10,000 years ago, my 12 banner men were divided into 12 banner armies, and the first banner army had 100 million troops. But now, the army of the 12 banner sect has less than 10,000 people. I am ashamed of the sect. I am guilty. As he spoke, Li Wutian wept uncontrollably, knelt down in front of Chu Yan again, hit his head on the ground, and repeatedly pleaded guilty. Several other people also knelt down on the ground, their eyes were bloodshot, their faces full of aggrieved air, their fists clenched tightly, their heads bowed. Get up. Go on. Chu Yan waved his hand and said coldly. As the suzerain, even if Chu Yan couldn't bear it in front of his subordinates, he still had to maintain the majesty of the suzerain. Yes, suzerain. Hearing this, Li Wutian stood up, and after calming down a little, he continued. The previous suzerain, seeing that our sect's army was about to be killed or wounded, activated one of the sect guards formations to send out the survivors of our sect's army. When we rushed back to the sect, we found that the sect. It has been breached, the entire sect was lost, and the suzerain died in battle. After we buried everyone, we followed the suzerain's will to find the 8 ancient sects, seek their shelter, and wait for the successors of the sect to appear. Don't think this class will be 100,000 years. Li Wutian's voice was deep and low. During the commentary, several flag bearers around him were all moved and weeping. Fortunately, the sky is endless, my Rakshasa soul Tianzong, we finally waited for you, the suzerain. HP, Clnex.hl. #C594 10,000 years of wind essence. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and said coldly. Who was the enemy who besieged the sect at that time? Reporting to the suzerain, all the fighters who fought with our clan army were warriors from various forces. They were extremely mixed, and it was impossible to see the true affiliation of the enemies behind them. We only saw that those who fought with the suzerain, the palace master, and the elders were some man in black. Li Wutian clapped his hands and added. The man in black. Chu Yan said coldly. That's right, especially the one who fought against the previous suzerain. He is covered in black robes. When he waved his hands, the entire sky was collapsing. He was so powerful. So, you don't know the identity of the enemy of the sect? Chu Yan asked. Yes, suzerain. However, since Elder Qingyun is still alive, he should know. Li Wutian said. Elder Qingyun just left a consciousness in the Jiuxiao palace, and it won't disappear with the help of the spirit array. Chu Yan said lightly. Elder Qingyun, 100,000 years, it's all thanks to him. Li Wutian sighed quietly and said. Sovereign, it's all right now, since you're here, I can safely hand over the Zhongjuan to you. Leave it to me. Chu Yan was startled, looked at Li Wutian, and asked suspiciously. Reporting to the suzerain, my lifespan is nearing the end of my life, and I am not blessed to see the suzerain rejuvenate the sect. It is a great fortune for my subordinates to return to Jiuhai after the loss. After Li Wutian finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the several flag envoys beside him, and said with a light smile. After my loss, you will lead the sect army and return it to Jiuxiao Palace. After the children have fully awakened their blood, you must work hard to fight with the suzerain and revive my Rakshasa soul, Tianzong. Brother. Brother. When several envoys in charge of the banner heard Li Wutian's words, their eyes became moist and they choked up, unable to speak. Xuanhuan is about to end. The blood is awakened. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Doubt. Reporting to the suzerain, my current cultivation base is the 9th level of the Tongtian realm, with a lifespan of 100,000 years, and this year is the last year. Li Wutian glanced at the several flag bearers beside him and continued. My 12 banner sect armies were all born from the 9 nether seas of the Zongmen. The foundation of martial arts can reach the peak of the heaven-reaching realm, but since the loss of the Zongmen, we have been waiting in this trial world. But the newly born sons of Zongjuan can only reach the heaven transformation realm. So that's it. But, since I'm here, you can't die. Chu Yan smiled lightly, shook his head, and said. What? Suzerain, you. Li Wutian was stunned, and looked at Chu Yan with a look of shock on his face, and even the several flag envoys around him were also stunned, looking at Chu Yan with disbelief. This elixir is called Duotian Shouyuan pill. It should be able to prolong your life for 100 years. Under the stares of several powerful envoys in charge of the banner at the Tongtian realm, Chu Yan flipped his hands, shook out a jade bottle, and poured out a pill. This elixir was refined by Chu Yan after improving the elixir formula. After injecting the spirit to upgrade the product, the efficacy of the medicine has been greatly improved. Li Wutian, whose face was flushed, suddenly popped out his eyes the moment he saw this elixir. Duotian Shouyuan pill. This is really Duotian Shouyuan pill. Li Wutian was trembling with excitement, his tongue was a little knotted, and his face was full of disbelief. For him, who was about to lose his lifespan, this elixir represents everything. Also, this is a wisp of qi of the 5 elements, which may help you break through your cultivation and enter the venerable realm in one fell swoop. Chu Yan just heard that Li Wutian and other sects were all born in the Jiuxiao Sea, and the Rakshasa soul Tianzong is rooted in the 5 elements of yin and yang. Therefore, this 5 elements that condenses the essence of the 5 elements should be useful to them. Several flag envoys looked straight at the qi of the 5 elements in Chu Yan's hands, and their hearts were shocked. Although they didn't know what the qi of the 5 elements was, they could feel that the qi of the 5 elements, the breath of color, is of great benefit to their cultivation. Zong. Sovereign, this is really for your subordinates. Li Wutian couldn't understand what he said excitedly. This is too precious, I. Li Wutian wanted to decline, but the desire to survive in his heart made him unable to say no. For him, whose time is approaching, whether it is the elixir or this ray of qi of the 5 elements, it is his hope to continue to live. Good. Chu Yan nodded and smiled. The elixir, I have my own elixir, which can be refined at any time, and the energy of the 5 elements, as long as there are enough soul stones, can also be refined through the unicorn martial soul. For Chu Yan, it is not too difficult, but for Li Wutian, speaking of it, it is 10,000 times better than any treasure in the world. Of course, Chu Yan would not be petty about his loyal subordinates. Thanks. Thank you, sect master. Li Wutian quickly knelt down on the ground, his hands trembling, and took the jade bottle and the qi of the 5 elements. Swallow it immediately. Chu Yan said. Nodding his head, Li Wutian sat cross-legged, swallowed the Duotian Shouwu pill, and at the same time swallowed the wisp of qi of the 5 elements. Hum. The medicinal power and the majestic spiritual power of heaven and earth melted at the same time, and from Li Wutian's body, waves of majestic aura surged out, instantly filling the entire side hall, causing the void to tremble continuously. Half an hour later, when Li Wutian opened his eyes again, a bright light flashed past. Half-step venerable realm. I broke through. Li Wutian stood up with a long body, his pale red eyes trembling, and kowtowed to Chu Yan again. Origin Qi. It turned out to be Origin Qi. This is great. When Li Wutian uttered a word, the faces of the 4 flag envoys changed drastically, and they were full of horror. Sovereign, this is the golden fork and Feng Qi. Li Wutian turned over his hands, took out a small golden fork and a jade bottle, and handed them to Chu Yan, saying, "This golden fork is a weapon spirit, which is left by the broken spiritual soldiers of the previous suzerain, and this drop of wind marrow is all the wind-type fighters of our clan army. Only 1 drop can be tempered every 10,000 years, which can improve the artistic conception of warrior style." Chu Yan took the 2 items with light hands, and the moment he opened the jade bottle, there were bursts of piercing wind whistles, causing a violent hurricane to rise in the entire hall. Chu Yan's eyes flashed with colorful streamers, and he used his unicorn pupils to look at the drop of cyan liquid. He saw that the liquid contained a terrifying power of storm. The position of the eye of the wind is more pure than the normal wind. Nice one. Chu Yan showed joy, and put away the golden fork and jade bottle. Also, suzerain, here are the essence of Dao blood collected by us. There are 10,000 pieces. Li Wutian took out a jade talisman and handed it to Chu Yan. Thousands of essence of Dao blood. Chu Yan was startled, but then he thought, these people have been here for tens of thousands of years, and the amount of Tao blood essence collected is certainly not small. Li Wutian, there is a place for retreat here. Chu Yan decided to immediately refine the spirit marrow, as well as the essence of Dao blood, which are good things that can quickly increase strength. Sect Master, please follow me, Li Wutian said. Afterwards, Chu Yan followed Li Wutian to a huge practice room, where several banner men guarded the door, standing like guards. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, took out the wind marrow, the essence of Dao blood, and the golden fork, and placed them in front of him. Refining this drop of Shang marrow first. Chu Yan pondered for a while, then picked up the jade bottle containing the wind marrow, held it in his hand, and slowly opened the bottle cap. #C595 Soaring Strength. A drop of dark blue liquid wind marrow floated out. You are the one. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the wind marrow, like a drop of water, was directly swallowed down by his true energy. Boom! An extremely powerful force of the storm surged in his body in an instant, divided into 2 strands, and rushed towards the world of Qi Sea and Consciousness Sea. As the power of the 2 storms continued to rush forward, Chu Yan only felt that his whole body, every position, was filled with the power of the storm. Concentrating and resting, all of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness converged, all immersed and integrated into the power of these storms, feeling every bit of difference and change in it. Around Chu Yan's body, gusts of wind continued to unfold. The air in all directions sometimes roared violently, and sometimes swayed gently. Various wonderful winds continued to appear. Finally, all the air gathered around Chu Yan and turned into a huge cyan wind ball wrapped around Chu Yan. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, an hour passes. Call. The cyan wind mass wrapped around Chu Yan suddenly exploded, turning into countless wind ninjas, blowing in all directions, cutting the void, and making piercing screams. At the same time, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 cyan lightning flashed out. Chu Yan stretched out his hand to hold it, and countless air currents flowed and rushed at his fingertips, instantly condensing into a cyan wind blade. Call out. The wind blade swung out quickly, and a cyan laser flashed past. Boom. 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 The surrounding air was furious and exploded in an instant, and a large piece of void continued to shatter. An invisible power of heaven and earth, like water ripples, rippled, and everything it passed was shaken into a piece of dust. So, this is the wind. A glimpse of enlightenment, in Chu Yan's mind, is like a starlight, constantly condensing and shining, getting brighter and brighter, like a star born out of the world, emitting dazzling light of the sun, moon and stars, illuminating the whole world. The gurgling breeze is my heart. Hurricane rampage, I am God. The wind is me, I am the wind. Feng Shao can show the beauty of all things, and Feng Fu can destroy the sky. This is the way of the wind. A light smile appeared on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth. Call. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the raging storm all around disappeared in an instant, dissipating between heaven and earth. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged, seemed to be the lord of the heaven and earth. With every gesture, everything followed. Come down and try the essence of Dao blood. Picking up the jade talisman in front of him, his spiritual sense penetrated into it. In an instant, countless red crystals, like a red tide, poured out of the jade talisman and piled up in front of Chu Yan. Tens of thousands of blood essence of the Tao, blood-red crystals piled up into a hill. The ancestors of martial arts masters, all their life's vitality and blood are condensed, and their unyielding ambition is the guide, so that they can give birth to a blood essence. Chu Yan looked at the tens of thousands of essences of Dao and blood in front of him, and couldn't help but feel excited, as if seeing the owner of these tens of thousands of essences of Dao and blood. He was brilliant in martial arts during his lifetime. Swallow. The true energy of Chu Yan rolled out, covering all the essences of Dao blood in front of him. Immediately, one after another essences of Dao blood exploded continuously, and the blood-red air flow overflowed, slowly drifting towards Chu Yan. Dip into his body. The red air flow transformed by 10,000 pieces of essence of Dao blood splits into two, like a rolling red tide, rushing towards the Sea of Qi and the Sea of Consciousness, two red waves like the Yangtze River rushing through Chu Yan's body when all the meridians are connected. In an instant, Chu Yan's meridians are more than doubled in size. Boom, boom. Know the sky of the sea world. Being dyed red by the red tide, the large red tide rolled, collided, merged, and finally turned into a sea of clouds. A sea of clouds like burning clouds dyes the sky. At the same time, in Chu Yan's Qi Sea, a large area of red air flow spread out, turning into a red fog that filled the entire Qi Sea world. At the same time, it continuously nourished 8 slowly rotating cyclones. The cyclone trembled slightly, true energy surged, and Chu Yan's cultivation began to slowly improve. This feeling of being promoted in cultivation is quite different from before, as if the power of heaven and earth has been added to the body, and countless senses of power flood the whole body, like a flood passing through, breaking through layers of cultivation bottlenecks in an instant. In the early days of the 8th layer of true martial realm. In the middle of the 8th heaven of true martial arts. In the late stage of the 8th layer of true martial realm. The peak of the 8th heaven of true martial arts. Boom. Chu Yan's cultivation level skyrocketed in an instant, and he directly rushed through the 4 small realms, and directly rose to the peak of the 8th heaven of true martial realm. Not bad, very strong. It's only one step away from the 9th heaven of true martial realm. After ascending to 4 small realms in one breath, Chu Yan was slightly startled, and his face showed joy. You know, I have 8 cyclones, and the difficulty of improving my cultivation is 8 times that of ordinary warriors. In addition, his Raksha demon physique and Shantian flame physique will also improve while improving his cultivation. Therefore, every time Chu Yan raises his level of cultivation, it is equivalent to 10 times the needs of ordinary warriors of the same level. Of course, such a difficult cultivation base brought about a strength far beyond that of warriors of the same level. The current Chu Yan, ordinary warriors within the 3rd level of the heavenly transformation realm, and genius warriors below the first level of the heavenly transformation realm can easily defeat them. And this, golden fork. Chu Yan looked at the last thing in front of him. It was a palm-sized golden fork that shone with a faint golden light. According to Li Wutian, this is a weapon spirit. For a warrior, spiritual weapons are an important part of the whole body's combat power, and a spiritual weapon with a weapon spirit is the most desirable treasure for every warrior. For example, the 8 god soldiers that Chu Yan has seen are 8 spiritual soldiers controlled by a spirit weapon, and their power is more than doubled. Holding the golden fork in his hand, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness and true energy penetrated into it at the same time. Immediately, a consciousness full of killing and fighting spirit rushed out from the golden fork, blended with Chu Yan's consciousness, conveying a strong will. Heaven asks the 9 residual furnaces, please. Chu Yan snorted softly, raised his hand and waved. A black statue broke through the void and landed on the ground with a bang. It was Xuanhuan 9 residual furnaces. The fusion of the weapon spirit and the spirit treasure requires a weapon refiner to complete. Therefore, after obtaining the weapon spirit, ordinary warriors have to find a weapon refiner of the same level, and pay a lot of money to combine the weapon spirit and the spirit treasure. Soldiers' fusion. In the world of Wuhun, there is a huge difference between heaven and earth between spirit soldiers with weapon spirits and spirit soldiers without weapon spirits. And the birth of a tool spirit not only requires endless years, but also requires a great opportunity to be possible. What's more, the weapon spirits will often disappear with the loss of the fused spirit treasure, and die at the same time. The chance of being preserved is very small. Go. Turn on the furnace, sacrifice the pill fire. Xuanhuan 9 remnants furnace instantly ignites. Chu Yan immediately activates with true energy, and puts Jiuxiao Qiling and Haoyan sword into the furnace together. Call. 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 The true energy in the whole body, like the tide, is rolling into the furnace. In the blazing furnace fire, the golden fork continuously melted and was tempered into a shape like a golden stream, slowly poking into the house sword in the furnace. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is divided into 2 parts. One part controls the furnace fire, and at the same time controls the fusion of the golden fork spirit and the Haoyan sword. This kind of fusion process must be extremely careful, otherwise, it is very likely that the 2 will conflict and collapse at the same time. Boom. As time passed, Xuanhuan 9 residual furnace made a loud noise, and the furnace cover instantly flew away. A golden aura shot up from the furnace, like a golden rainbow, flying out. #C596 Loot the world. At this time, the Haoyan sword is full of golden light, like a golden meteor, circling in mid-air. Call out. Call out. Call out. Under the control of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, the Haoyan sword displayed a sword technique in mid-air. Although there is no infusion of true energy, the power of swordsmanship has declined, but this ability to control the sword with divine sense and travel through the world is not what ordinary spiritual soldiers possess at all. The long sword has a spirit, thousands of miles away, killing people invisible. Speed. As fast as lightning, as fast as thunder. It is the spirit soldier with the weapon spirit, the biggest advantage. Moreover, only one consciousness is needed to manipulate freely. As long as Chu Yan's consciousness can cover, the Haoyan sword is like a ghost, a terrifying existence that will shoot out from the void in an instant, killing people invisibly. This is the real spirit sword. Chu Yan looked at the sky, piercing through the void continuously. The Haoyan sword was as fast as lightning. With a gleam of joy on his face, he secretly praised in his heart. Just imagine if during the battle, the Haoyan sword suddenly stabs out from the void behind the enemy, and the enemy has no time to react under the blow of the sword, and will die on the spot. Receive. Clang. Chu Yan made a random move, and the Haoyan sword turned into a golden streamer, rushing directly into the scabbard behind Chu Yan. It's almost half a day, it's time to go. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, his eyes flashed brightly, and strands of murderous intent erupted. Yang Jie. He even dared to attack him. Now that his strength has exploded, Yang Jie, who is in the third level of Heaven Transformation Realm, is no longer to be feared. With a movement of his body, Chu Yan strode out and walked out of the training room. See the sovereign! See the sovereign! Several flag bearers. Seeing Chu Yan appear, he immediately bowed and saluted. Congratulations to the suzerain, your cultivation base has greatly improved. Li Wutian glanced at Chu Yan, a smile bloomed on his face, and he said with a smile. In just half a day, Chu Yan's aura has undergone earth-shaking changes, especially a wisp of soft wind, which has always been lingering around Chu Yan. At first glance, it makes people feel like melting into the breeze. Sovereign, that. Li Wutian hesitated to speak, stammered. Say. Don't hesitate. Chu Yan said directly. Reporting to the suzerain, this subordinate has the courage to ask the suzerain to give another ray of qi of the 5 elements. After refining this wisp of qi of the 5 elements, the subordinate found that this is exactly the origin qi. Erlang has great benefits. Li Wutian knelt down on the ground and said respectfully. Origin qi. Chu Yan was startled. That's right, suzerain, my 12 banners sect armies were all born in the 9 nether seas of the sect, and their bodies have sufficient source energy, but, for tens of thousands of years, the sect army soldiers born in this trial world have impure blood. As a result, most sons and daughters will find it difficult to advance an inch after their cultivation has reached half a step to the sky. But if there is origin energy thrown into the Black Sea, it will be possible. When Li Wutian said this, he stopped and fell on the ground. It turns out that the qi of the 5 elements has such a magical effect. Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the qi of the 5 elements was still called original qi. Li Zhangqi, please stand up. This origin qi needs soul stones, and I don't have enough soul stones. Chu Yan lifted Li Wutian up and said softly. The 12 banners sect army is the fundamental strength of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Chu Yan will naturally bring them out of this trial world. Therefore, if their strength can be improved, it will be a great help to Chu Yan in the future. You know, when Chu Yan kills Zhongtian continent, he will face 2 behemoth-like sect forces, but only an opponent like Yifeng. Therefore, after Chu Yan inherited the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, he has been thinking about restoring the strength of the sect. And now, it is an excellent opportunity. Soul Stone. Li Wutian looked at a small black round stone in Chu Yan's hand, and said in doubt. Dare to ask the suzerain, where can I get this soul stone? Or do I need to exchange it for something? Hearing this, Chu Yan chuckled lightly and said. No need. At this time, there are nearly 2,000 disciples in the entire trial world, and they all have this soul stone on them. There was an evil smile on Chu Yan's face, and the little white teeth were shining with a faint cold light. Ha ha ha, this subordinate understands. Li Wutian was startled for a moment, then immediately came to his senses and laughed out loud. Immediately, he turned around and said to the 4 flag bearers, order the whole army to mobilize to find the disciples of the 2 sects and collect this kind of soul stone. Huh? Let's collect other things too. Other things, that is, everything else. Hearing Li Wutian's words, Chu Yan quickly added. Also, try not to kill people. After all, this place of trial is the site of the 2 great holy sections. If there are too many people killed, the sect will be furious. At that time, if Chu Yan wants to take all the 12 banners out, I am afraid that there will be some trouble. Yes, obey the suzerain's order. Hearing the words, the 4 envoys in charge of the flag bowed and saluted at the same time. Their bodies were full of fighting spirit, and they turned around and strode away. After a few breaths, loud and clear horns suddenly sounded from outside the hall, and the sound pierced the world. The 12-banner sect army, with nearly 10,000 soldiers, soared into the sky, a group of 100 people, like a huge net covering the sky, enveloping the entire trial world. Afterwards, all over the trial world, groups of black figures suddenly appeared in front of the disciples of the two sects, holding weapons, grinning grinningly, striding towards the terrified and pale-faced disciples of the trial. Soon, when groups of black figures left, these trial disciples, except for a piece of imperial robe, had nothing else on them, and their whole bodies were as clean as newborn babies. Damn, is the dark demon going crazy? Crazy, absolutely crazy, there are dark demons everywhere, they, actually robbed. It's over. My primordial stones and soul stones are all gone, and even the spirit soldiers have been taken away. What a fart to try. Be content, they even took off my inner armor. In the entire world of trials, resentment was soaring, more than 2,000 trial disciples, except for some disciples who went deep into the land of inheritance, nearly 80% of them were ransacked. At the same time, in the main hall, in front of Chu Yan, there were more than a dozen piles of hills lined up. All kinds of primordial stones, kung fu cheats, spiritual herb pills, spiritual weapons, and spiritual treasures are piled up like a mountain, making people dazzled. Haha, good, good. Chu Yan's laughter echoed throughout the hall. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, the army of the 12 banners carried out the order of the suzerain, and they all suffocated to perform well. There was even a competition among the various banners, and they compared each other. As a result, tens of thousands of Zhongjuan soldiers with green eyes, like hungry wolves, searched for the trail of the disciples all over the world. However, with the passage of time, the trial disciples who kept receiving news all began to look for places to hide, and the efficiency of the looting operation of the whole trial world by the Zhongjuan soldiers began to become worse and worse. Li Wutian, here are the 10 5 elements qi, as a reward for Zhongjuan's operation, take it. In the main hall, Chu Yan smiled all over his face, holding 10 colorful breaths in his hands, and handed them to Li Wutian, said. Thank you. Thank you, the suzerain, for the reward. With these origin qi, the sons and daughters can finally reshape their bloodlines. #C597 Find Treasure. Li Wutian's excited eyes were slightly red, and he knelt down in front of Chu Yan, thanking him repeatedly. With nearly 10,000 soul stones, Chu Yan has refined hundreds of 5-element qi, and only 10 of them are separated. Moreover, there are other piles of primordial stones, cheat books, elixir of spirit grass, and spirit weapons. This trip will definitely make a lot of money. However, after Chu Yan groaned for a while, he only took the Yuancher Lingqiao and some high-level kung fu cheats and spirit soldiers into the Rakshasa space, and left all the others to him, Li Wutian and the others. After all, nearly 10,000 Zhongjuan soldiers also need these things. Okay. Go and help the Zhongjuan soldiers refine their blood. I have something important to do. Chu Yan waved his hand, ready to leave. Sovereign, please accept this communication jade talisman. In this trial world, if there is any danger, please notify your subordinates immediately. As Li Wutian said, he handed over a black jade talisman with both hands. It is good. Chu Yan held the jade talisman in his hand and smiled lightly. These are tens of thousands of fighters who have half-stepped to the heaven realm, and there are also 5 banner envoys who are strong in the heaven realm. This level of strength, even if it is facing a strong person in the venerable realm, he is not afraid at all. With the support of Zhongjun behind him, is there any suspense in this fight at the 9 summits? Don't talk about Yangji as arrogant disciples, even if the peak master came in person, Chu Yan would not pay attention at all. Sovereign, when I step into the realm of venerables, I will have the strength to terminate the agreement with the Dizong and Lingzong tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the soldiers of my sect army will be able to lead this trial world and follow the suzerain to fight on the mainland. Invigorate my Rakshasa soul heavenly sect. Li Wutian was very excited, looking at Chu Yan's figure, as if he had already seen the scene where the Rakshasa soul Tianzong stood on the peak of the mainland again. Valentine Realm. Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly stunned, and suddenly came back to his senses. That's right, there are 5 flag envoys who have cultivated the heaven-reaching realm here. As long as they can step into the venerable realm, the entire extreme north continent will not be walking sideways. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and then, as soon as he gritted his teeth, he waved his hand and took out another 60 qi of the 5 elements, saying, Li Wutian, there are 60 origin qi here, 20 of them are for you, and the rest are for the 4 bannermen, don't let me down. When the words fell to the ground, the 5 envoys in charge of the banner, including Li Wutian, shook their bodies at the same time, and then, their faces were full of ecstasy, and they knelt down on the ground at the same time, saying in unison, Given by the suzerain, the subordinates will definitely not disappoint the suzerain. This origin qi may not be of much use to other warriors, but to the 5 banner envoys who were born in the Jiuxiao Sea and whose origin is the qi of the 5 elements, it is no different from the most precious treasure in the world. With these origin qi, it is only a matter of time before stepping into the venerable realm, even the martial emperor realm. Afterwards, under the escort of several people, Chu Yan left the island. Not long after, when Chu Yan returned to the lake, several figures suddenly rushed out. Junior brother Chu Yan, you really are not dead, you are still alive, ha ha ha. Junior brother Chu is back, great, ha ha ha. Boss. The 3 figures are Tianquan, Taya, and Little White Bear. The 3 of them were all excited, laughing around Chu Yan. After Chu Yan was taken away by the Black Demon, Tianquan and Taya were going to leave the place of trial directly, return to Jutian Peak, and ask the Lord Duga Peak to rescue them. Unexpectedly, within a short distance, I met a little white bear rushing over. As a result, Little White Bear, who had a subtle connection with Chu Yan, insisted that Chu Yan was fine and must be alive. Therefore, Tianquan and Taya saw that the Little White Bear was so sure, so they returned to the lake and kept guarding, waiting for Chu Yan. Sure enough, after waiting for less than a day, Chu Yan returned safely, not to mention injuries on his body, not even a wrinkle in his clothes. Dang, why are you here? Chu Yan looked at the Little White Bear and said in a daze. I heard that there are many blood spirits here, and when I came here, I sensed that your spiritual sense was moved, and I happened to meet the 2 of them. Damn, these 2 idiots dare to doubt the high priest, humph. Little White Bear dang, pursed his mouth, his red face was flushed, and stared angrily at Tianquan and Taya. His appearance was extremely cute. Ha ha ha, yes, we were wrong, little girl, you are right, let's go. Looking at Dongdong's cute appearance, Tianquan hurriedly apologized and said with a smile. Yes, as long as junior brother Chu Yan is safe and sound, everything else is trivial. Ha ha. Taya was on the side, also smiling. This time, Chu Yan was in a dangerous situation, but with the strength of one person, let them go first, which made them very moved. Seeing the 3 of them, Chu Yan felt warm in his heart. This sudden incident brought the relationship between their brothers and sisters closer again. Chu Yan, why are they arresting you? Tianquan was the first to ask suspiciously. Hearing Tianquan's question, Taya and Little White Bear dang looked over at the same time with curious expressions. This? Chu Yan looked at the 3 of them, pondered for a while, and then just explained that they exchanged some resources and treasures with him, and this treasure was extremely important to them, and it happened that he had it, so he came to him. Wind Marrow. Artifact Spirit. Tianquan and Taya were shocked at the same time when they heard the words, the corners of their eyes twitched. Look at other people, even if they are in danger, they can also encounter great opportunities, and then look at themselves. It is really infuriating to compare people. Boss, by the way, before I come, I found a place. I heard from Xuanhuan and Taiya that it is most likely the place where your fantasy holy sect stores the most precious treasures of the sect. Dingdang blinked his big eyes and said, Zoman's supreme treasure. Chu Yan's face changed instantly, and his eyes brightened. According to the swindler Shancher Holy Master, this sect's most important treasure has an extremely important effect on him. Therefore, this treasure of the sect is something that Chu Yan must be aiming at this time at the 9 summits. However, when I found that place, I saw a person. I heard someone said that his name seemed to be Yang Jia, and there were a few people with him. Dang went on to say. Damn. Yang Jia. I said why I didn't see him when I started grabbing the essence of Dao blood. It turns out that he found the most precious place of the sect. Hearing this, Chu Yan said angrily, Tianquan and Taiya's expressions sank at the same time. Go, get out quickly. We must not let them get the Zoman's treasure. Tianquan shouted anxiously, and then his whole body surged with breath, looking at Chu Yan. Yes, Dang, lead the way. Chu Yan no longer hesitated, his face was solemn, and he said anxiously. It is good. Dang twisted her waist, and immediately, her petite body soared into the sky, and flew away towards the distance. Chu Yan, Tianquan and Taiya quickly followed up, at full speed. Flying all the way, Chu Yan's heart was burning with enthusiasm, and his face was full of eagerness. According to sect master Shancher, if this treasure of the sect is really important to him, as long as he can snatch it, maybe his cultivation and strength will skyrocket again. Moreover, Chu Yan has a feeling in his heart that this time when he goes to the most treasured land of the sect, those forces and people who are hidden behind and want to deal with him will surface. Chu Yan chatted with Li Wutian. The last time he was in the stone statue inheritance place, the reason why he set a trap there was because he reached an agreement with a human warrior. It's a pity that Chu Yan doesn't know the appearance of the warrior, described by Li Wutian. Soon, the 4 arrived at their destination. #C598 Find the treasure. Arrived. Dang pointed forward, then lowered his figure, and fell down. The 3 of Chu Yan followed closely behind and fell towards a valley not far away. This is a small valley with a radius of less than 100 miles. The mountains on all sides, towards the side of the valley, are all cliffs. In the middle of the valley, there is a huge grassland, dozens of piles of rocks, piled up in an orderly manner, bursts of smoke, constantly overflowing from the rocks. It looks a bit weird. Huh. No one around here. Could it be? Just as Chu Yan landed in the valley, his consciousness spread out in an instant, covering the entire valley and the surrounding cliffs. However, where the consciousness passed by, there was no living person, not even a single monster. According to what Dang said, Yang Jitian and his people arrived when Dang left here, but now, no one has noticed. Based on this analysis, could it be, they have seized this sect's most precious treasure and left? Chu Yan frowned slightly, his eyes swept around, and at the same time, he walked towards the pile of rocks. Dang, Tianquan, and Taiya were also nervous, and they went to investigate around. At this time, 2 figures appeared on a cliff in the valley. These 2 people were all wearing green robes, with sneering smiles on their faces, and one of them was Yang Jitian. Yang Jitian, carrying his hands on his back, flicking his fingers, with a faint smile on his face, stands upright, standing on the top of the cliff, with an aura of looking down on all living beings and aloof, which is vividly displayed. And beside him, if little white bear Dang saw it, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. This person is none other than Longyuan Sacred Sect, the famous Qi Xing. Longyuan Xingzong Shengzatang, the 10th-ranked Yun Tianjiao, His cultivation has reached the peak of the second heavenly realm. The Longyuan sacred sect is different from Xianchi. They are all the direct disciples of the Lord of the Nine Peaks, all gathered together. It is called Shengzitang, with a total of 1,000 disciples, and the competition among them is extremely fierce. They're here. This time, we must kill Chu Yan. Yang Jitian's face was gloomy and cold. He gritted his teeth and said. This time at the Ninth Summit Wu, the order given to him by the master is to kill Chu Yan at all costs. As for the iron law of the sect, he will bear it. But if Chu Yan couldn't be killed, Yang Jitian might lose his status as a direct disciple. The relationship between him and Master Yang Fengzhu is actually a relationship of mutual use. It is not like what other people have heard. The relationship between father and son is just an illusion. Originally, Yang Jitian, who was determined to kill Chu Yan, heard the news about the sect's treasure announced by sect master Xianchi before setting off. Yang Jitian's heart was moved. As long as he can obtain the most precious treasure of the sect, he no longer needs to be controlled by anyone, and he no longer needs to look at any faces. Including Qi Xing of the Longyuan sacred sect beside him, the eldest son of the Qi family. Among the famous families in the extreme north continent, the Qi family can even keep pace with the Nangong family. Because, the martial soul of the Qi family is a martial soul that is unique in all. Conferred God Heavenly King armor. One of the supreme martial souls in Qi Wuhun, which is equivalent to the existence of the beast spirit in beast Wuhun. Don't worry. When Chu Yan enters this valley, it will be his death. Qi Xing was expressionless, with a slight look of disdain in his eyes. He glanced at Yang Jitian from the corner of his eyes, and then said. Nangong Ro also sent someone over, let's fight together later. Even 10 Chu Yans will die. Hearing Qi Xing's words, Yang Jitian's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked softly. Then now. Qi Xing turned his head slowly, his eyes swept across the black-robed figure in the valley, the corner of his mouth twitched. Pass down the order. Do it. At this moment, at the entrance of the valley, a spherical figure flashed past, and immediately attracted the attention of Yang Jitian and Qi Xing. Huh. That's Situ Yang. Yang Jitian glanced at the figure rushing in from Taniguchi, and said in surprise. Situ Yang. Qi Xing was startled. That's right, this person is a spirit pattern master, a genius of my Zhongshuanji Hall, and Chu Yan is a good friend. Yang Jitian quickly explained. Friend Chu Yan. Well, let's kill them together. Qi Xing waved his hand, as if chasing flies away. At this time, in the valley, Chu Yan was carefully inspecting every pile of rocks. It is certain that if there is really a treasure of the sect here, then it must be related to these orderly arranged rocks. These piles of rocks are neatly arranged, and each pile is similar regardless of height, size, and number of stones. It is obvious that they are not formed naturally, and must have been intentionally made by someone. However, there are no less than 1,000 stone piles in the valley, and it is really not easy to find out exactly where the treasure is. Haha, big brother, here I come. Suddenly, a chubby figure rushed in front of Chu Yan, laughing loudly. It was Situ Yang. Hey! Fatty Situ, why are you here? Chu Yan smiled lightly when he saw Situ Yang. Ha ha ha. Of course I have to do it, Master Situ de Lingwen, to find the treasure. Brother, look at me. After saying that, Situ Yang directly raised his hand, and threw out a light red spirit pattern, soaring into the sky, straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the light red spirit pattern suspended in midair scattered circles of spiritual power fluctuations, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire pile of rocks. I found it. It's that one, that's right. Situ Yang flipped through the fingerprints, and looked for a rock not far away. The fingerprints rushed into the stone pile, and suddenly, a spiritual light rose. Huh? Really? Seeing this, Chu Yan immediately became overjoyed, and rushed towards the stone pile. Hum. Hum. Behind Situ Yang and Chu Yan, strode out, and at the same time, handprints continued, one after another special handprints, shooting towards the pile of rocks. When Fatty Situ walked to the pile of rocks and stood behind Chu Yan, a huge beam of light shot up from this rock pile, which was the same as the other 1,000 piles of stones. This is a jet-black beam of light, like a sky-killing iron spear, with a majestic aura, shaking the entire sky. Swish! Just when Chu Yan and the others were stunned, the black beam of light trembled suddenly, fell from the sky, hit the ground, and turned into an extremely tall black altar. This altar, the light and shadow are flashy, the black light is bright, but it is not solid, it is just an illusory light and shadow. On the altar, a black jade box hovers and floats. This is the most important treasure of the sect. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded and exclaimed. Go and have a look. Chu Yan murmured, his eyes sparkling, he opened his legs and walked towards the altar. At this moment, a burst of wild laughter suddenly exploded. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you are really delusional. Chu Yan and the others were stunned at the same time, turned around one after another, and looked towards the source of the sound. A group of 7 or 8 figures flew down from the cliffs of the valley in all directions, and surrounded Chu Yan and the others. #C599 Qi family in the extreme north. Yang Jitian. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and said coldly. Every time Yang Jitian takes a step, a silver lightning strikes from the void around him. Amid the bursts of thunder and lightning, Yang Jia's arrogance soared to the sky, his power was extraordinary, and he walked towards Chu Yan with thunder and lightning all the way. His eyes swept across the black jade box on the altar, and in his eyes, a fire of desire was burning. Zonman treasure. As long as one obtains the supreme treasure of the sect, one will be able to break through to the heaven-reaching realm within 100 years. At that time, the entire Xianqi sacred sect. No. It should be the 2 holy sects, or even the entire continent of the extreme north continent, who else can rival him? Tianquan, Taiya, and Situ Yang glanced across the 7 or 8 figures, and their expressions changed slightly at the same time. Obviously, these people have been waiting in this valley for a long time, just waiting for the Zonman's treasure to appear, and then take action to snatch it. With such premeditation and scheming, I'm afraid I'm in trouble. Seeing Yang Jitian, Chu Yan's eyes were icy cold. This Yang Jitian started to use his special martial spirit to attack and kill him, but now he dared to appear in front of him. Damn. Who are you, looking for a fight? Dingdang jumped in front of Chu Yan all of a sudden, raised his small fist at Yang Jitian, his small face was full of teasing. A little girl carved in jade like a porcelain doll, with just one word, made the faces of Yang Jitian and the others sink, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Little White Bear, Dingdang, in just 2 days, became famous in the 18 peaks of the 2 holy sects. After successfully transforming into the sect, this shocking genius of the upper monster clan returned to the sect, and her body cultivation reached the 4th level of the heaven transformation realm. In addition, her body of a spirit beast and her tyrannical combat power were enough to rival the heaven transformation realm. Heavenly warriors in the 5th level of the realm contend. In the entire Xingzi Hall of Longyuan Xingzong, except for the top 10, they were beaten up by this female doll who called herself Dingdang High Priest within 2 days. At this time, Yang Jitian, including Qi Xing, saw Dingdang appearing, and all of them looked down. It can be said that the Heaven Transformation Realm 4th layer is already the existence with the highest cultivation level among all the people present. However, Yang Jitian's expression only changed slightly, and soon returned to normal. Humph. Chu Yan, handing over the Zonman's treasure, can make you die happily. Yang Jitian looked at Chu Yan and said coldly. Although Dongdong's threat was great, they came prepared this time, and it was absolutely impossible for Chu Yan to walk out of the valley alive. Hand over the sex treasure. He. Are you worthy? Chu Yan smiled lightly and said. Half a day ago, Chu Yan might still have some scruples about Yang Jitian, but now Chu Yan's strength has skyrocketed, and it is not a problem at all to deal with Yang Jitian. Swish. Tom. At this moment, a sturdy figure fell straight down from the sky, and when it landed, it hit the ground with a loud noise. This person, wearing a red cloak, is as imposing as a rainbow, as strong as a tiger, with a strong demonic aura, heading straight for Jiuxiao, with a face full of black hair, full of arrogance. Seeing this person appear, Dongdong's petite body trembled slightly, and a serious look appeared on his small face. Zhou Guangyi. The seventh-ranked existence in Shengzitang of Longyuan Xingzong is an ancient tiger beast with combat power comparable to that of Little White Bear. Humph. Zhou Guangyi glanced over at Chu Yan and the others, and snorted heavily. 2 balls of hot air spewed out from his thick nostrils. Seeing Zhou Guangyi's appearance, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his light flickering. Yang Jitian and the others obviously had a plan long ago, and thoughtful consideration was given to all directions. Also be prepared. It seems that these people are the ones who want to deal with him secretly. As for Duga Peak Master and Xiancher Sect Master, as well as the undercurrents and conspiracies that he mentioned, these people should also be able to find the answer. These people are united together. It seems that they are all coming for me. Chu Yan was thinking in his heart, his face was indifferent. Tianquan, Taiya, Situ Yang, if you don't want to die, get out immediately. Yang Jitian's eyes swept across, and he shouted domineeringly. No, let them be buried with Chu Yan together. Not waiting for Yang Jitian's voice to fall, a cold voice sounded, and at the same time, a figure in green robe stepped out and walked in front of several people. I've seen Mr. Qi. See Chief Qi. Master Qi. While Qi Xing was walking, Yang Jitian and Zhou Guangyi saluted him at the same time, with extremely respectful attitudes. Since following Chu Yan into this valley, then stay here. Qi Xing stared at Chu Yan, stood with his hands behind his back, his voice was cold. Hearing this, Tianquan released Taiya, his complexion changed drastically at the same time, looking at Qi Xing's eyes, he kept trembling. Hearing Yang Jitian and others address this person, they naturally recognized that this person is Qi Xing of Longyuan Sacred Sect. The Qi family is illustrious, powerful and powerful. However, although several people were slightly surprised by Qi Xing's appearance, Qi shook his head. Of course we won't go. After the words came out, Tianquan and the others gradually calmed down, with a faint smile on their faces. Their relationship with Chu Yan is extremely deep. Now, let them leave Chu Yan, this kind of thing is naturally impossible. Chu Yan, you don't know me yet, do you? Qi Xing looked at Chu Yan like a god looking at an ant. I am the Qi family from the extreme north, Qi Xing. While speaking, Qi Xing's face was full of anticipation. He was looking forward to it. When Chu Yan heard the word Qi family, he was so frightened. After all, this kind of thing has happened countless times. Regardless of the level of cultivation and strength, the warriors in the extreme north continent will tremble with fear and tremble when they hear the words extreme north Qi family. Just when Qi Xing was smiling proudly and his chin was raised higher and higher, a cold voice sounded, which made his face darken suddenly. Qi family. What a fart. Hiss. 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 When the voice fell to the ground, there was a gasp of air conditioning in the room. Yang Jitian, Zhou Guangyi, and even Tianquan, Taiya, and Situ Yang froze at the same time, looking at Chu Yan in shock. Qi family, what a fart. Joke. That is Extreme North Continent, a powerful inheritance family that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Nangong family. Even the two great holy sects are only slightly stronger than them. Even in Extreme North Continent, several major overlord empires and sects ranked among the top should be polite to the Qi family. Not for anything else, just because of their inherited martial spirit. Conferred God Heavenly King armor. One of the supreme souls. Bold. Qixing recovered from the shock, his face flushed immediately, and he shouted angrily. Those who despise my family will die. After saying that, Qixing waved his hand, and the people behind him, all grinning at the same time, strode towards Chu Yan. The big battle is about to start. Boom, boom. At this moment, the black altar in the distance suddenly vibrated violently, making an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, the black jade box on the altar slowly floated up and flew straight up towards the sky. Hum. 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 The black jade box passed by along the way, and the black brilliance condensed, slowly forming one by one gleaming black characters, floating in the air. Whoever wins the most precious treasure of my Xianqi sect will break through the realm of reaching the sky and be ranked among the martial venerables. Every time a word appeared, the void trembled, and at the same time, the bodies of all the people in the pile of rocks trembled. This is the mysterious treasure that is about to be born. #C600 Another martial soul awakened? Could it be that what was contained in that black jade box was the most precious treasure that would allow one to be promoted to the venerable realm? Venerable realm. What kind of concept is that? Only the suzerains of the two major holy sects can reach the state of sages. In the entire extreme North Continent, the number of sages can be counted on one hand. Before Jiufengwu, sect master Xianqi once told himself in front of all his disciples that this sect's most precious treasure was very important to him, and even related to his martial spirit. At that time, when he heard this, Chu Yan didn't care at all. Because Chu Yan doesn't believe at all that sect master Xianqi really understands his own martial soul. But now, when the black jade box was slowly ascending to the sky, Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and his body trembled suddenly. At this time, in the picture of mountains and rivers of beasts, a ball of black light is hovering above the sky of the world of mountains and rivers, roaring into the sky. The black martial soul changes. Among Chu Yan's 5 regiments of martial spirits, 3 were awakened, and the remaining black and cyan martial spirits had been sleeping without any movement. And now, when the black jade box soared into the sky, the black martial soul finally reacted. Chu Yan has experienced these reactions 3 times, so it can be said that they are very familiar. In front of the black jade box, the reaction of the black light group martial soul is exactly the same as the consciousness of the Suzaku and Qilin martial souls when they were about to awaken. This shows, the black martial soul is really about to awaken. At this time, the black jade box had risen to a height of 1,000 feet, and had stopped, floating in the sky, exuding waves of pure spiritual power, like ripples, rippling in all directions. The atmosphere in the audience suddenly became tense, everyone's eyes were red at the same time, and their whole bodies were tense. Grab the treasure first. Qixing and Yang Jitian let out a roar at the same time. Swish. 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 Several figures rushed up from the ground at the same time, and rushed towards the black jade box above the sky. The world is so close. Yang Jitian's figure flashed. It is a distance of 1,000 steps, stepping out with one step, the figure has already appeared more and more, and the martial arts of the figure are fully displayed. Sky cloud jump technique. Qixing's face finally had a solemn expression, and the whole body was filled with true energy, which turned into a cloud and rolled towards the sky. The tiger leaps over 1,000 peaks. Zhou Guangyi is the body of a spirit beast, with a clear advantage in speed, his legs stomped on the ground, and his body charged violently, rushing out like a tiger pouncing on his prey. All of a sudden, Qixing and the others all displayed their unique moves and secret skills, and all kinds of auras surged violently, rushing towards the black jade box above the sky like lightning. The height of the black jade box is not very high, and the distance from the ground is only 10,000 zhang. For several martial artists with advanced cultivation bases, a distance of 10,000 feet is nothing but the time of one breath. Roll! With a shout, there was a sudden explosion. I saw Chu Yan's body turned into a sea dragon, soaring into the sky. Wherever the black figure passed, the air exploded again and again. Along the way, the air that was blown away by him formed an extremely violent wave of air, rushing towards all directions. In an instant, Chu Yan's figure had surpassed Qixing and the others. The speed was staggering. Damn! So fast! Qixing, Yang Jitian and Zhou Guanyi, who had just got up, suddenly changed their expressions, and their eyes were full of surprise. Chu Yan's swimming dragon covering the sky movement technique has already been promoted to the second level, and coupled with the just comprehend of the way of wind, the current Chu Yan speed is probably 3 to 5 times faster than that of a warrior of the same level. Not only. Of course it's not what Qixing and the others can imagine. Skyfire meteor falls. Suddenly, above the sky, a huge fiery red meteor burst out from the void, carrying endless fire, and smashed towards Chu Yan. On the ground, behind a fiery red figure, a fiery red phantom exuded a scorching, terrifying aura. This person's martial soul is actually extremely rare, a meteor shower martial soul. This kind of martial spirit is a combination of the earth and fire elements. When the martial soul skills of the original life are displayed, it not only has the powerful power of the fire element, but also has the thick power of the earth element. Not to mention being burned by the flames of the fire meteor. Just the meteor with a diameter of 100 feet hits the body, no real martial artist can resist it. Blast me! Seeing the skyfire meteor above his head hit him, the breath of Chu Yan's whole body exploded instantly, and the violent wind lingered around him. His black hair was flying, and his black robe was hunting. A silver fist light appeared instantly, with monstrous fist power, against the sky, straight towards Jiuxiao. Boom! The fist print collided with the meteor, and it exploded instantly, and the whole skyfire meteor was punched by Chu Yan, and it was blasted to pieces. Following the explosion of the skyfire meteor, on the ground, the fiery red figure let out a muffled snort, took a few steps back, his face was pale, the blood in his body was churning, and the sea of consciousness was in chaos. The martial soul technique of life, using the martial soul to attack. If it is broken by the opponent, the power of the martial soul will bite back, and take a few steps back. It is considered light. This is also because he only used a fire meteor in the meteor shower martial soul. If he dared to hit Chu Yan directly with a large meteor just now, and was bombarded by Chu Yan, at this time, he might have vomited blood and died. How is this possible? The fiery red figure standing still looked at Chu Yan above the sky, his eyes were full of horror. Not only him, even Qixing, Yang Jitian and others in the sky all had expressions of shock. Who is this fiery figure? That is the existence ranked 15th among the 1,000 arrogances of the Xingzi Hall of the Longyuan sacred sect, and a martial artist with a second-level cultivation of the heaven transformation realm. Unexpectedly, being punched by Chu Yan, even the Wuhun was almost destroyed. With just one move, everyone in the audience was stunned at the same time. In fact, they don't know what Chu Yan experienced in the previous day. 10,000 years of marrow, 10,000 pieces of essence of Tao blood, plus 10,000 soul stones. These things are beyond what they can imagine. For example, the essence of Tao and blood, every 9 summit martial arts, ordinary disciples can get 3 or 5, which is already a great luck. Even the elite disciples of Tianjiao, the highest is only 20. It takes them 500 years to collect 10,000 pieces of essence of Tao blood, which is 1,000 years. And the preciousness of soul stones is no less than that of the essence of Tao blood. 10,000 soul stones would take at least 100 years to collect. But Chu Yan devoured and tempered everything in just half a day. The improvement in strength is quite beyond their imagination. Therefore, the current Chu Yan's strength is not what it used to be. Die to me. In the sky, after Chu Yan blasted the heavenly fire meteor with a punch, he turned over in the air and faced the fiery red figure on the ground who was attacking him sneakily. He punched out with a wave of his hand. Boom, boom. The power of the silver fist, like a silvery moon-blue dragon, roared and shook the sky, trembling in the void, like the Yangtze River, galloping past, heading towards the fiery red figure, falling straight down. What? Seeing a punch coming from the fiery red figure, the overwhelming power from top to bottom made him feel like being crushed by Tianwei. Suddenly, his mind was shaken, and the hairs all over his body exploded. A breath of death came from the bottom of his heart. It rises everywhere, making his whole body cold. This is simply not something he can resist. #C601 punch. But, isn't that Chu Yan only at the 8th level of the true martial realm? I am at the 2nd level of the heaven transformation realm. How could his combat power be so powerful? It actually made me feel irresistible. This is too scary. Meteor fire explodes in the sky. The disciple of the fiery red figure, without any hesitation, unleashed his strongest trick in an instant. Behind him, a large piece of fiery red meteors emitted a red light shining in the sky and the earth. An endless fiery red air flow poured into his body from the martial soul behind him. In an instant, his whole body glowed red, and he swung his fists together, one after another huge red fist marks, smashing towards the silver fist marks falling from the sky. Boom! 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 The fist prints intersected, and there was a bang like thunder, and the Imon fist was bombarded by the fiery red fists like a tide, trembling continuously, but as the fiery red fists exploded, the Imon fist was destroyed all the way, exploded more than a dozen red fist marks, and continued to blast towards the fiery red figure on the ground without losing momentum. Bump! The silver light fell to the ground, and the fiery red figure, accompanied by the blasted ground dust, was thrown away. Puff! A blood arrow sprayed out, bringing out a blood mist that filled the sky. When it landed, it sprayed several mouthfuls of dirty blood, and was obviously seriously injured. Chu Yan. Seeing the fiery red figure rolling and falling to the ground, with blood flowing all over the ground, Qixing burst into anger and shouted loudly. This person is one of the generals in his hands. Unexpectedly, he was blown away by Chu Yan's punch. How could this make him not angry? And Yang Jitian, floating in the air, his pupils shrank suddenly, looking at the fiery red figure on the ground covered with blood, his face was full of horror. You know, a day ago, under his sneak attack, Chu Yan only wanted to run for his life. Unexpectedly, in just one day without seeing her, her strength has more than doubled, and she has become so powerful. Yang Jitian, block him. However, Qixing turned his eyes. He calmed down instantly, turned his head and shouted at Yang Jitian. After punching back the fiery red figure that was attacking, Chu Yan didn't stop at all. Like a rock spreading its wings, he turned sideways and rushed towards the black jade box on the sky again. Not good. Hurry up, block him. Qixing's face darkened, and he roared again and again. Boom, boom. Chu Yan rushed out, his figure streaked across the void, and made the sound of bursting with anger. The terrifying speed fell into everyone's eyes, and immediately everyone's hearts were caught in the eyes of the noise. Chu Yan's speed is simply not comparable to them. It is almost impossible to catch up with and surpass Chu Yan's figure. Chu Yan, the treasure is mine. At this moment, Yang Jitian's furious roar resounded, his whole body was full of stars, his true energy surged like a huge wave, and a large black shadow emerged from behind him. This massive black phantom is hundreds of feet high, its whole body is dark, and, on the dark body, it is like a starry sky of nothingness, with thousands of stars shining on it. At first glance, one may think it is a starry sky emerging. However, the edge line of this starry sky body is obviously a ferocious beast, with a pair of star-like pupils, shooting out the dazzling light of the stars. Roar! The void thunder beast appeared, roaring to the sky. Crack! 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 The moment the void thunder beast appeared, its figure disappeared instantly, and then, bright lightning bolts flashed out of the void, blasting towards Chu Yan. A series of thick electric snakes, like thick boa constrictors, slammed straight at Chu Yan, between jumping and flashing. Boom! 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 Seeing the thunderbolt of the python, Chu Yan couldn't help but frowned. In an instant, he swung his fists repeatedly, and fiery red fist marks blasted out. This time the thunder and lightning emitted by the void thunder beast is obviously much stronger than the last time, due to the close-range bombardment. Every thunderbolt contains terrifying thunderbolt power. The most terrifying thing is that these thunderbolts are connected into one piece, endless, dazzling, and the number is so huge that the hairs stand on end. Where the fist print passes, there must be a piece of thunder and lightning that will be blasted apart, turning into countless electric sparks, sizzling, shining in the void and the sky. Boom! 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 The fist glowed like a wave, and the python lightning was fierce. When the two intersected, a ball of air exploded, exploding continuously. The tide-like air waves rushed forward layer by layer like ocean waves, and immediately pushed back Chu Yan's figure by hundreds of steps. The void thunder beast, the king of the starry sky, grows from lightning and grows with electricity, invisible and intangible. Yang Jitian saw that Chu Yan's figure was knocked back, and his face was overjoyed. He waved his hands continuously, and the void within 1,000 feet was trembling. Boom, boom. In the void, it seems that there are thousands of thunder and lightning, and the sound of thunder is endless. What's more, Yang Jitian's eyes swept across, looking at Dingdang, Tianquan and Taya, and with a big wave of his hand, thunder and lightning flashed out of the sky, forming a large forest of lightning, enveloping them. Yang Jitian was so arrogant that he wanted to use his own strength to kill everyone on Chu Yan's side at the same time. Void lightning. Chu Yan stabilized his figure, raised his eyes and looked around, but couldn't see the figure of the void thunder beast at all. Boom again. Yang Jitian, with a ferocious smile on his face, thunder and lightning followed, and in an instant, covered the entire space of thousands of feet. Immediately, Chu Yan, Dingdang, and Tianquan felt as if they were in a sea of thunder, and there were thick thunder and lightning falling everywhere, with overwhelming power. Haha, hurry up and grab the treasure. Seeing this scene, Qixing laughed out loud, stretched his body, and rushed towards the black jade box above the sky. Not good. Chu Yan's face turned cold, and his brows frowned slightly. Everyone join hands. With a violent roar, Tianquan's breath surged, and at the same time he summoned his martial spirit. As soon as his words fell, Dingdang, Taya and Situ Yang did not hesitate, and at the same time, they unleashed their true energy, displayed their martial souls, and greeted Qixing and the others. All of a sudden, in the sky, all kinds of true auras, like a turbulent torrent, crushed and collided with each other, and the aura that covered the sky and the sun exploded continuously. The war broke out in an instant. Myriad mountains. With a long howl, a young man from Qixing's side flew past and landed in front of Tianquan and Dingdang, with golden zhenqi all over his body, soaring into the sky, and waving his hands suddenly. Boom, boom. A thick earthen wall burst up from the ground, rose 1,000 feet in an instant, and lay in front of several people. The attack from Tianquan and the others hit the dirt wall, which was more than 10 feet long, and the wall was vibrated continuously. However, the earthen wall did not collapse, and abruptly blocked the instant attacks of several people. Humph! High Priest's divine fist. Dingdang snorted, his face was full of anger. He waved his pink fist, raised his hand and punched out, and slammed straight on the earth wall. Boom! The small fist hit the earth wall, and suddenly, a sudden wave of air rushed away, and the earth wall collapsed instantly, turning into dust and stones all over the sky, and scattered towards the ground. This Dingdang is actually so strong. Seeing Dongdong's small fist, Qixing smashed the earthen wall that blocked the attacks of several people with one punch, and his expression changed immediately. #C602 No one can get it. What? Qixing and Yang Jitian, their faces froze at the same time, dumbfounded. They clearly sensed that these violent winds were not winds with deepening spiritual power and martial soul power at all, but real winds of heaven and earth. This kind of wind, regardless of its power, is several times stronger. This, Chu Yan, can actually stimulate the wind of nature between heaven and earth. Depend on. He won't be comprehended, the way of wind. In the raging wind, everyone's face changed wildly, the corners of their eyes twitched, and they looked at Chu Yan in horror, all in disbelief. However, Chu Yan looked at the black jade box in midair, with the same solemn expression. At this time, Qixing and Yang Jitian had already flown to the side of the black jade box, only a wave away. Not good. I missed it. Beside the black jade box, Qixing looked at Chu Yan with a proud face, slowly stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the black jade box. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan trembled slightly. Not far away, Dingdang and Tianquan also had pale faces. The distance is too far, there is no time to stop it, half a step late, there is a distance of tens of thousands of feet. Humph. Chu Yan, fight with me, you are not qualified yet. Qixing snorted softly, his eyes were full of disdain and contempt. All around, Yang Jitian, Zhou Guangyi and the others were all full of teasing smiles. In the battle just now, the strength Chu Yan showed was so powerful that even Qixing was shocked. But, so what? Now, the black jade box still fell into their hands. Qixing, who was full of pride, looked away. He looked excitedly at the black jade box in front of him. The Xianshi sacred sect, the most precious treasure of the sect. According to sect master Xianshi, for some treasures, within 100 years, they can break through the heaven-reaching realm and achieve the martial venerable realm. A bright smile appeared on Qixing's face. Looking at the black jade box in front of him, Qixing seemed to have seen himself stepping onto the peak of martial arts. At that time, not only will he become the top powerhouse in the extreme north continent, but he will also surpass his second brother and become the #1 genius of the Qi family. On that day, the Qi family will be completely in their own hands. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. The distance between the palm and the black jade box is getting closer and closer, and Qixing's fingertips have already touched the black jade box. However, the next moment, when Qixing's palm touched the black jade box, everyone's faces, whether smiling or angry, froze instantly. Swish! Qixing's palm passed through the black jade box, without any hindrance. That black jade box is just an illusory light and shadow, completely devoid of substance, and Qixing's wrist directly penetrated through it completely. Swish! 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 Qixing, who was full of shock, couldn't believe it, his right hand kept scratching back and forth in the phantom shadow of the black jade box. However, it didn't work at all, and I grabbed it dozens of times, and the black jade box was close in front of my eyes, but it was completely transparent, illusory. How is this possible? Qixing's face was full of astonishment. Why is this black jade box like this? How could it be an illusory light and shadow, it is impossible to get it. Could it be, this so-called treasure of the sect is a fake? With a face full of resignation, Qixing tried a few more times, but the result was still the same: penetration, not touching at all. Yang Jitian, come get it. Qixing's face was ashen, black enough to drip water. He turned his head and shouted to Yang Jitian, who was standing beside him. Hearing Qixing's shout, Yang Jitian, who was in shock, suddenly trembled, woke up with a start, and hurried forward. With his whole body tensed and his face full of tension, Yang Jitian slowly stretched out his hand and reached for the black jade box. Swish! Yang Jitian's hand passed straight through, and also passed through the phantom of the black jade box. There was no reaction at all, exactly the same as Qixing's situation. Yang Jitian's face suddenly sank, and his heart fell to the bottom. I come. Zhou Guanyi strode forward and directly reached for the black jade box. Swish! The same goes through. Fuck, what's going on here? Qixing, Yang Jitian and Zhou Guanyi surrounded the black jade box. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. The 3 or 4 people who came with Qixing also rushed up and tried one after another, but in the end, they were all the same. None of them could catch the black jade box. A few people were stunned. Yang Jitian and Zhou Guanyi looked dumbfounded. Qixing was even more confused. No, could it be that he was deceived by sect master Xianshi? Among the 8 people, none of them could touch the black jade box, so it was even more impossible to get the treasure of the Xianshi sect in the jade box. For a moment, it seemed that the light of hope in the sky was extinguished in an instant. Everyone was chilled by this cruel reality. You can't, just get out of the way, I'll come. Dang charged violently, knocked away several people, and rushed to the front of the black jade box. A pink hand stretched out and grabbed the black jade box. Next to it, Qixing and the others looked nervous and guarded. You. The few people who were knocked away by Dongdong's petite body for more than a dozen steps were full of anger. However, when they saw that Dongdong's hand had reached in front of the black jade box, their expressions turned serious and they stared at it intently. None of these people can get the jade box, so could they? Swish! Sure enough, there was no accident. Dongdong's hand also passed through the black jade box. I come. Situ Yan shook his fat body and squeezed to the front, his fat hands covered with meat, went straight through. Tianquan and Taya also reached out to test, but the results were all the same. Everyone formed a circle, staring at the black jade box in front of them, all dumbfounded. No one can touch the black jade box, but this sect's most precious treasure is right in front of your eyes. It is too tempting. To be honest, every one of the Tianjiao doubts whether sect master Xianshi is deceiving them. But, after thinking about it, is it necessary to lie to these young disciples with the existence of the 2 great holy masters and the strong ones in the venerable realm? Who is the holy master Xianshi, the overlord of the extreme north continent? How could it be possible? Not far away, Chu Yan has been observing intently. In the sea of consciousness, various consciousnesses are constantly flashing. At least, Chu Yan is sure that the Holy Master Xianshi announced in front of all disciples of the sect that this treasure of the sect is suitable for him. If he can't get it, it is not Chu Yan who is ashamed. That deceitful Xianshi sect master, I will never have the face to meet people in the sect. Moreover, this sect's most precious treasure was placed by him personally. A majestic suzerain. Could it be that he just created a bunch of phantoms here? This is almost impossible. Therefore, Chu Yan is sure that the black jade box is not impossible to get, but requires conditions. Moreover, based on the words of sect master Xianshi, the most suitable for you, Chu Yan can be sure that the conditions for touching the black jade box may be that only he has it, and no one else has it. What do you have? Of course it is the divine beast spirit. At the ceremony of entering the sect, everyone in the sect saw the 10-star Suzaku divine beast Wuhun displayed by Chu Yan. And this is the two great holy sects, and none of the other disciples. Let me try it. With a faint smile on Chu Yan's face, he strode out and walked towards several people. Qixing looked at Chu Yan with a black face, and said coldly, "Chu Yan. Who are you? We have more than a dozen talents, but we can't touch the jade box. Who do you think you are?" It's wishful thinking. Beside Qixing, Yang Jitian and others all laughed and laughed. I can't touch it myself, why is this Chu Yan? Chu Yan ignored these people at all, strode up to the black jade box, and reached out to grab it. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened, looking at Chu Yan's outstretched hand. More than a dozen pairs of eyes, following the movement of the hand, moved at the same time, constantly approaching the black jade box. #C1 Chapter 603 Xuanwu Awakening. There was a slight tremor in more than a dozen pairs of pupils, trembling at the same time. A dozen pairs of pupils trembled suddenly, everyone's minds trembled at the same time, and their faces froze suddenly. Swish! The next moment, the black jade box disappeared out of thin air, and in an instant, it was taken into the Rakshasa space by Chu Yan. What? How is this possible? What's the situation? Did you get dazzled just now? Wrong. It's not dazzled, that black jade box was taken by Chu Yan. He was able to touch the jade box, how is it possible? Boom. At the moment when everyone was stunned, the altar on the ground suddenly burst out with a black light cluster rushed from the altar, and instantly enveloped Chu Yan. Pung! Immediately afterwards, the black ball of light covering Chu Yan's body suddenly exploded, and an extremely violent force exploded in the crowd in an instant. The violent charge swept across, and more than a dozen figures, like celestial maidens scattered flowers, rushed toward flying away in all directions. What's the situation? Qixing's figure kept flying, retreated 1,000 steps away, stimulated his true energy, and then stood firm, looking at Chu Yan in the black mask, with a look of astonishment on his face. Now, even the phantom altar on the ground has become a reality. Moreover, a protective spirit array was imposed on Chu Yan, blasting all of them away. The Qixing people who were still doubting their dazzle just now, after being sent flying 1,000 steps, are sure that Chu Yan not only touched the black jade box just now, but also put it away. Just when everyone in Qixing was furious, and at the same time when his true energy exploded and attacked Chu Yan, a vision suddenly appeared. Chu Yan, standing in the black mask. When he wanted to dodge back again, the black mask around his body suddenly overflowed with bursts of black light, pouring into his body. The next moment, the black jade box that I put into the Rakshasa space flew out by itself, floating in front of Chu Yan. Moreover, the lid of the black jade box was slowly opened. I saw a ray of black light rising into the sky from the black jade box, and large black ripples rushed in all directions, sweeping the entire sky in an instant. The originally clear sky was shrouded in thick black light, and instantly turned into darkness, just like nightfall. The sky is trembling, the earth is roaring. The terrifying vision of heaven and earth, as the black beam of light in the jade box became thicker and thicker, the coercion of heaven and earth seemed to be suppressed suddenly. Boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, in the black jade box, a huge black stone tablet slowly appeared in the beam of light, continuously rising towards the sky. One after another, golden characters flashed on the black jade-like stone tablet. The characters were extremely complicated, like a heavenly book. The characters are connected into one piece, with a vast and supreme will. The heaven and earth shook together, making people kneel down and worship. This steel, what's under it? Chu Yan stared at the incomparably huge stone tablet, looked up and down, and his eyes finally fell on the strange monster under the stone tablet. What kind of monster is this, carrying such a huge jade tablet on its back? Boom! 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 At this moment, as the golden characters on the black jade tablet continued to flash above the sky, divine thunders descended from the sky, constantly bombarding the jade tablet, splitting it apart. In an instant, large cracks spread all over the entire jade tablet, and the cracks continued to deepen and extend. Ka ka ka. Soon, the entire black jade tablet exploded with a bang, and countless black gravels turned into streaks of black light, flying down into the body of the monster under the stone tablet. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a beast exploded in the void, shocking everyone's minds, causing the blood in their bodies to churn. Roar! 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 At the same time, on Chu Yan's body, a black light ball suddenly appeared behind Chu Yan. This black light ball was so huge that it was as high as 1,000 feet. The black light ball floated behind Chu Yan, twisting, and rushed towards the black monster in midair. Swish! The black light group instantly devoured the monster under the stone tablet, burst out a burst of black light, turned around, rushed back into Chu Yan's body, and disappeared. At this time, Chu Yan's consciousness moved, followed the black light group, entered the map of mountains and rivers of beasts, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The picture of mountains and rivers, above the sky, is a huge black light group, which is one of Chu Yan's martial arts. Roar! 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 Every time a beast roars, it will make the sky tremble, and at the same time, the light cluster of the black martial soul will grow bigger. In less than a few breaths, the martial spirit of the black light group has risen to 1,000 feet. Gradually, the black light ball suddenly rose, and the light ball burst open, a ferocious beast flew into the sky. This strange beast has a huge carapace, 4 feet in the air, the head of the beast is high, a pair of blue eyes, sweeping towards Chu Yan, the eyes are deep. Damn, isn't this a turtle? Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that his fourth martial soul was a turtle, and it was such a big one. From Chu Yan's point of view, this tortoise martial spirit occupies at least half of the sky. Hum. 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 Just when Chu Yan was slightly stunned, the tortoise Wuhun, whose figure became more and more solid in the sky, stepped forward and stepped towards Chu Yan. When the tortoise martial soul walked in front of Chu Yan, the figure of the tortoise martial soul finally appeared clearly in front of Chu Yan. Damn, that's the tortoise martial spirit, and this Nima is obviously Xuanhuan. At this time, standing in front of Chu Yan, the martial spirit as tall as a mountain actually had a dragon head that was exactly similar to the unicorn martial spirit. I am Emperor Xuanhuan. An incomparably vicissitudes of voice exploded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Emperor Xuanhuan. The corner of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and he finally confirmed that the fourth awakened martial soul was really the legendary Xuanhuan. In Oriental legends, the gods and beasts guarding the north master the water of the myriad worlds, and have the special ability to predict the future. Why, only 1 star? Chu Yan glanced at the top of Xuanhu's head, and found that only 1 black star was shining, and the other 9 stars were all dim. You know, whether it is the white tiger, Suzaku or Qilin Wuhun, when awakened, at least 3 stars or above. How come Xuanhu only has the lowest level of 1 star when awakened? My innate spirit is not enough, I need it to gradually recover. It seems to feel the thoughts in Chu Yan's heart, Xuanhu's soul, a consciousness resounds in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Innate spirit, what is it? Chu Yan was startled, and asked suspiciously. According to the Wuhun world, I need a spiritual treasure, and with the help of other things, I can replace the innate spirit. Xuanhu said lightly. Lingbao. This is easy. Chu Yan nodded, thinking that there were more than a dozen real martial arts treasures in his Rakshasa space, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Huh? You can talk. The next moment, Chu Yan's body was shocked suddenly, and his face changed drastically in an instant. He looked at the tall Xuanwu in front of him in astonishment, and said, "That's right, not only me, but when your cultivation base reaches the basic requirements, other martial spirits can communicate with you. As for me, I use the power of heaven and earth to transmit consciousness, not directly communicating with you." Xuanwu patiently explained. "I see, that's great. You can talk. It seems that it's much easier to raise your star rank." Chu Yan pondered for a moment, a gleam of joy appeared on his face, and said, "Yes, only by recovering my innate spirit as soon as possible can I recover my body." "The main body? You are not the main body." Chu Yan was taken aback. "My current body is only the size of a larva. When I fully recover, my main body should be the size of 100 miles. Xuanwu said lightly. Puff. Hearing Xuanwu's faint voice, Chu Yan didn't hold back his turbid breath, and sprayed it out in one breath. How much? How much? The body of Bailey. You mean 100 miles, not 100 steps. Chu Yan's eyes trembled, and his face was full of shock. #C604 I am treasure. 100 grown animal bodies. What a joke. The largest monster that Chu Yan has ever seen is only about 100 feet tall. Even the two divine beasts, the white tiger and the Suzaku, are only as big as 100 feet when they return to their peak state. The body of a beast in 100 miles. 100 miles, 100 feet, that's not 100 times 1,000 times the difference, that's definitely the difference between an ant and an elephant. Including the Luoyang Kingdom, the Red Leaf Imperial Capital, and an Imperial-level capital, it is only tens of miles in length and breadth. In this way, the body of Xuanhu Wuhun is as big as 2 imperial cities. This is too exaggerated. Good. Xuanhu Wuhun looked down at Chu Yan, his tone was very certain, without any hint of joking. Call. Chu Yan took a deep breath to calm down the shocking emotions. There are still things to be resolved now, not when chatting with Xuanhu. Immediately, Chu Yan withdrew from the map of mountains and rivers of beasts, his body trembled, and his consciousness returned to his body. Hum. 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 As soon as Chu Yan appeared outside, the altar was trembling continuously. In an instant, all the visions of heaven and earth converged, and even the dark light in the sky disappeared without a trace. The entire valley has returned to its previous appearance, with blue sky and white clouds, and piles of rocks everywhere. In the distance, no matter it was Qixing, Yang Jitian, Dangdang Little White Bear and Tian Quan, their hearts were still shocked, their faces were dull, they were just awakened by the breath of Xuanhu Wuhun, and the suppressed sea of consciousness roared, even in their heads. It's all a mess. However, after all the visions disappeared, everyone gradually recovered, and looked at Chu Yan together. Up to now, everyone can be sure of one thing, that is, Chu Yan got the treasure of the mysterious stone. A greedy gaze, full of bloodshot eyes, bursting out with murderous intent. Shining. Although up to now, they don't even know what Chu Yan got from the black jade box. But the monster carrying the black jade steel was devoured by the black light ball rising from Chu Yan's body. After that, the monstrous coercion emanating from the black light group made them, the arrogance of the two great holy sects, all tremble. So, Sect Master Shansher, you are right. This treasure is definitely not simple. Such a heaven-defying treasure, how could they not be enthused? Chu Yan. Qixing let out a soft drink, staring at Chu Yan firmly, the killing intent in his eyes couldn't be more obvious. Hand over the treasure. Otherwise, die. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yang Jitian, Zhou Guani, and several others, who were not sober at the same time, gathered around Qi Xing, and at the same time glared at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes. You want to kill me? Chu Yan sneered and said, aren't you afraid of the iron law of the sect? Hearing this, a sneer appeared on Qi Xing's face, his chin was raised high, and he said with a look of color on his face. The iron law of the sect. Just a joke, as long as I kill you and them, who will know? Even if someone knows, at worst, I will quit the two holy sects and return to the Qi family. Who can do anything to me? And, the two great holy sects may be destroyed at any time. Who cares about the iron laws of the sects? What a joke! When the voice fell to the ground, Chu Yan frowned suddenly. The two holy sects will be destroyed at any time. Chu Yan wondered. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, don't think that if you are more talented, you are great. Under the influence of all parties in the extreme North Continent, you are still just an ant. How can you understand the general situation in the extreme North Continent? Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Qi Xing laughed wildly. The general trend of the extreme North Continent. What are you referring to? Is there a sect stronger than the two holy sects? Chu Yan asked. Chu Yan, you really are an ant who doesn't understand anything. The two holy sects are the strongest? Humph. A joke. Qi Xing sneered, looked at Chu Yan, and sneered. The two great holy sects are nothing more than a training camp for the ancient 8 sects, the Earth sect and the spiritual sect, set up in extreme North Continent. When it comes to them, of course it's, Qi Xing, who was full of fear, suddenly woke up in the middle of speaking, and his face darkened. Chu Yan, don't try to talk to me, But, anyway, you will die today. Hand over the treasure, let you die quickly. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly and said softly. Hee hee. I know it's you, that's fine. Chu Yan has now confirmed that the undercurrent forces mentioned by Lord Dugapik and Sect Master Xianshi are definitely related to Qi Xing in front of him. At this time, Chu Yan finally understood the reason why Sect Master Xianshi gave himself the right to kill. Chu Yan, let me ask you one last question. Do you want to pay or not? The killing intent in Qi Xing's eyes became more and more intense. He stared at Chu Yan fiercely, and said. After saying that, Qi Xing's breath surged out, and a purple phantom suddenly appeared behind him. In the phantom, a piece of purple gold armor exuded a powerful aura, floating in the air. Fengshen Tian Wangjia. 8-star Earth-type Water-type, Dual-type Martial Soul, one of the supreme martial souls among the weapon martial souls. Swish. Qi Xing made a move with his big hand, and that purple golden armor shot out a dazzling light, and in an instant, it enveloped Qi Xing's body. The heavenly king armor of the conferred god, merged with Qi Xing, the purple golden light faded, and a tall and mighty figure in full armor appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Qi Xing was covered in thick purple gold armor, and his whole body, except for his eyes, was covered by heavy armor full of golden spirit patterns and purple metal. Qi Xing's aura radiated from his body, a terrifying coercion erupted, and everyone felt this aura. All of them were stunned suddenly, and their faces were full of horror. After merging with the martial soul, Qi Xing now exudes an aura that is no longer the 3rd level of the Heaven Transformation Realm, but has directly reached the 5th level of the Heaven Transformation Realm. At the same time, behind Qi Xing, Yang Jitian and Zhou Guani burst into breath, looking at Chu Yan with murderous eyes. I don't know if Li Wutian and the others are busy now. Chu Yan secretly said in his heart. Although his own strength has improved a little now, it is very unlikely that he will win in the face of 7 or 8 fighters who have cultivated above the 3rd level of the Heaven Transformation Realm. Moreover, there are Tian Quan, Taiya, and Situ Yang beside them. Their strength is too weak, and they are very likely to be lost in a fight. Want to fight? I'll At this moment, an excited voice suddenly sounded. You will look good when you put on the armor, High Priest. Let's see, your armor is stronger, or my fist is stronger. After all, Dongdong's petite body twisted, and he rushed out, suddenly raised his hand and punched out. In an instant, a purple fist imprint rushed out, and when the fist imprint continued to rush forward, the fist imprint continued to enlarge. When he rushed in front of Qixing and the others, the purple fist print was already 1,000 feet high, and Qixing, Yang Jitian and other 8 people were all enveloped in it. Bump! 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 The faces of the 8 people froze, and they moved to block at the same time, only to hear continuous explosions, and the 2 figures were hit by the fist seal, and immediately flew out. And Yang Jitian and Zhou Guanyi also retreated 7 or 8 steps in a row, their faces full of shock, and even Qixing, who was in full armor, took half a step back, his face full of disbelief. This dang actually sent the 8 of them back at the same time with the might of a punch. Although it didn't cause any damage, this kind of combat power was extremely terrifying. #C605 Terrorist Bureau. However, even so, Qixing and the others are very clear that among Chu Yan's side, only Dang has the cultivation base of the 4th level of the Heaven Transformation Realm, and the others do not even reach the Heaven Transformation Realm. There is only one Dang opponent, and the strength of the 8 of them is above the 2nd level of the Heaven Transformation Realm. As long as Dang is held back, after beheading Chu Yan and a few others, it is enough to deal with Dang with the strength of 8 people. There is no suspense in this battle. Seeing this scene, Tianquan, Taya and the others looked at the indifferent Chu Yan, and their hearts were relieved immediately, and their expressions turned down. Situ Yang shook his fat, walked out with a frightened face, looked at Qixing and the others, and said, You trash, hurry up, if you make my elder brother angry, you will all die. When the voice fell to the ground, Qixing and the others were startled for a moment, and then they all laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Fatty, so funny. Ha ha ha, we die? Just rely on that Chu Yan of the 8th level of true martial arts, and you rubbish. Fatty, except for this bear, you're not even good at trash. Qixing 8 people, all kinds of laughter resounded like a tide, as if they heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Just relying on Dang, do you want to scare off the 8 warriors who are in the 3rd level of the Heaven Transformation Realm? Don't grab the treasure of the sect, don't kill Chu Yan? Joke. Stop talking nonsense with them, Zhou Guanyi, do it. Yang Jitian's smile suddenly disappeared, killing intent shot out from his eyes, and he roared. It is good. Zhou Guanyi agreed, looked at Chu Yan with a sinister smile, and then flipped his hands over, and took out a magic talisman. Snapped. With a hard pinch, the jade talisman instantly turned into jade fragments, scattered, and a ray of spiritual light shot up into the sky from the broken jade talisman. Not good. 1,000-mile assembly symbol. As Zhou Guanyi's jade talisman shattered, Fatty Situ, the muscles on his face trembled suddenly, and exclaimed. Chu Yan, he is calling someone. This jade talisman can notify people within 1,000 miles. Hearing Situ Yang's words, Chu Yan was stunned, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked directly at Qixing and the others. Chu Yan, kill you first, and then seize the treasure. Qixing yelled, raised his hand and turned it over, and a jade talisman also appeared in his hand. However, his jade talisman is obviously much larger than ordinary jade talismans, and there are several special marks on this jade talisman, shining with a faint golden light. This is the World Spirit Pattern, the 9th grade Spirit Pattern. You actually have this. The appearance of this jade talisman caused Situ Yang's face to change drastically, his eyes trembling. Boundary Spirit Pattern. What is it? Chu Yan doubted. Boundary Spirit Rune. It's extremely precious. I'm afraid the extreme north continent doesn't cost more than 5 pieces. Its function is. Xie Yang turned his head and explained to Chu Yan, but before he finished explaining, a sudden change occurred. With a murderous look on Qixing's face, he grinned grinningly, urged his true energy to pour into the talisman, and a pale golden halo instantly shot out from the talisman. The circle of light on the talisman fell to the ground, and instantly merged with the void, turning into a door of light. Chu Yan couldn't be more familiar with the aura emanating from this light gate, because this is obviously a teleportation light gate. Swish! 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 2 figures stepped out of the light gate with a terrifying aura, and stood in front of everyone. The majestic aura that lifted the sky, following the 2 figures stepping out of the light gate, instantly diffused between the entire sky and the earth, and the void trembled unhappily, as if unable to bear the terrifying aura of the 2 figures, it would collapse in the next breath. The coercion like a flood peak swept in all directions, and wherever it passed, the air exploded and the void collapsed. This is. Xie Yang and the others were stunned at the same time. They never imagined that Qixing and the others, in order to snatch the treasure and kill Chu Yan, even brought the teleportation spirit array into the trial world. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, as if he didn't care at all, he just watched the 2 figures calmly. Boom! Boom! There were 2 bursts of air, and there was a bang. The 2 figures who had just stepped out of the teleportation light gate fell on Chu Yan. The void is collapsing. As soon as they moved, the sky was suddenly filled with clouds and wind, and large swaths of dark clouds were rolling, like a violent wind and waves on a calm sea, as if the sky was falling apart. Swish! Swish! The 2 rushed in front of Chu Yan and stared straight at Chu Yan, their eyes were full of disdain, as if they were looking at an extremely small ant. You are Chu Yan. The thick figure didn't even want to look at Chu Yan while talking. How dare you offend my eldest son, you really want to die. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, wanting to speak. Suddenly, several huge auras suddenly rose from the sky and the earth, rushing straight from the distant horizon. Roar! 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 A few huge monsters, roaring and shaking the sky, charged violently from the mountains hundreds of miles away. Every 10 miles they charged, they would crush a piece of void and bring out a void vortex. There are 5 figures sitting on the 5 monsters, they are the helpers summoned by Yang Jitian. These 5 monsters look exactly the same, but they are in 5 colors. The overall appearance is like 5 ancient elephants. A body full of terrifying monster power, as if the whole body, the strength is concentrated to the extreme, and the sky and the earth can collapse with a wave of nose and step. These 5 demonic beasts have obviously reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Heaven Transformation realm, and their illustrious reputation is known to almost everyone. Among the monsters in the Heavenly Transformation realm, the one known as the most powerful is the 5 treasures brutal elephant. When Dangdang saw the appearance of these 5 monsters, his little face froze. A monster beast at the peak of the Heaven Transformation realm, and there are still 5 heads. Are these people crazy? 5 treasures brutal elephant, is that an ordinary monster? With just 1 head, one can flatten a city, and with terrifying power, it can even fight against the heaven-reaching realm warriors. In order to deal with Chu Yan, they even dispatched the 5 treasure savage elephant. This battle was too terrifying. Even if it is to snatch the profound treasure of the profound stone, there is no need to be so exaggerated. Chu Yan, I know that you have whole cards and a 10-star beast martial soul. So, this time, I use 100 times, 1,000 times as much power as you, and I will never give you a chance of survival. Qixing sneered. Behind him, 2 half-step heaven-reaching warriors, the 5-headed 5 treasure savage elephant at the peak of the heaven-transforming realm, and Yang Jitian and Zhou Guangyi, who are all above the 2nd level heaven of transforming the heaven. This lineup, not to mention killing a Chu Yan who is at the 8th level of true martial arts, is probably enough to attack a big sect. As Qixing said, this time, they obviously wanted to kill Chu Yan completely, without any surprise. On the faces of Tianquan, Taiye, and Situ Yang, the corners of their eyes kept twitching. Ruthless. Too cruel. Moreover, judging from the current situation, all of this was clearly planned in advance by Qixing and the others. It's not just for the treasure of the sect, but it makes everyone feel that the main purpose of Qixing and the others is to deal with Chu Yan. With the appearance of the Qi family, a powerful family in the half-step heaven-reaching realm, and the 5-treasure wild elephant, the atmosphere in the entire valley suddenly became tense. Qixing and his group, with complacent expressions on their faces, grinned ferociously, and swept across the valley with bursts of murderous aura. And behind Chu Yan, Tianquan, Dangdang and others had miserable faces and trembling hearts. A battle of life and death will erupt in an instant. #C606, the whole family is coming. Extreme North Continent, inside the Xianqi holy sect. Above the 9 peaks of the Xianqi, the 9 paths of spiritual waterfall, which was originally filled with radiance, seemed to be exhausted at this moment, with no spiritual energy, and a dead silence. On the top of the 9 peaks, a large sea of spiritual clouds is constantly dissipating, as if a breeze blows, gradually blowing away the large sea of spiritual clouds. Earth-shaking changes have taken place in the entire Xianqi sect. Countless figures rushed out from the 9 peaks, all of them were horrified, and couldn't believe the scene in front of them. 9 figures towered above the 9 peaks, each of them had a breath of air, their faces were also solemn, and their brows were tightly wrinkled. Just now, all of a sudden, within the Xianqi sacred sect, a strange force erupted, like a gust of spiritual power, sweeping across the entire Xianqi sacred sect in an instant. After the spiritual wind dissipated, the entire Xianqi sect continued to tremble, as if the sky was falling apart. Oh my God, what happened to the spirit waterfall? This is a big deal. Not only the spirit waterfall, but even the spirit cloud sea is dissipating. Not good. This is the foundation of the sect. Quick, find the peak master. Disciples, deacons, guides, and elders from all peaks appeared one after another, and the entire Xianqi sect fell into panic. On Jiuxiao Peak, the Lord Duga Peak stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the depths of the 9 peaks, with piercing eyes. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, Sect Master Xianqi would shut up to death. Whether it was the vision of the Xianqi 9 peaks or the actions of the suzerain, there was a hint of ominous premonition in his heart. All of this seems to have something to do with Chu Yan. Why? Looking above the 9 peaks, the entrance to the trial world, Dugyuju secluded way. Trial world, in the Treasure Valley. Chu Yan and the others face each other. Qixing and the others were looking at them with a teasing smile on their faces. Behind Qixing, there were 2 figures and 5 monsters, all of them were shocking and powerful. The 2 half-step heaven-reaching powerhouses, and the 5-headed monsters at the peak of the heaven-forming realm, with such a powerful combat power, are all their trump cards against Chu Yan this time. With such a lineup, killing a small real martial arts expert, even a Ni Tianjiao with a 10-star martial spirit, is enough to crush 100 times. No matter how defiant Tianjiao is, he is weak before he grows up. It is too easy to kill him. Dangdang and Tianquan looked at the scene in front of them, their faces were extremely solemn, and their palms were full of sweat, but when they looked at Chu Yan, they found that he was not nervous at all. Do it! Blast Chu Yan into scum! Suddenly, Qixing yelled sharply, and there was a sudden explosion. Boom! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, behind him, 2 figures and 5 wild elephants attacked at the same time. A series of terrifying attacks rushed out, palm prints, fist strength, and the impact of the wild elephant, smashing a large area of the void, and the power like a raging peak flooded the sky and covered the earth, covering Chu Yan and the others. These attacks are so powerful that under the shock of powerful force, they are suppressed like countless mountains and flood peaks. These terrifying forces gathered together and bombarded down, not only Chu Yan and the others will be bombarded into scum, but even the void they are in will be turned into dust. Don't say it's Chu Yan, even if it's Dang at the fourth level of the heaven transformation realm, under this power of destroying the world, it seems that it is not as good as even the ants in the ground. Humph. Chu Yan, even if you are a genius born once every 10,000 years in Xianxia, in this trial world, Duga Peak Master and Xianxia Sect Master can't get in at all. Don't think about them coming to save you. Besides, I'm afraid they are now, ha ha ha. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to turn into powder, Qi Xing couldn't help laughing wildly. Without Sect Master Xianxia and Peak Dugu, under the power in front of him, Chu Yan would definitely die. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. Above everyone's heads, the entire sky shook suddenly, as if thousands of thunderbolts exploded at the same time. At the same time, a terrifying demon godlike figure shattered the void and stepped out. With a violent aura, it turned into a giant hammer, which suddenly smashed down from the air, and ruthlessly blasted on the attack that filled the sky. Immediately, with one blow, Qi Xing's attack from the two half-step heaven-reaching realm and the five-headed elephants instantly shattered and dissipated. How is this possible? You, who are you? Seeing this scene, the two martial artists of the Qi family who were at the half-step heaven realm suddenly changed their expressions and were stunned. The five wild elephants were suppressed by the breath in the sky, and even retreated directly behind Qi Xing, trembling all over. Boom! 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 Suddenly, another continuous crack in the void appeared, and four equally terrifying figures stepped out of the void. The five figures stood between the heaven and the earth, like five demon gods of heaven and earth, so terrifying. Boom, boom. At the same time as the five envoys in charge of the banner appeared, behind them, large black shadows continued to emerge. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures appeared together. In an instant, countless figures covered the entire sky, and all the breaths merged together, as if even the sky was about to collapse. Li Wutian of the half-step venerable realm. For banner envoys with cultivation bases in the heaven-reaching realm. Thousands of 12 banners troops above the half-step heaven realm all appeared. In an instant, the entire valley, even within a radius of 100 miles, was filled with devilish energy, surging winds and clouds, and the color of the sky and the earth changed. In the world of trials, the entire clan of the fearsome black demons descends. Even the suzerains of the two great holy sects would turn pale with shock when they saw such a scene. The two martial artists of the Qi family who were at the half-step heaven-reaching realm suddenly had round eyes and were completely stunned. Golden Demon General. War, Four-Ringed Golden Demon General. Nima, the five four-ringed Golden Demon Generals, are all here. Seeing this scene, the five monster masters above the five wild elephants became stiff all over, and their hair stood on end. Qi Xing, Yang Jitian, and Zhou Guangyi, whose faces were full of smug smiles just now, are all solidified at this moment, as if petrified. What? How can that be? There are so many dark demons here. Could it be that all the black demons and golden demons from the entire trial world have come? What are you going to do? Qi Xing's face turned pale, and he shouted in shock. He couldn't believe it at all, and he didn't understand at all. These dark demons had never appeared before, so how could they suddenly appear here? We are disciples of the two great holy sects. I am the eldest son of the Qi family in the extreme north. Are you courting death? Qi Xing's face was twisted into a ball, full of ferocious colors, and under the tremendous pressure, he looked like crazy. However, as soon as Qixing finished speaking, the 5 golden demon generals became furious at the same time. Bold. Court death. Boom. 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 5 terrifying coercions erupted in an instant, sweeping the entire world. The boundless devilish energy, like a large black cloud, rolled and surged, instantly suppressing the auras of several strong men behind Qixing. 12 banners. Zhongjuan listened to the order, give me, kill. Li Wutian's consciousness touched Chu Yan, and after receiving the order, he immediately waved his hand and roared violently. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. The murderous aura shook the sky. 5 golden demon generals, plus several thousand black demon warriors, attacked at the same time. The attack all over the sky, like a raging sea tide, crushed the sky in an instant, and blasted towards the Qi family warriors and the 5 wild elephants. In an instant, countless attacks merged together, covering the entire sky, like a large black cloud falling. Even the sky, earth and sky trembled. This attack fell on several strong men, like a big mountain, hitting a group of ants, instantly blasting them into powder, annihilated into nothingness, life and death. Everyone, seeing this scene, was immediately horrified. This is too scary. #C607 kill all. With such a monstrous and powerful attack, there is not even a chance to resist. Destroy everything. Crush everything. This kind of shock made the whole world instantly quiet. Everyone's aura was restrained to the extreme, and they didn't even dare to take a breath. The 2 half-step heaven-reaching powerhouses, and the 5 monsters at the peak of the heavenly realm were completely annihilated before they could even make a pitiful scream. Seeing this scene, Qixing, Yang Jitian, Zhou Guanyi, and the others were as white as paper, their souls were scattered, and their bodies were icy cold. Qixing, aren't you going to kill me? Come on. Chu Yan looked at several people and sneered. Hearing this, Qixing and the others trembled at the same time. His face was purple, and a mouthful of old blood was suffocating in his chest, and he almost opened his mouth to spit out blood. Kill Chu Yan. Of course I want to kill. But now, the sky is full of black demons, and there are even golden demon generals who are half-step martial masters. This is an existence beyond the peak master. Don't talk about doing it now. Even if you want to take a big breath, you can almost do it. Even if Chu Yan stretched his neck in front of him now, they would not dare to move their fingers. Of course, they couldn't move, their whole bodies were locked by thousands of divine senses, and they were only one step away from their souls flying away. Now, don't talk about killing people, it's not bad if you can save your own life. Hey! You guys, I said it a long time ago, don't mess with my elder brother. If you don't listen, you're stupid now. Situ Yang, shaking his fat body, raised his chin, said with regret and earnestness. Hearing Fatty Situ's words, Qixing and the others could only feel a surge of reversed blood continuously rushing up towards their chests. The suppressed reversed blood rushed to their throats again, almost opening their mouths to spit out. The faces of several people were already red and purple, and they almost suffocated to death. Don't mess with Chu Yan. Who knows that behind Chu Yan, there is a group of such terrifying existences? You know, I have made all the preparations, taking all factors into account, and even regarded Chu Yan as a monster against the sky, and specially summoned 2 half-step heaven-reaching, 5-headed monsters at the peak of the sky. But they didn't expect that these powers, which they thought were already extremely terrifying, were nothing in front of Chu Yan. They couldn't even make half a move, and they all turned into nothingness. However, who would have thought that the black demons in the trial world would stand behind Chu Yan? If they had known earlier, of course they would not have provoked Chu Yan. Say. Why are you dealing with me? Chu Yan shouted sharply, looking directly at Qixing. First Yang Jitian, then Qixing. Chu Yan had no grudges against them, but they continued to attack themselves, and even used 7 powerful combat forces to set up traps. There is definitely a ghost. Chu Yan's roar made Qixing and the others tremble at the same time. No, why? I didn't want to deal with you, yes. Qixing trembled all over, his eyes were full of fear, but even so, his eyes were still rolling, trying to find an excuse to get rid of responsibility. It's because of the sacred treasure of the sect, I just want to grab the treasure of the sect. I was wrong this time, and I will definitely not do it next time. Please, let me go. Qixing took a deep breath and spoke. Next time. Chu Yan couldn't help sneering. It never occurred to him that this Qixing was still having sweet dreams. Wanting to kill myself one after another. Now that you say I won't do it next time, do you want to expose it like this? Sorry, there is no next time. You, and you, all go to hell. Chu Yan didn't even have the patience to continue asking questions. With a backhand, he directly held the Haoyan sword in his hand and pointed at Qixing and the others. What? Chu Yan really wants to kill himself. Seeing this scene, Qixing and the others were so frightened that their livers and gallbladders were torn apart, their souls were separated from their bodies, the hairs all over their bodies exploded instantly, and a breath of death rose straight from their hearts. No. Chu Yan, you can't kill me, I am the eldest son of the Qi family in the extreme north. If you dare to kill me, the Qi family will not let you go. Chu Yan, my adoptive father, is Peak Lord Yang. If you dare to kill me, he will kill you. You can't escape. I am. Immediately, all kinds of threatening words roared out from the mouths of the 8 people. The heart-piercing roars contained endless despair. Humph. Die, let's go. The killing intent in Chu Yan's eyes was soaring, and the sword energy surged. Background. Backstage. When they were about to die, they dared to threaten themselves. Before they wanted to kill themselves, it was already doomed. Boom. 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 Qixing and the others, seeing the long sword in Chu Yan's hand, lifted higher and higher, and the terror in their hearts instantly rose to the extreme. At the same time, one by one, their true energy burst out wildly, trying to break away from the restriction on them. It's a pity that half-step Wu Zuanjing powerhouses far exceed their full half-day realm cultivation bases, and they are simply not something they can brag about. Whoever you are, if you dare to provoke me, Chu Yan, you will die. In an instant, an extremely terrifying and icy aura surged out of Chu Yan's body. The strong murderous aura seemed to condense into substance. This murderous aura enveloped Qixing and the others. In an instant, even their souls seemed to be being frozen, the whole body is like falling into an ice cellar. What kind of breath is this? It turned out, so scary. How does it look like the spirit of heaven? How can that be? Kill. Chu Yan was filled with true energy, the long sword in his hand trembled slightly, and in an instant, he slashed straight out. The whole body of Qixing and the others were stiff, their eyes were dull, and they couldn't make any reaction at all. In the pupils of the 8 of them, they only saw a flash of a shining sword shadow. Immediately, 8 human heads were thrown into the air in an instant, and bloody arrows soared into the sky. That is the way of killing. Unexpectedly, the suzerain actually comprehended the way of killing. Above the sky, a hint of surprise and shock flashed in Li Wutian's eyes, and a smile bloomed on his face. Puff Tom. Puff Tom. 8 headless corpses fell to the ground one after another, and the faces of each head were full of horror and endless regret. It's a pity that they have completely cut off their vitality, and there is no more vitality. As for the next time, Qixing said, it will never appear again. Swish. 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 With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, all 8 corpses were collected into the Rakshasa space. These are all the corpses of strong men above the second level of the heaven transformation realm, and they are the most suitable materials for burning corpses and refining qi. At this point, the battle for the treasure of the mysterious stone is all over. Putting the sword back into its sheath, Chu Yan turned around, looked at the dark shadows in the sky, nodded slightly, and then waved his hand. Seeing Chu Yan's movements, Li Wutian bowed slightly, and then, splitting the void, led all the black demons to withdraw. Dingdang and Tianquan stood aside, looking at the sky that was still covered with dark clouds just now, and it instantly returned to blue sky and white clouds. Everyone was stunned in shock, and even their breathing became heavy. What's going on? As Chu Yan waved his hand, the 5 golden demon generals who were as powerful as the Peak Lord, as well as the people of the Dark Demon tribe all retreated. Come when you are called, and retreat when you wave. How can that be? This is the Black Demon clan, the 5 golden demon generals who have reached the heavenly realm, and all the members of the Black Demon clan. This Chu Yan, how could the Black Demons be so obedient? In an instant, Dingdang and Tianquan were in a frenzy in the sea of consciousness, as if they were being trampled by tens of thousands of ancient savage elephants. This Chu Yan, is it a god? #C608 Anger Kills. Extreme North Continent, Tianyue Empire, Qi Family. In a 3-story purple golden palace, on a huge altar, covering an area of 100 acres, there are rows of golden talismans. The entire altar is surrounded by aura, and the rich aura is wrapped in hundreds of thousands of talismans, which are divided into nearly 1,000 columns from top to bottom. On the top of the altar, there are 3 almost identical talismans, which are obviously larger than other jade talismans. However, at this time, the jade talisman on the far left has cracked, and the spirit pattern that originally exuded a faint purple light on the talisman has completely dimmed. Creak. Under the ear-piercing sound of wooden pins rubbing against each other, the hall opened, and 2 figures walked in from the door. The 2 were wearing the same lavender robe, with a big golden qi on the chest, shining brightly. Qitong, I heard that you lost 300 spirit stones yesterday, ha ha ha. I won more than 100. Humph. I was so unlucky yesterday, damn it, I must win it back today, let's go. Hurry up and take a look, then go. What are you looking at? These spirit patterns haven't been moved for 2 or 3 years, and don't even look at them, Ji Beizhou, who dares to touch us? While the 2 members of the Qi family were chatting, one of them suddenly froze his entire face, his whole body trembled suddenly, and his round eyes looked at the top of the altar. Damn. What are you doing, what the hell? Or did you lose yesterday? Look at your ugly face, what's the matter? Then, that's. The other person, sneered, followed his companion's frozen gaze, and his face froze after just one glance. That is the eldest young master's life pattern. Could it be? The voice resounded softly, but both of them were shocked at the same time, only feeling their scalps exploded. The eldest son, lost. The eldest son of the Qi family, in the extreme north, unexpectedly, died. Hurry up, notify the patriarch. On 2 people. At the same time, he burst out with true energy, his face was pale, he turned around and rushed out of the palace gate, and flew towards the Dabian palace in the distance. Following the 2 figures, they disappeared into a large group of resplendent palaces. It didn't take long before a terrifying aura exploded in a huge palace, sweeping across the entire Qi family in an instant. A sharp and long howl resounded through the sky. Who dare to kill my son? I want him to die, the whole family, will be buried with him. This roar reverberated nearly 10,000 palaces in the entire Qi family. Countless figures rushed out of them and flew into the air. Everyone looked dazed and stunned for a moment, and they all rushed towards the biggest palace. The Qi family in the extreme north. Shocked. Extreme North Continent, inside the Xianzhi holy sect. The same howling sound resounded through one of the spirit peaks, causing the 10,000-foot spirit peak to tremble endlessly. What? Jitian was actually damaged. This, impossible. Swish. With the sound of a roar, a majestic figure rushed out from the Lingfeng Peak and flew towards the Lingbao waterfall at the top of the holy sky. Give me, open. The enraged Peak Lord Yang exploded with true energy all over his body, and holding the Peak Lord's command, he crazily blasted towards the entrance of the trial world. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions continued to echo throughout the entire Xianzhi sect. In an instant, above the 9 spirit peaks, more than a dozen figures rushed out and rushed towards Peak Master Yang, while a large number of sect disciples only poked their probes in the direction of Xingtian Peak. Seeing that the Peak Master was furious, they hurried, shrinking his neck, not even daring to breathe. He watched in fear. Oh my God, what happened to Peak Master Yang? Why is he attacking the entrance of the trial world? Isn't there still 2 days left for the trial? Isn't it time? What is he going to do? A powerhouse in the heaven-reaching realm, what a terrifying power. But why did Peak Master Yang go crazy? Just now, I seem to have heard that Yang Jitian was lost. Damn. The chief of the heavenly temple of Xingtian Peak. Who can kill him? A major event is about to happen. First, the spiritual explosion and the spiritual cloud sea are exhausted, and then even Master Yang's adoptive son is lost. In the world of trials, there must be a major event. Look, all the elders of the peaks have arrived, and the peak masters are halfway there. Horrific figures descended one after another, heading towards the top of Xingtian Peak. At the same time, the entire Xianzhi sacred sect seemed to explode. A few hours ago, the 9 spiritual waterfalls and the sea of spiritual clouds in the Xianzhi sacred sect dried up, and visions occurred frequently, causing everyone to panic. Now, another peak leader has gone crazy, and the leaders of all peaks have gathered. There is an almost suffocating tense atmosphere in the whole Xianzhi holy sect. Everyone has sensed that the Xianzhi sect, something serious has happened. Boom. 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 Under the watchful eyes of millions of disciples, Peak Master Yang was furious. One after another of terrifying attacks bombarded the entrance of the trial world, and even Xingtian Peak trembled constantly. Master Yang, stop. The master of Xingtian Peak, Luo Tianqing, shouted loudly, and immediately made a move. A sky-shattering palm print appeared, blocking all the attacks of Peak Master Yang. Don't interfere with Jiufeng Wu. Stop immediately. Hearing this, Peak Master Yang's whole body was shocked. His whole body erupted with anger. He turned to look at Luo Tianqing, and roared. Yang Jitian has lost, and in this trial world, no matter who it is, I want him to die. As soon as a word landed, all the surrounding elders, deacons, guides, and peak masters of the peaks were all stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Not to mention that Yang Jitian is the head of the heavenly sacred hall, and his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the heaven transformation realm. Who can kill him? You must know that killing is forbidden in Jifengwu's trial ground. That disciple is crazy, and even killed people in the trial world. When he comes out, he will also be sanctioned by the iron law of the sect. This is completely suicide. Swish. 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 After everyone was stunned, they looked at the entrance of the trial world together. Their eyes were thunderous, and their faces were full of doubts. I want to open the entrance to the trial ahead of time, and suspend this session of the 9 Summit Wu. Please, all peak masters, take action together. Peak Lord Yang has gradually calmed down at this time, but the anger contained in his eyes still carries the murderous intent. He knew very well in his heart that the entrance to the trial world had to be activated at the same time by 9 Peak Lord orders, so that it would be possible to open the trial entrance. So he looked at the several Peak Lords present and said directly, Open the trial entrance in advance. Suspend 9 Summit Wu. This has never happened before. After hearing the words, the big bosses from all peaks all looked at Luo Tianxing. The suzerain is close to death. In the Xianqi sacred sect, he is the #1 peak master. Such a big event naturally depends on Luo Tianxing's decision. Impossible. 9 summit martial arts are held at the same time. My Xianqi sect opens the trial entrance, which will definitely affect the Longyuan sect. Luo Tianxing's face was indifferent, and he directly refused, but then said, however, if there are disciples who violate the clan rules in the trial ground, they will not be dealt with until the trial is over 2 days later. As soon as the words fell, Peak Master Yang's face was extremely ferocious, his eyes flickered with murderous intent, he looked at Luo Tianxing, his whole body was filled with breath. The bosses of the various peaks next to him did not expect Luo Tianxing to reject Master Yang so simply, and all of them changed their expressions slightly. For a moment, all the bosses felt that the atmosphere was tense. Luo Tianxing, you regret it. After a long time, Peak Master Yang gritted his teeth and said word by word, his voice was like a low growling monster. After saying that, Master Yang turned around, left with all his might, and returned. #C609 Breakthrough and Breakthrough. Call. 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 Seeing Peak Lord Yang leave, all the bigwigs present breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, the big bosses from all the peaks returned one after another, and when the trial world opened 2 days later, everything will have results. Xianqi Sacred Sect, in Tianzong Peak. Boom, boom. The entire Tianzong Peak Hall was constantly trembling with the sound of explosions. Peak Lord Yang stood in the main hall, his whole body was filled with xinqi, and the void around him was constantly exploding. Under his grim face, his eyes were full of cold and violent light. Luo Tianxing. Don't think I don't know, you, old ghost Dugu, and the suzerain are trying to deal with me. Humph. You all forced me to do this. It seems that I can only advance the plan. Call. Peak Master Yang, with red eyes, waved his hand, and a crack in the void appeared in front of him. At the same time, Master Yang flipped his palm, and a black jade talisman appeared in his palm. The same handprint was made, and the talisman merged with the crack in the void. In an instant, a void teleportation light gate took shape. Following the appearance of the void teleportation light gate, a figure stepped out of it, landed in the main hall of Tianzong Peak, and stood in front of Peak Master Yang. Ha ha ha. Peak Master Yang, Dishi Yang, you have finally made your decision. This figure shrouded in a black robe. As soon as he appeared, he laughed and said. But then, the pale face in the black robe froze for an instant, and let out a little gasp. Why is the aura in Xianqi Sacred Sect so thin? It seems, that old fellow Xianqi has already discovered. Hearing the words of the man in black, Feng Zhuyang frowned, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense. Elder Mo, what are you going to do? What do you need me to do? Master Yang Feng cupped his hands. Dishi Yang, the plan, I've told you all about it, how far it can be achieved, it's up to you, you'd better not let our young master down, otherwise the consequences, humph. You know it. The man in black sneered, looked at Peak Master Yang, and said. When Feng, Peak Master Yang's body suddenly trembled, his face changed, and he quickly bowed and said. Yes. I'll start right away, but. Xianqi, Luo Tianxing and Duguju are all in the sect, I'm afraid. Hearing this, the man in black waved his hand and said. Don't worry, you only need to let the Xianqi Sacred Sect fall into chaos. The rest is not important. We have already sent people over from Zhongtian. This time, we are bound to win the God of War platform. Yes. Hearing this, Peak Lord Yang raised the corner of his mouth lightly, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the hall with big strides. Soon after, nearly 90% of the more than 100,000 disciples in the entire Tianzong Peak began to gather. A violent storm seems to be ready to go. In the world of trials, the army of the 12 banners is stationed on the island. In the White Hall, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, with hill-like primordial stones and soul stones piled up in front of him. Leaving from the Supreme Treasure Valley, Chu Yan bid farewell to Tianquan and the others. He did not look for the essence of Tao and blood and the place of inheritance. He returned directly from the valley to the island. After the battle in Jibao Valley, Xuanhuan's soul sent out a thought, clearly telling Chu Yan. After the trial world is over, when returning to the sect, there is a great crisis. Afterwards, even the Qilin Wuhun sent him a warning thought. The basalt martial soul has just awakened, and Chu Yan still doesn't understand his abilities, but the warning consciousness of the unicorn martial soul has saved him several times, so Chu Yan knows that this time, may be really in trouble. However, Chu Yan is not worried about this at all. He is going to take advantage of these 2 days to break through again. Humph. If you want to deal with me, just wait. Chu Yan snorted coldly, a killing intent flashed in his eyes, and then, he looked at the pile of primordial stones and soul stones in front of him. These resources should be enough for me to break through. Chu Yan murmured. Nearly 500 million wuxia, 10,000 soul stones, and the corpses of 10 warriors in the heaven transformation realm, plus a large amount of residual power of the essence of Tao blood in the body, are all Chu Yan currently has. However, at the time of the last breakthrough, Chu Yan felt that it was getting more and more difficult to improve his cultivation, and the resources needed were terrifying. I beheaded 8 Tianjiao with one sword, and when I left the trial world and returned to the sect, it would definitely cause a great disturbance. Peak Master Yang, with a heaven-reaching cultivation. The prestigious Qi family of extreme North Continent. And the forces hidden in the dark. Chu Yan knows that no matter which side is powerful, it is enough to pose a threat to him. Therefore, only by improving his cultivation, Chu Yan will have the confidence to deal with all this. Let's break through to the 9th level of true martial arts first. Afterwards, Chu Yan took a deep breath, slowly circulated his true energy, summoned the Suzaku martial soul, released the Suzaku Emperor fire, and began to burn. Chu Yan has comprehended the way of wind and integrated it into swordsmanship. His actual combat power has far surpassed that of warriors of the same level. At the half-step heaven transformation realm cultivation base, by that time, his combat power will be enough to fight against the Tianjiao of the 3rd heaven transformation realm. With such combat strength, among the young disciples of the Xianqi sacred sect, no one can match him. Promote. Must upgrade ASAP. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, concentrated his mind, and began to stimulate Suzaku Dihua. Call. 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 The Suzaku Emperor fire instantly covered the hill-like pile of primordial stones. In the flames, the primordial stones exploded continuously, and a large amount of vitality gushed out and merged together, turning into a large cloud of primordial energy and spirit mist, rolling like clouds. With the introduction of the Suzaku martial soul, the tide-like vitality was refined by the Suzaku martial soul and poured into Chu Yan's body. The tide of pure vitality, like 10,000 rivers galloping, follows Chu Wei's thick meridians, rushing straight to Chu Yan's sea of qi. Hum. 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 In the sea of air, the 8 cyclones are revolving like flying, frantically devouring these vitality tides, constantly trembling, jumping. Driven by the majestic vitality, the 8 cyclones rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the nearly 500 million yuan stone was burned, and the consumption was so fast that it made Chu Yan feel pain. This is 500 million stones. After the Suzaku martial soul was promoted to 10 stars, the burning efficiency of its Suzaku Emperor fire more than doubled. The hill-like stone pile of 500 million yuan was almost exhausted in less than 10 breaths. But Chu Yan can feel that the bottleneck of his cultivation has been loosened. Come again. With a soft drink, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and the Suzaku Emperor fire rushed out again, covering the 10 corpses and a small pile of soul stones on the ground. Boom! 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 The power of heavenly power incinerated by the soul stone, as well as the pure energy and blood of 10 warriors in the heaven transformation realm, instantly caused the 8 cyclones to riot, rushing towards the already loosened cultivation bottleneck. Chu Yan's sea of qi shook wildly, and finally broke through the bottleneck of the cultivation base of the 8th level of the true martial realm. In the early days of the 9 heavens of true martial realm. True martial realm 9th heaven middle stage. In the late stage of the 9th heaven realm of true martial realm. After rushing to the bottleneck of the 8th level of true martial arts realm, and then rushing to 3 small realms in a row, at the late stage of the 9th level of true martial arts realm, the trend of breakthrough in cultivation base gradually returned to calm. At this time, in front of Chu Yan, except for a thin layer of white powder, all the resources were burned away. The speed of burning money is getting more and more terrifying. Chu Yan smiled wryly and shook his head. He didn't expect that the consumption of 1 level of cultivation would be so terrifying. After slowly exhaling, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, pondered for a while, his eyes flickered. #C610 Profound Water Shield. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen real martial arts treasures appeared in front of him. These are also obtained by all the disciples of the 2 sects who ransacked the trial world last time. Chu Yan kept all of the dozens of high-level true martial arts treasures. Wuhun. Come out. Chu Yan gave a soft drink, and his true energy circulated. After withdrawing the Suzaku martial soul, a large black phantom appeared in the hall, and immediately occupied a large part of the sky of the hall. The body of the Xuanhuan martial soul is as large as 100 feet, and on top of its head, a black soul star shines brightly. Swallow. Propelled by Chu Yan's true energy, he sent out a thought to Xuanhu's soul, causing him to devour more than a dozen real martial arts treasures in front of him. Among the dozen or so pieces of true martial spirit treasures, most of them are high-grade martial arts spirit weapons, but there are also 2 or 3 special spirit treasures such as bright shields. Feeling Chu Yan's true energy guidance and consciousness, Xuanhu's soul slowly turned its huge dragon head and looked towards the ground. With just one glance, Xuanhuan withdrew his gaze, his blue eyes were full of disdain. What's the situation? Aren't you devouring Lingbao? Seeing this, Chu Yan couldn't help but startled, his face full of doubts. These are too low level. The power of a martial soul required to devour them is less than what is produced. Xuanhuan Dao. This is still low level. You don't want to devour the Huatian Lingbao. Chu Yan was speechless for a moment. Unexpectedly, in front of the Xuanhuan, he would not even look down on the real martial spirit treasure. However, the Huatian spiritual treasure is too precious. In the entire Shancher sacred sect, there are probably only a few dozen pieces, which are equivalent to hundreds of millions of stones in value, and ordinary disciples simply cannot afford it. And even if you can afford it, Huatian Lingbao is not something you can buy if you want it. Usually there is a price but no market. Any Huatian Lingbao, as long as it appears on the market, will be looted immediately, which shows how difficult it is to obtain a Huatian Lingbao. Chu Yan got it for 2 years. A piece of Tianquan spirit axe was given to Tianquan, and a piece of heaven transformation spirit armor was given to Dingdang. I need Tongtian Lingbao. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Xuanhu's soul replied lightly. Hiss. When Xuanhu's words fell to the ground, Chu Yan couldn't help but gasped. Tongtian Lingbao. That is 100 times more precious than Huatian Lingbao. So far, except for the 8 gods, Chu Yan has never seen any Tong Tian Lingbao. You know, Chu Yan's current Haotian sword is not even at the level of Tong Tian Lingbao. At most it can be regarded as the peak of Hua Tian. You want to devour the Tong Tian Lingbao. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and his mind trembled wildly. He only felt that his eyes were dark, and he almost couldn't sit still. Although I have 5 heaven-defying martial souls, the awakening conditions of these martial souls are more terrifying than one. The first white tiger martial soul just devoured some high-level spirit grass. In the end, Suzaku will devour the fire seeds, and the unicorn will devour the time and space spirit patterns, all of which are rolling, doubling, and increasing. No wonder their awakening order is like this. If the first awakened martial spirit was the Xuanhu, I am afraid that I am still in the qi refining state. Tong Tian Lingbao. Who can afford it? That needs at least tens of billions of primordial stones. His eyes were bloodshot. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, and stared fiercely at the Xuanhu soul. Zhang Yu turned his hand and took out a wisp of 5 qi, said. What about this? As soon as the qi of the 5 elements appeared, the pure aura of the spirit of heaven and earth swept across the entire hall. Xuanhu Wuhun suddenly lowered his head, brought a gust of wind, stared at Chu Yan's palm, nodded, and said. This also works. Up to 2 stars, 30 points are enough. The words landed. Chu Yan was dumbfounded. 30. Chu Yan currently has only 35 elements qi all over his body, and he can actually raise Xuanhu to the first level. You know, the Qilin Wuhun now needs nearly 1,000 soul stones to temper 5 elements of energy, and the more it is tempered, the more soul stones it needs will continue to increase. 30 ways of qi of the 5 elements now require nearly 30,000 soul stones. Upgraded to 2 stars. What's so good about it? Chu Yan's teeth can grind out sparks, and his eyes are full of bloodshot eyes. After 2 stars, the main body can rise to 1,000 feet, and awaken a natal martial soul skill called Xianshui Shield. Xianshui Shield is 100 times stronger than your body protecting true qi, and it can block a warrior above the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm, with a full blow. Xuanhu said lightly. What? An all-out blow from a 5th-level heavenly martial artist at the heaven-reaching realm. Hearing Xuanhu's words, Chu Yan's eyes flashed instantly. You know, I'm only at the late stage of the 9th level of the true martial arts realm, and the 5th level of the heavenly realm. That's a gap of 1.5 heavens and earths. Unexpectedly, Xuanhu Wuhuan's natal Wuhuan skill is so heaven-defying. Every time a star is raised, the strength of Xianshui Shield will increase by 1 level. Xuanhu continued. Native martial soul skills that can be upgraded. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes turned red, and a look of joy appeared on his face. This martial soul skill is definitely a life-saving tool. According to Xuanhu's calculations, when it reaches 10 stars, the strength of the Xianshui Shield may be broken by no one. In this way, just like Yi Zilin's last battle in the Imperial list, the shocking defense of the 9-color strange light directly made her invincible. Okay. I'm promoted. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, flipped his big hand, and waved 35 elements qi, and threw it at Xuanhu's soul. Roar. Xuanhu martial soul let out a roar, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed 30 qi of the 5 elements in one gulp. Boom. Following the 30 qi of the 5 elements entering the body of Xuanhu's soul was filled with multicolored light, and a terrifying aura of heaven and earth exploded in an instant, like a shock wave, sweeping in all directions. At the same time, the body of Xuanhu Wuhuan began to swell crazily. In less than a blink of an eye, Xuanhu's body grew 10 times crazily, reaching a full height of 1,000 feet. Chu Yan stood in front of him, like an ant standing in front of an elephant. The next moment, a black streamer was thrown from the body of Xuanhu Wuhuan, and it shot straight towards Chu Yan. The black streamer rushed into Chu Yan's body, rushing straight to Chu Yan's sea of energy. Chu Yan hurriedly circulated his true energy, and started to operate Tiangang Jin, arousing the black air current, and directly converting one of the 8 cyclones into a water system cyclone. The black water-type Xinqi gushed out from the sea of qi, and Chu Yan rushed out of his body with a little urging, turning into a black light, turning his body-protecting Xinqi into a black phantom armor. Mysterious water shield. Looking down at the black light armor on his body, the black light flowed one after another, and a complex spirit pattern loomed in it, which looked extremely extraordinary. Clang! Chu Yan directly pulled out the Haoyan sword, swung the sword and slashed at the armor. Bump! Without the sound of the golden spear, the Haoyan sword seemed to be cutting on a ball of cotton, but it couldn't cut it apart. Come again! Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he directly circulated his true energy. 30% of his power burst out, and he slashed straight down. The result is the same, the body armor less than a foot thick, a sword goes down, and it bounces off. 50% power, bounce away. 70% of the power, bounce away. 100% power, still bounces away. You know, Chu Yan's 100,000 strength is equivalent to a full-strength blow of a 4th-level Sky Warrior in the Huatian realm, and it still can't break through. Well, not bad, not bad. Chu Yan smiled and said, the depression that had just been used up 35 elements of energy was swept away. #C611 Peak Master Attack. Afterwards, Chu Yan found the Wuzhong banner envoy again, and tried several times. Sure enough, the body armor formed by this Xianshui shield can block a full-strength blow from below the 5th level of the heaven-reaching realm. But after one blow, the water system's qi was exhausted, and the second wave could no longer be condensed in a short time. For the rest of the time, Chu Yan practiced and consolidated the newly improved cultivation level, and the day passed. Today is the day when the trial world opens, and the 9 summits end. For 5 full days, Chu Yan's gains can be described as huge. Not only did he improve his cultivation by 1 level, but he also obtained the sword spirit, comprehended the way of wind, and awakened the 4th martial soul. Then, after Chu Yan, Li Wutian and the envoys in charge of the banner agreed on the follow-up action plan, they left the island and headed for the exit of the trial world. After flying for half an hour, a beam of teleportation towered above every mountain range that Chu Yan could see. Stepping into the beam of transmission light, when it reappeared, it had already left the trial world and entered the Xianqi sacred sect. Boom! Before Chu Yan's consciousness was fully awake, there was a loud bang, the void above his head collapsed, and a figure rushed out. Chu Yan! If you dare to kill the disciples of the same clan in the place of trial, according to the clan rules, you should die. Peak Lord Yang burst out with shocking anger, and the terrifying aura of a martial artist in the sky-reaching realm rushed in all directions, and he actually attacked Chu Yan directly. Moreover, behind him, several figures appeared, also bursting out with the strength of the heaven-reaching realm, and shot at Chu Yan at the same time. Immediately, the monstrous power almost collapsed the entire Lingfeng. The attacks of nearly 10 heaven-reaching martial artists are by no means what Chu Yan can resist now. Moreover, he never thought that he would be attacked suddenly just after stepping out of the trial ground. For a moment, Chu Yan seemed to be facing the torrential flood, and was taking pictures head-on, but he had no power to resist. Stop! Suddenly, with a loud shout, it exploded, and the 9 peaks of Xianqi trembled together. A shining silver light, like a flash of startled rainbow in the sky, brought out a large stretch, and under continuous stretching, it seemed like a silver mirror, coming across the sky, blocking Chu Yan's head. Boom! 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 All the attacks fell on the mirror of the sword light, and they were all blown into powder and dissipated in a strong wind. Swish! A figure flew over, and slowly landed in front of Chu Yan. It was the leader of Jiuetian Peak. Duguju. Clang. Putting the sword back into its sheath, the fierce sword energy on Duguju's body gradually subsided. A pair of eyes with ice-cold sword energy stared straight at the 10 people on the side of Peak Master Yang. Swish. 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 With the appearance of Duguju, among the 9 peaks, one after another silhouettes flew over continuously. It was the peak masters and elders and deacons of each peak. These bigwigs from Xianshi 9 peaks just arrived at the scene, seeing Duguju and Peak Master Yang, their swords drawn. They couldn't help but be stunned. What's the situation? Master Dugu Peak and Master Yang Peak, why did they match up? Don't talk, just watch and talk. These bigwigs, with puzzled faces, looked back and forth from left to right, all of them solemn. Although I don't know what happened just now, I can still feel the tense and dignified atmosphere. Not only the bosses of Jiufen, but also the disciples of each peak also looked towards this side with nervous and excited expressions on their faces. You guys actually shot at my disciple who dared me. Duguju swept his eyes, looked at Peak Master Yang and the people behind him, and said coldly. With the cultivation base of the heaven-reaching realm, you attack a disciple of the true martial realm, Peak Master Yang, don't you feel ashamed? When the voice fell to the ground, everyone was stunned. Dugu, this son killed my adoptive son Yang Jitian during the trial, he must die. Peak Master Yang's face was full of ferocity, and his gaze towards Chu Yan was full of killing intent. That's right, in the trial ground, killing is strictly prohibited, and he dared to behead a disciple of the same clan, how audacious. According to the iron law of the sect, this son should be beheaded. Kill him. Several people behind Peak Master Yang shouted angrily at the same time. What? He actually killed Yang Jitian. All the Peak Masters, elders, and deacons present at the scene were suddenly stunned, and they were all dumbfounded. Chu Yan's strength has reached such a level. However, killing people in the trial ground, could it be, looking for death? Ha ha ha. Just when everyone was wondering, a burst of laughter suddenly resounded, echoing throughout the entire Xingtian Peak. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the laughter, and when they saw the laughing person, it was Chu Yan. They couldn't help but startled. With a cold smile on his face, Chu Yan stared at Peak Master Yang, and said softly. Yang Jitian, I killed him. When the words fell to the ground, everyone's faces sank. I didn't expect that Chu Yan would dare to admit it himself. It's really arrogant. Isn't he afraid of the iron law of the sect? Facing everyone's eyes, Chu Yan was unafraid, with a calm face, and then said. Starting from Jufengwu, Yang Jitian gathered 7 or 8 disciples, trying to kill me over and over again. He even brought 5 elephants with 5 treasures into the world of trials. And Qixing from Longyuan Holy Land, with the family warriors, the cultivation base has reached the half-step heaven-reaching level. In the valley, they set traps and rushed out at the same time, trying to kill me. Humph. Don't kill them, are you waiting to be killed by them? What if I was killed by Yang Jia? Excuse me, Peak Master Yang, will you still block the exit and sneak attack? Will you entertain the iron law of the sect so furiously? One question at a time, the voice was like thunder, resounding like thunder. Hearing this, everyone's eyes trembled, and they all turned to look at Peak Master Yang. If, as Chu Yan said, Yang Jitian planned to kill Chu Yan, it would be reasonable for Chu Yan to fight back. Bold. You, a new disciple of the sect, dare to talk to you like this. What you said is completely false. Peak Master Yang shouted angrily. False words. Behind Chu Yan, Tian Quan and Taya strode out, looked directly at Peak Master Yang, and said. What Chu Yan said is all the truth, and the 2 of us can testify. Peak Lord Yang looked at Tian Quan and Taya, startled for a moment, then said with disdain on his face. Both of you are disciples of Tianjue Hall, so you naturally protect Chu Yan. Your words are not to be believed. Hearing Peak Master Yang's words, everyone present looked at Tianquan and Taiya and nodded. Chu Yan, Tianquan and Taiya are still in the same team in the 100 Battles Battalion, so they are really a little suspicious to testify for Chu Yan. Ha ha ha. At this moment, there was another burst of laughter, which suddenly appeared, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. I saw Situ Yang with a smile on his face, shaking his fat body, walking in front of people. Sure enough, Big Brother's move is awesome, and he immediately became the focus of the audience. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Situ Yang suddenly smiled, feeling very happy. Everyone, I have evidence. #C611 Mysterious Stone has changed. Situ Yang smiled, and immediately, his body surged with true energy, a sky-eyed martial soul rose into the air, and after rising to mid-air, a ray of light was cast from his eyes, which fell into the void, and a picture suddenly appeared. On the screen, all the scenes in the Treasure Valley have evolved. When the light curtain disappeared, everyone present fell silent. These are enough to prove that what Chu Yan said is true. Yang Jitian and Qi Xing obviously intend to target Chu Yan and want to kill him. The two half-step heaven-reaching martial artists of the Qi family, the five-headed five-treasure savage elephant with the peak combat power of the heaven-transforming realm, with such terrifying combat power, against a Chu Yan, unexpectedly, they were even killed by Chu Yan. Chu Yan was also stunned, and his eyes were full of doubts when he looked at Situ Yang. Because, in the picture just now, there is no figure about Li Wutian and the 12 Banners army. Brother, don't worry, I know it well. Situ Yang squeezed his eyes at Chu Yan and smiled obscenely. At this moment, everyone on the scene looked at Peak Master Yang with the same expression in their eyes. You, Yang Jia, plotted to kill others, and you were killed by others, so, what is there to say? You, a Peak Master, avenge your adopted son and sneak attack others, it's too embarrassing. A series of complicated and strange gazes cast on Peak Master Yang, which immediately made his face flushed redder and colder. In any case, Yang Jitian was killed by Chu Yan. The iron law of the sect, killing, is strictly prohibited in the trial ground. Since Chu Yan killed someone, he must be judged. Peak Master Yang said fiercely. That's right. I think what Feng Master Yang said is right. It is a fact that Chu Yan violated the sect's rules and must be judged. Even if Yang Jitian wants to kill him, he can still capture Yang Jia and hand it over to the sect. Chu Yan is wrong about this. Beheading 8 people in one go, this son is bloodthirsty. Don't let him stay. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, several Peak Masters and a group of elders who were watching all around opened their mouths. Accused Chu Yandao. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly changed again. The sudden change made Chu Yan and Dugyuju's faces shudder at the same time, and their brows frowned slightly. The situation is not right. Why all of a sudden, so many people support Peak Lord Yang? Moreover, after Situ Yang showed the evidence, there was, clearly a problem. Could it be? Duguju's heart trembled suddenly. Sweeping his gaze, he saw more and more Peak Masters and elders among the crowd around him standing beside Peak Master Yang. It seems that these guys can't bear it anymore, and they are finally about to jump out. Duguju spoke in a dark tone, and at the same time, his spiritual consciousness concentrated, and several spiritual consciousness transmitted sound transmission, and flew away in an instant, rushing to the depths of the 9 spiritual peaks. Just as the voices condemning Chu Yan became louder and louder in all directions, 2 auras shot up into the sky from the depths of Lingfang. Swish! Swish! The 2 figures, like 2 flying rainbows, took a few steps in the air, and they were already in front of everyone. It was Luo Tianxing and Xiancher Sect Master who came here. Sect Master Xiancher had a solemn expression on his face, His eyes swept over Peak Master Yang, and the hundreds of figures behind him, with expressionless faces. He said softly, "I already know about this incident. Before Chu Yan entered the trial ground, I gave him the right to kill him. Anyone who wants to attack Chu Yan in the trial ground, he can kill him. Kill, this is my permission." When the last sentence "I approve," the aura of Sect Master Xianchi faintly overflowed, and the faint coercion surged in all directions, which shocked everyone, and their faces were full of astonishment. The right to kill. The suzerain actually gave Chu Yan the right to kill him. In this way, the suzerain knew that Yang Jitian and others were going to kill Chu Yan in the place of trial. Up to now, Luo Tianxing and Xianchi suzerain appeared at the same time and directly determined the matter. It seems that it is impossible to judge Chu Yan today. This matter has reached this level, basically it can be over. Call. The surrounding Jiufeng bosses breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and secretly wiped off their sweat. I don't agree. Suddenly, a violent roar resounded through the entire sky, and Peak Master Yang glared at Sect Master Xianchi full of anger. After this loud drink, everyone's minds tensed up immediately, and the spirit that had just relaxed became tense again. What? Is this Peak Master Yang crazy, to openly contradict the suzerain? Sect Master Xianchi is a strong man in the Wuhun realm, the top existence of the entire pyramid in the extreme north continent. Moreover, the suzerain of the two holy sects is also the elder of the 8 ancient sects, the Earth sect and the Spiritual sect. Therefore, the Xianchi sect master not only has a shocking cultivation, but also a terrifying power. Since the endless ages, when has this happened in the Xianchi holy sect? A peak master openly contradicted the suzerain. How is this possible? Except for the Baidao figure behind Peak Master Yang, everyone else stared at Peak Master Yang in unison, their faces full of astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. Regarding Feng Zhuyang's reaction, Sect Master Xuanchi's face was indifferent, without a trace of turmoil in his expression, and said indifferently, "Why don't you accept it?" Hearing this, Yang Fengzhu pointed at Chu Yan and sang loudly, "As the suzerain, you are unfair in dealing with things. It is obvious that you are partial to this son, and you are talking about the right to kill. Why do you give him the right to kill other disciples? Can he kill other disciples for nothing? Is this fair?" After saying that, Peak Master Yang turned around, looked at the people behind him, and shouted, "The suzerain is like a deacon, are you convinced?" When the voice fell to the ground, there was an uproar. "Don't accept it. It's unfair, we don't accept it. Yes, this partiality is too obvious, why does Chu Yan have the right to kill? Chu Yan blatantly violated the iron law of the sect, and the suzerain still favors him, how can he convince millions of disciples? Chu Yan must be judged. Otherwise, we will not accept it. There are hundreds of Jiufeng bosses, all of whom are elders, palace masters or above, and there are even many deputy peak masters and peak masters." There was a voice of denunciation, and the words were not only aimed at Chu Yan, but even pointed at Sect Master Xianchi. Swish! 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 At the same time, within the 9 peaks, large figures in green robes flew over. All of them are the direct disciples of the peak masters of the various peaks, and they are the arrogance figures among the younger generation of disciples of the Xianchi sacred sect. With a whimper, hundreds of people flew over. We will wait for the disciples of the Holy Child Hall prepared by each peak to support Master Yang. Ruling Chu Yan, we want to be fair. Kill Chu Yan, follow the orthodox rules. Hundreds of young arrogances who were filled with indignation all circled behind Peak Master Yang, and all kinds of voices joined together. Swish! 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 3 more figures flew over, and stood beside Peak Master Yang. The appearance of these 3 people immediately caught everyone's attention, and their faces were full of astonishment. Sun, Tao, Li Long, and Fang Yu, these three are the top 3 existences in the 100 Battle Battalion. The top 3 of the 100 Battles Battalion can be said to be basically equivalent to the candidate successors of the next suzerain. No one expected that they would stand beside Peak Master Yang. The 3 of us also support Peak Master Yang, we must kill Chu Yan. The 3 of them spoke at the same time, their voices were decisive. With a single word, the originally noisy scene suddenly fell silent. At this time, the number of supporters around Peak Master Yang was increasing, and even some people who were watching quietly slipped over there. On the contrary, behind Sect Master Shancher, there are actually only a dozen or so people. The strength of the situation can be seen at a glance. Masters. Deputy Peak Master, Elder. Even the young disciples who were preparing for the Holy Child Hall and the Baijian Battalion chose to support Peak Master Yang. Among the 9 peaks, millions of disciples were extremely nervous, and they all felt it clearly. The Shancher, sacred sect, is about to change. #C6 12 2 Old Foxes. Sect Master Shancher, expressionless, just watched all this coldly. Although he had expected it in his heart, what he didn't expect was that this undercurrent hidden in Xuanhuan had such power. Such painstaking efforts, such a luxurious lineup. Nearly 90% of the high-level and elite disciples of the Shancher sacred sect were covered, and they stood on the opposite side. Peak Master Yang. You and the forces behind you have penetrated so deeply into my Blackstone sacred sect. Sect Master Shancher looked directly at Peak Master Yang, and said softly. If my guess is right, besides beheading Chu Yan, you should have other requirements. Let's say it together. After saying that, Sect Master Shancher swept his eyes, looking at the Peak Masters, Elders, Deacons, and elite disciples behind Peak Master Yang. When they met the eyes of the suzerain, their expressions changed slightly, and then their eyes avoided, and they dared not look directly, but everyone's expressions were extremely resolute. Shancher. Today's matter is that you acted unfairly first, and we have nothing to be ashamed of. Seeing this scene, Yang Fengzhu sneered and said. We decided to establish our own sect, this place, from now on, is ours, you can go. That's right, we all joined the new sect, I'm an elder. Yes, we support Peak Lord Yang and break away from the Shancher sect. The Shancher sacred sect treats things unfairly and treats the rules of the sect like a child's play. This kind of sect should not have existed long ago. Let's go. Based on the friendship in the past, I will let you off this time. Suddenly, behind Peak Master Yang, all the major Peak Masters, Elders, and elite disciples all echoed in unison, with extremely excited expressions on their faces. Really? Sect Master Shancher had a slight smile on his face, and said. However, relying on you, you want to take away my Shancher sacred sect. Not enough qualifications. After saying that, from the body of Sect Master Shancher, an aura as thick as Tsongshan Wanyue and Galloping Tianhe suddenly swept out. Boom, boom. As the breath passed by, the void collapsed, and people turned on their backs. Even the leaders of Jiufeng, including Peak Master Yang, took a few steps back, with a look of shock on their faces. When the Venerable was angry, the heaven and the earth trembled. In an instant, everyone's complexion changed drastically, and their figures retreated violently. Everyone followed behind Peak Master Yang, retreated 10,000 steps away, and then stood firm again, glaring at Sect Master Shancher. Ha ha ha. Old Ghost Shancher, you are so majestic. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the 9 peaks, turned into a stream of black light, and arrived in front of Peak Master Yang in an instant. This person, his whole body is covered in a black robe, under the one-piece robe, his face cannot be seen at all. Blood-red aura lingered all over his body, exuding overwhelming power, colliding fiercely with the aura of Sect Master Shancher. boom, boom. The two auras collided, and there were endless explosions. In the violent tremors of the void, they were even distorted and deformed continuously. Countless cracks intersected among them, and thunder and light movies continued to explode in the void, as if thousands of thunders were booming. Black Blood Temple. Seeing the black-robed figure appear, Sect Master Xianxue frowned slightly, and said, "That's right, this place already belongs to my Black Blood Temple, and from now on, it will be the Black Blood Temple of Extreme North Continent, where the main hall is located." The man in black sneered. Hearing this, Sect Master Xuanchue's face suddenly sank, and he said softly, "I didn't expect it to be your Black Blood Temple." While speaking, a ray of murderous aura gushed out from Sect Master Xuanchue's body, spreading in all directions, making the surrounding air suddenly cold. "Want to do it?" Seeing this, the man in black smiled coldly and said, "Xianxue, don't forget the original agreement. If you really want to do it, you will be disqualified." Ha ha ha. The man in black couldn't stop laughing, and there was an incomparably smug tone in his voice. "You attack the land of my sect, and you also violate the contract." Hearing this, Sect Master Xianxue was stunned, a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, he pondered for a moment, and softly shouted, "Gong! No. No. Xianxue, you are wrong, you see clearly, these are all the disciples of your sect, who voluntarily joined my Black Blood Temple, and no one has touched my Black Blood Temple from the beginning to the end. There is a breach of contract?" The man in black sneered triumphantly. Hearing the words of the man in black, Sect Master Xuanchue's eyes flickered, and he pondered for a long time. "Okay. Today's matter, I wrote down. Let's go." After finishing speaking, Sect Master Xianxue turned around resolutely and flew towards the outside of the sect. Luo Tianxing and Dugyu, with expressions of anger on their faces, let out a heavy snort, and followed Sect Master Xianxue. Seeing this, Chu Yan took a deep look at the black-robed man, and glanced behind him. Master Yang and everyone else's faces turned around with big strides, followed closely behind Sect Master Xianxue, and flew away. Now, Chu Yan finally understands that the reason why Peak Master Yang dared to publicly challenge the Sect Master is precisely because of the support of the Black Blood Temple. However, to Chu Yan's great surprise, the power of the Black Blood Temple has now developed to this point, directly reaching out to the two great holy sects of the extreme North Continent. You know, behind the two great holy sects, there are still the 8 ancient sects. It seems that this Black Blood Temple is more difficult than imagined. Flying all the way, Chu Yan followed behind Xianxue Sect Master, his eyes kept scanning the people around. Now, there are less than 1,000 people who are still following Sect Master Xianxue. When the Sect Master of the top sect in the extreme North Continent with 1 million sect disciples was forced to leave the sect, only 1,000 people followed. Among these thousands of people, only 2 peak masters, Luo Tianxing and Dugyu, 3 or 5 elders, the rest are all deacons and guides from various peaks. However, when Chu Yan glanced at the suzerain and the 2 peak masters, he found that their expressions were calm, as if they were not particularly angry or excited at all. This seems to be something wrong. After more than an hour, Chu Yan followed the Xianxue sect master and the others, and flew to the Longyuan sacred sect. Moreover, outside the gate of the Longyuan sacred sect, there are huge figures of people all over the sky, banners and flags fluttering, celestial music fluttering, the sky is full of rays of light, and the whole Longyuan sacred sect is full of celebration. Sect Master Longyuanxing, leading the Master of 9 Peaks, elders, line up to welcome. The Holy Master, Xianxue, flashed in front of the Sect Master Longyuan. The two looked at each other and smiled, holding hands, and there was a complicated smile in their eyes. This can only be understood, but cannot be expressed. Eyes, coupled with the smiles of the two, at first glance, it seems that the two of them are 2 old foxes. What's the situation? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan and the elders and deacons of the Xianqi sacred sect were all dumbfounded. Luo Tianqing and Degyuju, the two peak masters, laughed lightly, as if they were not surprised at all. Xianqi, you've worked hard, let's go, let's only talk. Longyuan sacred sect waved its big hand, leading Xianqi sect master to fly into Longyuan sacred sect. Chu Yan, follow me. A sound transmission of spiritual consciousness poured into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and it was sect master Xianqi who transmitted the sound to Chu Yan. After calming down a little, Chu Yan followed the two suzerains, flew into the depths of the 9 peaks of Longyuan sacred sect, and landed on the top of the main peak. #C613 Last Stand. A thatched hut, with stone benches and tables in front of the house, thousands of miles away, there are thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and the sea of spiritual clouds stretching to the sky. The vast and majestic scenery makes people feel full of pride. Xianqi, Chu Yan, sit down. Sect Master Longyuan greeted the two to sit down and offered tea. The rich aura of spirit tea, smelling it, makes people feel refreshed. After a while, Sect Master Longyuan put down the tea, looked at Sect Master Xianqi, and said, Xianqi, so the one who has been playing tricks behind the scenes is the Black Blood Temple. Hearing this, Sect Master Xianqi nodded, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and said, That's right, I didn't expect that this Black Blood Temple would expand so fast. Their hands are stretched too far. Fellows from the demon sect, the extreme north continent has always been the territory of our D-zone and Ling zone. It's fine for them to open a branch hall in the extreme north continent, but they dare to attack our two sects. Humph. Sect Master Longyuan gave a soft drink, his face darkened slightly. Longyuan, according to our plan, my work is over, and the rest is up to you. Sect Master Xianqi smiled lightly, picked up the tea, with a released smile on his face, and said softly. When the words fell to the ground, the two suzerains looked at each other with a smile, turned their heads at the same time, and looked at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, who was originally confused, was stared at by the two suzerains, and suddenly looked astonished. What does this have to do with me? However, when he killed Mo Xia in Jiuxiao Palace last time, the body of will that Mo Xia summoned should be the master of the Black Blood Temple. So, this time in the trial world, Yang Jitian wanted to kill himself, it should also have something to do with Mo Xia. Chu Yan, do you know what is the profound treasure that you got in the place of trial? Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Sect Master Xianqi smiled lightly. The profound stone treasure. Chu Yan said in a daze. That's right. Do you know why my Xianqi sacred sect is called the Xianqi sacred sect? It is precisely because of this treasure. Sect Master Xianqi laughed. The black jade steel you got is the foundation of the Xianqi sacred sect, the black jade black stone. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled for a moment. Immediately, thinking that when I was in the Xianqi sacred sect, the spiritual waterfall in the sect dried up and the sea of spiritual clouds dissipated, I was still suspicious. It turned out that the loss of the foundation of the sect caused it. The black jade steel that awakened the Xuanhuan martial soul turned out to be the foundation of the Xianqi sect. But why did Xuanhuan give it to himself? Moreover, how did he know the importance of this black jade profound stone to him? In addition, due to the particularity of the black jade profound stone, I am afraid that ordinary Tianjiao will not be able to use it at all. In this way, the words that the Xianqi suzerain said that those who obtain this treasure will be able to break through to the martial venerable realm are only aimed at alone? Sect Master, this. For a moment, Chu Yan was full of doubts and didn't know what to say. Seeing Chu Yan speak, Sect Master Xianqi waved his hand, and then said, I know you have a lot of doubts, but there is one thing I must tell you first. It is also related to your martial soul. Having said that, Sect Master Xianqi stopped, turned to look at Sect Master Longyuan, and said with a smile. Long Yuan, let's talk about this matter. Okay. Let me do the beginning of this 10,000-year game. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Long Yuan laughed loudly, and his expression looked extremely excited. Chu Yan, there is also a treasure in my Long Yuan sacred sect. If it is good, it should also be related to your martial soul. Sect Master Long Yuan's smile restrained. When looking at Chu Yan, his face was solemn, and he spoke extremely seriously. What treasure? Hearing the words of Sect Master Long Yuan, Chu Yan was startled suddenly, his eyes brightened. After awakening the basalt martial soul, Chu Yan is 100% sure that his 5 martial souls are none other than Hua Tianling Supreme, the legendary guardian spirit of the East, the 5 divine beasts. Suzaku in the front, Xuanhuan in the back, Qinglong in the left, White Tiger in the right, Qilin in the middle. Therefore, based on this calculation, the last martial soul that has not been awakened is exactly Qinglong. Sect Master Long Yuan and Sect Master Xianchi, when they saw Chu Yan's expression change drastically, they immediately looked at each other and smiled. After pondering for a while, Sect Master Long Yuan said solemnly, "A dragon soul blood essence." Roar. As soon as the words fell to the ground, in Chu Yan's picture of mountains and rivers of beasts, the cyan martial spirit soared into the sky, roaring the sky, shaking the whole mountain and river. The vision in the picture of mountains and rivers happened suddenly, causing Chu Yan's body to tremble. Dragon soul blood essence. Chu Yan's heart was boiling with enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, just after awakening Xuanwu, he immediately knew the awakening conditions of Qinglong Wuhun. However, when Chu Yan's eyes glowed, he found that the 2 suzerains, Long Yuan and Xianchi, were smiling more and more, as if seeing the shadows of 2 old foxes. Chu Yan, 1 month later, the Covenant of the God of War will be held. At that time, all the top talents in the extreme north continent will gather. I want you to participate. Sect Master Xianchi said. The Covenant of the God of War platform. Chu Yan said in a daze. Yes, I can't tell you too much now. This matter is of great importance. I will tell you in a month. Xianchi, Sovereign Road. 1 month. That's just right. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. Since stepping out of the trial ground, Chu Yan has been observing and thinking about it. Regarding the current momentum of the Black Blood Temple, he is somewhat worried about the situation in the Luoyang Kingdom. After all, his family is still there. Therefore, Chu Yan plans to go back. The Black Blood Temple has played tricks on him time and time again, it's time to teach them a lesson. Please take care of Dang Dang, the suzerain. I plan to go back to Hongya Empire. After Chu Yan made up his mind, he opened his mouth and said to the 2 suzerains. Okay. You go. It's Dongdong's business, don't worry. Sect Master Xianchi nodded and smiled at Chu Yan. By the way, this back to the water is a top-rank secret skill of the water system, and I will reward it to you. Sect Master Xianchi took out a jade talisman and threw it to Chu Yan, saying, "This secret technique kills 1,000 enemies and damages oneself by 800. Do not use it unless it is absolutely necessary." Chu Yan took the jade talisman, nodded, and said, "Thank you, suzerain, this disciple is leaving." Afterwards, Chu Yan left and went directly to Dongdong's cultivation cave, where he retreated and began to study the book Back to Water. Last stand. The top secret skill of the water system, when it is critical, draws one's own blood to double one's combat power. 10% blood essence can double the combat power. 20% blood essence can double the combat power, and so on. If you don't care about your life and draw 100% of the blood, you can even explode 10 times the combat power. Essence blood, different from ordinary blood, contains the source of life of warriors, and it regenerates very slowly. If it is 10% essence blood, it may not be able to recover for a long time. Therefore, this back-to-water Jew, as sect master Xiancher said, kill 1,000 enemies, and self-damage 800. #C614 The Way Home. If more than 50% is drawn, the damage to the warrior may be permanent. If 100% is drawn, the warrior will die on the spot in less than an hour. Call. After carefully reading Back to the Water several times, Chu Yan let out a long breath of foul air. This Back to the Water is simply too terrifying. It actually doubles the combat power of warriors, but the damage is equally terrifying. However, the effect of this secret technique is also extremely obvious, and at critical times, it can definitely play a life-saving role. As for the loss of essence and blood, Chu Yan, as an alchemist, was going to find such a pill formula, and at that time, he would make up for it with pills. After all, if you encounter a strong enemy whose cultivation base is higher than yours in the future, compared to the chance of survival, a little blood loss is nothing. 2 hours later, after Chu Yan finished practicing Back to Water, he got up and strode away. According to Dingdang himself, Chu Yan directly found the Zhongmen teleportation array of Longyuan Xingzong. Chu Yan is about to get up and return to the Hongya Empire. Teleporting the spirit array is the best way to travel thousands of miles. If you fly by yourself, from the Longyuan sacred sect to the Hongya Empire, I am afraid that it will not be enough for a month. The teleportation hall of Longyuan sacred sect is located in an underground palace, which can be teleported directly to the foothold of the nearby sect, and then teleported. After all, the distance is too far, and it is impossible to teleport to the destination at one time. After all, the teleportation array is not cheap, and it is all one-way point-to-point teleportation, so one-to-many teleportation cannot be realized. One teleportation requires tens of thousands of primordial stones. Fortunately, Chu Yan still has some in his hand. In the underground teleportation hall, some disciples of Longyuan Xingzong saw Chu Yan, their faces changed slightly, and their eyes flickered. In the battle at the trial site, Chu Yan killed 8 fighters above the second level of the Heaven Transformation realm with a single sword, including the famous Zhou Guanyi of the Longyuan sacred sect. Now, Chu Yan's name is famous throughout the Longyuan sacred sect. Facing the eyes of the surroundings, Chu Yan frowned slightly. Looking at the situation, the Qi Xing he beheaded was probably the Qi family in the extreme north. Now he has said that he did it. Teleportation array. Shining with a faint silver-white light, the rich spiritual energy is scattered and elegant. In an underground hall, there are dozens of transmission spirit formations intersecting horizontally and vertically, which are the spirit formations leading to some nearby forces. The teleportation arrays flickered, and many disciples entered and exited them. These disciples of the Longyuan sacred sect had powerful auras, and their cultivation bases were above the Heaven Transformation realm. After all, disciples of the Heaven Transformation realm rarely go to other empires, and the transfer fee is not cheap. Chu Yan found the deacon elder, asked about the route, paid 10,000 yuan stone, and stepped into a teleportation array. The deacon of the sect in the hall immediately made a handprint and activated the teleportation array. A flash of light flashed, and Chu Yan's figure disappeared into the teleportation array. A moment later, several figures stepped into the teleportation array where Chu Yan disappeared, followed closely behind, and disappeared. When it reappeared, Chu Yan was in an underground cave. After the brilliance of his whole body dissipated, Chu Yan stepped out of the teleportation array, and glanced at a figure beside him. Meet the elder. Chu Yan saluted the elder deacon who was guarding the teleportation array, and then strode out of the cave. According to the route he inquired about, he had to fly another 100 miles, but there was a place called Falling Dragon Valley. In a sect there was a teleportation array leading to the next location. Out of the cave, I looked at the surrounding environment, but it was a large lake with rippling green waves and steaming water. On the surface of the lake, there were many islands densely covered with stars. Chu Yan was in one of the smaller lake islands. Swish! After simply clearing the direction, Chu Yan jumped up and flew towards the dragon-falling cliff. After 100 breaths, 3 figures walked out of the cave, looked at the black spot on the edge of the sky, and also jumped up. In the high-altitude sea of clouds, Chu Yan's body was like a shock, and his speed was at full speed. The distance of 100 miles is only half an hour less for Chu Yan's current cultivation base. Chirp! A loud cry sounded, and a bird and monster passed by Chu Yan. Huh? I don't know what happened to that spirit beast egg. It's been a long time since there's been any movement. Inspired by the monster beast passing by, Chu Yan suddenly remembered that he still had an ancient spirit beast egg that had not yet hatched. I don't know if the blood essence is useful to it. Chu Yan thought that there were still some scattered blood essence on his body. These were all transformed by the energy and blood of the warrior's great power during his lifetime. Maybe there is a spirit beast egg that needs it. Try it when you are resting. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, and he guessed in his heart that if it hatched out, it was a spirit beast or monster that was good at flying, then his trip to Zhongtian continent would be much faster. While thinking about it, Chu Yan continued to increase his flying speed, and at the same time slowly operated the Raksha Wuji divine art to consolidate his cultivation. Now, Chu Yan's cultivation has reached the late stage of the 9th heaven realm of true martial realm, only 2 steps away from the real half-step transformation heaven realm. However, within a few days, the continuous breakthrough of the cultivation base, the current foundation of Chu Yan's cultivation base in the body is unstable. No matter how many resources there are, I am afraid that he will not be able to break through the bottleneck of the cultivation base. Therefore, Chu Yan seized all the time to continuously consolidate the bottleneck of cultivation after the breakthrough, laying the foundation for the next breakthrough to the half-step heavenly realm. However, with Chu Yan's current strength, it is not a problem at all to fight against the warriors of the 4th level of the heavenly transformation realm. Even the Tianjiao warriors of the 3rd level of the heavenly transformation realm can win in one battle. The heaven transformation realm is different from the real martial realm. Breaking through the heaven transformation realm requires the warrior to turn the energy in his body into a liquid state. Moreover, breaking through the heavenly realm requires not only the accumulation of cultivation, but also a certain amount of opportunity and perception. Breaking through from the real martial realm to the transforming heaven realm is much more difficult than breaking through the previous heaven and earth realm. Therefore, many warriors who have half-stepped to the transforming heaven realm are stuck in this place and cannot even break through in their entire lives. Call. 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 Above 10,000 feet high, the wind howled. Chu Yan urged the way of the wind, and immediately made his speed soar again, flying all the way. Hongye Empire, Luoyang Kingdom. The dark night has just fallen, and the mountain wind is blowing gently, blowing through a forest. The leaves of the forest are rustling, and the mood is extraordinarily faint. Swish. 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 In the woods, a few black shadows flashed like ghosts. Under the cover of the wind, almost no sound was revealed. At this time, the black figure stopped in front of a small hill behind the woods, and looked up at the buildings on the top of the hill. The building complex on the top of the mountain is a hidden manor in Xuanhuan Pavilion. This manor is now also a refuge for the royal family of the Luoyang king and the Chu family. There are no less than 10,000 people in the manor, and it is strictly protected by the Xuanhuan Pavilion. The Lord Shen and Shen Xingjia of the Xuanhuan Pavilion are not in the Luoyang kingdom at this time. After Chu Yan left the Luoyang kingdom, most of the power of the Xuanhuan Pavilion also went away. Call. 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 Suddenly, gusts of wind howled fiercely, and along with the strong mountain wind, black figures appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. These black figures flew over at low altitude, and rushed towards the buildings on the top of the hill. Each figure was covered in black robes, with a strong breath, and their cultivation had reached the true martial arts level. These people are the people from the Black Blood Temple of the Hongye Empire. Tonight is the time for them to raid this Dixuan Pavilion Manor. Boom. 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 A series of attacks blasted out, smashing fiercely on the defensive spirit array of the manor, causing soaring flames and loud explosions. The entire manor was awakened in an instant, and a large number of figures rushed out from various buildings, their expressions flustered. One of them, tall, was dressed in a grey robe. Between his brows, he had several similarities with Chu Yan. He was Chu Yan's father, Chu Jiang. #C615 Extreme Crisis. Following the sound of the explosion, the mask of the spiritual formation above the manor trembled violently. Bold, who dares to attack my Xian pavilion? Are you courting death? In the manor, several figures soared into the air, rose to the top of the spiritual array mask, and shouted at the black-robed crowd not far away. From their point of view, in the entire Hongye Empire, who doesn't know the prestige of the Dixuan Pavilion, these young people probably don't know that this place belongs to the Dixuan Pavilion. As long as they reveal their identity and power, they won't be scared to shit. However, this time, what answered them was a stronger attack. Countless rays of light shone, turning into torrents of attack, constantly bombarding the mask of the spiritual formation, and the mask of the spiritual formation kept trembling under the burst of blood-colored light clusters. The Black Blood Temple, the branch of the Hongye Empire, is here. The Luoyang royal family and the Chu family must all die. Among the black-robed crowd, the leading black-robed man of Huatian realm shouted loudly. What? Black Blood Temple. It's not good. The Black Blood Temple found us. What should we do? They slaughtered nearly 100 sect forces. How did these murderous butchers find this place? It's over. It's over. It's over now, we're all going to die. Panicked shouts sounded like the sound of the tide, and everyone's faces were pale, and their eyes were full of horror. Seeing nearly 100 real martial arts warriors from the Black Blood Temple come to besiege the manor, and even the Heavenly Realm warriors, they were heartbroken. The guard strength of the Dixuan Pavilion is less than half of the opponents. Once the mask of the spirit array is broken, there will be a bloody massacre, and they may not even have a chance to escape. In the manor, nearly 10,000 people gathered in two groups. Among them were not only members of the Chu family, such as Chu Jiang and Chu Zhan, but also some members of the royal family of the Luoyang kingdom. Many warriors surrounded the two groups of people. The master warriors, to which they belong. However, most of these warrior masters are in the innate realm, and they have no chance at all in the face of the siege of the Black Blood Temple, which is the lowest level of the real martial arts realm. And whether it is the Luoyang royal family, neither the Chu family nor the Dixuan Pavilion had Heaven Transformation realm fighters sitting in formation, so it was impossible to stop them. Elder, what to do? Su Xing found the leader of Dixuan Pavilion and asked with a serious face. The elder of Dixuan Pavilion, with a livid face, thought for a long time and replied. The attack of the Black Blood Temple is too strong. Even the Xian-level defensive spirit array can't last long. The shameful thing is that my Xuanhuan Luoyang kingdom is not strong enough. It takes at least 3 days to transfer people from the Hongye Empire. I'm afraid it's too late. He never imagined that the Black Blood Temple would dare to openly declare war on the Dixuan Pavilion. The Black Blood Temple has been looking for the Chu family and the Luoyang royal family. After the Dixuan Pavilion came forward to protect them, they were scruples and never made a move. Unexpectedly, today, they came here with such a great momentum. Pavilion Master Shen valued Chu Yan, and they also knew that Dixuan Pavilion's betting on Chu Yan was like betting, but today, will all of this end in failure? For the current plan, only when the defensive spirit array is broken, everyone disperses and breaks through. Let everyone prepare, and let everyone live in peace. A trace of death flashed in the eyes of the elder of Dishuan Pavilion, and he said in a low voice. This? Su Xing's face darkened, and after a long time, he still nodded and turned away. Before Su Xing walked back to the crowd, there was already a commotion in the manor square between two groups of people. A young man from the royal family in a yellow robe rushed to the crowd of the Su family and shouted. This is all caused by Chu Yan of your Su family. If Chu Yan hadn't offended the young master of the Black Blood Temple, why would they have been trying to chase us down? The young man's face was flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot. The young man's roar spread, and many members of the royal family and members of the Dishuan Pavilion family all looked sideways at the Chu family with resentment in their eyes. That's right, our royal family and the Dishuan Pavilion are all for protecting your Chu family. It's all because of you. A Chu Yan is not worth it at all. That Chu Yan, maybe he died a long time ago, and will implicate us, woo woo woo. Kick out the people from the Chu family, hand them over to the Black Blood Temple, negotiate with them, and let us go. That's right, the people from the Black Blood Temple just want to kill Chu Yan. It has nothing to do with us. Under the various roars, all the spearheads were directed at the Chu family, and the aggrieved and fear in the hearts of the people seemed to find an outlet, and all kinds of curses and accusations poured into the crowd of the Chu family like a tide. Chu Jiang and the Chu family, where Chu Zhang belongs to, all had pale faces and were extremely ugly, but they couldn't speak. Among the crowd of the Chu family, a young man with a dark complexion was also full of anger and clenched his fists. Beside him was a handsome young man with a pale face. These two people are exactly Chu Nan and Yi Meyer. They are right. That Chu Yan is arrogant and arrogant. He doesn't know how to judge the situation and will only offend others. Chu Nan's face was contorted, and finally broke out, shouting in the crowd of the Chu family. That's right, Chu Yan must be dead. That's why the Black Blood Temple was found here. Yi Meyer bit her red lips lightly, a gloomy and sad look flashed in her eyes. Shut up. With a loud shout, it exploded like thunder. Su Xing's face was full of anger, and he gave Chu Nan and Yi Meyer a fierce stare, and then, his eyes swept across the crowd on both sides. Whoever dares to say a word about Chu Yan, I will be the first to throw him out of the spirit array. As the heir to the throne, Su Xing has just broken through to the Xiantian realm, and his talent is amazing. He has become the heir of the Luoyang kingdom, and his power is extremely high. Hearing Su Xing shout, the crowd immediately fell silent. The Dishuan Pavilion has already sent out a request for help. As long as we hold on until the masters of the Dishuan Pavilion arrive, we can escape. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Su Xing's breath gushed out from his whole body, suppressing the crowd, saying, The defensive spirit array brought by our royal family can be opened immediately, but it can be delayed for a while. If you can help, go and help. After finishing speaking, Su Xing turned around and took several royal family members to prepare for the arrangement of the royal family's spiritual array. Before coming to the Dishuan Pavilion, some disciples of the royal family brought a defensive spirit formation, which was a high-grade defensive spirit formation of the Xian rank, and the defensive power was even stronger than that of the Dishuan Pavilion. However, it is a little troublesome to set up the defensive spirit array, and the spirit stones required are also expensive, so Su Xing has always been with him and has not opened it. While Su Xing arranged for several royal families to enshrine and set up the spirit array, at the same time, he was full of worries. He was worried that, as Chu Nan said, the Black Blood Temple would only take action against their royal family and the Chu family after Chu Yan's fall. He heard from Sun Jia that after Chu Yan left the Hongya Empire, there was no news at all. Chu Yan, is it really damaged? #C616 Kill Heart. Su Xing glanced at Chu Zhan, who looked similar to Chu Yan, his eyes flickered. After a long time, he shook his head and let out a long sigh. Not only Chu Yan, Sun Jia also disappeared for a long time among the three close friends in Ling Tianzong. Just as Su Xing's thoughts were flying, the royal spiritual array opened, and the majestic spiritual power shot up into the sky, turning into a transparent mask, and appeared under the Dixuan Pavilion spiritual array. At the same time as the royal family's defensive spirit formation rose, Su Xing waved his hand, and a large number of spirit stones fell into the spirit formation. The majestic spiritual power surged, making the golden light flow on the mask, and the strength of the defense spirit formation continued to increase. Seeing this scene, among the large black-robed men in the sky, a tall figure cupped his hands at the leading black-robed man. Elder Mo, they have raised a spiritual formation again, and it will be difficult to break through it. The person who spoke was none other than Zhu Buozhi, the great elder of Huaxuanzong, one of the three major sects of the Luoyang kingdom. Nonsense. Can't I see it? Send me an order to attack with all my strength. It's just 2 Xian-level spirit formations, and it won't last long. The leader of the man in black turned to look at Zhu Buozhi, and shouted loudly. Hearing this, Zhu Buozhi's face was flushed, and his heart was full of anger, but Huaxuanzong was annexed by the Black Blood Temple and no longer existed, and he was no longer the great elder, but just an ordinary deacon of the Black Blood Temple. The power of the Black Blood Temple is astonishing. In less than half a year, most of the Luoyang Kingdom's sects have surrendered. The power is so great that no one dares to compete with it. Even several overlord kingdoms of the Hongye Empire were attacked by the Black Blood Temple and chose to surrender. Those who did not want to be incorporated into the Black Blood Temple were mostly annihilated and ceased to exist. Elder Mo has ordered that everyone attack with all their strength. Zhu Buozhi turned around and issued an order, and at the same time joined the attacking team, attacking the defensive spirit array outside the manor. Do it. After pondering for a while, Elder Mo said to the person beside him. At the same time, he raised his hand and slapped out a palm. The blood-red palm print trembled in the void, and slapped fiercely on the defensive spirit array. Bump. Bump. Coupled with the attack of another Heaven Transformation Realm expert. The 2 blood-red palm prints fell, causing the manor's defensive spirit array to tremble violently, but it was still not broken. A large group of people in black robes who were at the true martial realm looked at Elder Mo from the side, their faces were all gloomy, and there was even a hint of anger in their eyes. They are all major sects who came to the Luoyang kingdom. After submitting to the Black Blood Temple, they go around killing and massacring the sect every day. Such behavior makes them extremely angry. They are warriors practicing martial arts, not executioners. Although I had to obey the orders of the Black Blood Temple, I still felt some disgust and anger in my heart. Therefore, when hundreds of real martial arts powerhouses attacked the defensive spirit array, they all kept their hands back and did not use all their strength. This is also the reason why the defensive spirit array can last until now. After all, there is the Luoyang royal family in the manor. Boom. 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 The joint attack of 100 real martial artists was earth-shattering in power, Zhenqi of various colors exploded, and the defensive spirit array trembled violently, crumbling. The Red Leaf Empire, the border of the Luoyang kingdom. The black lightning, like a frightened rainbow, gallops over the sea of clouds, bringing out a straight line of clouds, like a divine sword passing. Chu Yan's face was blue, with blood flickering in his eyes, killing intent rolled. After entering the territory of the Hongye Empire, all the sects, big and small, corpse mountains in the Dead Sea, there are empty mountain gates everywhere, and there is no living person. According to Chu Yan's investigation, all the sects that did not submit to the Black Blood Temple will be slaughtered. What the Black Blood Temple did made Chu Yan's heart rage. The Red Leaf Empire and the Luoyang Kingdom, after all, they came from here, so how could the Black Blood Temple be allowed to kill here indiscriminately? Chu Yan himself also killed people, but he would never do such a thing, like killing innocent people for selfish desires. Black Blood Temple, a bunch of beasts. Chu Yan drank coldly in his heart, and his murderous intent was cold. The kingdom of Luoyang doesn't know what to do. The speed was raised to the extreme. Chu Yan was in a hurry, and he was flying all the way. Black Blood Temple, the day I, Chu Yan, returns, will be the day you perish. Swish. The black shadow is like an arrow, flying towards the Luoyang kingdom. Kingdom of Luoyang, Dixuan Pavilion Manor. Ka ka ka. The fierce attack hit the mask of the defensive spirit array, and fine cracks continued to expand. Boom. 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 The ferocious attack poured down like a tide, the whole manor trembled constantly, even the whole mountain was trembling. Boom, boom. With a loud bang, the huge defensive spirit array mask exploded, turning into stars all over the sky, and dissipating in the sky. Haha, the first defensive spirit array is broken. Luoyang royal family, Chu family, you all have to die. The two people headed by the Black Blood Temple laughed loudly when they saw the protective spirit array explode, and shouted repeatedly. Speed up the attack for me, you only have 1 hour to destroy the second defensive spirit array, otherwise. Humph. You know the consequences. Elder Mo turned sideways and shouted at hundreds of black-robed men. The shout echoed, and all the black-robed people trembled when they heard the words, and there was a hint of panic in their eyes. You guys are unlucky. We can't help it. These people in the Black Blood Temple are too scary, for an hour. We can only attack with all our strength. I hope they can escape a few. Hundreds of people in black robes at the true martial arts level had various thoughts flashing through them, and when they made a move again, the attack power was obviously much stronger. Boom, boom. The second spirit array, under the attack of a violent storm, suddenly shook, and under the continuous explosion, it made a huge sound that shook 10 miles. Attack, attack, yes, that's it, attack with all your strength. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Elder Mo of the Black Blood Temple couldn't stop laughing wildly, his blood-red eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. In the manor, on the square. Everyone in the Luoyang royal family, Dixuan Pavilion and the Chu family saw the first spiritual formation break, and all of them turned pale with fright. What to do? Why hasn't rescue come yet? It's not good, it looks like the second spirit array won't last an hour. It's over, the spirit array has been breached, we're going to die. Shouts of fear spread like a tidal wave, and even Su Xing, who had remained calm all this time, began to turn pale. A cold air rose in everyone's heart. Many people trembled and their teeth chattered. They looked at the black-robed figure in the sky outside the spirit formation, and their faces were full of horror. Attack! Attack! Break the spirit formation, kill all the men, and share the women with everyone. The blood in Elder Mo's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he shouted loudly. Boom! 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 Ka ka ka! Half an hour later, amidst the continuous explosion of air, a fine crack appeared on the mask of the spirit array, and it spread extremely fast. Not good. The spirit array can't stand it anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone in the manor had a look of despair on their faces at the same time. The cracks on the spiritual formation became more and more dense, and under the tremors, it was obvious that it was on the verge of collapse. Boom! Finally, less than half an hour later, the defensive spirit array was overwhelmed, and exploded to death with a bang. #C617 9-star Devil. As countless star points spread across the sky, the defensive spirit array was finally completely broken. Seeing this, Elder Mo of the Black Blood Temple showed ecstasy on his face. Excited, he waved his big hand violently and roared. Kill me! Kill, kill, kill. The defensive spirit array was broken, and the black-robed figures in the sky on all sides, with red eyes flashing, leaned over and rushed into the manor. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. On the top of a mountain in the distance, a stream of black light rushed towards like a sharp sword, blocking hundreds of real martial arts experts. Die. The black figure was holding a spiritual weapon, whirling like a whirlwind, rushing into the black-robed crowd, bringing a bloody storm. Ah! Ah! With the broken legs and arms flying around, 7 or 8 people in black robes at the true martial arts level died tragically in an instant, turning into large pieces of flesh and blood, and falling to the ground. You, who are you? Hundreds of people were shocked at the same time. They surrounded the black figure and roared angrily. In mid-air, the black shadow slowly came down with 2 spiritual weapons in his hands. His face was stern. The skin of this person's whole body was black, with golden lines flowing on it, and the lines were like thick tattoos, shining brightly. On the left and right hands, each holds a short arm-length blade, one black and one red, with traces of blood slipping down. Behind the black shadow youth, a group of black phantom emerged, a black phantom more than 10 feet high, like a demon god, with blood-red eyes, exposed fangs, holding a black iron steel fork, continuously pouring black air into the black shadow youth. Holding the blood-falling double blades, a phantom appeared behind him. This black shadow youth was like a demon god born out of this world, which made people feel chilling. 9-star martial soul. This person is the 9-star demon king. Why is he here? What? The 9-star demon king. What does he have to do with the Chu family? Among the black-robed crowd. Seeing the appearance of the black shadow youth, he immediately exclaimed, even the people in the Dixuan pavilion, the royal family and the Chu family in the manor were all shocked. In the past few months, a legendary figure suddenly appeared in the Red Leaf Empire. This man killed people like hemp, and all the members of the Black Blood Temple he met died under his daggers. This man in black, who gritted his teeth and hated the Black Blood Temple, has a distinctive symbol, that is, a 9-star demon king martial soul. The Black Blood Temple set traps and surrounded and killed him many times, but this person was not only physically strong against the sky, but also his speed far surpassed that of fighters at the same level, and even the fighters of the Heaven Transformation realm were not as fast as his body speed. Break out of the siege for the first time and escape from birth. What everyone in the Black Blood Temple did not expect was to meet this person here today. The moment the manor was broken open, this person suddenly appeared. It was obvious that he had been waiting nearby and was here to help the Chu family. Quack quack. 9-star demon king. Elder Mo of the Black Blood Temple looked at the young man in black and the phantom of the demon king behind him, and couldn't help grinning. I didn't expect to be able to catch such a big fish like you. Today, half of my Black Blood Temple's Red Leaf Empire's combat power can be concentrated here. You are looking for death. While speaking, the blood in Elder Mo's eyes was bright and shining, and the murderous intent was almost solidified. According to the speculation above, this 9-star demon king is indeed related to Chu Yan. The black phantom martial soul behind him is very likely to be the same as Chu Yan's. Although there are some differences, they are 90% similar. Moreover, some people who have seen Chu Yan's Rakshasa body said that Chu Yan also had golden lines on his body at that time. 9-star demon king, come, just die. Elder Mo waved his hand and said angrily to everyone in the Black Blood Temple. Split half of the people to monitor the manor. Don't let the Chu family escape. The rest will kill this kid first, and then slaughter the manor. As soon as the words fell to the ground, his figure flew over, and slowly leaned towards the young man in black. Obey. All the men in black replied in unison, and the crowd was divided immediately, and a part of the Black Blood Temple belonged to surround the manor. Elder Mo looked at the young man in black who was surrounded by a group, with a cold smile on his face, he said. killing the 9-star Demon King is another great achievement." As he spoke, he made eye contact with another man in black at the Heaven Transformation realm, and immediately, the two of them moved one after the other to prevent the young man in black from escaping. According to the information of the Black Blood Temple, this 9-star Demon King has the strength of the 5th level of the true martial arts realm, and his speed is extremely fast. However, today, Elder Mo has absolute confidence that the two masters of the Heaven Transformation realm are here, and they will never give this son any chance. The black-clothed youth lingering all over his body, his face expressionless, his eyes blood-red, with a faint golden light flashing, raised his hand and waved the dagger in his hand, and said with a sneer, "From the Black Blood Temple, come one, I'll kill one." Hearing this, everyone in the Black Blood Temple was furious, and Elder Mo shot directly, shouting, "It's just courting death." While speaking, he raised his hand into a palm, and a dark red palm print shattered the void, and went straight towards the young man in black. At this time, in the Manor Square, the Dixuan Pavilion, the Luoyang royal family, and the Chu family were all terrified when they saw this scene. Although they had also heard of the reputation of the 9-star Demon King, but facing so many masters of the Black Blood Temple alone, including 2 experts in the Heaven Transformation realm, would the 9-star Demon King be able to win? Now, the spirit array has been broken and the manor is besieged. Everyone has no chance to escape, just like lambs waiting to be chopped. Dixuan Pavilion has 7 or 8 true martial arts fighters, and the Luoyang royal family also has 2 masters of the 8th level of true martial arts, while the Su family has only 2 members who have just broken through the true martial arts. With such fighting power, they don't even have the ability to help, they can only watch the battle in the sky. Everyone's eyes widened, and their eyes were full of anticipation. They only hoped that the 9-star Demon King would receive the support from the Dixuan Pavilion, so that they would have a chance of surviving. Among the crowd, Su Xing stared at the black youth in midair, his face was full of shock, and his whole body trembled slightly. He never imagined that this famous 9-star Demon King was Sun Jia. Sun Jia was in Ling Tianzong. Because of a conflict with the people in heaven, his martial soul was abolished. He didn't practice for half a year, but kept tempering his body. Although later, Chu Yan found the elixir and cured his martial soul, but it was only a short time before his strength reached such a terrifying level. This is really Sun Jie. As a good friend, of course Su Xing would not admit his mistake, but for a while, he couldn't accept the facts in front of him. By the way, when Sun Jia left Ling Tianzong, he once said that Chu Yan gave him a skill. Could it be? As Su Xing secretly recalled, he couldn't help, but his whole body trembled, and then when he raised his head to look into the sky, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The book of exercises that Chu Yan gave Sun Jia, in a short period of time, actually allowed Sun Jia to improve to such an extent. #C618 Rakshasa Refinement Flow. Midair. The dark red palm prints came out, like a blood-colored city wall, and they slapped Sun Jia head-on. This palm is powerful and mighty, the palm wind howls, and the anger explodes again and again, not to mention the warriors of the real martial arts, even the martial artists of the transformation of the sky, they will die with one palm. Break! Seeing the palm print coming, Sun Jia let out a shout, flipped the spirit dagger in his hand, and slashed straight out. The spirit dagger pierces through the air, cutting an arc-shaped crack in the void. On the spirit dagger, there is no trace of spirit light, only the speed as fast as lightning, and the powerful power to cut through the void. Boom! When the spirit dagger intersected with the palm print, there was a bang, and the dark red palm print, which was as huge as a city gate, was cut into 2 pieces and flew left and right. The palm prints were broken, a huge air explosion exploded, and the airwave swept away. Sun Jia, who was located in the center, was immediately swept away by the air wave, and retreated 100 steps before he stood still. It actually blocked it. Under one palm, the 9-star Demon King did not die, which made Elder Mo full of doubts. It's just an ant with a cultivation base of the 5th level of the true martial realm, and he didn't die under the palm of his hand with all his strength. How is this possible? There is a difference of 7 cultivation realms, and he received his own palm head-on, and this kid is fine. He really didn't understand how this 9-star demon king could have the fighting strength beyond the 7th level. This kind of talent has never been heard of before. 9-star martial soul. There is such a powerful talent. What a strong body. Mo Chang too glanced at the golden lines on Sun Jia's body, and said in surprise. You want to kill me? You are not qualified. Sun Jia sneered. Just now, although he was knocked back 100 steps, he didn't suffer any injuries. Rakshasa promise, he is cultivated to the 7th level, awakened the Rakshasa demon body, and his physical strength far exceeds that of warriors of the same level. Moreover, the heavenly demon flower that Chu Yan left for him at that time has the medicinal effect of awakening the martial soul for the 2nd time. After he devoured it, not only did he awaken his martial soul for the 2nd time, but at the same time, he used the secret technique in the Raksha infinity art to dissipate the sea of energy, and at the same time sacrifice his own martial soul to the phantom of Rakshasa. Now, his martial spirit has been completely transformed, merging with the phantom of Rakshasa. Rakshasa is his martial soul, and he is Rakshasa. Sun Jia, who has no sea of energy, has turned into a pure system refining martial artist. His physical strength even surpasses the ancient monsters of the same level. In addition, his previous martial soul is a shadow martial soul. After merging with Rakshasa, his speed and strength skyrocketed at the same time. However, because his training time is still too short, if he is only a 2nd level heaven transformation realm expert, maybe he can fight for a tie, or rely on his speed to retreat completely. Now, facing the 2 warriors of the heaven transformation realm, as well as many other martial artists of the true martial realm, he is by no means an opponent. However, even if he might die today, he would never sit back and watch the members of the Chu family be massacred by the Black Blood Temple. Chu Yan's kindness to him is as important as rebirth. As an orphan, he attaches great importance to this friendship. Therefore, Sun Jia came today with the intention of dying. Ha ha ha, arrogant ants. There is a gap between heaven and earth. No matter how strong your physical body is, death is only a matter of time. Swish. When the voice fell to the ground, Mo Chang aging turned into a red lightning bolt and charged towards Sun Jia. Blood slaughter palm. With a burst of shouting, Elder Mo flipped his hands and slapped out with a palm. The huge palm print brought a fierce wind. Wherever it passed, the air continued to explode, like a huge wave, and slapped towards Sun Jia. In this palm print, waves of blood rolled, and ghosts screamed, making one's mind tremble continuously, and the sea of consciousness trembled wildly, as if in the palm print, countless ghosts and evil spirits gathered to turn the invaded land into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood generally. Cut. Sun Jia's eyes flashed brightly, his whole body glowed with golden light, and the Raksha demon body was driven to the extreme, and the phantom of Rakshasa behind him made roaring sounds, stomping his feet. A black wind blew up from his figure. With the terrifying bloody palm print, he went up to meet him. Call out! Call out! The 2-handed dagger was slashed, and black energy like a tide poured into it, and the power of the whole body exploded, and the huge blood palm print was instantly chopped to pieces by him. Bump! The moment the palm print was broken, a huge shock force poured into Sun Jia's body, causing his body to fly upside down like a meteor. Ant, die. Elder Mo's eyes were filled with blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he slapped out his palms again and again. Immediately, bloody palm prints all over the sky fell towards Sun Jia. Raksha came to the world. Seeing the palm prints all over the sky, Sun Jia's eyes were blood red, and the golden vertical pupils flashed two dazzling golden lights, roaring violently. The phantom of Rakshasa behind him, like Sun Jia, has blood-red eyes and golden pupils upside down. Suddenly, it turned into a black streamer and rushed in front of Sun Jia. He waved the black iron fork in his hand and turned into an immovable demon god. Sun Jia stood firmly behind him. Immediately afterwards, dozens of dark red palm prints were slapped straight on Rakshasa Phantom. Boom! 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 The red light and black light exploded, and the entire void collapsed instantly, and the air exploded into the sky, and a huge void hole appeared. Swish! Sun Jia's body flew upside down like a meteor, fell towards the ground, hit the ground of the manor, and blasted a deep hole. Call! A gust of wind rushed out of the bottomless pit on the ground, and Sun Jia's figure rushed out, turned over and landed on the ground. Sun Jia! Su Xing looked anxious and rushed forward. Are you okay? Sun Jia turned his head to look at Su Xing, a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes, and said. Su Xing, you too. I'm fine. At the time of Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan, Su Xing and Sun Jia were like brothers and had a deep understanding. Sun Jia was naturally pleasantly surprised when he saw Su Xing. In the move just now, Sun Jia used the trump card he had just learned, which was a powerful physical defense secret skill in the Raksha Wuji Ju. Under hard resistance, although the strength was weaker than the opponent, it was not hurt at all. However, at this moment, his arms were slightly numb, showing signs of arrest. This son's physical body is so strong. Elder Mo came slowly, staring at Sun Jia in the square of the manor, with his eyes twitching. After a long time, he gradually calmed down and regained his senses, but the murderous intent in his eyes became more intense. This son, you must not stay. In the future, he must be the enemy of my black blood temple. Thinking of this, Elder Mo swept his eyes, looking at the crowd in the manor square, and then, a smoldering look appeared. Everyone, do it now. Kill everyone. This son, I will deal with it. Hearing the words, the people in black robes all around answered at the same time, and breaths shot up into the sky. Obey. Kill. Countless figures moved together, like a big black net, towards the manor square, surrounded by a crowd with pale faces. Fight with them. Seeing this, Su Xing suddenly pulled out his soft sword, pointed at the sky, and roared angrily. Countless men in black robes fell from the sky, and on the square, more than a dozen real martial arts fighters from Dixuan Pavilion, Luoyang royal family, and Chu Yan pulled out their spiritual weapons one after another, their faces full of death. Really, are you going to die? 2 Heaven Transformation Realm experts and 100 true martial realm fighters are simply not something that a dozen of them can deal with. The remaining thousands of people are all below the Xiantian realm. No difference. Thick dead air enveloped everyone, and many people had already closed their eyes in despair, ready to face death. #C619 One Sword 3 Songs. Seeing this scene, Sun Jia's face turned livid. He was locked up by Elder Mo's consciousness at close range, and he couldn't rescue so many people at the same time. Elder Mo, with blood all over his body churning, is obviously preparing for a lore move. I can't do anything today, but even if I die, I have to give Brother Chu an explanation. Sun Jia's eyes were red, his golden pupils flashed, and he made up his mind that if he couldn't protect the Chu family, he would let himself die in front of them. In this way, even if he died, he would be worthy of Chu Yan's kindness. Kill. The black energy in Sun Jia's whole body skyrocketed, the Rakshasa phantom doubled, and the power of his whole body exploded like a blowout. At this moment, Sun Jia didn't save any more strength, all his strength was pushed to the peak, and he was ready to strike with all his strength to show his ambition with death. The two-handed dagger, like 2 black flood dragons, pierced through the void and slashed towards Elder Mo. At this time all the strength of his whole body was poured into the two daggers, and even all the defensive power of his body was poured into them. This move is only offensive but not defensive. It only wants to kill Elder Mo with a single blow, even if it dies. Court death. Seeing Sun Jia's life-threatening blow, and the void that exploded inch by inch, Elder Mo felt a chill in his heart, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. He didn't expect Sun Jia's move to be so powerful that it would have the power to threaten him. The palm was raised, and on the right palm, a bright red palm print that had been gathering momentum for a long time slowly formed, and slapped towards Sun Jia. The palm print pierced the air, and the blood wave was overwhelming. The dagger is like a dragon, and the will to die. Brother Chu, I'm sorry, I didn't protect your family well. I'll do it again in my next life, brother. A haze flashed in Sun Jia's eyes, and his body turned into a meteor, rushing straight towards that monstrous palm prince, with two daggers in his hands, trembling violently. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Call out. That ray of silver light, like thunder and lightning, shuttled between the void, appearing and disappearing from time to time, and the moment it was seen, it had brought a touch of blood. Puff. A silver light flashed, and Elder Mo's head exploded instantly, like a ripe watermelon, exploding red and white all over the sky. Blood accompanied by brains splattered in the sky, scattered in all directions, extremely bloody. What? How is this possible? Elder Mo, who cultivated at the second level of the heaven transformation realm of the Black Blood Temple, was killed. All the men in black robes who rushed to the square were suddenly stunned, their faces full of shock, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Everyone in the Black Blood Temple, you are stupid. Everyone in the Manor Square is stupid. Following the return of the silver light above the sky, everyone's eyes turned to the edge of the sky, that dark figure in black robe. With just one glance, everyone's whole body was shocked, and shocking waves set off in their minds. Chu Yan. It turned out to be Chu Yan, back. The Supreme Emperor of the Hongya Empire, the #1 young warrior. Chu Yan. On the Manor Square. Everyone in the Chu family stared brightly, and their whole body trembled violently. He is back. Chu Yan is finally back. At this moment, the entire Chu family has waited for so long, it seems like 10,000 years have passed. During this period of time, they hid in the Dixuan pavilion here, listening to the rumors about the Black Blood Temple from the outside world, and spent the whole day in fear. What is even more worrying is that he is afraid that Chu Yan will be lost when he is practicing outside, and he will never come back. But now, with the appearance of this black-robed figure, all worries disappeared, and Chu Yan, whom they were waiting for, finally returned. Su Xing and Sun Jiao looked at the black-robed boy in the sky, with smiles on their faces. Chu Yan is back. Black Blood Temple. It's over. Who are you? The Black Blood Temple is still alive. The innate realm powerhouse looked at Chu Yan with a pale face and asked in a surprised voice. You dare to kill people from our Black Blood Temple, do you want to die? The black-robed boy smiled indifferently, and looked at the other party with disdain. It's what you are looking for. Chu Yan. One word fell to the ground, like a thunderclap. All the people from the Black Blood Temple were in midair, shaking at the same time, and almost fell from the sky. Chu Yan. Chu Yan, the Supreme Emperor of the Hongya Empire. He's back. Is he coming back for revenge? What a powerful aura. To actually kill Elder Mo, who was at the second level of the Heaven Transformation realm, with a single move. It's too scary, that sword can't be seen at all. How did he do it? All kinds of voices exploded in the sea of consciousness of everyone in the Black Blood Temple. Everyone's mind was frantic, and their eyes showed horror. Dare to touch my people. You, all will die. Chu Yan's voice was cold without a trace of temperature, just like the voice of a demon in Jiuxiao hell. Escape. Almost instantly, the same thought flashed through the minds of all the warriors of the Black Blood Temple. Swish. 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 The Heaven Transformation Realm powerhouse of the Black Blood Temple flashed his figure, turned around and fled, and his figure turned into a stream of blood, slashing towards the sky. At the same time, the two warriors who were closest to him followed closely behind, their body skills spread to the extreme, their bodies flew away like lightning. Whoosh! Chu Yan raised his hand and pointed, and then, he turned lightly, fell towards the manor square, and stood in front of Chu Jiang. Father, I am back. Looking at Chu Jiang with a chuckle, Chu Yan said softly. Good. Good. Just come back. Chu Yan's eyes were moist, he nodded again, and smiled. Ah. 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 At this moment, 3 screams suddenly sounded in the distance, causing the originally silent scene to tremble violently, and everyone turned their heads to look. Tom tom tom. I saw 3 corpses falling from the air and falling to the ground, throwing out 3 clouds of dust and making a muffled sound. Call out. It was that silver light again, flying from a distance, and fell into the scabbard behind Chu Yan. Hiss. Everyone was shocked and gasped at the same time. What? This, how is this possible? Chu Yan raised his hands, and through his feet, and under the calm wind, he killed 3 people with 1 sword. Moreover, there is also a strong man in the 2nd level of the Heaven Transformation Realm. From the beginning to the end, no one saw how Chu Yan drew his sword. This is too scary. In an instant, when Chu Yan's figure fell into everyone's eyes, he became extremely tall, like a god. All the masters of Dixuan Pavilion, all the royal families of the Luoyang royal family, including all members of the Chu family, were all stunned at this moment. Thank you, Sun Jia. Chu Yan turned around slowly, looked at Sun Jia, and thanked him sincerely. 300 miles away, Chu Yan's spiritual sense has collected everything here, and he has seen all the scenes of Sun Jia desperately saving each other and even preparing to repay him with death. When the manor's defensive spirit array collapsed, he was still thousands of miles away. If Sun Jia hadn't appeared, the consequences would be unbelievable. Brother Chu. Why do we need to thank you? Sun Jia just nodded slightly and said. Not bad. Between you and me, there is no need to say thank you. Chu Yan also smiled, and punched Sun Jia in the chest. Between the two, brotherly love, friendship between life and death. Turning his head to look at Su Xing, Chu Yan smiled, pondered for a moment, and said with a smile. Su Xing, you've worked hard. Su Xing's eyes flickered, and his eyes were slightly red. He understands that Chu Yan didn't thank him, so like Sun Jia, it proves that they are also brothers, so there is no need to thank him. Su Xing nodded. Call. The next moment, Chu Yan's figure rose slowly and flew into the air, a bloody light burst out in his eyes, sweeping away everyone in the Black Blood Temple. You, all die. Boom. An extremely violent breath suddenly shot up from Chu Yan's body, and the air wave like a shock wave shook the sky like a sea tide. #C620 Capture all. Even the sky and 9 nights trembled suddenly. No. Don't do it, Chu Yan, please forgive me. We didn't do anything. Please forgive me. Please. When we attacked the spirit formation just now, we all kept our hands back. Really? Please spare us. A group of real martial arts powerhouses from the Black Blood Temple knelt down on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Chu Yan already had all kinds of prestige in the Hongye Empire, and just after he appeared, he beheaded 2 Heaven Transformation Realm powerhouses with 2 swords in a row. This strength scared all the warriors who surrendered to the Black Blood Temple. I broke my nerve. Chu Yan, they didn't kill people, forget it. Standing aside, Chu Jiang saw these powerful real martial arts masters kneeling beside his son, his heart softened and he began to persuade him. Never mind. Is it possible? Even if I come back an hour late, the entire Chu family and Luoyang royal family, I am afraid that everyone will be slaughtered by them. Therefore, regardless of whether these people have reasons or not, for Chu Yan, their actions have posed a threat to his family and friends, and this alone is unforgivable. These people must not be let go. In Chu Yan's eyes, killing intent emerged, the whole body overflowed with true energy, and the silver fist prints surrounded by colorful lights slowly condensed. Chu Yan, what they said is true. When attacking the defensive spirit formation, they did hold back their hands, otherwise they wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. And when besieging Sun Jia, they didn't go all out, so. Su Xing walked to Chu Yan's side, looked at the many real martial arts powerhouses, a ray of deep light shone in his eyes, and then said. Chu Yan, instead of killing them, it's better. Okay? Seeing the smile in Su Xing's eyes, Chu Yan immediately understood what Su Xing meant. Zhu Buozhi. Chu Yan glanced across. Among the black-robed people, Xuanhuan, one of the three major powers in the former Luoyang kingdom, the Great Elder. Come here. Chu Yan shouted coldly. When the words fell to the ground, Zhu Buozhi's whole body trembled, and he quickly flew in front of Chu Yan, not daring to neglect him in the slightest. And you all, come here and line up. Chu Yan shouted to the remaining 100 black-robed men, and at the same time, he raised his hand, and a magic talisman shining with 5 colors of light appeared in his palm. Everyone hand over a drop of blood, or, die. Chu Yan said coldly. Zhu Buozhi was stunned when he heard the words, and his eyes were full of doubts. He wants blood, what to do? However, although he hesitated, seeing Chu Yan's cold gaze and the killing intent contained in it, he dared not disobey the slightest bit, so he quickly mobilized the blood in his body, condensed a drop of blood, and floated towards Chu Yan. Whoosh! Zhu Buozhi's essence and blood were separated from the body, quickly wrapped by Chu Yan's consciousness and true energy, and introduced into the magic talisman in his palm. Huh? This is... As his blood essence entered the talisman, a bloody spirit pattern immediately appeared in Zhu Buozhi's sea of consciousness. Next? Chu Yan said coldly. Zhu Buozhi looked puzzled, and quickly stood aside to make room. In the following time, Chu Yan followed suit, taking out the blood essence of 113 real martial artists, and putting them all into the talismans in his hands. From now on, your lives are in his hands. Chu Yan casually pointed at Su Xing, and shouted at the more than 100 real martial arts warriors with puzzled faces in front of him. The spirit pattern in your sea of knowledge, as long as the person who masters the spirit talisman destroys it for a moment, your body and soul will be destroyed. Whoever doesn't believe it, you can try it. Chu Yan sneered and looked at everyone. Hearing this, Zhu Buozhi and all the black-robed warriors were startled for a moment, then a bitter smile appeared on their faces. Try. Who dares to try? This is fatal. They have just seen that Chu Yan didn't even move his hands, and killed 2 warriors of the heaven transformation realm with just a silver glow. Such strange methods shocked them. Therefore, of course, they dare not doubt what Chu Yan said, and they don't want to end up dead. Unexpectedly, his life was firmly controlled by Chu Yan. Su Xing, an innate realm, could take their lives at any time as long as he held that magic talisman. Zhu Buozhi. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, looked at the dull-faced Huaxuanzong Great Elder, and shouted. Now, you immediately bring me all the treasure house of Huaxuanzong, and if one is missing, you will be cut off. And you, bring me all the treasure houses of your sect. When the words fell to the ground, everyone was startled at the same time, their faces full of surprise. The treasure house of the Zongmen is gone, and his omen is equivalent to existing in name only. However, even if they were unwilling, they didn't dare to refuse at this time. They all jumped up and flew towards their respective sects. These people were originally the elders or suzerains of various sections. When they were held hostage by the Black Blood Temple, the strong men in the sect would be slaughtered. The Blood Temple attacks the cannon fodder and thugs from all over the Hongye Empire. Seeing more than 100 real martial arts powerhouses leave, Chu Yan's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. Chu Yan, let's go to the residence to talk. Chu Jiang greeted Chu Yan. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, greeted Su Xing and Sun Jia, and followed Chu Jiang to a tall building. After Chu Yan and the others entered the small building, everyone in the square suddenly woke up. Chu Yan, so powerful. Slaying Heaven Transformation Realm warriors is easy and casual. In less than 100 breaths, more than 100 real martial arts experts were recovered. Chu Yan came back this time, and I don't know how many times stronger than before. This time Chu Yan's strong return, I am afraid that the entire Hongye Empire will be turned upside down. All the masters in the Dixuan Pavilion, with flickering eyes, jumped up one after another and flew in all directions. With the departure of these Dixuan Pavilion masters, the news of Chu Yan's strong return quickly spread throughout the Hongye Empire. In the small building, Chu Yan, Chu Jiang, Su Xing and Sun Jia sat facing each other. In the hall, there are Su Xing and several close elders of the Chu family standing behind them. What's the situation with Hongye Empire and Luoyang Kingdom now? Chu Yan looked at the crowd and asked softly. Ugh. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Su Xing sighed quietly, calmed down a little, and then said. The kingdom of Luoyang is over. Among the three major sects, only Ling Tianzong is allied with the royal family and is still resisting the Black Blood Temple. The elder of Huaxuanzong was killed, the whole sect surrendered to the Black Blood Temple, and Xueyue Pavilion. What happened to Xueyue Pavilion? A bad premonition rose in Chu Yan's heart, and he asked anxiously. Xueyue Pavilion would rather die than submit. The entire sect was slaughtered. No one survived. The entire sect, destroyed. After Su Xing finished speaking, there was a trace of sadness between his brows. What? The entire sect was slaughtered. The Xueyue Pavilion is just women, this. When Chu Yan heard this, his heart trembled and his face was full of shock. I didn't expect that although Xueyue Pavilion is full of women, they have such arrogance. Compared with Huaxuanzong, they are respectable. As soon as the words landed, the aura on Chu Yan's body suddenly changed, with bursts of icy coldness, causing the temperature in the entire hall to drop suddenly. Black Blood Temple, damn it. Chu Yan's eyes were red, full of murderous intent. You must know that when I was practicing in Lingshanzong, the female disciples of Xueyue Pavilion were not bad in character and never had any grudges against me. They kept a low profile and didn't like to participate in worldly battles for fame and fortune. They just concentrated on practicing martial arts. Unexpectedly, it ended up like this. How could this make Chu Yan not angry? What is the strength of the Black Blood Temple of Luoyang Kingdom and Hongye Empire? Chu Yan said coldly.